Innocently drawn into a tumultuous affair, Xu Xuanqing finds herself abruptly awakened to the realization that her existence is ensconced within a tale of lavish entanglements and heart-wrenching romance, where she embodies the role of the malevolent supporting character, the genuine heiress. Not only that, but she is also coerced into binding herself to a system designed for salvaging love-stricken minds, where her survival hinges upon completing designated tasks. Xu Xuanqing muses. Thank you for the invitation. I have but 3 days left to live. Yet it seems the love-stricken are quite the challenge to eliminate. On her inaugural day back at the Xu residence, Xu Xuanqing exclaims, "Lo and behold, the secretary has already prepared potent drugs. Let us work late, dear father. A night to remember." Xu father. On her second day back at the Xu residence, Xu Xuanqing remarks, "Tisk, the housekeeper has harbored an infatuation for the young master for years and has even pilfered dozens of his undergarments." Eldest brother. On her third day back at the Xu residence, Xu Xuanqing questions, "Who understands?" The seemingly impenetrable villa has been transformed with transparent windows and the neighboring household. Chapter 1. What system? Asterisk asterisk. "You know, I lost my mother at a young age," the woman said, her visage marred by sorrow, her eyes brimming with anguish as they locked onto Xu Xuanqing. A sense of foreboding washed over Xu Xuanqing, prompting her to cautiously shield the live-streaming device in her arms as she retreated, attempting to soothe the distressed figure before her. That is indeed tragic, but how does it pertain to me? My plight is already pitiable, yet you seek to usurp my husband, you vile woman." The woman thrust a stack of photographs into Xu Xuanqing's face, advancing relentlessly, her voice hoarse with fury. "The evidence is all here. What can you, a mere mistress, possibly say in your defense?" "Alas, I am wronged. I merely passed by and handed your husband a flyer." Xu Xuanqing peeled a photo from her face, glancing at it in an attempt to clarify. "Dear sister, this situation is..." "Huh." The woman, now utterly deranged, exhibited no desire to hear Xu Xuanqing's explanation. Drawing a knife, she seemed to summon every ounce of courage to plunge it into Xu Xuanqing's abdomen. "If you wish for me to suffer, then let us perish together. Let my husband witness our descent into hell together." As Xu Xuanqing's consciousness began to wane, she slowly turned her head, racing against the specters of death, weakly gesturing towards a couple not far away. "Sister, look closely. Could it not be possible that the mistress is she?" With a final thrust from the frantic woman, Xu Xuanqing collapsed to the ground, feeling her breath fade into a void, her vision blurring into white, her life force rapidly dissipating and the fleeting moment before darkness enveloped her. Xu Xuanqing could not help but find the world utterly absurd. She had always asserted that love-stricken minds not only incapacitate but also blind. She had been warned by the Cyber Buddha, whose electronic prayer wheel had signaled her imminent doom, foreshadowing that one day she would be fatally stabbed by the original love-stricken partner in a bustling market. Most absurdly, although her life was extinguished, she had never even performed the duties of a mistress. That man had not even accepted the flyer from her hand. Ding! A prolonged mechanical tone resonated in Xu Xuanqing's mind, interrupting her seething thoughts. She felt her consciousness being yanked into an unfamiliar realm, and then her vision blurred as sounds and images began to play at an accelerated pace before her eyes. "Congratulations, host, on your successful awakening. The world you inhabit is a classic novel entitled Mr. Jean, the False Heiress Returns, wherein you are the true heiress, a mere pawn destined to be reclaimed by the illustrious Xu family today, thus commencing your journey as a supporting character. The false heiress, Xu Momo, is renowned for her beauty and grace, having been meticulously raised by the Xu family. She is the envy of the elite, a childhood companion of the male lead, Jean Beiming, their bond untainted by time. And you, consumed by jealousy towards the false heiress, covet the affection of the Xu family and their resources. Upon falling for the male lead, Jean Beiming, you not only conspire to endanger the false heiress's life, but also aim to usurp her engagement with him. Yet, fate is capricious. Your struggles and defiance merely serve as stepping stones for the false heiress's success, catalyzing the romance between the leads and destabilizing the peace of the world. In the end, as the couple's relationship solidifies, the false heiress Xu Momo suffers a health crisis. You are secretly abducted by Jean Beiming, who extracts a kidney for the false heiress, and subsequently cast out by the Xu family, perishing from exposure beneath a bridge in the frigid winter. Your remains left to be devoured by stray dogs. Upon absorbing the details of her past life, Xu Xuanqing uttered a profound and existential query. Huh? You may have numerous questions, yet there is no need to inquire. The system interrupted, abandoning its narrative tone to deliver a mechanical proclamation due to your fixation on love-stricken minds. The system's headquarters has decided to grant you an opportunity to alter your fate. In 5 minutes, you shall be resurrected and thrust into the plot of familial recognition within the upper echelons. Upon resurrection, the love-stricken salvation system will accompany you, providing insights into the romantic intricacies of the various characters. Please endeavor to complete your tasks diligently, rescuing the love-stricken within the narrative. For each successful rescue, the system will bestow upon you special rewards, including but not limited to extended life, enhanced physical abilities, beauty treatments, gold bricks, and bars, and mysterious artifacts. Xunqing found herself devoid of alternatives, yet one matter weighed heavily on her mind. So binding this system equates to extending my life, correct? My physical condition shall remain unscathed. After all, that knife had been thrust with brutal intent into her flesh. While she might express a desire for death daily, her health reports must not reveal any issues. Regrettably, the system's voice shattered her daydreams. Host successfully extends life. Current lifespan is 7 days. Once this lifespan is exhausted, it cannot be replenished, and your soul will dissipate, leaving no further opportunity for system binding. However, as a first-time system host, you will receive a golden opportunity. ZZZ. Xunqing. Huh? What opportunity? Are you suggesting I develop some sense? Is this system legitimate? Why does it falter at a critical moment? If it doesn't want to provide, then it need not. Nevertheless, the nature of this golden opportunity seemed inconsequential. She now recognized herself as a renowned commentator on love-stricken minds, embarking upon the mission to redeem them, to save or to perish. Fortunately, having encountered myriad experiences from a young age, her mental fortitude was robust, allowing her to swiftly embrace this fantastical reality. Wasn't it merely binding a system? Wasn't it merely rescuing love-stricken souls? Nothing held greater significance than survival, especially when the prospect of entering high society awaited her. There was nothing to lose. With her resolve solidified, Xunqing sensed the darkness before her shatter. Blinding white light enveloping her as an immense force seemingly whisked her into another dimension. Detected one love-stricken mind, named Xunqing. Danger level 3. Shall we proceed to read the romantic details and initiate the rescue mission? Just as Xunqing regained her bearings from the disorienting experience, she found herself seated in a sleek black luxury car, while a bald man in a tailored suit in the passenger seat regarded her with haughty disdain, asserting, "Hey, did you remember all the details I just relayed, especially Miss Momo's taboos? What, Momo's chicken leg? I haven't eaten any," Xunqing replied, placing a hand on her abdomen, which felt empty, devoid of any wounds or chicken legs, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Before her stood a luminous projection, starkly revealing the chilling truth that she had merely 6 days and 23 hours of life remaining. A wave of sorrow washed over Xunqing as she extended her hand to pat the bald head of the steward, commanding, "Withdraw." To her astonishment, the projection indeed vanished at her behest. The bald man, witnessing Xunqing's demeanor, was instantly incensed. "You are utterly uncouth. Do you have any notion of the purpose behind the Xu family bringing someone like you back? All you do is tarnish the reputation of the Xu household, pardon?" Xunqing lifted her chin, fixing her gaze upon the bald man, her voice resonating with piercing clarity. "Firstly, I do not respond to hey, and secondly, your head is quite greasy." Chapter 2. The discovery of a love-struck mind. The butler in the car nearly toppled over in exasperation. With a resentful expression, he donned a spare wig from the vehicle and spoke with unfiltered candor. "Given your attitude, don't blame me for not warning you. Within 3 days, you will undoubtedly be expelled from the Xu family." At that moment, Xunqing was perusing the information submitted by the system, casually responding to the butler. "How about a wager? If I am still in the Xu family 3 days from now, you shall kiss your driver for 3 minutes. What do you say?" The car suddenly jolted violently. From the front, the driver's panicked voice rang out, "No, no, Miss Xu. I am a married man. This is utterly disgraceful." The butler hurled a barrage of insults, yet Xunqing remained unperturbed. She was too preoccupied to pay him any mind. Mentally marveling at how indispensable the binding system was for gossip, detecting a love-struck mind, and providing the host with a detailed dossier on romantic entanglements. For instance, the seemingly stern and arrogant butler, Xunqing, had recently been engaged in a delightful intergenerational romance with a female acquaintance on a messaging app. Indeed, Xunqing believed he was experiencing a transcendent love with a 21-year-old girl, despite being 36 himself. However, The information Su Xuanqing held revealed that the female acquaintance was none other than the driver beside Xunqing, a man of 42, adept at using a voice modulator, who juggled conversations with 8 men simultaneously, earning a monthly income greater than that of his current position as a driver in the Su household. Furthermore, the driver was aware of the butler's true identity. TSK. Nonetheless, with only 7 days to live, she deemed it more prudent to focus on the upcoming family recognition segment, postponing the resolution of this pair's predicament and allowing the butler to stew in discomfort a while longer. Meanwhile, in the Su family's floral hall, Su father and Su mother leisurely sipped tea as the clock struck 12, heralding noon. Su mother set down her teacup, furrowing her brow. Why hasn't the butler brought her here yet? It is utterly improper for us to be kept waiting. Seated beside her, Su Momo grasped her mother's hand, speaking softly, "Mother, do not fret. My sister has endured hardships for 20 years. Some resentment towards our family is only natural. Upon her return, I shall surely take good care of her. It is her privilege to be welcomed back into the Su family. How dare she complain?" Su mother's tone cooled, yet softened as she gazed at the obedient Su Momo. "Do not worry, Momo. With so many servants in the Su household, we can certainly attend to her needs without burdening you." Su Momo's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice quavering. "Actually, I envy my sister immensely for being our mother's biological daughter, while I—" Her voice dwindled, culminating in a low sob, as if these days had weighed heavily upon her heart. How could Su mother bear to hear this? Su Momo had been her companion for 20 years, always obedient and gentle, who in high society didn't envy her for having such a wonderful daughter. Just as Su mother was about to comfort Su Momo, the sound of a car gently coming to a halt outside caught their attention, signaling the butler's return with the girl. Su Momo, feeling particularly insecure, tugged at her mother's sleeve, looking utterly forlorn. Su mother immediately clasped her hand, reassuring her, "Momo, no matter what transpires, you shall forever be our daughter." As they nestled together, Su father stood quietly by their side, forming a harmonious tableau of a family of 3 in the floral hall. Outside, the butler and the driver parked the car, while Su Xuanqing paid them no mind, strolling along the magnificent, estate-like pathway, marveling inwardly. "Wow, the scenery here is delightful. If I were to be buried here after my demise, my remains would surely feel warm. What a grand floral hall. Are those real or artificial flowers? It is evident that there is no place for me among this family of 3. Su father and Su mother must be exceedingly busy, having managed to elevate the Su family's fortunes. It is no wonder the butler and driver are too preoccupied to indulge in such juicy gossip." After soothing Su Momo, Su mother finally stepped out of the floral hall with Su father. They wished to prevent Su Momo from sinking into despair and decided to meet this girl from the slums. However, before they could position themselves, a lively female voice began chattering incessantly, her words becoming increasingly ludicrous. From a distance, a girl clad in a cheap short-sleeved shirt and shorts approached. The plastic of her sandals reflected the sun's rays, causing a sense of unease in the seasoned Su parents. What an odd sound. Where is it coming from? The girl standing before them hadn't even opened her mouth. Su Xuanqing had wandered to the entrance of the floral hall, and upon raising her head, she spotted the 2 figures on the steps. Although Su mother was over 40, her well-maintained appearance made her seem only around 30, traces of her past beauty still evident. Su father exuded an air of authority, standing alongside Su mother in apparent intimacy, though there was an invisible distance between them. As Su Xuanqing offered a demure smile, her greeting caught in her throat as her mind erupted with a cacophony of alerts. Detected a love-struck mind. Su Yuan. Danger, level 7. Would you like to read the details of this romance and initiate the rescue mission? Detected a love-struck mind. Gao Meihua. Danger, level 4. Would you like to read the details of this romance and initiate the rescue mission? Detected a love-struck mind. Lu Yingying. Danger, level 2. Would you like to read the details of this romance and initiate the rescue mission? Detected a love-struck mind. Su Momo. Danger, level 9. Would you like to read the details of this romance and initiate the rescue mission? Su Xuanqing felt as though her mind might explode, clutching her head as she stumbled, muttering, "I can't take it anymore. My head is pounding. What kind of wealthy family has so many love-struck minds? Even Su father and Su mother are afflicted with this foolishness despite being married. How utterly shameless." Upon hearing Su Xuanqing complain of a headache, Su mother instinctively reached out to support her. But the moment she registered Su Xuanqing's thoughts, her hand recoiled in shock. What is this love nonsense? They were completely oblivious. Xu father and Xu mother exchanged knowing glances before hastily turning away. They could now confirm that they could hear Xu Xuanqing's peculiar inner monologue. At that moment, Xu Xuanqing felt an overwhelming desire to silence the system. However, with circumstances as they were, she could only suppress her urge for gossip. If she were to live here, making a good impression on Xu father and Xu mother was paramount. Mr. Xu, Ms. Gao, greetings. I am Xu Xuanqing. She offered a shy yet poised smile. Having experienced a life in the system, she remembered how her previous exuberance at finding her biological parents had led to disdain and mockery, ultimately being sent to the nanny-esque quarters by Xu Momo. This time, she maintained a polite distance, hoping to avoid any semblance of opportunism. Xu father and Xu mother, initially indifferent towards this suddenly appearing daughter, were momentarily taken aback by her respectful address, caught off guard by her demeanor. Then they observed the girl before them. Her lips pressed tightly together, exuding an air of nervousness. Yet, her thoughts echoed in their ears. I truly possess high emotional intelligence, after all. I did not seek to enter this wealthy family for my own sake, but rather to rescue you love-struck fools. It was not appropriate for the two to voice their thoughts aloud. They could only respond with a vague sense of bewilderment. Xuanqing has finally returned. Titles are a trivial matter. We can adjust our address in due course. Huzzah! Success! I was neither expelled nor reprimanded. What comes next in this process? Mrs. Xu, listening to the lively musings of Xu Xuanqing, felt a persistent unease in her heart. Yet, this was not the moment to dwell on such feelings. She and Mr. Xu were reluctant to linger outside any longer, so they guided Xu Xuanqing into the flower room. Mrs. Xu believed it was imperative for her to meet Xu Momo first, for Momo had spent a restless night worrying about her. It was essential to let her know who was concerned for her, lest she harbor any ill thoughts. Chapter 3. A Beautiful Jasmine Flower. As Xu Xuanqing entered the flower room alongside her mother, her gaze was immediately drawn to a girl standing gracefully by the sofa. Clad in a simple white gauze dress, Xu Momo's attire was deceptively understated, adorned with delicate sequins at the hem and intricate patterns at the bodice, resembling a beautiful yet innocent jasmine flower. The moment their eyes met, Xu Xuanqing felt as if a spark of destiny flickered in the air. Oh, the pain.
Xu Mama,
Tears brimming in her eyes, stumbled forward 2 steps and, with a choked voice, exclaimed, Sister? Is it truly you, Xuanqing? Father, mother, and I have missed you dearly. Even the winds of longing have reached the halls of the affluent, yet I find myself repulsed by this opulence. Is this the legendary White Lotus? The fake heiress with a 9th-level romantic mindset? She appears so pitiful. No wonder she can thrive in the entertainment industry. Her acting is simply astonishing. Mrs. Xu's previously joyful expression froze instantly, and even Mr. Xu, typically stoic, furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, Momo's concerns were not unfounded. Some individuals possess an insatiable sense of entitlement. A mere token of compensation could render them eternally grateful, yet here she was, returning home with dissatisfaction. Fearing that Xu Momo might overhear these excessive thoughts and be distressed, Mrs. Xu hurriedly turned her gaze toward her. However, she observed that Momo showed no reaction, as if she were entirely oblivious to the unspoken words. Mrs. Xu was left in doubt, unsure whether Xu Momo was simply well-mannered or genuinely unable to hear. She coldly introduced Xu Xuanqing. This is Momo. Since she calls you sister, you two should support each other from now on. It will provide companionship. She looked at Xu Xuanqing, hoping for her to say something that would allow her to gauge Momo's emotions. As expected, Xu Xuanqing did not disappoint. She activated her mode of sarcasm. Understood? Understood. As sisters, she will secretly conspire against me, usurp my family while feigning innocence. She is the innocent protagonist, while I am merely a malicious cannon fodder. How could I possibly compete with her? I should bide my time for now. Both Mr. and Mrs. Xu turned their gazes towards Xu Momo, only to find her countenance unchanged, truly appearing to be unaware. Xu Momo, oblivious to the tension, took Xu Xuanqing's hand, expressing her concern. Sister Xuanqing, having lived in that place for so long, it must have been difficult for you to adjust. If you ever need anything, just seek me out. Consider this your home. Observing Momo's empathetic demeanor, Mrs. Xu felt considerably reassured. After all, she was their beloved princess, nurtured since childhood. However, Xu Xuanqing's thoughts struck her as peculiar. Despite being under the same roof, Su Momo seemed unable to hear her. Could it be related to their bloodline? Mrs. Su herself held little interest in Su Xunqing. She merely wished to ensure that the Su lineage did not dwindle. If Su Xunqing proved to be an ungrateful burden, she would not hesitate to send her away. However, after hearing some of her thoughts, Mrs. Su's curiosity piqued, compelling her to investigate whether this phenomenon had any connection to their bloodline. Regrettably, the eldest, second, and fourth siblings had all claimed to be busy with work today, or else they would surely have uncovered the truth. My sister is genuinely kind. I was almost moved to tears. Su Xunqing shuddered at the goosebumps on her skin, freeing her hand from Su Momo's grasp. What do you mean by considering this your home? Is not the Su family also my home? What? Am I not wanted here? The next line surely will be, Sister, please don't be angry. I speak bluntly, so don't take it to heart. Sister, please don't be angry. I speak bluntly, so don't take it to heart. Su Momo rubbed her slightly reddened wrist, deliberately positioning it where Mr. and Mrs. Su could see. Su Xunqing immediately stepped back 2 paces. How could I dare to be angry? It is you who are overthinking. Does my sister think my presence is superfluous? Yet I have been part of the Su family for 20 years. I cannot simply sever ties. From now on, I will take good care of you, sister. Please do not cast me away. Does my sister think my presence is superfluous? Su Momo's eyes reddened further, tears welling in her eyes, portraying the image of a resilient little flower enduring hardship. But I have been with the Su family for 20 years. I cannot simply separate myself. I will take good care of you, sister. Please do not cast me away. Who could possibly cast you away? The ultimate White Lotus knows how to feign vulnerability and shift blame like a pro. Next, Mrs. Su will surely be furious, questioning what right you have to dismiss my daughter. It appears your intentions are not as sincere as you claim. Mrs. Su's retort was abruptly stifled, swallowed back into her throat. Su Xunqing's attitude was so unsatisfactory. Was she a prophet as well? Mr. and Mrs. Su exchanged a glance, sensing an undercurrent of complexity. Initially, they had not found any fault in Su Momo's words, yet Su Xunqing's internal commentary made them reconsider her intentions. Moreover, their thoughts and actions had indeed been swayed by Su Momo's influence. Had they not overheard Su Xunqing's sentiments, Mrs. Su would have undoubtedly ordered her to leave by now. Observing the apparent camaraderie between the 2 daughters, albeit with palpable tension, Mr. Su took it upon himself to mediate. Your sisters. Neither of you will leave the Su family, so you must learn to coexist harmoniously. Indeed, Mrs. Su echoed, unwilling to let the atmosphere remain stilted. She turned to Su Momo, encouragingly suggesting, Momo, why not take Xunqing around the house? Introduce her to everything. Did you not prepare a lovely room for her? You could also show her that. Mrs. Su considered how, over the past few days, Su Momo had been tirelessly attending to preparations for Su Xunqing's arrival, even using her own card to purchase numerous clothes and bags for her. Throughout this time, Su Momo had often expressed her excitement for her sister's return, albeit with a hint of insecurity, which Mrs. Su could understand. In light of this, it seemed Su Xunqing had been rather petty. Those coming from outside could never truly understand the family, as well as those raised within. Why am I not being sent away? Then how will I desperately plead to stay and conveniently move into the maid's quarters? I want to witness the drama unfold in the maid's quarters. Surely there will be more gossip there. Mr. and Mrs. Su, who were never particularly warm, found themselves even more distanced from Su Xunqing upon hearing her internal musings. This child, having returned to the halls of affluence, still harbored such narrow-minded thoughts, contemplating living in the maid's quarters? Is this not a disgrace to the Su family? Moreover, what business does the nanny have that could possibly concern us? Is it watermelon, pumpkin, or gourd? Truly, it is nonsensical. In that moment, the atmosphere within the household grew exceedingly peculiar. Su Mo discerned the disdain that both Su father and Su mother held for Su Xunqing, and with a smile that radiated sweetness, she resolved to give this rustic cousin a proper introduction. Chapter 4. Here comes the gossip. All right, dear Mom and Dad. Su Mo exclaimed, her enthusiasm reminiscent of a lively little rabbit, as she commenced her heartfelt introduction to the oblivious Su Xunqing. Sister, look at this sofa in our flower room. It was brought back from Europe by Uncle Lu just last month. Its current market value is approximately $2 million. What does a $2 million sofa have to do with me? I'm not going to gnaw on it like a husky. All the flowers here are rare varieties. Each pot is priceless, so do be cautious. Oh, So if I accidentally knock one over, I'm liable for damages? I have no money. But I certainly have a life to spare. While flowers may not bloom for 100 days, I certainly do. And this coffee table, sister? I presume you have never seen one like it? It is carved from raw stone transported from the southern hemisphere, exceedingly precious.
What?
Did you personally bring this coffee table from the southern hemisphere? Should I kneel and prostrate myself before you?
Vile Xu Montag joyfully elaborated.
Xunqing maintained a polite smile, internally battling the urge to drift into slumber, mocking the absurdity of it all. The exorbitance of this household is not my doing. What use is it to inform me of the cost of the tiles without revealing where the restroom is? Is this a display of intimidation? It feels as though I am witnessing the evolution of a human mummy, with the incessant stream of mockery reaching a crescendo. The smiles of Xu father and Xu mother gradually faded, their attention unconsciously shifting from Xu Mo's elegance to the comical musings of Xunqing. Xu mother shook her head, striving to dispel the incessant chatter echoing in her mind. She often enjoyed explaining the new acquisitions in their home to Xu Mo, intending to impart a sense of discernment regarding quality so that her daughter might recognize value when making friends in the future. After all, some of the world's hidden elites may appear modest, yet their possessions are singularly exquisite. But why is this newly found daughter so incapable of distinguishing quality from mediocrity? Shall we go see Sister S' room upstairs now? Xu Mo inquired, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she eagerly awaited Xunqing's response. Xunqing waved her hand dismissively, rubbing her temples in feigned weariness. Perhaps later. I need to rest for a moment. I feel a bit fatigued. Xu Mo tilted her head in confusion. Ah, did my explanation tire you out? I sincerely apologize. I understand your eagerness to chat, but perhaps you should hold off for now. It seems the time is nearly ripe. Let me first see if there are any juicy tidbits to uncover. Xunqing was genuinely concerned about being lulled into a deep sleep by Xu Mo's incessant chatter, potentially waking up 7 days later in a dire situation. She hastily opened the 3-page dossier on romantic affairs she had compiled, casually clicking on the top entry concerning Xu father, Xu Yuan. In the novel, Xu father nearly faced ruin, and had it not been for the main character's financial clout, he would likely have been found beneath the overpass by the conclusion of the tale. After reading merely 2 lines, her mind was beset by a barrage of exclamations. Suddenly, Xu father and Xu mother were taken aback. What on earth is this child rambling about? This gossip is indeed a treasure trove, truly befitting a wealthy family. Even the romantic follies are extraordinary. Unfortunate father, brace yourself for a phone call. I wonder if I can sneak a peek at this delightful scandal. It sounds too riveting to miss. Dinkling. Just as Xunqing's thoughts echoed in her mind, Xu father's phone rang, startling him. He collected his thoughts, casting a sidelong glance at the seemingly innocent Xunqing, and proceeded to answer the call at the door. The call was from his secretary, who informed him that while organizing the office, she discovered an urgent document on his desk that required his signature. She inquired whether he intended to handle it at the office or if she should bring it to him. Xu father, who typically abhorred bringing work home, immediately decided to go to the office. The secretary, ever professional, acknowledged his decision and promptly ended the call. It appeared there were no issues at hand. Xu father had previously promised to take a day off to spend time with his wife and son at home, and coincidentally, he was also involved in the matter of retrieving Xunqing. However, he had not anticipated an oversight in his work. For the Xu family to reach its pinnacle under Xu father's stewardship, it was evident that he was a workaholic. After hanging up, he intended to explain the situation to his wife before heading to the office. However, before he could utter a word, he overheard Xunqing's excited and disjointed voice. Tut, tut, tut. So returning to work is merely a facade. It appears your romantic musings are coerced? You might as well go to work now. Tonight, Secretary Wang will be making her big move. Secretary Wang has already prepared a potent coffee, and tonight, you two will have a night of passion, with her capturing it all on video for leverage. Then Secretary Wang will strike with precision, announcing her pregnancy at your doorstep to assert her claim, thereby shattering your precarious union. Ultimately, the discontented secretary will sell company secrets to a rival firm and distribute your private escapades to all colleagues, even filing a rape charge against you. What a cascade of missteps. How on earth can this be salvaged? I cannot allow my cheap father to meet with the secretary. Having just returned to the Xu family, must I witness its downfall? Xu mother and Xu father. Ah? Is this even coherent? Both were momentarily stunned, utterly unable to process this information, their gazes drawn involuntarily toward the barely contained smirk of Xunqing. Xu father's secretary, surnamed Wang, had been with him for over a decade, consistently displaying exceptional capabilities and causing no troubles. He regarded Secretary Wang almost as a younger sister, providing her with care and support. How could such feelings arise suddenly? Xu mother had encountered Secretary Wang numerous times, and even shopped with her. In her eyes, Wang was the epitome of a strong woman. When she had attempted to introduce potential suitors to Wang, who had declined on the grounds of prioritizing work, she had thought nothing of it. Who could have imagined that this woman harbored intentions toward her husband? The scope of this romantic folly is quite extensive. My cheap father is being toyed with mercilessly by Secretary Wang, who claims to have learned all this from him, desiring a mentor-student romance. To preserve the Xu family legacy, my father must deceive himself, experiencing a Stockholm syndrome of sorts, pretending to love Secretary Wang. What an absurd trajectory.
Tonight.
I must accompany my father to the office, to devise a plan to thwart Secretary Wang's schemes and expose her wickedness, thus safeguarding my own existence. Xunqing pondered intently. She currently possessed but 7 days of initial vitality. Her priority was to complete the task and extend her life. No, absolutely not. Upon absorbing the entirety of this scandal, Xu mother could no longer contain her excitement and exclaimed aloud. Facing the puzzled gazes of her family, she managed to force a smile and said, "What I mean is, dear husband, it must be quite arduous for you to handle overtime alone. This simply won't do. I should accompany you to the office." Chapter 5. The Process of Hiring a Nanny. Mr. Xu had every intention to decline, as he had always been averse to women meddling in his professional affairs. However, considering that his wife likely shared his concerns about Xunqing's intentions, it was understandable. It was often easier for a woman to address matters concerning another woman. If his wife accompanied him, Secretary Wang would surely think twice before acting on any ulterior motives. Indeed, the company's affairs were rather convoluted. Mr. Xu nodded and exchanged a knowing glance with Mrs. Xu. The 7th-level romantic brain, Xu Yuan, had successfully saved the day. Congratulations to the host for gaining 3 days of life points, a bonus of 30,000 yuan and a special item, a pocket tent. Would you like to review the item description now? Xunqing. What on earth? She hadn't even done anything yet. So how did this romantic brain save the day? What exactly went awry? No, wait, where was the golden finger? She needed to personally express her gratitude. Xunqing hastily activated her underutilized brain, reflecting on her time since arriving at the Xu household. There were indeed some details that diverged from the original narrative.
Yet,
most importantly, in the original story that allowed for the rewind of time, there was no mention of Mrs. Xu insisting on going to the office. As she pondered, she inadvertently murmured her thoughts aloud. Is the power of love truly so formidable? Does my dear mother believe that joining in on this overtime will alleviate my father's misfortunes? But why, all of a sudden, does she wish to go to the office? Oh well, it doesn't matter, as long as this romantic brain is successful. That's all that counts. Go, dear mother. Hearing Xunqing's inner thoughts, both Mr. and Mrs. Xu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed they would navigate this hurdle successfully, and they needed to rush to the office to address the troublesome Secretary Wang. It was simply too frightening. Xu Momo had thoughtfully brought her father a freshly ironed suit, beaming as she said, "Mom and Dad, you're working hard today, even on your day off. Don't worry. Momo will take good care of my sister at home." Mr. Xu managed a strained smile, patting Xu Momo's head absent-mindedly before turning to Xunqing and saying, "Xunqing, this is your home. If you need anything, you can always ask the butler or the nanny." This daughter seemed to possess some depth. Although they were still puzzled about why they could hear her thoughts, and uncertain whether the impending crisis she had predicted was genuine, he nonetheless extended a sliver of goodwill. Mrs. Xu, however, remained anxious about Xu Momo being bullied at home. After all, her daughter had been raised quite pampered and might struggle against someone like Xunqing, who had emerged from the streets. Ah, how hard to believe. The butler and the nanny are both Xu Momo's people. Not only will I be targeted by Xu Momo, but I will also be ostracized by the staff. But it's fine. I came here to face trials, and how long I survive is all in fate's hands. Xunqing, feeling rather unmotivated, politely nodded, appearing quite obedient. All right, Mr. Xu, I wish you a pleasant workday. She was beginning to exhibit a hint of that lobby manager vibe. Mr. and Mrs. Xu hurried off to eliminate the unstable element, Secretary Wang. exchanging a few casual remarks before departing. In their haste, they failed to notice Su Momo's tightly clenched fists behind them. Su Momo had always been the cherished darling of the Su household, but just now, her father had overlooked her to speak to Su Xunqing instead of praising her. Was blood relation truly that miraculous? Despite her parents' assurances that they would always love her most, even if their biological daughter returned, the bond shared over 20 years had surely transcended mere genetics, and she had always believed herself to be their most beloved little princess. To her dismay, all of this was a lie. Su Xunqing had only just returned, and already her parents' hearts and minds were completely consumed by her. Su Momo's initial resentment towards Su Xunqing intensified, and she began to harbor grievances against her parents as well. Nevertheless, she was confident that her most beloved older brother, second brother, and younger brother would always stand by her side. Su Xunqing was unlikely to stir much trouble. The more she endured humiliation now, the more love she would garner in the future. Su Momo calmed herself and gently suggested, "Sister, you must be tired. Why don't I show you to a room where you can rest?" As she spoke, she took Su Xunqing's hand, feigning the bond of close sisters. The sound of a car engine echoed from outside, prompting Su Xunqing to smile as she withdrew her hand and raised an eyebrow, responding, "Sure. Let us go take a look." Outside the villa, Mrs. Su gazed back with concern, complaining to Mr. Su, "Do you think Su Xunqing harbors too much animosity towards Momo? They are just children." Mr. Su had calmed considerably, resting his eyes lightly. Mrs. Su, still feeling uneasy, took out her phone and dialed a number. She intended to summon their most composed eldest son, Su Siyuan, to keep an eye on things, and perhaps remind him to see if he could also hear Su Xunqing's thoughts. The Su parents each harbored their own concerns as they made their way to the office. Meanwhile, Secretary Wang, having prepared her medicinal wine and donned her revealing attire, was resolute in her determination for the night. Little did she expect Mrs. Su to arrive at the company as well. Before she could devise a new strategy, she found herself dismissed the moment she stepped into Mr. Su's office. Losing both her lover and her job, she attempted to seduce Mr. Su without reservations, but was swiftly subdued by the security personnel who had been waiting. Shortly thereafter, the drugs concealed in her coffee were discovered, and in a fit of despair, she erupted in a tirade, only to be unceremoniously dragged away by the Su family's bodyguards, banished far from the premises. Within the Su villa, Su Xunqing followed Su Momo to the entrance of a room that was said to be meticulously arranged by Su Momo herself. Along the way, Su Momo took the time to introduce her surroundings. "Look, this is the kitchen. If you ever feel like eating something, feel free to cook for yourself. Over there is the supply room, where all the cleaning supplies are kept." It was a textbook example of a nanny recruitment process. Su Xunqing was accustomed to such soft tactics. Her curiosity was piqued, however, regarding the room itself. In the original plot, she had inadvertently offended both Mr. and Mrs. Su on her first day back, leading Su Momo to suggest confining her to the nanny's quarters to temper her spirit. Thus, she had never set foot in her own room. Later, she had yielded, choosing a room on the first floor to manage, and had never seen the true nature of the second floor. To her surprise, this time things seemed to be progressing rather smoothly. Meanwhile, Su Momo had already opened the door to the room adjacent to her own, which was designated as Su Xunqing's bedroom, the very place where she once placed her bags and toys. Su Xunqing caught a glimpse of the white carpet laid on the floor and was about to step inside for a closer look when Su Momo's hand barred her from entering. Chapter 6. Please wear shoe covers. Su Momo raised her chin with an air of superiority, the small diamond on her delicate neck glinting in the light. "Wait a moment. Your shoes are too dirty. Please put on shoe covers before entering. I wouldn't want you to soil the carpet I just had laid." Su Xunqing, what an imposing set of rules. She had never been one to easily yield. Just moments ago, when Mr. and Mrs. Su were present, the two had exchanged veiled barbs, and now Su Imo had shed her pretense, fully intending to show no mercy. The vendetta, within the narrative, had yet to be settled. Su Xunqing retrieved a pristine pair of shoe covers from the shoe cabinet nearby. "This is it, isn't it?" Su Imo raised an eyebrow, unperturbed. "Indeed, just put them on and enter." Commoners were simply that, commoners, before someone of her exalted status, unable to stir up any significant turmoil. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Su Imo's eyes widened in astonishment. Su Xunqing swiftly shoved the shoe covers into Su Imo's mouth and, with an air of nonchalance, clapped her hands. "However, compared to my shoes, it seems your mouth is far dirtier." For a moment, Mo found herself in a state of shock, standing there, wide-eyed, even attempting to clench her jaw, only to find herself biting down on the shoe covers. Having navigated the elite circles for 2 decades, her encounters had always been characterized by superficial civility, with underhanded tactics lurking beneath. She had never experienced such a direct and unsavory affront. Not far away, 2 maids, while tidying up, cast furtive glances at the unfolding scene, astonished to witness Mo, who was typically generous towards them, being treated in such a manner. A mere wild girl, fresh to the Xu household, dared to bully her like this? Yet, it dawned on them swiftly that this was a prime opportunity to shine before their master. Without hesitation, the 2 maids rushed forward. One gently removed the shoe covers from Mo's mouth and tossed them aside, easing her discomfort, while the other stood protectively in front of her, brandishing a mop like a hawk guarding its chick, pointing accusingly at Xunqing. "What do you think you are? How dare you bully our Miss Mo? I am a person, a being of the world," Xunqing replied with a smile, surveying the 2 maids. "You are mere servants, bowing and scraping." The maids immediately placed their hands on their hips. "No wonder you come from such a place. Your manners are utterly lacking. You cannot possibly compare to our Miss Mo. They cared little for right or wrong. Their singular focus was to thwart the ambitious wild girl and establish themselves as the most favored attendants by their mistress's side. Silence. Mo thought her mouth was suffused with the taste of plastic, while the 2 maids continued to bicker, giving her a headache. "You fools. With your brawn, why not just slap Xunqing instead of standing here squabbling?" Meanwhile, Xunqing stood smiling, listening to the incessant chatter of her internal system about romantic details, suddenly grasping Mo's true intent. How could she have thought the young lady was a schemer? In truth, the young lady was helping her prolong her existence. The maid's quarters held far more intrigue than she had anticipated. It was, indeed, a veritable source of sustenance for her future life. Xunqing abruptly abandoned any thoughts of resistance, her sparkling eyes turning towards Mo, eagerly awaiting her next proclamation. Mo did not disappoint. With an air of superiority, she declared, "Since you disdain such a fine room, then go stay in the maid's quarters." Her words grew increasingly uncertain, puzzled by the inexplicable look Xunqing wore, as if she had been anticipating this very statement. Xunqing, satisfied, clasped her hands joyfully. "All right, I shall go."
Xu Montag?
She sensed something was amiss with Xunqing's reaction and cautiously warned, "The maid's quarters are hardly a pleasant place. This is your own decision, and they will all bear witness, so don't even think of complaining to Mom and Dad. That matters not. This is my fate, which I understand and accept." Xunqing shrugged. Unless absolutely necessary, she would not complete Mo's task. Spending some time in the maid's quarters to regain some life force sounded rather appealing. "Since you wish to go, allow Mo to regain her composure as the young lady," she said, rubbing her temples. "I'm feeling a bit weary today. Xiao Hong, please take her to rest." The young maid with the broom immediately complied. However, in an instant, Mo recalled her parents' recently altered demeanor and felt a twinge of anxiety. Now that Xunqing had just arrived at the Xu household, perhaps her willingness to reside in the maid's quarters was a ploy to win favor. Mo's vigilance surged, and she called out, "Wait, since this is your first time at the Xu residence, let me guide you." She needed to witness Xunqing's humiliating entrance into the maid's quarters to feel at ease. Beep beep. Just as they had taken a few steps, a blinding beam of headlights and the sound of a car horn interrupted them. Moments later, a man clad in a long trench coat alighted from the vehicle and strode swiftly in their direction.
"Ah,
the eldest son has returned," Xiao Hong exclaimed, her voice booming, before immediately covering her face in embarrassment. The other maid, Xiao Lu, discreetly rolled her eyes. Xunqing followed their gaze and beheld a man with striking features, reminiscent of a dragon among phoenixes. Upon closer inspection, he bore a slight resemblance to their father, exuding an aura befitting one of high status. Too familiar. Wasn't this the elder brother Xu, the formidable business mogul who had ruthlessly silenced her in the narrative to appease Mo? Mo halted, her face lighting up with delight. "Brother, you've returned." The Xu family had 4 children. Oh wait, now 5. Xu, at 29, was undoubtedly the most accomplished among the younger generation, having commandeered a significant portion of the Xu family's commercial empire at such a young age, known for his ruthless tactics. earning him the moniker of the cold-faced king of commerce, eliciting respect from Mall.
Xu Montag mos excitement was palpable.
Xu Xiyan had always been the most doting brother to her, just yesterday, when she had called to express her fears about the arrival of their biological sister. He had paused his meeting to comfort her for 20 minutes and reassured her he would not return to see Xunqing, declaring her to be his only sister, which had lifted her spirits immensely. But wait, having made such a promise, why had he returned now? Had he perhaps changed his mind?
Xu Montag mos smile abruptly faltered.
And the step she had taken forward came to an abrupt stop. Upon seeing Xu Mo, the imposing aura surrounding the tall man dissipated like melting ice and snow, replaced by a gentle smile as he presented the cake he had bought just for her, his eyes brimming with affection. His heart and gaze were solely focused on his precious younger sister. So much so that he failed to notice the girl beside Xu Mo, who bore a striking resemblance to him, only hearing the crisp sound of her complaints. Chapter 7. The vigor of youth is remarkable. Wasn't this eldest brother supposed to have no role tonight? Why has he returned early? Could it be that this little Mo summoned him as reinforcements? Has the plot already unraveled so soon? Or is he in the throes of romantic folly, preparing to return to a love that is destined to lead nowhere? Xunqing murmured to herself, covering her ears from the auditory explosion, quietly stepping back in an attempt to conceal her presence. Detected. One romantic thinker, named Xu Xiyan, danger level 6. Would you like to retrieve romantic details now and initiate the rescue mission? What a pitiful system, detecting everyone without a hint of discretion. Although Xunqing felt somewhat intimidated by Xu Xiyan, she was nonetheless intrigued by the romantic details detected by the system. She recalled that during this period in the original narrative, Xu Xiyan doted on his sister as if she were his own daughter, oblivious to the fact that his feelings would later become distorted. It was not until the moment his sister became engaged to Jin Beiming, and he witnessed her in a wedding dress, that he was gripped by an overwhelming desire to possess her, realizing that his love transcended mere sibling affection. Yet, by that point, despite his sister's heartfelt pleas, he transformed his love into a protective instinct, entering into a commercial marriage with a daughter from another prestigious family and providing Jin Beiming with comprehensive support to help him ascend to the position of head of the Jin family. However, that was a tale for another time. Logically, Xu Xiyan should not have been entangled in any romantic affairs at this moment. How could it be that he bore such an order? Xunqing pondered in confusion, her curiosity piqued. As Xu Xiyan approached through the darkness, his gaze sharpened, and his previously quickened pace came to an abrupt halt. Could it be true, as his parents had stated during their phone call earlier today? Was this newly recognized sister truly capable of conveying unspoken sentiments through some sort of sorcery? He had originally been abroad to finalize a crucial contract, and by all accounts, he would not return for at least 3 days. Yet, Sue's mother had reported that this newly acknowledged sister emanated an aura of peculiarity. Most alarmingly, she had casually remarked that the new sister seemed less than fond of Mo. This was intolerable. Without hesitation, he boarded a private jet back to the country. Xu Mo was the cherished jewel of the Xu family, and no one was permitted to harm her. The sudden sound startled him. He needed to ascertain the situation and ensure Mo's safety. Xu Mo, standing in the shadows, noticed that her most trusted elder brother, who had initially been striding toward her, halted mere steps away, his gaze fixed intently on Xunqing. His lingering gaze was prolonged, so much so that it ignited a flicker of unease within the typically confident Xu Mo. When Xunqing turned around, she found that Xu Mo had somehow moved closer to her side, her eyes sparkling as they regarded her, causing Xunqing's heart to lurch in trepidation. Oh no! Xu Mo has started to look at me. Is she going to pretend to faint and frame me for it? This life is unbearable. Perhaps I should faint as well. Is my brother blind or truly in love? This is a pivotal moment, a case of double fainting. Xu Xiyan remained oblivious to the thoughts racing through the two women's minds, only to be taken aback as he widened his eyes in shock. He watched as Xu Mo took 2 steps forward, as though someone had given her a push from behind. She suddenly turned around in disbelief, her voice trembling. Sister Xunqing, why? Before she could finish her sentence, she gracefully collapsed to the ground, a tragic sight to behold. Behind her, Xunqing also fell, landing unceremoniously, echoing the same words. Why, young people are so resilient, they can fall asleep anywhere. This fall will surely captivate Big Brother. Since I didn't push her, I can't be blamed for this, right? Xu Xiyan Having navigated the business world for years, he had encountered all manner of oddities, yet this scene was entirely unprecedented. Furrowing his brow, he found himself perplexed by the current tableau, but leaving both women sprawled on the ground was hardly appropriate. He quickly stepped forward to assist Xu Mo. A glimmer of triumph flickered in Xu Mo's eyes as she feigned weakness, murmuring, "Brother, please don't blame Sister Xunqing. Brother, please don't hold Sister accountable. It was my clumsiness that caused the fall. I was simply too overjoyed to see you, which led to my unfortunate tumble. Sister certainly didn't intend to push me, boohoo." Listening to their simultaneous declarations, one from within, the other spoken aloud, made Su Xian's CPU nearly overheat. However, clarity began to dawn upon him. Mo was still just a child. Her actions stemmed from a lack of security. Softening his demeanor, he gently patted her head, speaking in a soothing tone. Mo, don't fall like that next time. What if you hurt yourself? In Su Mo's mind, a loud crash echoed. What did he mean by next time don't fall like that? Unable to bear the weight of her grievance, her voice sharpened. Brother, you don't believe me? Su Xian refrained from addressing her question and, seeing that her injuries were minor, released her to inquire, where are you two headed? Where could we possibly go? I'm simply being sent away to the nanny's quarters, far from here. Little Mo, are you not going to speak up? Hurry and tell your brother that it was my choice to go. What can I say? A man obsessed with his sister will surely believe that I volunteered to leave. Perhaps I should just say it outright.
Su Xian flauen.
His family had ample guest rooms, and he would never treat her so harshly. At that moment, Xiao Hong, noticing the silence, stepped forward to clarify. Young master. It's like this. Miss Xunqing is unaccustomed to the room prepared for Miss Mo, and wishes to stay with me instead. Su Mo quickly regained her composure and forced a smile. Yes, I wanted to take my sister over for a look first, and then persuade her along the way. Su Xian's suspicions began to solidify. He felt no sympathy for Su Xunqing, yet he was determined to protect his innocent sister from such manipulations. Surely, this woman wielded some enchantment that bewitched Mo. He handed a piece of cake to Su Mo before coldly stating, "It's chilly outside. Mo should return to rest. I will escort her to have a look." So, you don't trust me? Tears brimmed in Su Mo's eyes, spilling over as she choked out. All right, so I'm the unnecessary one in this family. Then I shall leave. Observing the shifting expressions between the siblings, Su Xunqing's heart raced with excitement. Oh no, little Mo is about to get upset. This is going to be a disaster, a funeral pyre for their relationship. Su Xian, irritated by Su Xunqing's incessant chatter, turned to admonish her. Be quiet, you're the one causing trouble. If it weren't for your incessant remarks, Mo wouldn't be acting this way. Chapter 8. The Cold-Faced King of Hell's Limited Edition Merchandise. Su Xunqing, suddenly caught in the whirlwind of events, blinked in bewilderment.
Ha!
Brother, you might want to wake up. Since your arrival, I haven't uttered a single word. What a farce! How could you blame the audience for your poor performance? Only then did Su Xian grasp the situation. He had been privy to Su Xunqing's inner musings all along, yet she had never actually spoken aloud. Did this woman not realize they could hear her thoughts? Or was she merely playing a part? Su Xian was reluctant to entertain notions of supernatural phenomena. He suspected she had some high-tech miniature amplifier that projected her thoughts directly into his ears, influencing his perception of Mo. His own research team had yet to develop anything of that nature. This time, he not only aimed to expose his ostentatious younger sister, but also sought to acquire the cutting-edge technology she possessed to expand his business empire. Su Xian's gaze turned colder. Who permitted you to call me brother? I have only Mo as my sister. Do you think you are worthy? Su Xunqing replied, I have never been this speechless in my life. How do I explain that brother is merely a term used in the face of someone's absurdity? When the delivery doesn't arrive at my doorstep, or when the takeout spills, I would ask them if they want to wake up to reality. Su Mo had already dashed away, while Su Xian was preoccupied with his mental sparring with Su Xunqing, failing to chase after her. When he finally turned around, all he saw was a fleeting glimpse of a pure white figure disappearing around the corner. Su Xian withdrew his gaze. He could coax his sister later, but resolving the predicament before him was of paramount importance. Let me guess what this brother's thoughts might be. The domineering brother turns in surprise. When did my little princess sister learn to run marathons? Truly difficult to pursue. Chuckling softly, Su Xunqing delightedly imagined the domineering lines, inadvertently amusing herself. She looked up only to find Su Siyuan's expression had darkened several shades. A palpable killing intent flickering in his eyes. The wealthy truly are terrifying. Each person one encounters seems to be in a state of madness. I should hurry to the nanny's room and nibble on some snacks to prolong my life. Su Xuanqing disregarded Su Siyuan's escalating animosity and turned to the still stationary Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong, lead the way. Aren't we headed to the nanny's room?
Xiao Hong's cheek flushed crimson.
She timidly glanced at Su Siyuan, and seeing the young master was still following, she began to guide the way. Thus, the three of them ambled awkwardly towards the nanny's room. Hidden around the corner, Su Mo noticed that Su Siyuan did not turn back to chase her, but instead followed Su Xuanqing, and her eyes brimmed with increasing resentment. She angrily tossed the delicate little cake in her hand to the ground and ran back to her bedroom. Meanwhile, Su Xuanqing's attention shifted between Xiao Hong and Su Siyuan. She had discerned that ever since Su Siyuan's arrival, Xiao Hong had been acting strangely, striving to curry favor with him while attempting to steal the spotlight. Recalling the recent gossip about her father and his secretary, she felt a mysterious premonition that perhaps Su Siyuan's scandal was somehow connected to Xiao Hong. As she walked, she quietly opened the system order in her mind, pulling up Su Siyuan's profile. Upon glancing at it, her inner voice of sarcasm ignited once more. Goodness gracious. I can hardly believe it. This Xiao Hong is truly a fan of the young master. No wonder she has been throwing sultry glances all night. Tonight, Xiao Hong's happiness seems to have blossomed. She not only peeks at the young master while he bathes but also steals his worn underwear, hoarding them in her room as memorabilia. Ew, that's a bit too disgusting. Su Siyuan had been observing Su Xuanqing throughout the walk, trying to ascertain where she had concealed the high-tech equipment. Yet, before he could locate it, he heard a barrage of shocking thoughts that left him momentarily stunned. What did it mean that the nanny Xiao Hong was infatuated with love, sneaking kisses with the young master's underwear at midnight?
Huh?
He recognized each word separately, but together they struck him with a sense of horror. Su Siyuan's steps grew heavier. He did not wish to hear Su Xuanqing's reckless words, even contemplating reprimanding her to cease her nonsensical chatter. However, he had yet to unearth the secret behind her utterances and did not want to inadvertently alert her to his suspicions. This had to be a trap set by Su Xuanqing. Nevertheless, having heard those recent comments, he could not help but scrutinize Xiao Hong's expression. Initially, he thought Su Xuanqing was merely eccentric, but now he felt he too was on the verge of madness, and this Xiao Hong appeared to be acting strangely, constantly glancing at him. Su Siyuan clenched his fists tightly. Meanwhile, walking along the path, Su Xuanqing continued flipping through the information, her eyes growing brighter.
Wow.
What a fascinating woman. Xiao Hong is truly determined. She has decided to gather 99 pairs of underwear to create a bouquet as a confession. What? She has already stashed over 70 in the nanny's room? I cannot share a room with her. I want to be able to tolerate it. Tonight, Xiao Hong is set to make a big score. Not only will she acquire another pair of original flavor underwear, but she will also receive her 56th video of the young master bathing. Goodness, Xiao Hong, with such determination, why can't you succeed? Su Xuanqing was utterly exhilarated, mentally munching on the gossip while marveling at the absurdity of it all. This was no mere love-struck brain. This was the essence of a leading lady. If Xiao Hong were to fall out of love, selling underwear and bathing videos could yield a handsome profit. This was not just any merchandise. It was a limited edition from the cold-faced king of the business realm. As Su Xuanqing's thoughts grew increasingly outrageous, Su Siyuan's heart sank further. The best way to expose someone is to unveil everything they claim, with his heightened vigilance. How could he allow a nanny to secretly photograph him and steal so many of his underwear? Su Siyuan took a deep breath. Attempting to suppress the tumult of emotions swirling within him, he could not fall for this trap, nor could he reveal himself at this juncture. Thus, the three of them, each with their own thoughts, traversed the lengthy path and finally arrived at the nanny's room. Xiao Hong, gazing at her beloved young master, shyly squeaked, "Young master, let me open the door for you, just a moment." Su Siyuan felt a wave of nausea rising in his throat. There were many rooms in the nanny's quarters, but Xiao Hong had simply assumed Su Xuanqing would share a room with her, thus only opening her own. As soon as the door swung open, Meng Qingji could not help but peek inside. "I've heard that Xiao Hong hides the young master's merchandise in her bedroom drawer. Where is it? I want to see." Su Siyuan gritted his teeth, halting his departure. Seeing both of them standing at the door, Xiao Hong's heart swelled with joy. Was the young master really going to sit in her room today? Chapter 9. understanding, respect, and blessings in unlocking. Xu Xuanqing, immersed in her gossip, paid no mind to the flirtatious exchange between the two behind her and was the first to step into Xiao Hong's nanny room. She had been dying to catch up on the gossip about her father from noon, but unfortunately, her mother had interrupted her plans by following them, completely obstructing her observation. This time, she was determined to seize the opportunity and engage in the front-row gossip. Su Siyuan lingered hesitantly at the doorway. He was exceedingly cautious. Regardless of the truth behind such matters, he would not allow them to transpire. Otherwise, he would become the laughingstock of the world, jeopardizing his standing in the business realm. To prevent Xu Xuanqing from orchestrating such a malignant event, Su Siyuan resolved to follow the two inside, remaining an observer and quelling any unstable elements before they could arise. While Su Siyuan ruminated at the entrance, Xu Xuanqing had already surveyed the room's layout. The nanny's quarters were not particularly spacious. They were merely twice the size of the small room Xu Xuanqing had previously rented. The interior of the room was almost entirely visible at a glance. And on the surface, it appeared that Xiao Hong was quite a tidy young lady. The unoccupied bed was impeccably arranged, exuding an aura that suggested it was ready for immediate occupancy. Xu Xuanqing suddenly conceived a splendid idea and promptly turned to the entrance with a beaming smile. "Young master, this place is rather clean and cozy. Would you care to come in and have a seat?" Su Xiyin was deliberating on what pretext to use to enter when he heard Xu Xuanqing extend the invitation, to which he slightly nodded in agreement. Behind him, Xiao Hong was so thrilled that she had turned a shade of crimson, eagerly following him into the room and cautiously closing the door behind her. This was the first time since her arrival at the Xu residence that she found herself in an intimate space with the young master. Xiao Hong had completely disregarded Xu Xuanqing, the proverbial third wheel, and upon seeing Su Xiyin seated on the stool, she quickly retrieved a small item she always carried. Shyly stepping forward, "Young master, this is a safety talisman I acquired during my visit to the temple last week while praying for blessings. It is said to be particularly effective. I wish to present it to you." Su Xiyin glanced at the talisman in her palm, dampened slightly by her sweat, and struggled to suppress his distaste. What utility did a safety talisman possess? Could it ward off the malevolent spirit that was Xu Xuanqing? Or perhaps shield him from Xiao Hong's peculiarities? Yet, Su Xiyin dared not act impulsively. He merely replied with a cool detachment, "No need. Keep it for yourself and protect your own well-being." Observing Xiao Hong's trembling hands and her gleeful expression, Su Xiyin felt an overwhelming urge to flee the scene. Surely, she could not believe that he was genuinely concerned for her well-being. "Hoping that my elder brother will step up and cooperate with me shortly. I wonder if this time I can join forces with the victim to break through the impasse. Don't let me down with your high intelligence." Xu Xuanqing's inner thoughts surfaced once more. Su Xiyin hesitated for a couple of seconds, yet he was determined to resolve the matter today, reluctantly deciding to place his trust in Xu Xuanqing for the time being. Although Xiao Hong had been declined, she felt a sweetness in her heart from the young master's concern. She tenderly tucked away the blessed talisman, then rubbed her hands together and said, "Please, make yourselves comfortable. I shall fetch you some water." Xiao Hong did not spare a glance for Xu Xuanqing, which inadvertently facilitated her covert actions. Xu Xuanqing meticulously surveyed every corner of the room before finally fixing her gaze upon the exquisite wooden safe adorned with a lock that rested beside Xiao Hong's bed. The chest was resplendent, a stark contrast to the room's otherwise modest furnishings, and it bore a delicate lock, positioned as if it were held close every night. The exquisite undergarments must be housed within that wooden chest. However, that lock poses quite a challenge. How can I possibly open it without drawing attention? Though any hairpin or key could easily unlock it, I have come unprepared. What a blunder. As Xu Xuanqing fretted over this dilemma, a small clattering sound caught her attention. Turning her head, she was surprised to see Su Xiyin's key had dropped to the floor, while he remained lost in thought. Gazing out the window, his brow furrowed in concentration, utterly oblivious to the fallen object. Xu Xuanqing gingerly extended her toes, carefully nudging the key towards herself. Since I'm assisting you, borrowing your key shouldn't be a problem. This certainly increases my chances. Soon I shall unlock it and deliver a stunning revelation." She reveled in her thoughts, unaware that Su Xiyin, upon noticing her acquisition of the key, had gradually relaxed his tension. Feigning casualness, Xu Xuanqing wandered around the room, ultimately seating herself at the head of Xiao Hong's bed, mere inches from the chest. However, Xiao Hong had prepared tea and returned to their side. Su Xuanqing lost a golden opportunity and, in a seemingly innocuous manner, pointed to the nearby chest, inquiring, Xiaohong, your chest is so beautiful. What mysterious treasures lie within? It's even locked. Xiaohong blushed shyly, glancing furtively at Su Xin, only to find him gazing back at her, causing her legs to tremble with excitement. She lowered her head and stammered, it's nothing special, just some personal keepsakes, nothing of value. Su Xuanqing pressed on, may I take a look? You know, I come from humble beginnings and don't mind the worth of things. She chuckled at her own predicament, yet Su Xin's expression darkened further. How could she belittle herself when she bore the blood of the Su family? Was she lamenting their failure to find her sooner? Upon hearing Su Xuanqing's request to see inside, Xiaohong immediately waved her hands in denial. No, perhaps another time. It's not very convenient right now. She had yet to gather enough items. Once she had a sufficient collection to fashion a beautiful bouquet for her confession to the young master, the whole world would witness it.
Su Xunqing not dead knowingly.
Casting a sidelong glance at Su Xin, it must be that you're embarrassed to let the young master know about your youthful affections, right? We girls understand.
Oh.
How convenient that you don't want to show it. I never expected you, Xiaohong, to possess two faces. Understanding, respect, blessing, and unlocking. While sipping her tea, Su Xuanqing found herself silently mocking the pair. Yet, with Xiaohong seated beside her and the three of them sharing an uncomfortable silence, any movement on Su Xuanqing's part would surely be caught by Xiaohong's vigilant gaze.
What a predicament.
Su Xuanqing sensed that the young master was becoming increasingly restless, likely contemplating an exit, yet she had yet to find an opportunity to unlock the chest. How can I divert Xiaohong's attention? There's simply no chance to open it. Su Xin, you lumbering oaf, are of no help whatsoever. I wish to present you with a grand surprise. Yet I can't even manage that. Perhaps I should simply abandon the endeavor for today? Hearing Su Xuanqing's internal criticisms and insults directed at him, Su Xin felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. How could he be so useless? Was it merely about Xiaohong? He was determined to prove himself. Suddenly, Su Xin sprang to his feet, drawing the astonished gazes of both women. He spoke slowly, Xiaohong, how long have you been at the Su residence?
Xiaohong,
Thrilled by his attention and the fact he was addressing her, eagerly stepped forward. Young master, I have been at the Su residence for 5 years. It's just that you have returned less frequently, so we don't see each other often. Wow, and yet you've managed to collect over 70 pairs of undergarments? Are you some sort of genius? Su Xin regarded the furtive figure before him, veins throbbing at his temples, and stiffly replied, very well. Could you show me that talisman you mentioned earlier?
Su Xunqing inwali aplau Su Xin.
She was unsure how he had managed to draw all of Xiaohong's attention away, but it had granted her the opportunity to act. With her hand now on the chest's lock, Su Xuanqing noted that although the lock appeared intricate, Xiaohong was rather unacquainted with such things, and the keyhole was quite basic. She breathed a sigh of relief and carefully aligned the smallest key she had prepared with the lock, proceeding with utmost caution. Xiaohong's incessant chatter completely drowned out the subtle sounds of Su Xuanqing unlocking the door, and everything proceeded without a hitch.
Click.
A soft sound emanated from the lock cylinder, and Su Xuanqing felt a surge of joy, silently exclaiming, Yes, I, Su Xuanqing, am truly remarkable. Ugh, it stinks. How could it possibly be fermented, unwashed underwear? I can't take it anymore. The odor is overwhelming. My romantic sensibilities are dying a tragic death. Su Xiyuan paused his conversation with Xiaohong, his expression darkening as he looked towards Su Xuanqing. He could no longer tolerate the incessant internal monologue of Su Xuanqing, though he too had caught a whiff of an indescribable stench. Noticing Su Xiyuan's prolonged silence, Xiaohong followed his gaze and abruptly discovered Su Xuanqing's hand resting on the trunk's lock, which had inexplicably been opened. Fear surged within Xiaohong as she instinctively lunged forward, desperate to protect her treasured possessions. Yet, she was a moment too late. Su Xuanqing was closer, and, upon seeing her leap toward the trunk, instinctively struck out, inadvertently toppling the trunk to the ground. The lid comically bounced off the floor as the trunk's contents spilled forth, an uncountable number of underwear surged out. Had Su Xuanqing not swiftly dodged, she would have been assaulted by the foul-smelling garments. Gray, royal blue, and black underwear scattered across the floor, with several conspicuous red pairs mixed in, and even a few featuring SpongeBob. Su Xuanqing rushed to open the door for ventilation, astonished at the sight of these peculiar art pieces. Heavens! Is this a breeding ground for bacteria, with unwashed garments stuffed into a wooden box? This room is utterly uninhabitable.
Ah,
Big brother, can't you recognize your SpongeBob and designer underwear? Why are you dazed here? I've done all I can. The rest is up to you. Hurry. Interrogate her and have her apprehended. Xiao Hong, refusing to cease her movements, clung to the last vestiges of hope as she attempted to cover the underwear. But it was evidently too late. Xu Xiyuan, having recovered from his shock, recognized several pairs of underwear, confirming they belonged to his frequently worn brand. The reality of the situation was laid bare before him, and he could scarcely believe that this farce was indeed true, his expression darkening. After hearing Xu Xuanqing's inner thoughts, he composed himself, suppressing his fury as he addressed Xiao Hong in a low voice. Xiao Hong, what is happening here? Shouldn't you provide us with an explanation?
Xiao.
Her face ashen, collapsed onto the floor, realizing the situation was irretrievable. She lunged toward Xu Xiyuan, wrapping her arms around his legs and wailing, "Young master, I love you. Please, let me stay by your side, even if it means being a clandestine lover." Xu Xuanqing retreated to the doorway, reveling in the unfolding drama. Is this what they call love gone mad, devolving into obsession? Truly, the wealthy live life to the fullest. Sigh, if only I had some sunflower seeds at hand. Watching without a snack feels like a waste. This big brother can't possibly be swayed by such antics, right? You are the decisive and ruthless CEO. Do not let me down. Xu Xiyuan, of course, was not one to be trifled with. He kicked Xiao Hong aside in disgust, declaring, "The Xu family cannot harbor someone like you. Stealing from your master warrants nothing less than imprisonment." Xiao Hong, struck in the chest by the one she adored, crumpled to the ground, utterly devastated. She had not anticipated such callousness from her beloved, her heart wrenching as she cried, "Young master, I know stealing is wrong, but my feelings for you are genuine." Xu Xiyuan had no desire to listen to her pleas. His mind was in turmoil as he shouted for the bodyguards, intending to have her taken to the police station. After all, he had connections there, and a year or so of confinement would be no challenge. The patrolling bodyguards, alerted by the commotion, hurried over. Xu Xuanqing felt satisfied with this outcome, having resolved yet another issue. Wait, something felt amiss. She recalled that earlier, before Xu father had departed, the system in her mind had already announced the completion of her task. But now, even with Xiao Hong subdued, why had the task not been fulfilled? Puzzled, she rifled through the romantic details in her mind, seeking the oversight that had led to this discrepancy.
Shock.
There was indeed an unresolved aftermath. Xiao Hong spent 2 years in prison, suffering greatly, and upon release, became consumed by resentment. During Xu Xiyuan's peak, she secretly sold intimate videos and nude photographs of him, making a fortune and returning with a new look to exact her revenge. Wow, how riveting. Is this akin to Ellie taking on the script and styling of Pinru? They ought to film the temptation of returning to wealthy society. Xu Xiyuan could hardly believe that this affair was not yet concluded, but he had no choice but to trust Xu Xuanqing's inner voice. After all, without her guidance, he would never have apprehended this woman who coveted him. Xu Xiyuan pondered briefly before instructing the bodyguards, search her, confiscate all electronic devices from her and the room, then detain her. He intended to obtain Xiao Hong's phone and computer, erase all backups, and nip this issue in the bud. However, his words proved to be the last straw for Xiao Hong. She had not anticipated such ruthlessness. Her spirit, once resigned, ignited with fierce resistance. The 2 bodyguards were momentarily caught off guard, allowing her to dash away, her target set squarely on Xu Xuanqing. Chapter 11. Brother? Brother? Xu Xuanqing also sensed something was amiss with Xiao Hong's trajectory. Instinctively, she sought to retreat, only to realize she was cornered against the wall, with nowhere to escape. Help! 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 I perform good deeds anonymously, and I won't be beaten for it, will I? Xu Xuanqing cried out in desperation within her mind as she saw Xiao Hong draw a gleaming dagger from her pocket. Who would have thought that this seemingly invisible maid would carry a knife? Xiao Hong's eyes were bloodshot, her dreams of love shattered. She now sought to take down the one who had exposed her treachery. Approaching with wild eyes, she raised the blade high. At that critical moment, Xu Xiyuan, standing closest, rushed forward without a moment's hesitation. Unable to push Xiao Hong away in time, he shielded Xu Xuanqing instead, and then the searing pain came. Xu Xuanqing felt a shadow loom over her, and as she looked up, she heard the sickening sound of a blade piercing flesh. followed by the acrid scent of blood wafting from the wounded man before her. Panic surged through her as she instinctively reached out to catch the man, who had weakened from the agonizing blow. Seeing Xiao Hong, now deranged with rage, attempting to stab again, Su Xunqing, lacking any combat prowess, instead charged forward, colliding her forehead against Xiao Hong's in desperation, resulting in both of their foreheads turning crimson. Xiao Hong was struck on the forehead, staggering back a couple of steps before being swiftly subdued by the approaching bodyguard. The bodyguard maintained a safe distance while dragging Xiao Hong away, thwarting her intentions. Enraged, she shouted, "You wretched creature! The Xu family will never acknowledge your identity. You will all come to regret this. Ha ha ha, let us all go to hell together." Su Siyuan leaned against the wall, waving one hand dismissively at the bodyguard. Upon receiving the signal, the bodyguards promptly gagged Xiao Hong and dragged her further away. Once her figure was no longer visible, Su Xunqing heard the mechanical voice of the system echo in her mind. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have been rewarded with 3 days of life value, a cash sum of 30,000 yuan and a special item, a dog-beating stick. Would you like to view the item description now?" Su Xunqing felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand the system. What a useless system. If only it had provided me with the item earlier, no one would have been hurt. I could take on 10 of them without breaking a sweat. However, she had no time to ponder such thoughts now. Although the stab wound on Su Siyuan was not fatal, it was lodged in his waist, making it difficult for the proud Su Siyuan to stand upright. He could only slowly slide down to sit against the wall. As the two bumbling bodyguards dragged Xiao Hong away, with no one else around, Su Xunqing took out her phone and dialed for an ambulance. Yet, the villas in this affluent area were located in the suburbs, so it was uncertain when the ambulance would arrive. What shall I do? By the time the ambulance arrives, won't he be bleeding out? How reckless can one be? It's not like he is Iron Man. Why block a knife like that? Su Siyuan's injury was indeed not severe. He had faced similar scenes in the past. He simply felt weak at the moment and wanted to sit down for a rest, never expecting that his act of blocking the knife would lead to such disdain. Su Siyuan shook his head, perplexed by his own actions. Upon seeing Xiao Hong wielding a knife, he instinctively rushed forward, his body reacting faster than his mind could process. He was not a soft-hearted individual and was accustomed to bloodshed. Could this be what they called blood ties? Su Siyuan did not understand. But he could not shake off his dislike for Su Xunqing, muttering to himself without knowing how to voice his thoughts. Is this what it feels like to be protected? Though afraid, there's a peculiar thrill in it. Brother? I grew up in an orphanage and have never called anyone brother before. The sound of Su Xunqing's clear voice echoed in his ears, prompting him to respond with a noncommittal realizing that she was unaware he could hear her thoughts. He awkwardly added, "Ahem, I'm fine. Just call the family doctor. He'll be here shortly." He retrieved his phone and placed the cold device against his slightly warm ear. Su Xunqing squatted beside him, tilting her head to observe Su Siyuan's stoic demeanor as he made the call. She pressed her coat against his wound, attempting to apply pressure to stem the bleeding, mimicking the methods she had seen on television. After finishing the call, Su Siyuan couldn't help but chuckle at her clumsiness. How could this newly arrived sister think that using a coat to stop the bleeding was a viable solution? She remained squatted, oblivious to the need to stretch her legs. His sister Mo would never behave so ineptly. From a young age, she had always been an elegant and charming girl. Though she might panic, she would never resort to such foolish antics. As Su Siyuan pondered about Su Mo, he turned to find her standing dazedly at the corner. He hurriedly covered his wound, forcing a smile and waving at her. Unfortunately, at that moment, Su Mo turned away, missing his gesture, and fled with a heartless demeanor. Su Siyuan felt a twinge of disappointment as he withdrew his gaze. It was his fault. He had assured Mo that she was his only sister. Yet he had softened towards Su Xunqing just moments ago. He felt he had failed her. Meanwhile, Su Mo rushed back to her room, slamming the door shut, immediately transforming into a master of desk clearing, sweeping everything visible off her table to the floor. Hearing the sound of bottles shattering, she felt a fleeting sense of satisfaction. Suppressing the anger from witnessing the earlier scene, Su Mo opened the window for fresh air and inadvertently heard the commotion coming from the direction of the nanny's quarters. She discerned that it was the sound of her brother dealing with that wretched Su Xunqing, and she felt a surge of eagerness to descend the stairs and stoke the flames. However, upon her arrival, she was met with the sight of her brother selflessly leaping to shield Su Xunqing from a knife, their closeness and resemblance making it seem as though they were the most intimate of siblings. In that moment, Su Mo's heart twisted with venomous curses. If that little wretch had managed to stab Su Xiyuan fatally, it would have been for the best. With her brother gone, Su Xuanqing would certainly not be able to remain in this household, leaving her with her father, mother, elder brother, and younger brother, still the center of attention as the little princess. After all, losing one brother was a trivial matter, especially one who professed to love her yet readily shielded another sister from harm. Su Mo's eyes turned red with fury, even if she closed them. The scene replayed in her mind, driving her to the brink of madness with jealousy. She resolved to find a way to expel Su Xuanqing as swiftly as possible. She could not allow her to jeopardize her standing in the family. Chapter 12. Burdened by heaviness. From Su Xuanqing's perspective, she remained blissfully unaware of Su Mo's presence, focused solely on Su Xiyuan's face, which appeared even paler than before. Anxiously, she exclaimed, "Why hasn't the doctor arrived yet? I told you this place is untrustworthy with such a large estate. Should I carry you over there? You've lost so much blood, and it must hurt terribly right now. If this continues, there's a risk of infection. What if you need an amputation?" She winced at the thought, her concerns spilling over as she chattered incessantly in Su Xiyuan's ear. Strangely enough, despite Su Xiyuan's usual disdain for loquacious subordinates, he found her concerns somewhat endearing, feeling a warmth blossom within him rather than irritation. Ever since he had dealt with Xiao Hong according to her thoughts, he found it difficult to harbor any resentment toward her. Observing her anxiety, Su Xiyuan calmly replied, "My leg isn't injured. There's no need for you to carry me. The doctor will arrive shortly, so please keep quiet." With that, he closed his eyes, choosing not to regard the bustling Su Xuanqing any longer. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Su Xuanqing fell silent, having intended to distract Su Xiyuan from his pain. In the dramas I watch, caregivers often talk to patients to keep them conscious. Why doesn't that seem to work here?
No.
I must do something to distract him. Otherwise, he'll be in agony waiting here. What should I say? Noticing Su Xiyuan's eyelashes flutter slightly, indicating he was still awake, she breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Did you eat yet, coming back at this hour?" Su Xiyuan. Is this the best topic she could come up with after all that mental gymnastics? However, he, who was sparing with words, chose to respond, "I've eaten." Su Xuanqing nodded and continued, "Hey, are you still going to put away those underwear? What if you have nothing to wear tonight?" Su Xian replied, "What if my fists become hard?" He discerned that although this younger sister possessed a measure of cunning, her heart remained kind, perhaps with some nurturing. She could still be of use. Su Xian spoke, "Thank you for handling the matter with Xiao Hong. Since she has been dealt with, you may stay in this room from now on." Su Xuanqing's eyes widened in disbelief, and she frantically waved her hands, rendered speechless. Heavens! Why is this person repaying kindness with enmity? Had I known, I would not have saved him. What are you thinking, making me stay in this room? Do you not realize how much mold has accumulated here? Do you wish for me to become a human bacterium tonight? You haven't even collected the underwear. Are you truly going to leave me to handle this? No way. No, no, no. I do not wish to reside in this room. Let's change it. Having vented her thoughts internally, Su Xuanqing hastily spoke up. Su Xian silently listened to her inner voice and agreed that the proposal seemed rather unsatisfactory. After all, she was a child with blood ties to the Su family, and having saved him today, it was unreasonable for her to occupy the servants' quarters. Then you may return to the bedroom that Mo prepared for you. It is closer to us, and it will be more convenient for any future matters. Su Xuanqing pressed her hand against her injury with increased pressure. Huh? You want me to stay next to Xiao Mo? Isn't that tantamount to me being quietly disposed of at any moment?
Su Xian.
You are as much of a villain as ever. Why must you push me into the fire pit? No, no, no. Su Xian held his breath, interrupted by her insistence on not wanting to stay, which he had heard repeated at least 10 times. Mo is a very kind girl. Perhaps there was some misunderstanding during your first meeting. After spending more time together, you will come to appreciate her. He did not wish for significant discord between these two sisters, as he could not be home often, and in the event of an incident, he would be unable to protect anyone. Su Xuanqing recognized that he was an extreme sister con and merely responded perfunctorily. Okay, understood. Don't be too amusing. You all are waiting to dig out my plump kidneys. Of course you would like me. Just a moment ago, I had the illusion that you were a good person, only for you to turn around and stab me in the back. Su Xian found these two statements inexplicably perplexing. Yet he noted the matter of the kidneys. contemplating that he must investigate later to see if Xu Xuanqing had endured something that rendered her so cautious. Fortunately, their awkwardness did not last long. As a doctor hurriedly approached with a stretcher, they placed Xu Xian onto the stretcher and drove directly to the medical office within the Xu family villa. Xu Xuanqing initially wished to follow and see how things unfolded. But upon discovering there was no space in the vehicle and recognizing she could not keep up with its speed, she reluctantly gave up. The exhaust fumes from the car dissipated before her. Xu Xuanqing finally relaxed, reflecting on the exhilarating experiences of the past few hours. Although it had been somewhat thrilling, she felt quite pleased. She had gained a substantial amount of life points and money, and had witnessed such a captivating scandal within a wealthy family. Truly, the people possess beliefs, and the future holds promise. Moreover, the Xu family did not seem as difficult to interact with as portrayed in the narrative. Aside from Xu Mo being a bit bothersome, the rest were quite pleasant. Xu Xuanqing shook her hands, preparing to find a servant's room to tidy up and settle down, but just as she took a few steps, she seemed to hear urgent footsteps approaching from behind. She quickly halted, eager to ascertain the situation. Yet, as she turned, a sharp pain struck her left cheek, causing her to stagger. Xu Mother, with a face contorted in anger, confronted her, shrieking, "You calamity bringer! You return only to cause your elder brother to be deeply wounded. And now poor Mo has fainted because of you. Did you return solely to curse our Xu family?" Xu Xuanqing felt a burning sensation on her face. Instinctively, she touched her cheek, realizing it was already swollen. Dazed, she asked, "Did my brother say that I caused his injury?" He had lost consciousness when the doctor carried him away. What more do you wish for? Do you want him to speak on your behalf?
This is all you're doing.
Xu Mother regarded Xu Xuanqing with increasing disdain, recalling the sight of her son being carried in, bloodied and battered, causing her heart to race with anxiety.
Ah!
Now you are so protective of your son. Why didn't you capture Xiao Hong after 5 years? Stealing your son's underwear, selling naked photos of him. You did not care, yet you come here to blame me for helping? Xiao Hong stabbed him. He is bloodied and injured. And I am left holding the heavy burden. None of us are in a better position. Xu Xuanqing lowered her head, unwilling to engage further with this mother who had gone mad with fury and desperation. Ultimately, once Xu Xian awoke, the truth would reveal itself. Xu Mother's chest heaved violently, but upon hearing Xu Xuanqing's inner thoughts, she strangely calmed down. At that moment, Xu Father arrived, weary from travel, and happened to overhear Xu Xuanqing's recent thoughts. Connecting this with the housekeeper's mention of a maid being dealt with by the eldest young master, he solemnly inquired, "What exactly transpired today? Explain yourself clearly." Chapter 13. There are always troublesome individuals who wish to harm me. Xu Xuanqing found it amusing to be confronted by these two individuals. Having only arrived at the Xu family for a brief period, did they expect her to be some sort of deity capable of taking down two young masters and mistresses simultaneously?
Xunqing stood down,
her slender frame exuding a remarkable presence. She concealed the system and tasks that could not be disclosed and merely stated that she had inadvertently discovered the entire affair, therefore collaborating with Xu Xian to apprehend Xiao Hong, the one pilfering the family's intimate garments. She recounted the events in detail, recognizing that since the Xu parents indiscriminately wished to place all blame upon her, she had no obligation to spare Xu Xian's feelings. After all, even if the entire world knew of this incident, the embarrassment would not fall upon her. Xu Xuanqing, Xu Father and Xu Mother were left speechless after hearing her account. They were uncertain whether the tale was genuine, as it sounded almost ludicrous. However, having just experienced Secretary Wang's incident, they were somewhat inclined to believe Xu Xuanqing's inner voice. If it were their own son who had heard Xu Xuanqing's thoughts and cooperated to capture Xiao Hong, it seemed quite plausible. Xu Mother felt a tinge of embarrassment, but still wished to confirm. "Just now, we encountered Mo, and what she said is entirely different from yours." Upon hearing the name Xu Mo, Xu Xuanqing rolled her eyes in exasperation, finally understanding the situation.
Ha!
I thought Xu Xian was ungrateful, wanting to silence his savior. If you are referring to Xu Mo, then everything becomes sensible. She is the queen of reversing right and wrong, and I am thoroughly impressed. She is light, she is electricity, she is the soul myth, the truth of your Xu family. Humph. There are always troublesome individuals who wish to harm me. Xu Xuanqing inwardly scoffed, leaving Xu Mother feeling exceedingly guilty. In truth, she had already come to believe more than half of what Xu Xuanqing had said. Yet she was reluctant to acknowledge it or offer an apology, so she turned her gaze towards Sue's father, hoping he might salvage the situation. Sue's father, having set aside his stern demeanor, spoke with a tone devoid of reproach. I did advise you to inquire further before making a decision. I had already mentioned that Xunqing is not the type of child to act this way. After making a half-hearted comment regarding Sue's mother, he finally directed his attention to Su Xunqing. Momo has also fainted. She is currently resting in the infirmary. Sue's father intended to clarify Momo's situation while subtly probing Su Xunqing to see if she was aware of Momo's condition, especially since Momo had alluded to Su Xunqing's dissatisfaction just before fainting. Su Xunqing, unfazed by his tactic, replied candidly, I was here dealing with Xiaohong alongside Su Xin. She left midway and was not present at all. Are you suggesting I should be blamed if she fainted in her bedroom? Instead of lingering in this convoluted discussion, she suggested, rather than fixating on this matter, why not go to the infirmary and check on your son and daughter? Sue's mother, avoiding Su Xunqing's scrutinizing gaze, forced a smile and said, all right, you should rest well. We will go see how they are doing. She was indeed anxious about her son's injury, having rushed over upon hearing that Su Xunqing was the alleged culprit. Now that she had gathered some information, although she could not fully trust it, she believed that once Su Xin awakened and they could ask him, most of the situation would be clarified. Without waiting for Su Xunqing's response, Sue's mother and father hurriedly turned to leave. Their two beloved children lay in the infirmary, and their hearts could not bear the pain. Su Xunqing observed their military-like retreat, falling into a contemplative silence.
Rest?
Where could she possibly rest? She could not return to Momo's side, where the threat of assassination loomed large, nor did she wish to go to Xiaohong's nanny room, as she preferred not to share space with bacteria. However, all the doors to the other nanny rooms were locked, and she had no knowledge of any vacant rooms remaining. Fortunately, fortune smiled upon her, for as she wandered, she spotted the recently encountered Xiaolu and called out, Xiaolu. Xiaolu had originally slipped away to inquire about Momo's condition but had witnessed the miraculous transformation of the initially furious parents into calm ones. She had intended to sneak back to the infirmary to report to Momo, but her presence was unexpectedly detected. In light of the current situation, it seemed that this newcomer possessed some finesse, so she paused, turned, and bent slightly with a smile, saying, Miss, do you require anything? Su Xunqing pointed towards the nanny room in front of her. Are there any available rooms for occupancy? Xiaolu's eyes flickered as she recalled Momo's instructions and the bracelet she had casually given her, stuttering, and no, there aren't any left. All the other nanny rooms are fully occupied. Su Xunqing understood that Momo would undoubtedly target her, and having previously arranged for her to share a room with Xiaohong to challenge her, it was clear that Momo would not permit Xiaolu to find her another room. Not wishing to put Xiaolu in a difficult position, she waved her hand dismissively, allowing Xiaolu to leave. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Su Xunqing. After completing the tasks assigned by Sue's father and the secretary, it seemed that the system had rewarded her with a tent. Yet, she had not had the opportunity to examine the item description due to the constant presence of others. Summoning the item space, she spotted the green triangular icon and gently tapped it.
Ding.
Congratulations on activating the special item pocket tent. This item can be reduced to the size of your palm for easy carrying and can be expanded at will, complete with all necessary amenities, a must-have for home or travel. As Su Xunqing absorbed this information, her eyes gleamed with delight. This system-provided item was truly remarkable. It was as if fortune had delivered a pillow just when she needed it most. Without hesitation, she summoned the tent and pitched it in the empty space before the nanny room. With a thought, the tent transformed into a size suitable for one person and opened effortlessly. On the outside, the tent appeared rather ordinary, its army green fabric bearing a slightly worn appearance. However, upon unzipping and entering, Su Xunqing was astounded. The interior of the tent felt spacious, adorned with a comfortable carpet and sleeping bag, along with a petite table and lamp. Even refreshments and snacks were laid out on the table, creating the ambience of a cozy mobile studio. She nestled into the sleeping bag and lay upon the soft blanket, convinced that this tent was perfect for any future escapades. Even without a proper house, it could easily transform any secluded nook into a luxurious abode. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Su Xunqing soon drifted into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, the rest of the Su family found it impossible to sleep. Su's parents first visited Su Xin's room, where he had sustained significant injuries and was indeed bleeding. His wounds had been treated and stitched, and although they appeared severe, They had not damaged any organs, classifying them as superficial injuries. By the time Sue's parent arrived, Xunqing had already propped himself up, leaning against the headboard while reviewing company reports. After expressing their concern for his condition and confirming that it was not serious, they recounted the conversation between Su Momo and Su Xunqing, awaiting Xunqing's explanation. Setting aside the documents in his hands, Xunqing gazed into the depths of thought. He could no longer afford to hurt Momo. Chapter 14. Yet she is not a bad person. Xunqing quickly formulated his thoughts. Responding succinctly, Su Xunqing's account is largely accurate, but Momo was merely concerned for me. She arrived rather late and only witnessed my injury, unaware of the preceding events. Misunderstandings are, therefore, quite normal. Sue's mother sighed in relief. I always said that Momo is not one to lie. I raised her myself, and I know her best. Once Sue's father comprehended the situation and recognized it as a misunderstanding, he felt reassured. Once Momo awakens, you should explain everything to her. She is quite worried about you. Her brother. At this juncture, you must pay her extra attention. Xunqing nodded in agreement, fully aware that even without his parents' urging, he would protect Momo and shield her from the filth of the world. She would forever remain the cherished little princess of the Xu family, a delicate flower untouched by the harshness of reality. After discussing Momo's situation, the conversation naturally transitioned to Su Xunqing. Xunqing found it somewhat peculiar, initially. He suspected she was equipped with some high-tech listening device, yet he had found no evidence to support this. His brow furrowed as he contemplated the inexplicable occurrences of the day. Sue's mother hesitated before speaking. Today, we inquired about Secretary Wang, and her plan was identical to what Su Xunqing described, concerning events that did not transpire. Isn't that akin to predicting the future? Sue's father nodded in agreement. We all believe in science, yet there are indeed phenomena in this world that science cannot elucidate. If we can harness such abilities, they could serve as a valuable tool. Xunqing was not a rigid thinker. He quickly grasped his parents' intention and concurred. Understood. I will remain vigilant. After a moment of reflection on the clumsy girl who had attempted to cover his wound, he inexplicably added, but she is not a bad person. We should observe her a bit longer. Although Sue's parents were somewhat surprised by his attitude, they had no objections. After all, this child has saved their family twice. And the bond of blood is indelible. Once the conversation concluded, Su Xiyuan decisively dealt with Xiaohong. The bodyguards dispatched swiftly located the computer, phone, USB drive, and other items that Xiaohong had concealed, erasing all contents, including the personal trinkets belonging to Su Xiyuan himself. However, given the nature of the family's secrets, to prevent Xiaohong from indiscriminately tarnishing Su Xiyuan's reputation, they dismissed her and, as a sweetener for not involving the authorities, provided her with a sum of money, sending her far away to the desolate southern hemisphere. There, she would be monitored by a small team of Su Xiyuans, ensuring she would never have the opportunity to return home. Having resolved this significant dilemma, Su Xiyuan hurried to see Su Momo. In truth, Su Momo was not in grave danger. Her fainting was merely a result of overwhelming emotions, and with sufficient rest, she would recover. Nevertheless, the doctor, taking precautions, administered a glucose strip and advised that she stay under observation for the night in the infirmary. Coincidentally, Su Momo wished to avoid returning to her bedroom that night, to face Su Xiyuan and their parents. Su Xiyuan knocked on the door but received no response. Concerned that Su Momo might be in distress alone, he entered without hesitation. Inside, Su Momo lay half-reclined on the hospital bed, draped in a light blue knitted dress that accentuated her graceful curves. Her dark hair cascaded like a waterfall across the pillow, while her delicate face appeared pallid, her lips nearly devoid of color. Su Momo gazed sorrowfully at the figure in the doorway, her voice hoarse. Brother. Yet, uttering those two words seemed to exhaust her entirely. As she turned away from the door and murmured, Please go back. I wish to be alone. Seeing her in such a state, Su Xiyuan's heart ached profoundly. He strode over and sat at her bedside, enveloping her frail form in his arms while earnestly explaining, Momo, Xunqing did not intend to harm you. She was merely trying to assist me. You both will have ample time to get to know one another and can surely become good friends. Su Momo was taken aback that Su Xiyuan would defend Su Xunqing at such a moment. She immediately struggled to free herself from his embrace, exclaiming, Let go. She is your sister. You should be with her. I refuse to be a joke. Recognizing Su Momo's heightened agitation, Su Xiyuan refrained from mentioning Su Xunqing further and held her even tighter. Momo, my dear, you are my most beloved sister. If you wish not to interact with her,
So be it.
with me around, you will always be the little princess of the Xu family. At last, Xu Momo ceased her struggles, burying her face in his chest as she sobbed softly. After comforting her for a considerable time, Xu Xiyuan finally spoke in a careful yet unwavering tone. Tomorrow evening, we'll be hosting a family banquet. All the relatives will be in attendance, and you must recover by then. I have prepared a beautiful evening gown for you. Xu Momo recognized that they intended to introduce Xu Xuanqing to the family, yet this also presented an opportunity for her. Over her 2 decades in the Xu household, she had cultivated excellent relationships with both elders and peers. Thus, she merely needed to speak a few words, and naturally, someone would tear down Xu Xuanqing, the country bumpkin. Xu Momo tilted her face upward, her large eyes sparkling as she obediently replied, "All right, I will listen to you, brother. But, may I invite Bai Ming? We arranged to have lunch together tomorrow afternoon, and he's been eager to visit our home to discuss the engagement date with our parents." Xu Xiyuan felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought of his sister, still a child, contemplating engagement so soon. However, not wishing to dampen her spirits, he acquiesced, advising Xu Momo to rest, and assuring her that as long as she attended the banquet as his little princess, all would be well. Xu Momo, lying in bed, smiled sweetly as Xu Xiyuan tucked the blanket around her. "Good night, brother," she whispered. Xu Xiyuan watched her close her eyes before gently shutting the door behind him. This banquet was not a mere whim. The absence of their second and fourth brothers led them to invite these distant relatives to gather and ascertain whether they could discern Xu Xuanqing's true intentions. That night, the Xu family was bustling with activity. The following day, Xu father and Xu mother rose early. In the living room, Xu Xiyuan perused the morning newspaper, while Xu Momo, still somewhat weakened, sat on the opposite sofa. Breakfast had been laid out on the dining table, yet Xu Xuanqing's presence was notably absent. Xu mother, puzzled, inquired, "Have you seen Xuanqing? Please send someone to fetch her for breakfast." Xu Momo shook her head, her face etched with concern. "Mother, last night, my sister refused to stay in the room I prepared for her and insisted on going to the nanny's quarters. After everything that happened, it was my oversight that neglected her. I shall find her at once." Chapter 15. The Preparation for the Crematorium. Upon finishing her words, Xu Momo sprang to her feet, ready to dash out in search of Xu Xuanqing. Xu Xiyuan, quick to react, grasped her arm, disapprovingly saying, "What does this have to do with you? Sit down and eat your breakfast." Xu Momo, filled with anxiety, fidgeted restlessly, preparing to voice her concerns once more when they were interrupted by a commotion outside. "Sir, madam, there is a small tent in the vacant lot in front of the nanny's quarters. We cannot open it." Little Green stumbled in, frightened. The implication of Little Green's words was clear. If Xu father and Xu mother discovered that she refused to arrange a room for Xu Xuanqing, they might place the blame on her. The tent in front of the nanny's quarters, small and highly enclosed, resembled a setup for suicide, making it impossible to rest comfortably. The individuals in the dining room exchanged glances, understanding the gravity of Little Green's statement. They had neglected to check where Xu Xuanqing had spent the night, assuming that with such a large house, she would have found a suitable room to rest. It was utterly unacceptable for her to have slept in a tent. Xu father stood up, striding purposefully towards the door. "If others find out, they will think we have mistreated our newly acknowledged daughter." His movement prompted the remaining family members to follow him towards the nanny's quarters, eager to uncover what Xu Xuanqing was up to. Meanwhile, Xu Xuanqing remained blissfully asleep. Having endured so much throughout the day, being stabbed and resurrected, entering a legendary aristocratic family, yet feeling her time was short, swiftly completing 2 tasks while acquiring a substantial amount of cash, her experiences felt surreal, akin to a dream. Thus, she slept soundly, relying on abundant rest to replenish her drained energy. Additionally, the tent was remarkably comfortable, maintaining a constant temperature and providing excellent insulation, allowing no light to penetrate. In her dreams, Xu Xuanqing reveled in a grand palace, indulging in feasts and commanding emperors and princes to dance for her. Suddenly, a cacophony akin to thunder jolted her awake. Irritated, she contemplated rising to investigate before realizing she was awake. Disoriented, with her hair resembling a bird's nest, she sat up in the tent, which illuminated softly in response to her presence. It dawned on her that the previous events had merely been a dream, while the current moment was her reality. She needed to strive to fulfill her duties within this affluent family to prolong her precarious existence.
Bang, bang, bang.
Outside, Individuals continued to knock on the tent. Faintly audible were words lacking in positivity. Could it be that someone has suffocated inside? Should we find tools to dismantle the tent for an inspection, or simply send it to the crematorium? Xu Xuanqing, in a bid to avoid incineration, hastily unzipped the tent and poked her head out, exclaiming, "Good morning, apart from the 5 of you." The 5 individuals outside were momentarily taken aback. Before them stood Xu Xuanqing, her hair a disheveled mess, her face marked by the imprints of prolonged slumber, clad in pink bear pajamas. With one pant leg longer than the other, she appeared exceedingly relaxed. Xu Xuanqing glanced at her attire and then raised her gaze to Su Momo, who was standing before her, adorned with a delicate, makeup-free visage, her neck and earlobes sparkling with jewelry, and a new little dress that blossomed at the hem like a blooming lily. "Oh no. Haven't you all warmed anyone up before rousing them? I'm dressed in less than $100 total," once again serving as the control group. "What difference is there between this scene and me running naked before everyone? Should I pretend not to see you all, retreat into the tent, and emerge only after I'm presentable?" Xu Xuanqing lamented inwardly, her head gradually retracting. Xu father, Xu mother, and Xu Siyuan exchanged glances, silently agreeing to turn away, feigning interest in the scenery and ignoring Xu Xuanqing's appearance. Xu Siyuan stifled a chuckle, clearing his throat. "We merely stepped out for a stroll. Xuanqing, do tidy yourself up and prepare for breakfast." Su Momo initially intended to say a few words, but was directly pulled away by Xu Siyuan, granting Xu Xuanqing a moment to compose herself. Swiftly, Xu Xuanqing completed her change of clothes, freshened up, and applied makeup in the small tent, then emerged looking refreshed. However, no one was around. She extended her hand, mentally activating the item retrieval, and watched as the tent gradually shrank, ultimately transforming into a palm-sized triangular piece. How convenient. As she made her way toward the dining area, she was met with a delightful aroma before she even arrived. The breakfast spread on the table was exquisite and appetizing, stirring her cravings. "Oh my goodness. It smells so good. I almost fainted from hunger since I didn't get to eat dinner yesterday. I'm going to indulge heartily," delivering a shock to them as a true glutton. "Why is no one touching their chopsticks? Should I prompt them? Or must we hold a meeting before we can eat?" Xu Xuanqing's eyes widened, nearly drooling, her heart clamoring for attention. Xu Siyuan, amused by her candid and endearing thoughts, revealed a rare smile as he picked up his chopsticks, saying, "Feel free to eat. If it's not enough, the kitchen can prepare more." Xu Xuanqing nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grain and immediately began devouring her meal with fervor. Su Momo, witnessing her brother's smile directed at this woman and observing her ungraceful eating, lost her appetite and set down her chopsticks. Xu Siyuan, ever attuned to Su Momo, immediately disapproved. "Momo, you fainted just yesterday. That's why I didn't prepare your favorite steak for breakfast. You should have some light porridge." Su Momo shook her head, looking somewhat aggrieved, her complexion pale. "It's all right, brother. I just see how delicious my sister is eating, and I feel sad thinking she might not have had the chance to enjoy such food before." As Xu Xuanqing stuffed her mouth with crystal dumplings, she was suddenly drawn into the conversation, glancing at the little Momo amidst her hurried eating. "Whose kind-hearted person starts their morning with steak? Aren't you afraid of feeling nauseous? But paired with your cup of green tea, it's just perfect, refreshing and palate-cleansing, and quite presentable. If my delicious eating makes you feel sad, does that mean if I were to beg for food outside, you'd be overjoyed enough to toss me a coin?" The 3 at the table fell silent, their breakfast losing its appeal. They suppressed the urge to tell Xu Xuanqing not to overthink, only to hear Su Momo continue with heartfelt concern. "Sister may not have had enough to eat in the past, but our Xu family will ensure that such a thing never happens again. You must eat well, and please don't be polite with us. Momo, you truly are a good person." Xu Xuanqing forced a smile, thinking that if she was to put on an act, she might as well commit fully. She stood up and collected all the dishes from Su Momo's side of the table to her own, declaring, "All right, since you don't want yours, I'll take it. From now on, I'll handle your breakfast, and if needed, I can also take care of lunch and dinner." Chapter 16. The Wobbly Xu Family. Su Momo was left speechless. She stared at the empty space on the table before her, nearly unable to comprehend. This woman, no wonder she emerged from a slum. How could she be so shameless? She managed to muster a somewhat wounded and fragile smile. "Sister, that's not what I meant. If you're still hungry, you can ask the kitchen to prepare more." Su Momo couldn't fathom why her parents and brother remained silent, but she realized that Xu Xuanqing's behavior only highlighted her own upbringing. Su Xuanqing was unfazed by her sentiment, even taking the milk that Su Momo had sipped from earlier. Since you have no appetite, I'll take this too. It's merely to prevent waste. No need to thank me. Just call me your kind-hearted sister from now on. Just right, this portion isn't enough to satisfy me. I'll take double for an even more delightful experience. Humph, I haven't forgotten about the rumors you spread about me yesterday. What's wrong with having a few bites of your food? Do you really think everyone is your parents? That they must cater to you? Su father and Su mother. What has gotten into this child? After a nap, her attitude towards Momo has worsened. However, Su mother had slapped Su Xuanqing without understanding the situation the previous day, and now, feeling guilty, she was relieved that Su Xuanqing hadn't questioned her, choosing not to interfere in the matter between Su Xuanqing and Su Momo. After all, they were both young girls. They would gradually learn to coexist. Su Momo, taken aback by Su Xuanqing's audacity, was further disheartened by her parents' silence, allowing Su Xuanqing to bully her. She had no choice but to sweetly appeal to Su father. Daddy, look at how she can. Coughing, Su father interrupted. Isn't it a waste to let it sit there? Let her eat it. When you're hungry, we'll have the kitchen prepare your favorites. Su Momo looked incredulously at her father, who was clearly siding with Su Xuanqing. In just a day, had Su Xuanqing cast some spell over her parents? However, having reflected the night before, Su Momo resolved to maintain control over the situation, forcing a smile. All right, I understand. Sister is the true child of the Su family. I won't compete with her anymore. I'm sorry, Daddy and Mommy. With that, she turned, letting a single tear slip, before rushing to her room. Su Siyuan was the first to react, standing to chase after Su Momo, only to be met with a closed door. Su Momo offered no chance for an explanation, locking the door firmly behind her. Su Siyuan sighed. Momo had indeed been feeling insecure these past few days. He decided to stay home a few extra days to spend more time with her. However, upon returning to her bedroom, Su Momo did not succumb to the tears that everyone anticipated. She retrieved her phone and dialed a number, maintaining an air of calmness. The call was swiftly answered, prompting Su Momo to adjust her demeanor, pinching her thigh sharply. In a soft, quivering voice, she called out brother by Ming, breaking into inconsolable sobs. Unable to articulate a coherent thought. Downstairs, Su Xuanqing remained blissfully unaware of the fact that she had just sent the family's young lady into a huff. Instead, she felt an unexpected sense of tranquility enveloping the dining room. Even the air seemed to have grown fresher. The other three individuals glanced at Su Xuanqing, who was consuming her meal with gusto, yet they found their appetites waning. Su mother set down her utensils and wiped her mouth. Addressing Su Xuanqing, now that you have returned to the Su family, we would like to introduce you to some other relatives. Su Xuanqing lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with bewilderment. Isn't this a bit too sudden? I'm not quite prepared for this, she thought to herself. Are we really organizing a family gathering? I hope it's not a grand act of bullying. But I will also get to witness more love-struck individuals. The Su family is rather splendid, a true lifeline. After Su mother listened to Su Xuanqing's inner musings, she redirected her attention. Yes, this afternoon we will be hosting a family gathering, inviting only those relatives who are relatively close. You need not feel anxious. Su Xuanqing nodded, projecting an appearance of utmost obedience. All right, I understand. However, internally, she felt as lively as a marketing account, unleashing a torrent of sarcastic thoughts. Hee, this afternoon will be a gathering of love-struck minds. I can't wait to see what intriguing stories await. Without me, the Su family would surely fall apart. I'm not exaggerating. But there's still time today. I must first deal with the butler, or it will be too late. Su mother noticed that Su Xuanqing had mentioned the butler for the second time. The last occasion was when Su Xuanqing had just arrived, expressing her astonishment over the butler's dramatic misadventures. Now, she brought it up again, piquing Su mother's curiosity. The butler was particularly busy today. Su mother casually remarked, if you need anything, you might as well seek the assistance of other servants. After all, the afternoon gathering was no small affair, though Su mother was eager to hear the latest gossip. She did not wish for Su Xuanqing to create a stir that would disrupt the butler's orchestration of the event. Unaware of Su mother's good intentions, Su Xuanqing earnestly replied, no matter how busy he is, this must be resolved today. Otherwise, the Su family will be doomed. If it isn't handled today, what will become of the Su family without a butler? Su Xuanqing's urgency stemmed from her discovery that the love-struck orders in her mind had inexplicably changed upon waking. Previously, They were arranged by danger level, and she had nearly forgotten about the butler's orders. However, today, the butler's order had surged to the forefront, gleaming ominously in red. She hurriedly clicked to investigate further. To her astonishment, the danger level had risen to a staggering 9 and had become time-sensitive. It turned out that the driver was planning to pull off one last big score before fleeing. Fearing exposure, he intended to entrap the butler first. He would concoct a story about his family urgently needing money and would text the butler, suggesting a dubious loan from a place he recommended, ultimately pocketing the cash and disappearing. Subsequently, the butler would be left with a hefty debt, waking up each day to accumulating interest. However, repaying debts is a natural obligation, and the butler's salary would hardly suffice, compelling him to risk stealing antiques and company secrets from the Xu family to sell to rivals. Even so, he could not fill the gaping hole he created, leading to the Xu family becoming a laughingstock within elite circles. Xu father and Xu mother anticipated that Xu Xunqing would soon unveil the butler's misdeeds. However, she remained silently focused on her meal, not a hint of her thoughts escaping her lips. Her silence grew so profound that it began to unsettle them. She had already read through the butler's unfortunate saga that morning and had begun to devise a preliminary plan. Her singular goal was clear: to satisfy her hunger and then spring into action. Once Xu Xunqing had nearly finished all the food on the table, she let out a satisfied belch, setting her chopsticks down with a smile. "I'm done eating. May I wander around the house?" I must hurry to find the driver Zhao. Rescuing the Xu family's reputation is of utmost urgency. Xu father and Xu mother exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued. Yet they said nothing, permitting her to explore as she wished. They urged her not to hold back. She must save their precarious Xu family. Chapter 17. The Big Fish is Hooked. Xu Xunqing was quite familiar with the Xu residence. Although it was expansive, she had lived here for nearly 5 years, having traversed almost every corner. While she appeared to be meandering aimlessly, her destination was quite clear: the places where driver Zhao might frequently appear. Loitering near the garage, she soon spotted a figure resembling driver Zhao. Xu Xunqing slid forward and feigned a fall at his feet, emitting a dramatic yelp. Ouch.
Zhao,
who outwardly seemed a simple man, rushed to assist her upon witnessing the young lady he had just brought home tumble down, asking with concern, "Miss, are you all right? Did you hurt yourself?" Seeing her bait had worked, Xu Xunqing instantly transformed into a dramatic actress. "Is that you, Uncle Zhao? Boo-hoo. I have nowhere to stay in the Xu family, and my phone has died." Her pitiful act appeared convincingly sincere, especially with her attire consisting of cheap clothing and worn-out shoes. Zhao, catching on to her plight, replied sympathetically, "Yesterday must have been a bit rushed. If you have any requests, feel free to speak with the sir and madam. They are wonderful people." Xu Xunqing nodded earnestly and then asked, "I know, Uncle Zhao. Could you please lend me your phone? I need to make a call." Zhao readily acquiesced, thoughtfully stepping aside to a spot where he would neither see nor hear her conversation. Xu Xunqing quickly located the butler's phone number in her contacts and, utilizing the details provided by the system, composed a text. "Baby, there's been an emergency at home. I urgently need 5 million. I wouldn't ask if I weren't desperate. I've maxed out the loan from the reliable place at 158x times x times 4,848. Could you please help? If we can navigate through this crisis together, I promise to meet you and marry you. Card number." She simply copied and pasted, changing the loan number and substituting her own card number. After sending the message, she swiftly deleted it and called a friend. When the call connected, silence greeted her. Xu Xunqing covered the mouthpiece and whispered, "Brother Han, I'm in a bind. It's your Qingjia." A familiar roar erupted from the other end, prompting her to distance the phone slightly until the noise subsided. "I'll explain later. I'm using someone else's phone. Please help me." Once Xu Xunqing had conveyed her message, she felt a wave of relief as she hung up. The system indicated that in 2 hours, the driver would send out a genuine message. However, by sending her own message early, she had already disrupted the initial plan.
now.
All that remained was to wait for the fish to swim into her net. Xu Xunqing silenced her phone before returning it to driver Zhao, graciously expressing her gratitude until she witnessed him tuck the device back into his pocket, at which point she turned to leave. Her next course of action was to take a nap. Oh, no, rather to seize an opportunity to observe the flustered but smitten butler.
Indeed.
Xu Xunqing soon gleaned from the scattered conversations of passing servants that the butler, for reasons unbeknownst to them, had suddenly begun soliciting loans from everyone. However, despite the opulence of the household, The servants' salaries were far from sufficient to amass a seven-figure sum. The butler was in a dire predicament. He dared not text his online girlfriend, yet both phone calls and messages on social media went unanswered, leaving him to wonder if something had indeed gone awry. Following the trail of the butler's borrowing, Xunqing fortuitously encountered him. Observing his hurried pace and his complete disregard for her presence, she had no choice but to approach him and inquire, "Butler Zhang, is everything all right? Is there any difficulty I might assist you with?" The butler was well aware of Xunqing's circumstances, living in a dilapidated rental, having just returned home to a family that held no affection for her, and her total assets barely reaching 4 digits. He dismissed the meager assistance she could offer with a curt, "Just focus on preparing for tonight's banquet." He was genuinely anxious, for his savings barely amounted to 1 million, leaving him nearly 4 million short. His beloved had promised that once they overcame this hurdle, they would meet and marry. He had to seize this opportunity to rescue his sweetheart. The butler knew that the only person in the household who could possibly help him was the gentle and kind-hearted young lady, Su Momo. Su Momo was cherished within the family, consistently receiving generous allowances, rendering 1 million merely a trifling sum. Yet, when he had recently approached her for help, he had unfortunately caught her in a foul mood. Not only did he fail to secure any funds, but he also received a scathing reprimand to leave. Thus, now in a state of desperation, the butler found Xunqing, whom he deemed useless, blocking his path, further heightening his irritation. Xunqing, seemingly oblivious to his disdain, expressed her surprise. "What am I to prepare? Is it not your duty to oversee all matters, butler?" Her inquiry only served to exacerbate his agitation. Why had everything converged upon him at once? He was worried sick about his girlfriend and needed to gather the funds post-haste. Ignoring Xunqing, he hastily departed, his anger simmering beneath the surface. 10 minutes later, Xunqing's phone chimed twice. She glanced at it to see a message from Brother Han. "The big fish is hooked." Xunqing checked the time. It was precisely 5 minutes since the driver had sent his message. Perfectly timed, indeed. The butler, after scrutinizing his phone for what felt like an eternity, finally received the notification that 4 million had been deposited into his account, allowing his racing heart to gradually settle. He quickly transferred the funds to the card number in the message, convinced that his beloved would never ask him for money, thus this must be genuine. However, a chilling turn of events unfolded, just as he completed the transaction and eagerly anticipated a reply from his sweetheart. He instead received an identical message to the one he had just seen. The only difference was the 2 numbers. Everything else, punctuation included, was the same. The butler was left utterly bewildered. He firmly believed in his love. Yet the circumstances felt increasingly suspicious. Could it be that his girlfriend's phone had been picked up by someone else? Xunqing's phone also received a notification of 5 million deposited. Not to mention, upon seeing such a windfall, she herself entertained the thought of absconding with the funds. Thankfully, she was a somewhat greedy yet law-abiding citizen, and moreover, one whose time was limited. Xunqing silenced her phone, which threatened to compromise her moral integrity, and sought out Driver Zhao, cheerfully stating, "Uncle Zhao, the butler has been looking for you." Driver Zhao immediately felt a pang of guilt and responded with vague assurances. He feared the butler might ask him for money, and even more, he dreaded the discovery of his true identity. Thus, although he promised Xunqing he would go find the butler, he instead slipped out the door quietly. Chapter 18, Tremble, Mortals. Xunqing observed the driver stealthily exiting. She surmised that he was likely going to reconfirm the details of their escape with his wife, and he wouldn't be back for a while. Everything was under her control. Turning back, she sought out the butler and inadvertently revealed that the driver was also borrowing money. Believing the driver to be quite honest, she transferred 1,000 yuan to his card ending in 5678. The butler, fraught with anxiety and unable to reach anyone, was reluctant to accept the possibility that he had been deceived. Yet, upon hearing Xunqing's words, a jolt of realization struck him. "Which card did you say you transferred money to?" Xunqing blinked, pulling up the transaction record on her phone to show him. "Here. This one. It's Driver Zhao's personal card number." The butler scrutinized it closely, comparing it to the message on his phone, and was startled to discover that the number matched the one in the second message exactly. Noticing the change in his expression, Xunqing remarked, "I wonder how much more he needs. Why can't he just get a loan from the bank first?" Upon hearing the word bank, the butler was struck with clarity. He needed to investigate the information associated with that account. He refused to believe it. The butler promptly dispatched individuals to the bank and service center to inquire about the second bank card number and the phone number he had been in contact with. The responses came swiftly. Both account holders were none other than the family driver, the elderly Zhao Quan. The butler felt as though the ground had fallen from beneath him. He positioned himself at the entrance, waiting for Zhao Quan to return. At last, Zhao Quan returned after secretly discussing matters with his wife. However, upon arriving at the entrance, he sensed that something was amiss with the Xu family. The butler, accompanied by two others, cornered Zhao Quan, demanding he produce his phone. Sure enough, they uncovered two different devices on him. Zhao Quan, realizing he was trapped and the truth was poised to be revealed, struggled and protested. Xunqing, what are you doing? We all work for the Xu family. You can't. Before he could finish, the butler's phone rang from Zhao Quan's device. The other phone, rarely used, lit up with a contact labeled Piggy Bank 4. The butler was on the verge of a breakdown, his hand trembling uncontrollably as he clutched the phone. He gestured for Zhao Quan to be taken away, leading him to the driver's quarters. Zhao Quan had concealed himself well, but since he occasionally stayed in the area, he had stashed away devices for voice modulation and disguise. As the butler recognized the voice emanating from the voice changer as that of his beloved, Zhao Quan noticed the butler's increasingly darkening gaze and realized he had no grounds for defense, forcing him to concede. Butler Zhang, I admit this was my fault, but I can explain. Besides, I didn't deceive you. This was merely a test. Did you not also fail to send money to me? A crowd gathered at the entrance, and Xunqing, who was keenly monitoring the progress of her scheme, found the perfect vantage point to observe the unfolding drama. Coincidentally, Su's mother happened to pass by and paused, intrigued by the scene before her. Today, Madame Xu trailed Xunqing several times, only to regretfully miss the live spectacle. Finally, she managed to catch the most thrilling part. Indeed, men understand men best, don't they, Uncle Zhao? During your courtship, you not only refused the butler's red envelope but also gifted him small tokens on Valentine's Day. Wasn't that a means to keep him firmly under your thumb? This is what they call fishing with a long line, waiting to reel in a substantial catch now, isn't it? Madame Xu was utterly astonished. She never imagined that after all these years, she would witness a romance between a 30-year-old butler and a 50-year-old driver, both of whom were men. Could it be that their family truly harbors such excitement? However, upon hearing Uncle Zhao's words, the butler's face flushed with rage. What do you mean I haven't sent you any money? Is the affection I've invested during this time not worth anything? Did the 5 million I just transferred to you not count as money? You beast. In the bewildered gaze of the driver, he displayed two text messages and the transfer records on his phone, causing onlookers to lean in and gasp upon seeing the substantial sum of 5 million. Those who deceive truly dare to disclose figures, while those who are deceived are equally bold in their generosity. The driver was now thoroughly panicked, unable to comprehend how there could be two messages and a transfer, frantically waving his hands. No, that wasn't me. I didn't do it. Ahem. It's time for our little hero to make an entrance. Tremble, mere mortals, for an outrageous scam is about to be unveiled. Xunqing emerged from the corner of the crowd, declaring with righteous resolve, I know everything. With just a single utterance, she captured everyone's attention. The driver, upon seeing Xunqing, recalled that she had borrowed his phone earlier and immediately clutched at her like a lifeline. It's you. You, isn't it? The one deceiving me was you. Xunqing smiled softly. The deceiver, indeed, is you. The one here to save is me. She turned to the bewildered butler and revealed the plan she had meticulously orchestrated. I was already aware that the driver was masquerading to swindle you. By a twist of fate, I learned of his intention to deceive you today. Knowing you wouldn't believe my words, I sent you a message in advance to expose this scheme. The driver was taken aback. His plan had been so meticulously crafted, known only to him and his wife. How could this girl, who had only recently arrived at the Xu household, be privy to it? The butler, equally incredulous, gazed at Xunqing. Miss Xunqing, you mean? You're saying. His hands trembled, his lips moved for ages without producing a coherent sentence. Yes, the first message you received, that account number was mine. I have just returned the money to you. Xunqing provided the butler with a dose of reassurance. The butler promptly checked his transfer records and indeed saw the 5 million that arrived 5 minutes ago, murmuring to himself, it's true, it's all true. Initially, he held Xunqing in disdain, believing that even if she were acknowledged, she would always remain inferior to Su Momo. Yet, he was taken aback to find that the Su Momo he had watched grow up wouldn't spare a cent to assist him, whereas Xunqing, whom he had only known for a brief time, had gone to great lengths to help him unveil a massive scam. The butler was moved to the brink of tears. "Miss Xunqing, you are truly kind. I admit I was wrong in my previous treatment of you. If you ever need anything, please don't hesitate to command me." Su Xunqing maintained an air of calmness. "Oh, it's nothing. We are family. It's only natural to help one another."
Yay.
"Does this mean I can call upon the butler for extra meals at any time? All my efforts won't be in vain. I should have a room to stay in tonight, especially since my phone is about to die from lack of charge." Madame Su found herself at a loss for words upon hearing Su Xunqing's carefree thoughts. She exerted such effort to assist others merely to secure a few extra meals and charge her phone? Is there truly someone in this world so innocent? Chapter 19. Engagement with the Jean family. Madame Su harbored doubts about this, but given the time spent together, she decided to wait and assess further. She took charge of dismissing Uncle Zhao, expelling his entire family from the Su household. After all, Uncle Zhao's wife and son were accomplices. Only the butler and a few others who were deceived were genuinely innocent. As for what the butler would do next, it was no longer the Su family's concern. Uncle Zhao left, his heart heavy, packing his belongings. Scamming was merely a side gig. Their employment within the Su family was their family's primary source of security.
But now,
Contemplating it was futile. The butler watched Uncle Zhao depart in shame, feeling a slight sense of relief as the chaos of the day finally allowed him a moment to breathe. He sincerely thanked Su Xunqing and Madame Su for their assistance, realizing that without them, he might have remained oblivious and foolishly lost 5 million. After savoring this indeed thrilling gossip, Madame Su recalled her many tasks and instructed the butler to promptly arrange a suitable accommodation for Su Xunqing before she took her leave. Su Xunqing was also of the same mind. After all, she would be residing in the Su household for quite some time. She couldn't possibly set up a tent every day, could she? She could manage, but she feared the Su family might not accept it. Butler Zhang, carrying the layout of the Su manor, took it out to show Su Xunqing. "Miss Xunqing, we still have many vacant rooms in the main building. You can choose one to stay in. The maid's quarters are too remote and unbefitting of your status." Su Xunqing hurriedly waved her hand. "No need. I'll just select a suitable single room in the maid's quarters." It's not that she couldn't enjoy the finer things. She simply didn't want to waste time embroiled in a rivalry with Su Momo. While Su Momo could afford to be idle, she still needed to secure her own future. The maid's quarters were quite satisfactory, offering a comfortable single room and a multitude of people to indulge in more gossip. As Su Xunqing made her way towards the maid's quarters with the butler, she listened with satisfaction to the system notifications echoing in her mind. "Congratulations, host, on successfully completing a dangerous mission. Reward, 7 additional days of life, 70,000 in funds, and a special item, a bottle of forgetfulness water." Indeed, upgraded missions yield greater benefits. Longer life, more wealth, and even the items sound quite formidable. While Su Xunqing pondered this, she arrived at the maid's quarters. The butler thoughtfully introduced her to the available rooms. "Miss Xunqing, this one on the first floor offers easier access. And there's another on the 5th floor with a splendid view." Su Xunqing examined them keenly, when suddenly, she heard the notification sound again. "Congratulations, host, on successfully completing 3 tasks, earning an upgrade to your golden finger with an expanded range of effects." This was the second time Su Xunqing had heard about her golden finger. The last time, she had missed it due to some inexplicable electrical disturbance. This time, she hastily seized the opportunity to inquire, "Wait, what exactly is my golden finger? What range has been expanded?" The system remained silent.
Su Xunqing, unde
Called out from every angle, but the system seemed to have entered a state of maintenance, buzzing twice before falling silent. Su Xunqing lamented. "Family, does anyone understand? It seems I've inadvertently installed a pirated system that only digs holes without filling them." With no other recourse, Su Xunqing could only comfort herself, speculating that perhaps it was an increase in goodwill due to her task completions, expanding the range of favorable impressions. Otherwise, how could she explain her disastrous start yet finding herself faring far better in the Su household than the narrative suggested? "Miss Xunqing, have you decided on this room?" The voice of the butler successfully summoned Su Xunqing back to reality. Observing Su Xunqing standing still, he retrieved a key and handed it to her, sincerely expressing, "If there is anything you need in the future, do not hesitate to command me. Miss Xunqing is my savior. From now on, I am at your service within the Su household." After today's commotion, the previously proud butler had completely relinquished his prejudices against Su Xunqing. He was utterly convinced of her capabilities. Indeed, even though the young lady had emerged from humble beginnings, she possessed a far-reaching vision that surpassed that of ordinary individuals like himself. Xu Xuanqing waved her hand dismissively, leaving a trail of afterimages. There is no need for that. What use is a mere salted fish like me to anyone? It seemed that her charm had indeed increased. At this rate, the butler might just fall in love with her. The butler understood that her words were merely playful banter. Yet he silently vowed to devote himself to protecting Xu Xuanqing's rights and status within this family. Watching the butler depart with a reluctant demeanor, Xu Xuanqing finally closed the door to her new room. She had never encountered such a busy supporting character in her novels before. Every romantic entanglement felt akin to a criminal case. She mused that if this continued, she might as well consider obtaining a lawyer's license or a police badge. Could the state not intervene and alleviate some of her burdensome responsibilities? Xu Xuanqing reclined back onto her bed, hoping to enjoy a well-deserved afternoon nap. However, before she could slip into slumber, a loud knock reverberated through the door. Outside, the familiar voice of the butler called out, "Miss Xuanqing, please prepare yourself. Young Master Jin Beiming is about to arrive, and you must make a good impression on him." Xu Xuanqing, taken aback, shook her head and decisively declined. "I have no interest in this matter. I will not go." The evening banquet was scheduled for later. Who in their right mind would wish to meet such an ill-omened figure in broad daylight? However, the butler, sensing urgency and finding no one else around, leaned close to the door and whispered, "Miss Xuanqing, you are the true young lady of the Xu family. By rights, the engagement with the Jin family should be yours." Sifting through her suitcase, Xu Xuanqing pulled out 2 slightly more formal outfits and opened the door, stating, "That's a fine suggestion, but let us refrain from further recommendations." As she lifted her gaze, she was startled to see a figure standing behind the butler, whose eyes seemed to glint with malice. The butler felt a chill creeping up his spine and turned around in dread, only to witness Su Momo displaying a fearsome expression for the first time. As if she were about to tear him apart. He attempted to explain, "Miss Momo, it's not what you think. I was merely..." Yet before he could finish, a resounding slap landed across his face. Su Momo had struck with all her might, causing pain to her own hand in the process. She glared at the butler, seething with rage. "You treacherous wretch. With your kind, you dare to covet my Beiming brother?" Realizing the situation was escalating beyond reconciliation, Xu Xuanqing stepped forward to shield the butler. She looked earnestly at Su Momo. "It's all a misunderstanding. I had no intention of stealing your brother. The butler was merely introducing us." She swore by her conscience. She truly had no interest in Jin Beiming. Xu Xuanqing was not a masochist. If she ever found herself drawn to a man who had once humiliated her and even harmed her, it would only be due to his scientific value. Certainly not for love. Chapter 20. The arrival of the sliding kneeling youth. Their quarrel had not gone unnoticed. The 3 individuals who had followed Su Momo paused, intrigued by the commotion. Su Siyuan's expression darkened. If word got out, it would tarnish the reputation of the Su family, suggesting that their daughters were so lacking in worth that they would fight over a mere Jin Beiming. In truth, the Su family had hoped to mend the relationship between their 2 daughters. Upon receiving news that Jin Beiming and his elder would soon arrive, they had sent Momo to fetch Xu Xuanqing to welcome their guests together. However, no sooner had Su Momo departed than Jin Beiming arrived.
Su Siduan,
Having known them since childhood, thought to bring them to see Su Momo and Xu Xuanqing before heading back together. Now, he regretted that decision deeply. Who would actually steal someone else's fiancé? Even if one could snatch him, winning his heart is another matter entirely. Su Siyuan felt a slight relief upon hearing this thought. It seemed Xu Xuanqing was quite sensible and would not engage in such disgraceful conduct. Yet the very next moment, he overheard another remark. If one were to steal a wedding, wouldn't it be wise to choose someone more handsome? What qualifies Jin Beiming for such a role? In terms of looks, he pales in comparison to Su Siyuan, and even the young man beside him is more appealing. What could Su Momo possibly see in him? Su Siyuan instinctively turned to gauge the expressions of the 2 individuals beside him, finding them both unfazed, which put him at ease. Reflecting on Xu Xuanqing's words brought him a small sense of joy. Perhaps his sister did possess some aesthetic sensibility. Ignoring the turmoil before him, Su Siyuan introduced, "Xuanqing, this is Jin Beiming, Momo's betrothed, and this is Jin Zhao, Beiming's uncle, who has just returned from abroad." Only then did Xu Xuanqing lift her gaze to examine the 2 men beside Su Siyuan. Jin Beiming had appeared too frequently in the narrative for her to feel any intrigue. She was utterly immune to his presence. Indeed, among her brothers, Each possessed their own unique charm, while Jean Baiming's features seemed rather ordinary, failing to capture her attention. However, Jin Zhao was a different story. Xu Xuanqing recalled that he had been mentioned a few times in the plot, yet they had never interacted, leaving her with no significant impression. To her surprise, the male lead's uncle appeared significantly younger and even more handsome than the lead himself. As they engaged in friendly introductions, Su Momo had composed herself. Her eyes red-rimmed as she gazed up at Jean Baiming, as though she had suffered an immense grievance. Jean Baiming, having overheard Su Momo's words, interpreted them as a sign of her affection for him and felt no concern. Now, witnessing her tear-filled eyes only deepened his sympathy. Momo, I can't believe you've been bullied by a mere butler at home. Is this how he treats the young lady of the house? The butler, sensing the weight of the impending blame, hunched his back and murmured, Young Master Jean, I would never dare. Jean Baiming shot a disdainful glance at the butler, ordering, Get lost. Do not let yourself be seen in Momo's presence again. Su Siyuan furrowed his brow, but since Jean Baiming was defending Su Momo, he refrained from speaking out, merely gesturing for the butler to leave. What presumption is this? Coming to the Su household tax superior? Does he lack presence at the Jean family? One might think he was about to swallow the Su family whole, expecting the world to pay for his little Momo. Momo shouldn't be too outrageous. How can her own brother be less appealing than her fiancé? The moment he arrived, she leaped into his arms. One might assume the Su family had wronged her, while Su Siyuan's heartfelt affection was ultimately misplaced. Su Siyuan also noticed that Su Momo, feeling wronged at home, had sought solace in Jean Baiming, and here she was, leaning against him in front of her own brother. He felt a pang of discomfort in his heart, yet could only feign composure before the guests. Surely, Bai Ming and Xiao Chao have come over for a discussion? Let us retreat to the inner room for a proper conversation. Having uttered these words, he turned his gaze towards Su Xuanqing. Xuanqing, you may attend to your own matters. Just as Su Xuanqing nodded in agreement, Jean Baiming seemed to have only just noticed her, audaciously scanning Su Xuanqing from head to toe. Then, with undisguised disdain, he remarked, Is this the sister you all have newly acknowledged? She pales in comparison to Mo, not even worth a finger of hers. Su Mo quickly wiped the corner of her eyes and tugged at Jean Baiming's sleeve, saying in a muffled voice, Brother A Ming, please don't say that. My sister is quite kind and treats me well. Go ahead and act. You brought her in, so you entertain her. Why drag me into this? Do you need my cooperation? I don't deserve to be in the Su family. Only the two of you are worthy. You two are a match made in heaven. Even aliens invading Earth would give you a thumbs up and say what a perfect pair. Such an uncouth individual. I cannot fathom how someone like you has survived this long without being put in their place. The Jean family will inevitably be brought to ruin by you. Su Xuanqing observed the theatrics of the two, feeling too weary to maintain any semblance of politeness, and turned to leave. Where is your courtesy? A suddenly cold and deep male voice called from behind. It was the previously silent Jin Chao who spoke up. Su Xuanqing furrowed her brow, mistakenly thinking he was addressing her, and halted her steps. The next moment, she heard Jean Baiming unwillingly kneeling. Uncle, I was merely concerned for my girlfriend. Jin Chao succinctly commanded, Apologize. Jean Baiming clenched his fists, unable to meet Jin Chao's gaze, and could only utter, I apologize, Miss Su. I misspoke. Su Xuanqing was genuinely taken aback by the spectacle before her. She could count the number of times Jin Chao appeared in the narrative on one hand. She was aware that he was a true powerhouse, while Jean Baiming was merely an inexperienced youth still finding his footing. Had it not been for Jin Chao's consistent air of mystery and his eventual decision to relinquish the Jin family's inheritance, Jean Baiming, who only knew how to pursue romance, would have never had a chance. Yet, she was astonished that he would speak on her behalf. TSK. Such a powerful figure behaving commendably. This is quite refreshing. Let's observe further. However, I shall not accept Jean Baiming's apology. I fear I might contract his foolishness. As Su Xuanqing lamented, the system that had previously feigned a malfunction suddenly reappeared, detected a love-stricken individual named Jean Baiming, danger level 7. Shall we now analyze the details of his romantic inclinations and commence a rescue mission? Is there more to Jean Baiming's story? I shall reluctantly accept. Su Xuanqing's eyes lit up, deciding to linger. Where are you all headed? May I accompany you? Hearing Su Xuanqing's interest, Su Xin instinctively disapproved, saying, Xuanqing, perhaps you should rest for a while. The banquet has yet to commence, and we will call for you later. Jean Baiming scoffed. I have no interest in someone as rustic as you, and shall not spare you a glance.
Xunqing.
What did she say? Why is he so worked up again? Jean Chao's cold voice interjected, apologize. Chapter 21. Uncle or Brother. Jean Bai Ming forgot that his uncle was present today. Wishing he could take back his earlier snide remarks, he could only endure the concerned gaze of Su Mo and, feeling exceedingly frustrated, mumbled, I am sorry, Miss Su. When one is particularly baffled, laughter often bubbles up. Su Xunqing felt an urge to laugh. She had no idea what Jean Bai Ming was doing. He was both naive and playful, seemingly trapped yet insisting on speaking out. What was the purpose? However, having reached this point, she had no desire to engage with what appeared to be a mentally challenged individual. Since Su Xin opposed her joining, she turned to the other authoritative figure. Brother Chao, where are you going? May I come along? The group looked at Su Xunqing in astonishment, while Su Xin glanced at Jean Chao, uncertainly asking, do you know each other? Indeed, Jean Chao nodded seriously. Now we have been introduced. Let us proceed.
Su Xin.
Su Xunqing immediately brightened, following Jean Chao like a small tail, fearful that Su Xin might reject her again. Hee. Indeed, handsome men have a sense of empathy. Jean Chao is undeniably more appealing than Jean Bai Ming. How can one compare a cold, ethereal god to a bumbling fool? Intelligent, handsome men are truly exceptional. Jean Bai Ming deserves to be deceived. TSK, I really do not wish to assist him. Perhaps I should let him fend for himself, after all. He and Mo are already in such a predicament. As they walked, Su Xin felt quite unsettled. Why did both of his sisters seem to be trailing behind members of the Jean family? Yet, upon hearing Su Xunqing's thoughts, he set aside his concerns. He was eager to understand what was amiss with Jean Bai Ming and whether it would affect Mo, but he did not dare to directly ask Su Xunqing, instead opting for a roundabout approach. What do you think of Bai Ming, Xunqing?
Me?
Su Xunqing was engrossed in studying the romantic details of Jean Bai Ming when she suddenly heard Su Xin call her name, momentarily stunned.
Su Xin not dead.
And the other three turned their attention to Su Xunqing. She shrugged and candidly replied, he and Su Mo are a perfect pair, a match made in heaven. Su Xin felt somewhat disappointed but pressed further. Do you think they are well suited for each other?
Su Xunqing not dead Vigo Xin. Absolutely.
They are a perfect match. It's locked tight. I've thrown away the key. Having just finished reading the detailed accounts, she found Jean Bai Ming utterly detestable, but as she prepared to sympathize with Su Mo, she stumbled upon parts involving Su Mo and promptly retracted all her goodwill. The narrative she had experienced did not delve into such details. It merely highlighted the misunderstandings and tribulations between the male and female leads. Yet, who could have anticipated that their tribulations would consistently challenge the boundaries of legality? Jean Bai Ming is quite the lawbreaker. Years ago, he coerced underage girls and simply paid them off afterward. Now he is seemingly running some special club, indulging in group activities. He shamelessly claims it is for the purpose of studying the human body, while in reality, he is deceiving innocent female university students, all while portraying himself as a selfless contributor. He professes that Su Mo is his moonlight, but insists that the moonlight cannot shine solely on him. He must make contributions to humanity's progress, all while dragging her into extreme group activities. They should just marry already. A silent union would suit them perfectly. And they could play to their heart's content afterward. Su Xunqing was already aware of the immense power Jean Bai Ming wielded, straddling both the lawful and unlawful realms, ultimately cleansing his reputation through some so-called human evolutionary research project. Yet, she had not anticipated the depths of his depravity. The so-called research project was merely a facade to satiate his twisted desires. Moreover, Su Mo had transformed from a mere tool into someone who gradually developed feelings for the experiments Jean Bai Ming conducted on her, willingly offering her body, which led to her subsequent afflictions. Goodness, the two of you are recklessly flirting with the law, and in the process, you even extracted my kidney to fulfill your future? Upon hearing the cascade of Su Xunqing's thoughts, Su Xin was left in shock, his fists clenched tightly. Seeing Su Mo gazing adoringly at Jean Bai Ming filled him with overwhelming irritation. He wished he could separate the two of them right then and there. How could his pampered younger sister ever marry such a beastly creature? As the group approached the door to the living room, the once jovial expressions of Mr. and Mrs. Su shifted dramatically upon hearing Su Xunqing's unspoken sentiments. They were taken aback, unable to accept the revelations conveyed by her thoughts. their gazes filled with complex emotions as they regarded the newcomers. Jean Beiming, spotting Mr. and Mrs. Xu, approached them with polite deference. "Hello, uncle and aunt. I apologize for the early visit. My uncle, Jean Zhao, has recently returned from abroad and is quite concerned about the matter between me and Mo. Jean Zhao nodded respectfully at Mr. and Mrs. Xu. "Mr. Xu, madam, it is an honor to finally meet you." The Xu couple managed a strained smile. Jean Zhao was of the same standing as them, and given his youth, they felt compelled to tread carefully, even if it meant disregarding any fallout with Jean Beiming. "Your daughter is quite remarkable," Jean Zhao remarked unexpectedly after greeting them. Xu Mo felt a surge of hope and stepped forward shyly. "Thank you, uncle." Yet, before she could finish, Jean Zhao deftly sidestepped her direction and turned his attention to Xu Xunqing. "I apologize for not being clear. What I meant to say was that Xu Xunqing is quite remarkable." Xu Mo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, wishing she could vanish into thin air. Hearing this, Xu Mu hastily urged Xu Xunqing, "Yes, our Xunqing is a good child. Come, greet your uncle." Xu Xunqing blinked, clearly reluctant. "Why should I address someone who seems to be of similar age as uncle? It is Xu Mo who is engaged, not me. Why can't Jean Zhao and I be considered peers? Why can't Jean Beiming call me aunt?" The Xu family members exchanged frantic glances, silently urging her to keep such rebellious thoughts to herself. Meanwhile, Jean Zhao slightly tilted his head. "Indeed, calling me uncle makes me feel rather old. You may call me brother instead." Xu Xunqing eagerly seized the opportunity. "All right then, Zhao Ge." Jean Beiming, however, was less pleased. "Uncle, that's not quite appropriate." Silence. Jean Zhao replied coldly. "Understood." Jean Beiming quickly acquiesced. Xu Xunqing found the exchange amusing, while Xu Mo seethed with frustration. Having brought a relative to discuss the engagement, Jean Beiming had initially expected to introduce his parents, yet he had instead brought Jean Zhao. It seemed that Jean Zhao's presence signified the importance of their union, yet his unconventional demeanor left Xu Mo bewildered, as he appeared to be of a lower standing than Xu Xunqing.
Xu Montag clenched her teeth in frustration.
Increasingly discontent with Jean Beiming. Meanwhile, the other three members of the Xu family remained on high alert. Jean Zhao was decidedly peculiar. His reaction seemed to align perfectly with Xu Xunqing's unvoiced thoughts. Could it be that he too? Chapter 22. The Jade Ring on the Finger. The three Xu family members exchanged discreet glances, and Xu Xiyuan feigned casualness as he spoke. "Did you hear anything unusual just now, young Master Zhao?" Jean Zhao's expression remained unchanged as he gazed toward the interior of the living room. "I did hear something. It seems the television in the living room is still on." The Xu family members, relieved to see that Jean Zhao did not appear to be lying and that indeed the television was on, breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that only those of blood relation could hear such things. They resumed their seats, with Xu Mo and Jean Beiming sitting side by side. Tugging on his sleeve, Jean Beiming understood the signal and stood again. "Today, I brought a relative to discuss the possibility of an early engagement with the Xu family. I have brought some small gifts for uncle and aunt." He stepped forward, presenting several small bags he had been holding. The gift for Mr. Xu was a dark, ink-black inkstone, its smooth edges indicating its high quality. For Mrs. Xu, he offered a sparkling necklace of considerable value, and for Xu Xiyuan, a prestigious watch that perfectly matched his elite demeanor. All three received their gifts, while Xu Mo wore a bracelet that Jean Beiming had recently acquired at an auction. A stunning ruby that complemented her complexion beautifully. Yet, amidst the exchange, the atmosphere remained tense, save for Xu Mo's delight. Xu Xunqing was the only one without a gift. Xu Xiyuan's expression darkened. It was evident that Jean Beiming was deliberately targeting Xu Xunqing, something he could not have overlooked, considering that the evening was dedicated to her return. Although they had prepared to annul Xu Mo's engagement, they could not tolerate such a slight to the Xu family's dignity. Xu Xunqing represented the Xu family and would undoubtedly prove significant in the future. Mr. and Mrs. Xu remained silent, having accepted their gifts without a word of acknowledgement. Xu Mo noticed the palpable tension in the room. She thought it trivial that her family would allow their relationship with the Jean family to be jeopardized over a newly recognized Xu Xunqing. Biting her lip, she stood to speak, but Jean Zhao preempted her. The recognition of Xu Xunqing as part of the Xu family is a momentous occasion. This is a gift from the Jean family to welcome her. Under the scrutiny of various gazes, he calmly removed the jade ring from his right thumb and approached Xu Xunqing. Su Siyuan sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "No, that is far too precious." Jin Beiming's eyes widened in shock as he interjected, "Uncle, that is not appropriate. It belongs to our family." However, upon catching the look from Jin Zhao, his words faltered, caught in his throat as he fell silent. Su Xuanqing gazed at the figure before her, her eyes clouded with confusion, yet her hands instinctively hid behind her back.
No. No, no.
"I refuse to accept a ring that has been worn by someone else, no matter how valuable it is. Look at my attire. It's not suitable for such a thing. I'd rather you just give me some money to buy something appropriate." Still, seeing Jin Beiming and Mo react so dramatically is rather satisfying. It's not like it's a family heirloom or anything, right? Mr. and Mrs. Su, along with Su Siyuan, heard Su Xuanqing's inner thoughts and turned to assess her appearance. Compared to yesterday, she was dressed more formally, likely in her best attire. Yet it still lacked the elegance of even a mere maid's casual wear. Jin Zhao hesitated momentarily, as if contemplating something. But in an instant, he stepped forward and spoke. "Go ahead." Su Xuanqing looked around, until Mr. Su finally spoke. "If it's for you, then you should accept it. You are my daughter." Only then did Su Xuanqing extend her palm. "Thank you, Zhao Ge." As her fingertips brushed against a warm sensation, Jin Zhao grasped her fingers and gently slid the jade ring onto her left thumb. His voice, imbued with the warmth of the jade, carried a reassuring tone. "It fits well. If you don't like it later, I can buy you a new one." It was as though he were offering a trivial trinket. Su Xuanqing stood momentarily stunned, unconsciously running her fingers over the ring. The jade was smooth and slightly warm, with a delicate translucence that seemed to flow beneath its surface. Though it appeared unremarkable from a distance, upon closer inspection, it revealed an exquisite and ancient charm. When she lifted her head once more, Jin Chao had already returned to his seat, gently sipping the hot tea in his hands. Help, help, help. I can't believe I was just captivated by this guy. No. It must be that I've been exposed to too much romantic nonsense lately. A virus has invaded my brain. The quality of this jade ring is astonishing. I must buy a safe to keep it in later. If I lose it, even 100 of me couldn't afford to replace it. Isn't this gentleman even more charming than Jin Beiming? How has he remained single for so long? I simply cannot comprehend. In the narrative that Su Xuanqing had observed, Jin Chao seldom mentioned Mo. His romantic life was almost a mystery. Yet she recalled that by the grand finale, when Su Mo was blessed with triplets with Jin Beiming, Jin Chao was still in a state of bachelorhood. At that moment, Jin Chao shook his cup of tea before setting it down and casually warned, "This piece of jade must be worn continuously. It cannot be removed. Only by having its aura nurtured can jade thrive. Leaving it unused will cause its value to depreciate." Su Xuanqing promptly nodded in compliance. "All right, Brother Chao. I will remember to wear it at all times." "What is this? Am I supposed to have a camera installed on me? Do I have to keep it on even while bathing?" Indeed, it seems that the world of the affluent is rife with domineering figures. Just as I began to swoon, they start with their overbearing declarations. Very well, time for me to regain my clarity. Su Mu listened to Su Xuanqing's outrageous inner monologue and slowly shifted her gaze. "You all arrived early. The banquet won't commence for a while. Shall we take a stroll?" Su Mo felt utterly overlooked, after all. She was the one who had invited Jin Beiming to bring gifts for the family and to subtly revisit the topic of their engagement, hoping to diminish Su Xuanqing's arrogance. How had the situation escalated to this point? Jealousy brewed within her, nearly causing her hair to stand on end. Yet she felt powerless against Jin Chao and could only glare at Jin Beiming. Jin Beiming, astonished by Jin Chao's reaction, was perplexed by his uncle's seemingly ascetic demeanor, who had never shown interest in women. He wondered what spell Su Xuanqing had cast to elicit such engagement from his uncle. After scrutinizing Su Xuanqing for a considerable time, he found her surprisingly captivating, her charm growing with each glance, rendering him somewhat transfixed. A gentle cough from Su Mo snapped him back to reality, reminding him of the purpose of his visit today. He quickly addressed Su's parents, uncle, and aunt. "We were just discussing the date for our engagement." "Oh, the engagement matter," Su Mu said, feigning forgetfulness by tapping her head. "Today is primarily a family banquet. Let us put this discussion aside for now and revisit it in a few days." Su Mo swayed slightly, incredulous. Mom, why? She could not fathom it. They had previously agreed on the engagement date, and her parents had consented to Jin Beiming's visit. How could everything change just because Su Xuanqing returned? Did they truly wish to dissolve the engagement and push Su Xuanqing into the spotlight instead? Chapter 23. You must be punished. Sumo's expression darkened, her tumultuous thoughts concealed from everyone. Sumo gazed at her daughter with sympathy, her heart aching, while resolutely deciding not to cast Sumo into the abyss. She grasped Sumo's somewhat cold hand, tenderly assuring her, Mo, you are still young, your father, brothers, and I cannot bear to see you engaged so early. Let us wait a little longer. Sumo kept her head down in silence, unable to voice her thoughts, feeling torn between two factions. However, Jean Beiming was anxious. Uncle and aunt, my engagement with Mo is merely a preliminary step. We're in no rush to marry. We will proceed according to her wishes. Su Xin, still simmering from Su Xunqing's earlier thoughts, found it impossible to suppress his fury. Seeing Jean Beiming's eagerness for engagement only fueled his suspicion of ulterior motives towards Sumo. He glared at Jean Beiming. Your haste. Do you truly harbor genuine feelings for Mo? I have recently uncovered some matters that require your full disclosure. In an instant, cold sweat trickled down Jean Beiming's spine as he belatedly recalled that his actions had been discreet, leaving no trace for anyone to uncover. Surely, Su Xin was attempting to intimidate him. Yet, he could not confront his fiancé's brother and could only cast a pleading glance at his elder, Jin Chao. Jin Chao remained expressionless, intently playing with his empty thumb. Jean Beiming, feeling helpless, turned to Su Xin. Xin, don't you know me? I have cherished Mo for many years. My feelings for her are genuine, and I would never conceal anything from her. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Su Xunqing stood on the sidelines, silently critiquing the unfolding drama. Tisk, those women out there are merely fleeting distractions. Little Mo is truly your destined wife. Isn't she? Just wait until other women come forward boasting of pregnancies, and then you'll both come to your senses. Those women wouldn't dare hurt Jean Beiming. They simply vent their frustrations on the rightful little Mo, scheming to eliminate her to take their place. After all, for little Mo, marrying is merely the beginning of a new life. The endless battles against mistresses will be infinitely thrilling. Su Fu and Su Mu grew increasingly alarmed by the revelations, initially intending to delay the engagement to investigate Jean Beiming thoroughly. If nothing severe was uncovered, they would still consider the union. The Su and Jean families had numerous collaborative projects, and Su Mo and Jean Beiming had grown up together as childhood sweethearts. Who could have anticipated that he had morphed into such an individual? They completely abandoned the idea of the alliance. The Su family lacked projects and did not require further elevation. Their priority was the well-being of their children. Yet Su Xin evidently lacked the composure of Su Fu and Su Mu. He spoke coldly to Jean Beiming. Today, you shall not be engaged. In front of our Su family, consider this matter conclusively ended. The engagement between our two families is hereby nullified. As the next generation's leader of the Su family, he possessed the authority to make such a decision, and his words carried more weight than those of the previous generation. Dissolving the engagement would not impede their cooperation. Jean Beiming was taken aback. How had everything they had previously agreed upon shifted so drastically without him saying or doing anything? He could not tolerate such disdain and neglect. His demeanor as a respectful younger generation member stemmed solely from his earnest desire to marry Mo, not to have the Su family trample on his dignity. The Jean family had no shortage of potential matrimonial partners. He simply had to have Su Mo. Unable to maintain his composure, Jean Beiming turned to his accompanying uncle. Jean Chao, uncle, what is your perspective on this matter? Jean Chao replied leisurely. Today, we can forego the engagement. Both our families should take a moment to reflect. You may also have more time to investigate. If issues arise, the Jean family will not evade responsibility. Su Fu and Su Mu remained silent, while Su Xin also calmed down. This approach seemed most prudent. However, Su Mo felt very unsettled. Why was her engagement being abruptly dismissed? They were determining her future without offering her any explanation or presenting supposed evidence. Su Mo's voice trembled, as if she had summoned immense courage to voice her dissent. Su Xin longed to embrace Su Mo and offer her comfort, but restrained himself, stating earnestly, Elder brother will provide you with explanations and evidence. Trust that he will not harm you. Su Mo raised her tear-filled eyes, disappointment seeping into the affection that once filled her gaze. Really?
Su Xian not dead.
Yet he and his parents were unable to divulge the truth at that moment. While they remained silent, Su Xunqing reveled in the drama unfolding before her. Although it conflicted somewhat with the storyline, she possessed the intricacies of romance in her hands, secretly assuming the role of a grand playwright in her heart. It's all right. Go forth bravely and elope. Pikachu. Strive for your breathtaking love. I believe you shall surely succeed. Your golden opportunity awaits you. The entire world may doubt you, yet you remain unyielding. Her teasing remarks echoed joyfully and loudly. Impossible for the three present to ignore, and they wished fervently to close their eyes and escape from reality. Su Momo, seeing that the situation had reached an impasse, wiped her tears and mustered a brave smile, timidly asking Su Xian, "Big brother, may I go see Bai Ming off? Surely that is permissible?" Su Xian sighed. How could he possibly refuse his tearful Momo? He replied gently, "Very well, you may go." However, feeling a twinge of concern, he turned to the nearly giggling Su Xunqing. "Xunqing, accompany Momo, see Xiao Chao off." Su Xunqing, thoroughly enjoying the drama, was abruptly interrupted and pointed at herself in disbelief. "Me? Oh well, a new sister must make her mark. She has to do something, so why not? Xiao Ge seems like a decent fellow. What a pity he was born into the Jin family." Walking ahead, Jin Chao slowed his pace, positioning himself alongside Su Xunqing, slightly turning his face to observe her. "Do you not favor the Jin family?" Su Xunqing appeared somewhat bewildered. Had she inadvertently voiced her critiques? Sensing her confusion, Jin Chao added, "It's written all over your face. Your thoughts are plainly visible." Su Xunqing, feeling embarrassed, touched her own face. "I shall refine my acting skills." Striving to maintain a composed demeanor next time, the two strolled leisurely behind, while Su Momo and Jin Baiming walked ahead. No matter how vast the garden, it would eventually come to an end, and soon they escorted the Jin relatives to the entrance. Jin Baiming, reluctant to part, grasped Su Momo's hand, suddenly tightening his grip. "Momo, would you consider coming with me? Here it comes, the second wave of gossip. Go with him, and face crime together. Go with him, through storms, rain, and even prison. Go with him, and in old age, face the inability to afford basic sustenance." Su Xunqing stifled a laugh, entertaining herself with an internal rap. Beside her, Jin Chao covered his mouth, lightly clearing his throat, a hint of a smile gracing his features. Su Momo was tumultuous with emotion, eager to respond affirmatively to Jin Baiming, yet she found herself constrained by her identity as a daughter of the Su family. Just as she wrestled with her thoughts, she heard Su Xunqing's laughter and mistakenly assumed it was directed at her, retorting angrily, "This is my home. I must remain." She envisioned a bright future with Jin Baiming, but as long as Su Xunqing lingered, her rightful place would be usurped. Observing Jin Chao's indifferent demeanor, Jin Baiming grew earnest, embracing Su Momo and reassuring her, "Momo, do not worry. I shall return to see you soon. Eat well, keep in touch. And do not let me lose track of you, understood?" While a poignant farewell unfolded, Jin Chao took out his phone and instructed Su Xunqing, "Please save my number." Su Xunqing regarded this sudden request for contact with wariness. What is his intention? Why this odd behavior? Does he feel that my nephew's engagement has been disrupted, and thus seeks a scapegoat? Or does he wish to recruit me as a spy, leveraging a jade ring to gain insight into the Su family's affairs? Jin Chao, unperturbed, entered his number into Su Xunqing's phone, dialing and then hanging up before stating, "Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek my assistance after all. You may call me brother." Su Xunqing's face brightened. "Of course, Xiao Ge, rest assured. This is my self-made top brother. Today has been fruitful. What is in my family? Merely Su Momo's real brother. At least with Xiao Ge, there are gifts to receive. Hee hee." Su Xunqing felt a surge of delight, entirely oblivious to the increasingly prolonged gaze Jin Chao held upon her. Eventually, Jin Baiming and Su Momo concluded their farewells. Had it not been for Su Xian insisting on escorting them to the gate, Su Momo would have preferred to accompany them back to the Jin residence. Jin Chao, seeing Jin Baiming pause, took the lead towards the waiting car. Jin Baiming followed suit only after Jin Chao had moved ahead, while Su Momo lingered behind, watching with a sense of longing, as if this separation were an eternal farewell. Once both boarded the vehicle, Jin Chao rolled down half of the window and nodded slightly in Su Xunqing's direction as the car gradually departed. When the vehicle was no longer visible, Su Momo finally relaxed her expression of reluctance, turning with disdain towards Su Xunqing. "You wait." Su Xunqing shrugged. She had hardly spoken a few words. How is this her fault? However, she possessed a commendable habit of responding to inquiries. Thus she replied, "Rest assured, I shall await your return until the day of your grand conclusion." With that, she disregarded Su Momo's menacing glare, cheerfully contemplating that once the plot reached its climax, Jin Baiming's transgressions would accumulate sufficiently, and she would find a way to report them to the relevant authorities. Romance was permissible, but if they sought to harm society together, that was unacceptable. Moreover, with the two of them accelerating their narrative, it was plausible that her own misfortune could arrive prematurely. Xu Xuanqing resolutely forbade such a fate, yearning to live out the remainder of her life unscathed. If she could ensure the successful completion of her tasks, thereby securing her future, Xu Xuanqing and Xu Momo, at odds with each other, parted ways upon entering the Xu residence. After all, the main building and the maid's quarters were in different directions. Xu Xuanqing ambled leisurely toward the secluded maid's quarters, sighing as she walked. She merely wished for a brief afternoon nap, yet fate had other plans, and it seemed her slumber would be thwarted, for any sleep would surely invite trouble. Returning to her room, Xu Xuanqing took the opportunity to organize the orders swirling in her mind. The system's notification sound diminished significantly under her vehement protests, at least no longer overwhelming her CPU when faced with the crowd. However, in this organization, Xu Xuanqing stumbled upon a curious realization. Almost every individual she had encountered bore an order, some directed toward others, others from others, and some unfortunate souls even had 2 or 3 orders attached. Yet, after Jin Baiming and Jin Chao arrived, she had focused solely on the extensive orders belonging to Jin Baiming, failing to notice that Jin Chao bore no orders at all. Xu Xuanqing had come to understand the rules governing the romantic orders. Not everyone laden with an order was necessarily besotted. Perhaps others admired them or they would encounter someone in the future. However, Jin Zhao was truly immaculate, devoid of any blemish. Xu Xuanqing felt a twinge of admiration for this individual. Indeed, he was a paragon of professionalism, maintaining an unsullied reputation by eliminating all potential distractions from his surroundings, resolutely refusing to allow any emotions to encroach upon his achievements. Remarkable. Xu Xuanqing instinctively touched the jade ring adorning her finger, its surface undeniably warm and inviting.
Difficult to resist.
Yet, even though Jin Zhao advised her against removing it, insisting that it should be worn to nurture the jade, she resolved to take it off. She was unaccustomed to such precious adornments, fearing that if circumstances demanded it, she might have to consider the possibility of shattering it while striking someone. As she removed the jade ring, she sought a secure place within the room to store it when the notification sound of her WeChat broke the silence. She picked up her phone and noticed a new friend request. The username was a simple letter followed by a and upon enlarging the avatar, she discerned a translucent crescent moon. At first glance, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a piece of fatty pork. Shaking off her thoughts, she accepted the request. She surmised that Jin Zhao had added her by searching for her phone number. However, after they became friends, Jin Zhao remained silent. After checking the chat window twice without receiving any messages, she decided to take the initiative and sent a message. Searching and seeking, she typed, Zhao Ge, and followed it with a cat paw shake gif. Just as she sent the 2 messages, she noticed the avatar in the chat had changed. The half piece of fatty pork. Oh no, the half moon had transformed into a full, bright moon. Z. Take good care of the ring, do not remove it. Z. If you dislike wearing it on your hand, you can string it and wear it around your neck. Xu Xuanqing glanced at the jade ring casually placed on the table and silently clasped it once more. How strange. She felt as though she were being watched. Searching and seeking. Zhao Ge, you didn't embed a miniature camera in the ring, did you? Searching and seeking. Scared cat gif. This time, the reply came swiftly. Z. Do I appear to be that bored? Z. Cat doing a somersault gif. Xu Xuanqing stared at the 2 messages, momentarily taken aback. Goodness. She had not anticipated that behind Jin Zhao's seemingly serious demeanor lay such a playful spirit. He had even pilfered her collection of cat emojis. Her competitive spirit ignited. When it came to the art of meme warfare, she could not afford to lose. Chapter 25. Everything is just right. Yuji had always known that Gongzi Chu was exceptionally handsome, yet in this moment, she was once again astounded to realize that the gentleman before her was a paragon of elegance, exuding a noble grace, with a demeanor as serene as still waters. Below them, a cacophony of anguish erupted, as the bloodthirsty goo worms devoured several adept guards in the blink of an eye, while crossbow bolts felled yet more skilled warriors. Yuji turned back, and upon meeting the elderly man's remorseful gaze, her heart sank. She thought to herself, as a capable adult, residing in the home of an elder, I cannot expect the elder to toil tirelessly to sustain me. The 2 ambled through the market, their figures fading from view. leaving only the surveillance equipment in their helmets to monitor their movements. Shaq's intentions were solely to reclaim his lost dignity.
D.
Though he knew full well that his strike could not possibly harm Zhao Yi, Shaq's heart was a tempest of fury. With his initial stage of Taoist mastery, he could not fully harness the chaotic cosmic forces of the universe. Incomplete cosmic power could not descend upon Chuntian Valley. Without the augmentation of cosmic energy, Lin Yu's strength naturally plummeted. "What is this, Anjuan?" Zhao Yi inquired of Gerda nearby. Thus, the Yang family's snow eagle could not afford to be complacent. He could only unleash a powerful strike, hoping to decisively suppress Lin Yu in a brief moment. With prominent figures being assassinated in succession, their positions required replacements. Hence, Hybel incited spies embedded within the 5 major families to instigate the ambitious leaders below to vie for the vacant roles, even resulting in physical altercations. Wang Long's eyes sparkled as he nodded with a smile, not mocking her for the shortcomings of the warriors from her village. Even with a higher beast rank, they dared not confront him, for after all, he was Tal, of the Serpent Clan, who would risk their life so carelessly. The only solace she found was that, as far as she could tell, everything was unfolding as she had foreseen in her past life, proceeding in an orderly fashion. Even though her mechanical legion suffered grievous losses under the enemy's onslaught, it could compensate with the enemy's machines. In fact, due to the enemy's greater strength, her gains might be even more substantial, and in the end, she might not only avoid losses, but emerge with profit. Liang Zi inquired of and ran, noting that such fresh vegetables and potatoes were clearly just harvested from the earth. In this post-apocalyptic world, such tender produce had long since vanished. Not everyone possessed the talent and opportunity she did. For Catherine, who had missed the prime opportunity for cultivation, mastering martial arts would be exponentially more challenging. Perhaps with her resilient character, Catherine could persist, but if she chose a third-rate technique, she might never grasp it in her lifetime. What significance would that hold? "Are you certain?" He Jiangwo chuckled softly, suddenly halting his movements and sinking his body downwards. The soft, supple form beneath him felt as if he were reclining upon clouds, prompting him to sway slightly. "How deep is it below? Have you assessed it? Will we be able to descend smoothly?" He bowed and nodded, indicating his awareness of the current situation, then gestured towards a nearby cave a few steps away, inquiring if the military had dispatched personnel prior to their arrival to conduct emergency measures, and they should have a grasp of the situation. Feng Suya remained bent over, beads of sweat trickling from her temples, and after imparting a few hurried instructions to Yenner, she departed swiftly. Having long heard of Su Yi's renown, Gu Peifeng, due to Chung Su's influence, had completely lowered his guard against him. He had initially misinterpreted the glimmer of possessiveness in Su Yi's gaze, realizing it was merely a reaction of caution when friends encountered unfamiliar individuals, akin to his initial reaction upon meeting Su Yi. The mountain lad used his horn to slice through the serpent's belly, astonished to see it split open as easily as tofu. Murphy glanced at Gliss, noting his awkward smile. Filled with doubt, she removed the golden tail ring, a family heirloom passed down between the Shilin emperors, and handed it to Vivian. Within the shimmering barrier, the thunder suddenly quivered, and amidst the silver lightning, several streaks of crimson lightning appeared, colliding with the thunder in a cacophony of roars. The gatekeeper, hearing the knock, quickly opened the door, inquiring if Wang Dali needed anything. They would attend to his requests immediately. Mou surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "Indeed vast. There may be many hidden spots within." Thus, they decided to rest near the cave entrance for the night. Luo Tian nodded at Mou, who promptly scattered some powder on the ground as they ventured deeper into the cave. Having just been wounded by Lin Hao, now besieged by 2 ancient ancestors, the elder of the Yi family felt his injuries worsening. He was compelled to burn his life essence in a desperate struggle, yet to no avail. The flight attendant, perceiving the dire situation, swiftly contacted the crew to alert them to prepare for doctors upon reaching the ground. Dong Yuji finally regained his freedom of movement. The formations that had previously bound him were all conjured by Morong Xiao, who now lay defeated beneath Duan Lang's sword, causing those constraints to crumble. Subsequently, in their blood pact, both parties opted for a dual sacrifice of soul and flesh as the consequence of their deceit. Such a heavy toll, even when considering the entire continent, was exceedingly rare. After this, they exchanged their respective plans, determining their next course of action. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew still, and the figure in the gray robe remained silent before letting out a piercing scream as the surrounding malevolence surged towards him. Heedless of the radiant brilliance that emanated from him, "I am soon to be in a relationship." Engaging with him is hardly worth my time. I console myself with this delusion. Chapter 26. Are you speaking? Xu Xuanqing nearly dropped her phone. Goodness, just moments ago I was fretting over what to wear. And now this message arrives? It's absurd. The camera must be hidden in the jade ring. Before she could fully process this, another message popped up on her phone. Z. I just saw this dress on TV in the Animal Kingdom segment and thought it suits your temperament perfectly. I hope I'm not intruding?
Xunqing.
What on earth does she have in common with the Animal Kingdom? What connection does this gown have with it? Upon glancing at the image Z sent, she coughed. Indeed, it bore a resemblance to a peacock. Coincidentally, the dress hanging in the center of the rack was a deep forest green, identical to the one in the picture. The bodice featured a ruffled design, with silver threads adorning the waist and sides, refracting dazzling light when illuminated. The skirt was voluminous, almost trailing the ground, embellished with deeper green silk flowers at the back. Even when merely draped over a shapeless hanger, it appeared stunning and alluring, exuding an aura of danger and mystery, a subtle opulence. Initially, Xu Xuanqing had not focused on this gown, believing she could not carry such a color and style. It seemed far too grand and aristocratic. However, once her gaze fell upon it, she found it impossible to look away, as the other garments nearby seemed to fade in comparison. Summoning her resolve, Xu Xuanqing was now curious about the impression she had left on Jin Zhao. Why not try it on? What harm could it do? Little did she anticipate that this fleeting thought would lead to considerable trouble. After over 20 years of life, she discovered her utter inability to dress herself. How vexing. The gown was intricately designed, shrouded in sheer fabric with numerous drawstrings, making it quite challenging to wear. Moreover, the maid's room had only just been converted into a dressing room, merely clearing out the furniture without installing a full-length mirror. Thus, Xu Xuanqing could only prepare herself, painstakingly hunting for zippers and ties. After more than 20 minutes of struggle, she managed to organize the gown. The experience of changing clothes had thoroughly exhausted her. However, the worst part was discovering that not only was there no mirror in the dressing room, but neither of the two rooms offered any sizable reflective surface. With a sigh, she retrieved a small mirror from her suitcase. A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. It was Su Siyuan's voice. Guests are beginning to arrive. Do you need a stylist to assist with your gown selection? Xu Xuanqing, still acclimating to the opulent lifestyle, promptly declined. I've already chosen. I'll be out shortly. Su Siyuan felt reassured. Approximately 20 minutes. Let the butler wait for you at the door. He will escort you to the back hall. After affirming, Su Siyuan departed to attend to other matters. With only 20 minutes remaining, she had no time to change into another gown and hurriedly retrieved her styling tools to arrange her hair and apply some makeup. Selecting a pair of emerald gemstone earrings from the accessories Su Siyuan had brought, she initially aimed for a subtle look. Yet, upon seeing her reflection, she set down the nude lipstick. The splendid forest green would appear overly pale against bare tones, lacking vibrancy. Xu Xuanqing opted for a pair of silver high heels, applied a striking red lip, and enhanced her eyes and brows with an alluring flair she had never possessed before. During her brief stint as a beauty influencer, she had primarily focused on natural and youthful looks during her live streams, but she could easily adapt to other styles. Admiring her flawless eyeliner in the mirror, Xu Xuanqing smiled, quite pleased with her reflection. The butler's voice called from the entrance, urging her, Miss Xuanqing, please hurry. Time is of the essence. Guests are, but before he could finish, he halted mid-sentence, stunned into silence, his eyes wide with astonishment as he beheld Xu Xuanqing. Confused, she adjusted a playful curl of hair framing her face, asking, What is it? Is there something wrong? Heaven forbid, did I put the gown on backwards? The butler, as if jolted back to reality by her voice, exclaimed, No, no. Miss Xuanqing, you are simply breathtaking. I have never seen anyone so beautiful. That dress seems tailor-made for you. Xu Xuanqing regarded the butler with skepticism. You must be seeing me through rose-colored glasses, thinking I look noble in green. The butler frantically waved his hands, fervently explaining, No, Miss Xuanqing, I have encountered many beautiful ladies, but your appearance today will undoubtedly captivate everyone. Understanding he was merely flattering her and not wishing to make him uncomfortable, she chose not to pursue the topic further. She was well aware of her own appearance. As she walked, she gradually grew accustomed to the feeling the gown provided, gaining confidence with each step, her presence becoming more commanding. However, as she neared the back hall, a man clad in a white suit appeared on her path. The man, flamboyantly turning around, sported tousled hair and sunglasses perched on his nose, exuding a nonchalant demeanor. He took a few steps forward, blocking Su Xuanqing's way, and whistled, "Hey there, I don't believe we've met before. Which noble family do you hail from? Let us get acquainted." The butler fell silent, hesitant, unsure whether to intervene. Su Xuanqing recognized the familiar face and was momentarily speechless. Yet, the man opposite her remained oblivious. Noticing Su Xuanqing's lack of response, the tousled-haired man stepped closer, forcing a bubble-like tone. "Hey, beautiful, I'm the attending physician at Mingyang Private Hospital. Do you require assistance with your heart?" Su Xuanqing took 2 steps back, creating distance from the individual before her. Su Air has begun again? What an utterly unsurprising scene replayed. What on earth does he do every day with that magnificent face of his? Engaging in such frivolities day in and day out, it's no wonder no one loves him. He resorts to drowning his sorrows and claims to be profoundly lonely. The butler, seeing both individuals standing frozen in place, assumed Su Xuanqing was intimidated and promptly introduced. "This is our second young master, Su Xiling, and young master. This is the young lady, Su Xuanqing, the biological daughter recently recognized by Mr. and Mrs. Su." Su Xiling disregarded the butler's introduction, fixating his gaze on Su Xuanqing as he inquired, "Were you speaking just now?" Chapter 27. He is a madman. Su Xuanqing unsheathed her sword, glancing around. Perplexed, was he addressing her? Could it be that he had already lost his mind from the outset? She retreated a couple of steps, a frown of disdain creasing her brow. There was no sound. "Perhaps you are hearing things?" Su Xiling was resolute, showing no intention of evasion. Just now, Yuhi wanted to inquire whether she had thought something in her heart, whether he could hear her innermost thoughts, but the words faltered on his lips, as if something esoteric was obstructing him. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. Excitement coursed through him, making every hair on his body stand on end. How intriguing, haha, how utterly fascinating. Su Xiling suddenly erupted into exaggerated laughter, then seized Su Xuanqing's wrist, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Did you just say you're my sister? Then come with me, I'll take you somewhere fun." Su Xuanqing immediately struggled free, pulling her hand behind her back. Becoming wary. This Su Xiling was quite the unreliable character in the narrative. He could almost be deemed a genius in medicine, having saved numerous lives with a scalpel. Yet the earnestness he displayed on the operating table starkly contrasted with his eccentricity in private. Once he shed that white coat, he transformed into a devil who reveled in the pleasures of life, always eager to explore peculiarities. Su Xuanqing thought this individual ought to be sent to Jean Beiming's laboratory. Even if they didn't share interests, they could at least study one another. After all, both had their mental issues. However, Su Xiling's research stemmed from passion, while Jean Beiming pursued wealth and fame. In the end, Su Xiling joined Jean Beiming's lab for Su Momo's sake, where the two proud geniuses initially clashed ideologically, but gradually, Su Xiling was suppressed by Jean Beiming, while Su Momo merely consoled her brother, urging him to endure for her sake. Ultimately, Su Xiling met a tragic end, consumed by his obsession with technology. He became a subject of his own experiments, losing everything, including his life. Though Su Xuanqing felt a pang of sympathy for his predicament, she would not allow her compassion to overflow, nor would she attempt to redeem a madman. She resolutely declined, stating, "The banquet is about to commence, and everyone is waiting for me. I cannot leave now. This madman would surely die for little Momo. He must be back to help her find a venue. For heaven's sake. This family is truly extraordinary, not a single sane person among them. No wonder the ending is so tragic. Can't they manage themselves? Soon, I'll have to face a host of extraordinary relatives. I can't even fathom how many demands there will be. I hope my system doesn't crash." Su Xuanqing mused internally, while Su Xiling, observing her, had his interest in her intellect and emotions surpassing that of her appearance. He had never encountered such a fascinating individual. His hands itched, yearning to operate on her brain to examine its structure. Rest assured, he would put everything back together after the dissection. Su Xiling lowered his voice, his lips curving into a seductive smile. "Truly, if you come with me, I possess everything you desire. I assure you, I can fulfill all your wishes." "Is that so?" Su Xuanqing's expression revealed a flicker of intrigue. "Then why don't you die for a moment and let me see?" Su Xiling stepped forward. "You wish to witness my decayed form? Certainly. Let us find a place, explore one another, and perish together." Su Xuanqing retreated, nearly backtracking into her own room. She understood these propositions would only ignite Su Siling's perverse appetites, so she shifted her approach, testing. Well then, slap Su Momo once. And I'll accompany you. Su Siling's expression instantly hardened, his demeanor turning cold. Resembling Su Xian, my interest in you does not extend to the point of breaching my principles. Su Xuanqing smirked, unperturbed by the outcome. Ha, I knew it would come to this. His fervor for research pales in comparison to his affection for little Momo. No wonder he can't compete with her fiancé. It's no surprise you're easily manipulated. Having principles means you possess vulnerabilities, my friend. Soon you'll merely be a backup option. Hurry and go see your little Momo. Let me go. I need to return home to tend to the child. Su Siling's expression shifted in an instant. His interest renewed as he stared intently at Su Xuanqing. Yes, Momo holds the top spot in my heart. Research comes second, however. You are rapidly catching up to my interest in research. Su Xuanqing, feeling no gratitude toward him, sought a path leading to the banquet. You would do well to let your research surpass your feelings for Su Momo. Keep your distance from me. I'm just an ordinary person. You are anything but ordinary. Not just anyone can ignite my passion. Su Siling pressed closer, disregarding her words. A notification chimed. Detected a romantic inclination. Name Su Siling, danger level 6. Would you like to access romantic details now and initiate a rescue mission? Su Xuanqing immediately perked up. She knew that a lunatic could not possibly be devoid of orders. There must be a system delay. Just as she prepared to hastily check the romantic details and leverage the information to gauge Su Siling, she heard Su Xian's voice from a distance. Are you alright? Su Xian approached with urgency, having been alerted to Su Xuanqing's prolonged absence from the hall. Upon hearing the butler's hurried report that Su Xuanqing was cornered by Su Siling, he rushed out to investigate. Su Xian had followed Su Xuanqing's inner voice to find her. The two had somehow wandered into such a secluded area. Without that inner voice, locating her would have been quite a challenge. Su Xuanqing exhaled softly upon seeing someone relatively normal approach, shaking her head. I'm fine. I just encountered this character. Hearing her speak, Su Xian raised his gaze, and at that moment, an expression of astonishment graced his face as he complimented. That dress is stunning. It suits you perfectly. Embodying the essence of a Su family young lady. His gaze drifted downward, landing on the ring around Su Xuanqing's neck, contemplating whether to comment. Although it was inappropriate for Su Xuanqing to wear something from the Jin family, she had just arrived at the Su household. Some might look down on her. Yet possessing this item offered her a measure of confidence. Su Xuanqing, noting that Su Xian's compliments always revolved around matching her to the Su family, replied coolly, all right. Hurry to the banquet. Meanwhile, Su Siling, observing their interaction, interjected with a smirk. Tsk, Su Xian, I never knew you were capable of complimenting a woman. Is the sun rising from the west today?
Su Siling.
Su Siyuan cast a warning glance, stating, this is our dear sister. Refrain from exhibiting your usual temper. Do not tarnish the reputation of the Su family. Su Siling, undeterred by her elder brother, who was dubbed the King of Hell, scoffed, what are you pretending for? The Su family is not solely under your command. Chapter 28. Please, cease fighting on my account. Before her lay a string of necklaces adorned with chaos stones, each one a pristine specimen of chaos stone mother. Compared to ordinary chaos stones, the elements within each of these were equivalent to 100 regular chaos stones. To bestow such a treasure upon someone was surely indicative of ulterior motives from the old man. Oh, Gu Han exclaimed softly, a wave of astonishment washing over him. He felt a sense of inferiority in terms of his control over his body. Despite his inner turmoil, Gu Han's fingers moved deftly, curling back as he summoned the rapidly advancing Longhua sword to pivot sharply and return to him. Finding a secluded spot, Shen Muyu retrieved the mobile phone that Kairi had purchased for her on the way to the hospital and dialed her uncle, Shen Qian. After a considerable wait, just as she was about to hang up, the call connected unexpectedly. Not long after, and Meng Yao and the others arrived, observing the stillness of the elderly matriarch on the bed. They understood the gravity of the situation. Only days earlier, she had been visited. Her speech slurred, yet her temper fearsome. He, in Tianzun, there's no need for further modesty. The Lingxiao Holy Monarch has yet to recover from his injuries. We ought to accompany the Qingfeng Holy Monarch to the Heavenly Palace for treatment. Other matters can be discussed later. Yun Wangchen chuckled, glancing at the Emperor Haotian, who leaned on his shoulder, cold sweat still fresh on his brow, a flicker of concern lingering in his heart. At the Kyoto hospital, A crimson Ferrari halted at the entrance, and a young man with white hair and slightly puffy features stepped out of the vehicle. Without uttering a word, he bore a cold demeanor, his ink-black eyes chillingly distant, thin lips pressed tightly, an unmistakable irritation etched upon his face. A hefty 150-pound grist spiraled through the air, tumbling 3.5 times before crashing heavily to the ground. What past events are you referring to? I sensed he was reluctant to clarify this point and couldn't help but voice my thoughts. What could possibly be toxic within a cherry pit? The queen anxiously observed the eunuch pouring green liquid into the emperor's mouth, then, at the physician's behest, instructed the emperor to bend over and expel what he had consumed. Since entering, Gushi ascended the staircase, returning in a changed outfit, and my gaze instinctively followed him. This was the original residence of the Feng family, Feng Ruobai remarked, noting that his father held a special affection for this place and would not easily return, let alone disturb anything here. Thus, I felt safer residing here. The midwife continually reassured Du Ruo to refrain from crying too hard, advising her to conserve her strength for later, yet how could she possibly hold back her tears? Could it be that the seemingly ordinary cave conceals some form of illusion, and upon our exit, we would no longer perceive the original scenery? It was impossible to verify. So I kept it to myself, increasingly convinced of the strangeness of this place. However, from another perspective, given that Cui Yuanhai's expertise in firearms had already been exposed, there was no need to worry about his safety. Any faction, as long as they were not driven mad, would refrain from harming such a master. I was grateful for his sacrifices for Zhuangyan. He did not kick him while he was down, nor did he deliberately distance himself to preserve his own safety. In an instant, Lin Jiejia found herself unable to mourn the fleeting autumn or rejoice in spring, for her limbs had grown numb to the point of unbearable discomfort. She laid her son down and stretched her painfully stiff legs. Her tongue gently brushed against Lu Wu's hand. Lu Wu discreetly wiped Du Ruo's lips with his thumb before nonchalantly withdrawing it. Do you think I am some sort of monster?
Yubin chuckled softly.
Although Chun Tao appeared steady, he harbored a degree of youthful exuberance. Otherwise, he wouldn't share a common language with that ruffian, Lei Pengzi. Jiang Zhuofeng discerned that their conversation stemmed from genuine feelings, rather than being a mere performance. Although the curtain obscured their view, he knew Meng Ying was in tears. And from her voice, he could tell she was suffering from both physical and emotional depletion. Jiamu scoffed, dismissing the verbal sparring as futile. It would be far more effective to crush them when the time came than to rely on flowery rhetoric. Yi Qian's plans gradually unraveled. This was not merely an SS-level cockroach, but an SS-level entity. Hong Feng sidestepped and, with a swift motion, aimed a sword at Bai Yi's head. Jiang Zhuofeng raised his hand, unleashing a thread-thin sword aura that shot forth like lightning. Li Hao regarded the task reward information, according to the game's logic. This handcrafted mattress from Haston must be exorbitantly priced. If memory served him correctly, the most expensive model of that brand sold for 1.2 million euros, equivalent to approximately 9.35 million yuan. Depicted on the ancient painting was a phoenix, not of blood wind, but a mysterious breeze, coiling in the air alongside the azure dragon to its left. Below the phoenix, a few lines of poetry were inscribed. 2 dragons entwine the golden pillar. Yin and Yang shift the cosmos. The crimson flame blood talisman sword, dragon and phoenix display their might. Secrets concealed within the pillar. The 3 treasures vanquish evil. Similarly, Feng Xiaoqiao had her questions, knowing without a doubt that Dong Cheng was likely stationed at the dungeon's entrance. The deathly aura emanating from the red-eyed ghost eagle enveloped Li Shan, Ling Feng, and Mo Ning in an instant. I shall not take residence. I must return shortly. Li Hao, accustomed to the 9 million yuan master bedroom mattress, found it unappealing to stay even at a 5-star hotel, regardless of the pleas. With an increase in spiritual fields, more spiritual plants could be cultivated and additional spiritual beasts could be raised, ensuring a continuous supply of daily cultivation resources for the army. Despite the fact that Long Fei had fainted for an entire day and night after consuming the plum blossom pill, it was undeniable that the pill had indeed enhanced his power. Chapter 29. 42 orders have been placed. Lilith, having run all the way from home, despite her excellent stamina, could not help but feel exhausted to the point of being unable to stand upright. Returning from shopping, Tang Shurqing felt as though he had missed a fortune. As if he had lost $1 billion. The mountain tiger referred to Yang Yi, who was unmatched among ruffians. His fighting style was methodical, leaving those he struck unable to rise. He particularly targeted the areas behind their ears and necks, and in no time, the thugs would be sprawled on the ground. Only the man in sunglasses remained, clutching his stomach and attempting to flee. All right, enough of this, Lei Yi remarked, noticing that Yuan Xining appeared genuinely upset, and immediately offered her counsel. A series of intense tremors erupted from within the cave, as chunks of earth and stone began to cascade downwards. It was evident that an iron-armored star was emerging. As dawn broke, the training grounds were swarmed with a sea of humanity, nearly 80,000 citizens and soldiers crowded three sides, while 5,000 soldiers maintained order. Is what General Kai said true? Chao Ong inquired joyfully, his excitement palpable. Although he had already speculated about Kai Zhao's intentions, hearing him articulate it brought him immense joy. Ordinary people could not perceive the state of the speedster. However, Zysike, utilizing his unique wave perception, adeptly unleashed a shockwave punch, sending ripples of kinetic energy outward, skillfully coordinating with Barry to restrain Lin Li. As the wings of the demon unfurled, the moonlight above appeared to be drawn toward them, causing the moonlight across the desert, and even the entirety of America, to converge upon the two demonic wings. In that moment, it seemed as though two colossal suns ascended into the sky. According to convention, the first mate is typically stationed at the bow of the ship. However, this vessel is an anomaly, necessitating that the first mate assume the duties of the second mate. In contrast to Gao Tingting's anguish, Yunmiyu finds herself in a far more fortunate position, as Lin Zheng has generously provided her with an abundance of snacks. That evening, her menstrual cycle arrived punctually, as reliable as ever, bringing a sense of closure to her circumstances. Lu Yi was perplexed by Ning Shue's intentions, but complied nonetheless. The chess game involved merely 100 pieces, yet consumed a full hour of his time, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he memorized each move. At that moment, Dao Yan unleashed the supreme artifact, imbued with the unparalleled power of a single strike from his previous existence, catching the demon lord Feng Bai Yi off guard and inflicting injury upon him. The final quintet, having indulged in several morsels, eventually remembered their task of gathering intelligence. After tidying up, they proceeded to the heart of Beast-Severing City, the gathering place for cultivators.
Got it.
Lin Xia exclaimed, making a playful grimace. She felt certain that if a battle were to ensue, it would be Luo Nan who would escort Lin Zi, not her, an encumbrance. The fact that he brought her along indicated that their venture bore no danger, merely allowing her to experience the thrill of combat. She bit her lip. Words lodged in her throat. Both were deeply enamored, yet lamentably too late. Let us escort you home, Ketty. It has been rather perilous these past days. Please refrain from venturing out tomorrow, and should you require anything, do not hesitate to call us. Jean Junmian gestured to Miao Ketty as if to emphasize the point. The thought of committing murder here, particularly against a member of the Dian Immortal sect, could lead to unforeseen consequences. Thus, Liang Hao deliberated and ultimately resolved to spare the opponent's life. The eerie howls of the demon wolf echoed ominously, sending chills down Yin Mo's spine. She had witnessed its formidable power, its lethality astonishing. Now, in its grasp, she felt as though her fate was being manipulated by the grim Reaper himself. The palace was resplendently adorned with coral and shells, its ceiling embedded with dozens of luminous pearls. Though the illumination was not overpowering, it sufficed to reveal the palace's contents. The assembly of individuals was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom the extent of Li Si's prowess, which far surpassed their expectations. However, at that juncture, their options were limited. For the events that had transpired were beyond their wildest imaginings. On the screen, individuals were joyfully frolicking, while an infant in their arms wept incessantly, without Wang Shi present. The child was indistinguishable from any ordinary baby, and a man anxiously cradled her, pacing in the confined space. Days passed without the watchers of Wang Shi catching sight of her, leading Blake to grow increasingly anxious, suspecting she had departed. He hurried to her room, discovering, indeed, that her belongings and passport were conspicuously absent. However, to feign ignorance and allow matters to unfold unchecked was entirely out of the question, should any ill-intentioned individuals approach her. The information she possessed could easily slip from her lips, a consequence no one wished to bear. Simultaneously, the computers, smartphones, and navigation devices on the ground experienced a brief disruption lasting 90 seconds. Scientists indicated that this was due to a solar storm and urged calm. Laura pondered carefully, relinquishing her previous stance, and summoned Luna and others to accompany her toward a nearby hill beside the campsite. Still so defiant when death is imminent. The one who should be eradicated is you. In an instant, the Crusaders encircled Beidou, forming a circular battleground, each one unhesitatingly unleashing a relentless barrage upon it. Chapter 30. The Savior Materialized. Su Feng, is it? Your reported situation is of utmost importance. Please hold for a moment while I make a call to the Education Committee. The slightly portly headmaster, upon hearing Su Feng's account, appeared astounded, scrutinizing him intently before dialing the phone while kindly addressing him. Enough of that. I am fully aware of your background. Gu Feifei shot an exasperated glance at Luo Chong. Leaning instinctively against her captor, she attempted to break free. Yet he swiftly pulled her back. In these 5 years, Shen Ruomei had feared nothing. She had, indeed, borne no fears whatsoever. At the watch peak, Lu Qingyun opened his eyes. Although a century may seem lengthy, it passes in the blink of an eye for cultivators. After 100 years, the day of reckoning for the Xiaorao sect and the Nantian Gate would arrive. Lu Qingyun's hands clenched tightly, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing as his murderous intent coalesced into blades of sword light, whistling through the cave. The boy, once as thin as a bean sprout, began to grow, and it was only now that Gu Zheng realized that the image of him at the age of 10 had merely been the result of starvation. He mused that she likely had not yet retired for the night, her room still illuminated. Perhaps one of those beams of light belonged to her.
Boan Rui.
What on earth are you doing? Wu Yu exclaimed in frustration, but Anan ignored him, hastily unfastening her seatbelt and flinging open the car door. Darting out like a flash of lightning, the massive shadow of the Yunhan Mastiff trembled slightly amidst the ice shards and mist, emitting a faint, eerie laughter. A journey of 100 miles, for a nascent soul cultivator, is but a fleeting moment. Lu Qingyun had scarcely departed the cave when the murderous intent of Duan Ian surged forth, locking onto him entirely. Su Fei, accompanied by the madman, welcomed the arriving guests at the entrance, exchanging pleasantries. He was baffled, truly perplexed, despite Lin Yu being of equal standing. Why could he not even harm a single hair on Lin Yu's body? Big brother, what shall we do with all these bows and crossbows in this jade coffin? Xia Yuhua observed me, seemingly entranced, her gaze fixated on the array of crossbows within the coffin, and couldn't help but ask. Lin Yiming found it utterly absurd. He had known Tang Luo for quite some time and considered himself well acquainted, yet he had never realized Tang Luo possessed such artistic talent. Meanwhile, these days had been the most leisurely for Long Jinfei, as the Ming family had provided no information, while a duo and Naya reveled like carefree children in Guangzhou. Just then, Bai Feifei, accompanied by the police, stormed onto the rooftop, witnessing Tang Luo leap into action. Due to Yun Xiuming's frail condition, she had lain unconscious for over 10 days without any signs of awakening. Yu Longxiang felt increasingly anxious, yet had no alternative, and thus secretly infused her with his true energy when no one was watching. Upon your return to your original place, you may attempt to absorb it. The voice intoned gravely. The hearts of the crowd collectively leapt to their throats. Zhang Qingming's expression turned icy, his deep-set eyes flashing with murderous intent. When he realized that Bai Yu was not of the demonic clan, nor had she succumbed to darkness, he wondered if he would feel deceived in matters of the heart. He glanced at his teammates, then spotted Qianqiu in the front row, immediately formulating a strategy to change the subject. Preoccupied with numerous questions, I devised a straightforward yet forceful approach, simply to investigate or, more directly, to ascertain whether this being was truly human. In the pale gold domain, a wave of blue gold surged forth, as if the very fabric of the realm had been rent asunder. Chun Mu's Zhu Long eyes sparkled with brilliance as he scrutinized his surroundings. The newly evolved Zhu Long eyes not only possessed formidable offensive capabilities, but also retained the extraordinary vision of the three-eyed clan. The minutes spent evading had drained him significantly. Even now, engaging in close combat would not guarantee his victory. Upon exiting the palace, Missouri Chen hastened towards the gates of the Yuzuan base, where he found Li Xiao waiting for an extended period. Had one been aware of the value of this Han sword, they would not only dare to commit robbery in broad daylight, but would also contemplate murder in the streets. Each person nodded in agreement, their faces etched with eagerness, yearning to immediately venture into the demon realm. In mid-August, Zhang Jiaming, who had once been brimming with pride, now sat bewildered on the terrace, gazing at the scene before him, rendered speechless. Madam, do you recall that I mentioned I had 3 questions to ask you from the very beginning? She fixed her gaze intently on the proprietress. In an instant, her entire being felt as though it had crystallized into ice. Her blood ceased to flow. Her heartbeat gradually slowed, and her mind became hazy under the onslaught of this chilling sensation. If that were the case, Merely exchanging the strength insignia would allow for the possibility of masquerading as a fool while hiding a tiger's ferocity. From the outset, Lin Hao had sensed a perilous signal emanating from these individuals, a sensation akin to his confrontation with Chris. Shin Sinny felt as though she were digging a pit and foolishly leaping into it, leaving her utterly speechless. Darling, I miss you so much. You've made me wait in agony. Helian Ziyun cooed, snuggling against Long Ming. Senior, what brings you here? Hu La was the first to spot Gu Yikong but hesitated to greet him, merely tugging at Tong Guai's sleeve. Prince Long Ming has been ensnared by the demon clan. How could we not come? We are here to rescue him, Helian Ziyun declared. Throughout the grand banquet, only the sovereign and his ministers remained. Even the great Qing kingdom had been dispatched to guard the gates. And it was only when dawn's first light appeared that Wanyan Wuzhu emerged, reeking of wine. Her supple form suddenly stiffened, and the tender gaze she had just moments ago was ignited by a surge of anger. It is indeed the morning star. But I shall only affirm this to my partners. Others have no right to demand evidence from me. Such an arrogant and disdainful demeanor marked the posture of a sovereign. As the conversation between the two progressed, it became increasingly incomprehensible. After exchanging a few words, they sought other adversaries, while Lilith busied herself contributing to the perfect ensemble. System. Congratulations to the Dark Road S. Lucifer and the Lowly for concluding their wedding night. Both shall receive the following rewards: a bounty of experience and the skill heart's desire. At times, he could not discern whether he was perceiving Ling Xuejiao as Xiahou Ningwu or vice versa. Invariably, upon seeing Xuejiao, he would experience two conflicting illusions. Chapter 31. I Know Your Secrets. Su Xuanqing observed the varied reactions of those below but could not discern what they were saying. She was on the verge of losing her composure, finding it exceedingly challenging to maintain her stance. Su's mother gleaned satisfaction from the astonished expressions of the crowd and, with maternal warmth, suggested, "The audience consists of your elders and siblings. Why not introduce yourself?"
Ah?
I haven't even spoken yet, and the crowd is already buzzing. If I say too much, won't it provoke uproarious laughter? This is quite a conundrum. How should I introduce myself? Greetings, everyone. I am the true heiress with nothing but a name and blood. Thank you for the invitation. I reside in the Su family, but my heart is in paradise. However, perhaps I could introduce you all instead. Hello, I know all of your secrets. Su Xuanqing's mind raced, and as she pondered, her thoughts veered off course. Meanwhile, Su's mother was almost able to discern her daughter's subtle defiance. When it was just their family, it felt manageable, but now, amidst a larger gathering, Su Xuanqing, adorned in such splendid attire, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Su's mother had no choice but to take charge of the situation, lest Su Xuanqing truly begin to introduce her relatives. Xuanqing may be shy, so allow me to introduce her. This is my newly recognized daughter, Su Xuanqing, the second daughter of our family. I hope everyone will look after her. She instinctively glanced at Su Momo, observing her feigned composure and fragile countenance, and felt a pang of sympathy as she continued. Xuanqing and Momo are biological sisters and will support each other. All 5 of our children are wonderful, and they embody the happiness of the Su family. As her speech concluded, the relatives below clapped in unison, eager to avoid being perceived as lacking enthusiasm. Listening to this convoluted introduction, Su Xuanqing let out a small hum, muttering to herself, "This is hysterical. Is this an introduction for me or a reprimand? Each statement more absurd than the last. This is a recognized daughter, yet she is a biological sister to my own daughter. Please clarify who has wronged whom. In the future, who will be looking after whom? It seems I must rescue each of you individually." Good heavens, a family of 5 children sounds utterly chaotic. Indeed, in this era, it appears that both the poorest and the wealthiest families produce the most offspring. With each word Su's mother uttered, Su Xuanqing found herself mentally critiquing the commentary, and by the end, her mother's expression was on the verge of faltering. Yet today was her orchestrated event, and she must bear the consequences. She could only physically interrupt Su Xuanqing's wandering thoughts. "Xuanqing, why not greet everyone? We are family now." Sure enough, Su Xuanqing ceased her ruminations, donning a smile as she spoke. "Hello everyone, I am Su Xuanqing. I look forward to your care and support."
Thank you.
Her voice rang clear and bright, striking the hearts of those in attendance like a powerful blow. The relative suspicions were confirmed. Su Xuanqing's voice resonated perfectly with their unspoken thoughts, leaving them puzzled about the situation. The atmosphere remained decidedly peculiar. However, This was anticipated by Xunqing. She felt no embarrassment, but rather found amusement in it. This is hilarious. Indeed, it is challenging to integrate into a prominent family, surrounded solely by members of Xiao Momo's fan club. No worries. We can communicate when you seek my assistance in the future, hehe. Next, it is time for our grand perspective, little Momo, to take the stage. Xunqing's gaze fell upon Su Momo, who cleared her throat and straightened her posture, exuding poise. She knew Momo was about to make a spectacle. Indeed, Su Momo believed the audience harbored disdain for Xunqing, and thus, with graceful strides, she approached from the side of the stage, standing beside Su's mother. With a smile that radiated propriety, she resembled the true matriarch of the household. Welcome, sister, to our Su family. Shall we not strive together from now on? What endeavors we are to pursue remains unspoken. We shall work together to fortify the Su family, ensuring that we bring pride to our lineage. Do not be absurd. You entered this union for the family's sake, so allow me the dignity of preserving my facade. Sister, being of similar age, if there are suitable young talents, be sure to introduce them to our sister. Oh, I see. The map of Yen country must be too limited, and all this fuss is merely for your own benefit. You have already wed Jean Baoming. The world is aware of it, so there's no need to make a ruckus. Is it truly necessary to prevent your parents from withdrawing the engagement? Jean and I will be grateful to everyone. Henceforth, our Su family and the Jean family shall be a formidable alliance. Oh dear, that is not the case. As Su Momo spoke, she suddenly adopted a nervous expression, adorably covering her mouth with her hand and stamping her foot in a playful manner. Today Bai Ming is coming over and my parents, along with his uncle Jin Chao, are discussing our marriage. It's not yet finalized, and I accidentally let it slip. What a splendid performance. Let's all give a round of applause for our little Momo's exceptional acting. Su Momo continued to smile shyly on stage, yet unexpectedly, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. As if they had just witnessed a brilliant comedy duo, their attention entirely captured by Xunqing's candid remarks. Oblivious to the true sentiments of the crowd, Su Momo mistakenly believed they were congratulating her on her relationship with Jean Bai Ming, feeling a touch of pride as she declared, "Everyone is here today mainly to get to know my sister, so please feel free." Does she truly see herself as the undeniable star of the Su family? Her parents haven't even spoken yet she dares to overshadow them. What is Jean Bai Ming really? Just a wilted cucumber. If your parents wish to rescue you, why do you insist on flying into the flames? Tisk, I've never seen someone courting disaster quite like this. On stage, Su's father and mother, along with Su Siyuan, wore expressions of grave concern. They had not anticipated that their usually obedient daughter, Su Momo, would unexpectedly announce her relationship with Jean Bai Ming in such a significant setting without their consent. They had clearly stated today that there would be no engagement. So, why was this child not listening? Others began exchanging knowing glances, realizing that the marriage proposal with the Jean family had likely fallen through. Otherwise, why would she be so eager to assert her claim in such a public venue? Families with eligible daughters began to secretly rejoice, sensing renewed hope for their own prospects. While everyone harbored their own thoughts, only Su Siyuan remained unaware of Jean Bai Ming's visit, believing Su Momo genuinely wished to express her feelings. Although he harbored disdain for that young man, protecting his sister remained his utmost priority. Su Siyuan strode up to the stage, grasped Su Momo's wrist, and began to lead her away. "We are leaving. You need not pander to these people. They are not worth it." Su Momo, confused by her brother's sudden outburst, felt a surge of anger. She wanted to salvage her image before these guests, showcasing her graciousness to her relatives, and she found Su Siyuan's actions intolerable. She resisted, determined to remain on stage. Chapter 32. A Lesson in Humility. Those observing this scene quickly grasped the situation. The Su family's brothers had always treated Su Momo exceptionally well. Among the esteemed ladies of the capital, her most envied traits, aside from her beauty, were her two protective elder brothers and a younger brother. It seemed Su Siyuan had overheard Xunqing's thoughts, believing his cherished sister was being wronged, and thus sought to take her away. However, Su Momo remained oblivious, reveling in her performance. Indeed, this daughter, not born of their blood, was bound to exhibit some peculiarities. The gazes directed at Su Momo grew increasingly peculiar. Su Siyuan, who had typically been accommodating towards Su Momo, now adopted an unusually firm stance. "You are coming with me to the hospital. Do not return." As a man, He was aware of his strength, ensuring he did not harm Su Momo, yet his force was far beyond that of his delicate sister. Su Momo was forcibly escorted to the entrance hall, and in an effort to maintain her composure, she refrained from struggling too visibly, cursing Su Xiyuan in her mind 1,000 times. That madman! Why hadn't he dealt with Su Xuanqing yet? What did it mean to pull her back and deny her the spotlight? Su Xuanqing relished such grand spectacles, lamenting her beautiful yet impractical dress, which lacked pockets for her snacks. TSK, 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 Su Xiyuan truly is a clever one. If you continue this charade, I may lose interest, but given the time, we should be heading back to the hospital, shouldn't we? Otherwise, your newly admitted patient might just succumb to madness. Su's father and mother shuddered, sensing the imminent arrival of Su Xuanqing, bearing her ominous prophecies. Su Xiyuan had already brought Su Momo to the entrance hall when he halted upon hearing Su Xuanqing's thoughts. How could she know that he had received a new patient today? Yet, before he could ponder further, his phone vibrated with urgency. A foreboding sensation washed over him as he retrieved his phone. It was a call from the nurse at the hospital. He chose to answer, and the nurse's anxious voice came through. "Hello, is this Dr. Su? The patient in bed 6 has awakened, attempting to self-harm and bang her head against the wall. The sedatives are ineffective. Could you please return to assess the situation?" Su Xiyuan fell silent, turning to glance at the woman on stage. Su Xuanqing sensed his gaze and politely nodded in acknowledgement. "What are you waiting for? I'm eagerly anticipating the moment a patient stabs you. If you don't hurry, I might just do it myself tonight." You all think the patient in bed 6 has self-harming tendencies, yet little do you know, her propensity for harming others is far more pronounced. This time, we couldn't find a suitable target, so she chose to inflict pain upon herself, only to awaken and see Su Xiyuan first, instantly falling in love. You are the last glimmer of hope in her life. What harm is there in indulging her request to carve a rose on your backside? A soft giggle broke the silence of the grand hall as a girl, unable to contain herself, laughed at the absurdity of Su Xuanqing's thoughts. Realizing her involuntary outburst, the girl, clad in a duckbill cap and oversized sunglasses, quickly retreated into a corner. The others, alerted by her laughter, snapped back to reality and pretended to be busy. Those sipping wine continued their indulgence, while others resumed their conversations and strolls as if a switch had been flipped. Noticing the festivities resuming, Su Xuanqing signaled to Su's mother and descended from the stage, making her way to the dessert area. Su Xiyuan, gripping his phone with one hand while still holding onto Su Momo with the other, remained at the entrance, his gaze following Su Xuanqing. Su Xuanqing stealthily snatched a pink donut, savoring a bite, only to find Su Xiyuan still lingering at the entrance, leaving her perplexed. Why is he still here after receiving that call? What is he waiting for? I see. He's still holding on to little Momo, unsure of how to proceed. No matter, just bring her to the hospital. One cut each will teach them a lesson. After all, the patient will have a mental health certificate post-incident, rendering her untouchable. As long as she survives, she'll have to endure it. Then, he'll realize how uncomfortable it is to have a ticking time bomb nearby, and we'll see if he still wishes to frolic around like a madman. Having vented her thoughts, Su Xuanqing turned her attention elsewhere. Such a delightful day. Dressed elegantly for a gala, wasting time on such trivial matters was hardly worthwhile. Su Xuanqing had no intention of assisting Su Xiyuan with his predicament. She had over half a month of life left and had acquired the right to choose her own orders. Su's father and mother had also noticed Su Xiyuan's apparent inclination to turn back and seek Su Xuanqing. This child. Xiang Mu hastily called out to Su Xin. You are the elder brother. Go and persuade Xiaoling. We must resolve this matter promptly and cannot afford to delay. I have heard that today's incident with the housekeeper nearly resulted in a loss of 5 million due to procrastination. Su Xin nodded and immediately made his way to Su Xiling. Though he found Su Xiling rather irksome, he could not bear to see him suffer outside. Nor could he condone Su Xiling taking Su Momo into precarious situations. Su Xuanqing, while appreciating the delectable little cake, found it somewhat cloying and quietly ventured towards the sushi section. At the entrance, Su Xiling had just exited with Su Momo, and it seemed Su Xin had also chased after them. This trio of siblings reveled in their playful antics, leaving Su Xuanqing little time to concern herself with them. Although the sushi appeared exquisite and appetizing, most attendees at such gatherings typically engaged in socializing rather than selecting such fare. After all, if a collaborator approached you for conversation and you open your mouth only to spew rice particles, it would be rather unbecoming. Thus, Xu Xuanqing found herself in a relatively deserted area, allowing her the freedom to choose at her leisure. Was this not a complimentary buffet? Delightful. She took a sip of cola and stuffed a piece of Arctic clam sushi into her mouth, savoring the sweet, fragrant satisfaction that made her want to squint in pleasure. Xu Xuanqing, is it? Suddenly, a girl's voice emerged from behind, tinged with a hint of cautious familiarity. Xu Xuanqing had just been contemplating the likelihood of anyone approaching her when, to her surprise, someone did. What to do? What to do? How can I swallow this sushi in 2 seconds and regain my elegance? Oh no, I can't chew anymore. Don't look down or the sushi will fall. Don't cry or someone will laugh. Xu Xuanqing, you can do this. Don't be timid. With rapid mental preparation, she forced the sushi down her throat and turned around, presenting a deliberately practiced smile. Hello, I am. May I ask what you need? The girl who had just greeted her raised a hand, pointing at Xu Xuanqing's mouth, but then, feeling a bit intrusive, lowered her hand and leaned in closer, whispering, Xuanqing, you have a piece of seaweed stuck in your teeth. Xu Xuanqing's smile froze at that moment. Chapter 33. The Transformed Assistant. The sudden call for bids drew the astonished gaze of everyone in the auction house towards the front row, where Zhang Tuo sat. Despite the scrutiny, Zhang Tuo remained unfazed, maintaining his characteristic smile. Among those welcoming him were Lin Gonggong and Ling Lu, both standing behind a throng of officials. Ling Lu appeared particularly elated, nearly forgetting to bow. Had it not been for Lin Gonggong's gentle reminder, she might have overlooked the gesture entirely. Third Prince, you would do well to abandon your schemes. My sister cannot be deceived. Her intellect surpasses your imagination. Rather than laboring under her scrutiny, it would be wiser to seek another, when Xunqing remarked, laced with subtle derision. Jiao, was that ethereal voice yours? Upon seeing Jiao, Zhou Tian felt a wave of reassurance and scrutinized him. Silence. Stop feigning innocence. Do not hinder Master Jin's judgment. Tian Erlong admonished coldly. Today marked the entrance of new students at Tianyu's Spirit Academy, with Luo Zhe and approximately several hundred newcomers arriving at the academy's gates, reminiscent of Mu Yi's earlier entry. Meanwhile, the blood saintess clung tightly to Qiyu, preventing him from loosening his grip due to anguish, while her garments were shredded by him, leaving her delicate skin marred with visible scars. Oh, dear comrades, that Count Dracula truly exudes sophistication. The welcome gift he presented was simply astounding. To be honest, I am quite satisfied. After utilizing the return scroll to arrive in the imperial city, Qing Tianzhu began to flaunt in the bustling district. Young master, after a long journey, dinner is ready. Please dine and rest early. Upon reaching the banks of the Qishui River, Lan Rongyue had been dazedly standing there for nearly half an hour, while Jiu'er had already prepared dinner. After hesitating several times, she approached Lan Rongyue and spoke. At the start of the game, Iverson refrained from engaging in the offense, merely observing, while the rest of the 76ers struggled, gradually losing their edge. A black Volkswagen seemed to careen out of control, hurtling down the street, causing Feng Xiaoxiao to grip the handle in terror, while Lu Chongqun grappled with the driver. Ultimately, the Volkswagen crashed into a roadside tree, sending both Lu Chongqun and the driver smashing through the windshield, collapsing in a faint at the front of the car. From this vantage point, the swallowing heaven gourd resembled an instant portal for Dongfang Yuping within this realm of cultivation, remarkably practical. Dongfang Yuping dubbed this replicated counterpart the mirror of different phases. Du Han not only maintained an interest in Meng Fan but also deliberately prioritized him, neglecting her own meal as she began to serve dishes into Meng Fan's bowl, entirely disregarding her own appetite. Lord Yi still bore in mind Lady Lin's presence, yet he was too preoccupied or perhaps unwilling to visit her, resulting in Yi Luhuan spending far more time with Yi San than with Lord Yi during her childhood. The clanging of metal echoed, sending tingles through their hands, causing some to inadvertently drop their weapons with a clatter. Li Tianqi was taken aback to see General Yuan, fully armed with a sword at his waist, emerge from the shadows. He had assumed only the emperor was present. Money and gold bars littered the floor of the safe, which Zhang Donghai swiftly gathered into his personal satchel. Cries of anguish resonated within the illusionary array, leaving Songyun astounded, only to witness a dragon's tail sweep, blinding a hapless wolf, which then ferociously attacked anything or anyone within reach. Subsequently, other creatures discovered a wealth of plundered treasures within the tiger's den and doghouse. Our physical forms are akin to houses, mere segments of time and space, manifestations of energy transformation. Only consciousness possesses the ability to traverse time and space. Thus, it is not time and space that move, but our consciousness that truly propels the motion. These two locations are of utmost importance within the military. However, their size and quantity render them impossible to conceal. There shall be no second chance. He smiled back, dismissive, silently watching as Luo Yao and He Sanyi distanced themselves until they boarded the vehicle that had come to retrieve them. The frail old man pondered for a moment before saying, "You may proceed first. A single venture into peril can be fueled by courage, but after 4 or 5 attempts, nothing can stave off fear." His brow furrowed slightly. No other choice? Then, it is indeed a matter of necessity. How could he forget her hardships? He realized he had indeed forgotten much about her. However, I find myself powerless in this instance, for such abruptness cannot be easily prevented by anyone. Descending in a concealed location, a convoy of 6 mechanized vehicles took to the highway, speeding relentlessly, overtaking one vehicle after another. While the number of vehicles in that direction continued to increase, her grievances had incited her, thus meriting this punishment. Mu Shichen sighed, having long since lost his trepidation. In its place lay tranquility. People often say that those who survive great calamities will surely find blessings thereafter, and he believed he was no exception. On the riverbank, the army stood ready. At the officer's command, they swiftly boarded the wooden rafts and boats, commencing their crossing of the river. The unspoken half of the conversation was roughly grasped by Wan Tang, for she herself harbored similar doubts. After years of experience, Yanwei was no longer the naive child he once was. From the moment Min Fei appeared, he understood that he was confronting a perilous situation that could lead to life or death. Due to the disparity in their realms, Min Fei could effortlessly extinguish him with a mere wave of her hand. However, for the sake of Nie Yulan, he had no choice but to step forward. As Songjung contemplated this, he immediately began to perform incantations, diligently erasing the markings on the azure-patterned longsword. The sword quivered slightly, and within moments, the aura of Xunqing diminished perceptibly. Yet, concurrently, time continued to elapse. What would the next chapter of Songjung's journey through the primal ancient lands entail? Chapter 34. When in pain, seek a doctor. Su Luoxue, preoccupied with her own affairs, suddenly sensed a shift in the gazes of those around her. Despite her attempts to speak softly, Su Xuanqing's thoughts resonated loudly in the gathering, easily audible to all present. Fortunately, the matter at hand bore little relation to her. And it was not particularly scandalous. If reported successfully, it might even garner her a surge in followers. The bold revel in the world's pleasures. And Su Luoxue felt quite pleased with her efforts that day. She took out her phone and smiled at Su Xuanqing, saying, "Sister Xuanqing, I truly adore you. Shall we exchange WeChat accounts? You can confide in me about anything in the future." Su Xuanqing readily agreed, only to realize that she had forgotten her phone due to the formal attire she was wearing. Curse this banquet, she thought. She provided her phone number to Su Luoxue, promising to accept her friend request once the event concluded. Su Luoxue thought that if they could cultivate a good relationship, it would offer her some assurance in the future. And the more she looked at Su Xuanqing, the more she liked her. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon Su Xuanqing's neck, and she noticed that the bruise there did not appear to be from makeup. Alarmed, she exclaimed, "Xuanqing, what happened to your neck?" Su Xuanqing touched her neck, still feeling a bit of pain, and replied with a smile, "It's nothing, just a scratch from a rabid dog. I'll apply some ointment later." That mad dog Su Xiling has truly gone too far. Did he intend to leave me for dead? How embarrassing. She dressed up beautifully only to end up with a battle-damaged look. I wonder if the 3 of them have gone to the hospital yet. Why hasn't the order for rescue shown up? Could it be that they didn't manage to stab him? Upon hearing that Su Xiling was the culprit, Su Luoxue was not surprised. He was indeed a lunatic, with an unhealthy obsession for Su Momo. Having experienced her fair share of bumps and bruises while filming, Su Luoxue quickly retrieved a small bottle of ointment from her bag and handed it to Su Xuanqing, saying, "Use this. It won't leave any marks. If it works well, I'll bring you more next time." Su Xuanqing accepted it graciously, thanking her. "I have a scene to shoot later tonight,
So I'll take my leave now."
Su Luoxue stood up, adjusted her hat, mask, and sunglasses, then leaned down to hug Su Xuanqing. "You look absolutely stunning today. From now on, we shall be good friends." Su Xuanqing was equally fond of Su Luoxue. She hadn't anticipated that beneath Su Luoxue's cool exterior lay a charm akin to that of a friendly neighbor. They promised to go out for a meal together next time they had the chance. Su Luoxue then exited the grand hall, determined to resolve matters early. For tomorrow would be Thursday. Since she had given everyone the day off, she planned to visit the police station alone to report the incident. Su Xuanqing watched Su Luoxue's silhouette fade away, then finished her orange juice in one gulp. Sister Luoxue should be able to handle this, right? This incident could prove to be a fatal blow to her rising stardom. If she overcomes it, her potential is boundless. Today also marks a day of accumulating cyber merit, hee. Let me see if I should enlist another lucky soul to assist. While sipping her drink, Su Xuanqing discreetly surveyed the other guests at the banquet, only to find that many wore predatory expressions, with several appearing eager to approach her. Initially, they had dismissed Su Xuanqing as merely a child playing games, but upon hearing her accurately recount the individuals and events surrounding Su Luoxue and seemingly predict future occurrences, they began to take her seriously. It turned out that Su Xuanqing's earlier musings about Su Xiling were not mere childish curses. They were indeed foresight into unfolding events. The crowd's interest ignited, as they were no ordinary individuals and recognized the value of having a danger detector in their midst. No wonder they were hastily convening a banquet only 2 days after recognizing her. They had discovered a treasure. As thoughts swirled, a group of girls approached Su Xuanqing. The tallest among them, strikingly beautiful, initiated the conversation. Hello, Xuanqing. I'm Yaya. It's a pleasure to meet you. I've been experiencing frequent headaches lately, but I'm unsure of the cause. Su Xuanqing, puzzled yet polite, responded with a smile. Hello, perhaps you should consider seeing a doctor? How absurd. Why seek me for a headache? Do I look like a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? If you stop fervently streaming at midnight with male hosts, wouldn't you feel better? Who doesn't suffer headaches from staying up late? Yaya's smile faltered, taken aback by Su Xuanqing's attitude. Why was she airing her private matters in public? Su Xuanqing, noticing Yaya's colorful expressions like a spilled palette, grew concerned and asked, if you're feeling unwell, should you not see a doctor? Yaya, who had always looked down on Su Xuanqing, had approached merely to extend a courtesy, only to find her personal affairs laid bare for all to hear. She chose not to respond, turning on her heel and walking away, leaving behind a group of giggling friends. Su Xuanqing found the situation bewildering. How strange. She suddenly comes to me about a headache and gets offended when I suggest a doctor. If you're allergic to hospitals, perhaps a dojo or a temple might help. After all, one must maintain a tranquil heart. Otherwise, it would be a shame to stumble at such a young age. Yaya paused momentarily, her mother quickly stepping forward to grasp her arm. Why are you so irritable? Is seeking a male host justifiable?
Come.
Apologize to Xuanqing and let her take a look at you. I want to go. If you want to, you go. Yaya retorted, shaking off her mother's hand and dashing out. Su Xuanqing, of course, was oblivious to the scene unfolding nearby. After all, she was surrounded by too many people, each chattering enthusiastically, which was beginning to give her a headache as well. Su Fu and Su Mu exchanged glances, and Su Mu stepped towards Su Xuanqing's side. The older generation, hesitant to initiate contact with the younger, found themselves mostly encircled by peers. Standing just outside the circle, Su Mu spoke softly. Our Xuanqing might be feeling a bit fatigued. Perhaps everyone could visit her another time. Let her return to rest for now. The surrounding individuals found it difficult to refuse Su Mu, and after exchanging pleasantries, they retreated.
Ah?
Is this not a banquet held in my honor? Why must I leave first? So should I depart or remain? It feels as though they intend to conspire behind my back. Could it be that they're plotting to sell me out? Chapter 35. The exchange of interests is the optimal strategy. Your Majesty, I have meticulously arranged everything. The Sixth Prince's supporters are led by Prince Green, who commands the elite assassination organization of the Empire as well as the 4 demons of Rascal. If we eliminate Prince Green and the elite assassination organization, you shall ascend the throne smoothly, a sinister gleam flashing across the face of Minister Onest. If memory serves me correctly, historically, Liu was renowned for his unique heterochromia, a phenomenon known as paired teeth and double pupils, a natural aberration. He also harbored intense disdain for leisurely pursuits, particularly in light of such shocking deeds. Yet he understood one undeniable truth. The first person entitled to erupt in fury could not possibly be him. Your profound affection for me makes my millennia-long search worthwhile. Even if I must traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire, I, Fei Ruer, shall never look back. Lin Yi and Su Jing shared a tacit understanding. Without further delay, Lin Yi clasped his fists in farewell and turned to leave. Slightly desolate, Su Jing wore a perplexed expression as he glanced at the entrance, observing a throng of people outside, yet none seemed inclined to step inside, leaving his countenance exceedingly peculiar. In truth, The dragon sovereign had long completed her meditative practices. Her reluctance to continue onward stemmed from her manipulation of the time-space compass as she surveyed the current cosmic layout beneath the celestial canopy. The emperor is truly unscathed. It is merely Jean Yen fidgeting with the silk handkerchief in her grasp, her gaze evasive and uneasy. What heinous act has this old man committed to invoke such ire? Subjected to such brutal beatings by the master? It is truly pitiful, exceedingly pitiful. Closing the door, the proprietor could bear to look no longer. It is you. You are a demon, tormenting me nightly within my dreams. He grasped my chin, his eyes wild with frenzy. Nangong Shui was not devoid of reason. She nodded in agreement before unleashing a surge of sword energy. Providing warmth to superiors and seeking maternal favor within the confines of rules ought to be permissible. However, transactions of this nature necessitate a win-win scenario as the foundation for cooperation. Talon International can indulge in tricks, for they are a financial institution born of such guile. Outside, the ever-watchful Qinggo overheard the quarrel between the two, and upon hearing the shattering sound, presumed they had encountered trouble. Just as she was about to enter and diffuse the awkwardness, the wooden door was suddenly flung open. The dark gaze of the shadowy skeleton fixated on the slowly drifting Alan, feeling a mix of solace, regret, simmering rage, and a hint of caution. After all, Alan was no ordinary individual. Even the shadowy skeleton found it challenging to gauge his true strength. Above the clouds, a purplish-red luminescent soared, revealing the scorpion lion, its thick mane adorned with its master, Alan. However, it did not escape the grasp of Stabby, who warned Williams, "Do not blame me for failing to caution you. The disparity at the pinnacle of the holy stage is significant. Do not allow the artifact to cloud your judgment. Sacrificing your life for a mere relic is hardly worth it." Emerging with the corpse of the Blood Monarch, Alan and Kalim had no intention of greeting the Black Dragon King and its ilk. Instead, they directly forged a passage through the fiery realm, re-entering the depths of the crimson magma. Yi Hua, the illustrious second prince of the Great Yang, the current crown prince, one who could endure the burden of a disastrous reputation yet live nobly, with his piercing gaze and regal demeanor, had never suffered so much as a scratch on the battlefield, yet here he was, so brutally dismissed. In truth, Chanyu wished to abandon such a compromising posture, for it was excessively intimate and stimulating, but with favors to ask, one cannot falter even in this regard. Maintain a distance of 10 feet from me. Indeed. Orlis's words proved effective, as a majority of the male students gravitated toward her vicinity, yet the pack of wolves seemed intent on making close acquaintance, only to be quelled by her commanding voice. Yet at this moment, he could not afford to ponder much. His dissatisfaction towards Yi Xiu was one thing, but it had not escalated to the level of mortal enmity. He could not bear to watch Yi Xiu walk into death's embrace. Furthermore, even for Zhao Ruobing's sake, he could not stand idly by as Yi Xiu faced demise. Li Junjie, having lost face, dared not continue his arrogance. He obediently tidied his belongings and retreated to the upper bunk. Indeed, Zhang Tian had deliberately set up a formation during his seclusion, likely due to newfound insights. Otherwise, he would not have chosen this moment to retreat. "I came to seek you both for a few matters," Shang Zheng said. In contrast to those singers who gained fame through marketing, he was truly renowned for his genuine talent. Within Myanmar's borders lies a vast expanse of jadeite mines, primarily located in the northern regions such as Mengong, Pagang, Nanchi, Xiangdong, and Huika, as well as the northwest's Longkan emerald fields. Qin Zhao could hardly contain his excitement, abruptly lifting Wang Li onto the bed. Just as he intended to proceed, he was pushed away. "You injured so many of my men today. I shall not retaliate. Just leave her here for my amusement, or else..." Ma Fingfing. "Assure you will not see the light of tomorrow." Ma Fingfeng's bravado surged, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang Yi. Yet he would not concede. He had yet to surrender, merely finding himself at a slight disadvantage in their skirmish. Who said he was bound to lose? The absence of ordinary realm experts suggested that this level might, to a large extent, not exist at all, or be unattainable. However, Yin Feng, being at the pinnacle of the true Dan realm, activated his secret technique in a moment of peril, shifting his heart 2 inches to the right. Chapter 36. Despair, Rescue, and Retrieval. Patient No. 6 fixed a steady gaze upon Su Xiling, and as he approached, he swiftly drew a knife, aiming for Su Xiling's abdomen. Su Xiling, ever vigilant, anticipated some initial maneuvering but was taken aback by the immediate assault, his reaction slightly delayed. The blade did not pierce his abdomen but instead sank into his thigh. Patient number 6 gazed at the wound with a mix of regret and exhilaration. Ah, it has missed. Yet, Dr. Xu, your blood appears quite alluring. I adore it. Do you fancy my gift? Perhaps you would like a portrait? Xu Xiling stepped back, supporting himself against the table, while the nearby nurse stood frozen in terror. Only Xu Xin, who had just entered, witnessed the scene and shouted, "Someone! Restrain this individual!" Several bodyguards clad in black surged in from seemingly nowhere, pinning the now nearly unhinged patient number 6 to the bed. He seemed utterly impervious to pain, his gaze fixated on Xu Xiling's thigh with a near-obsessive fervor. So beautiful.
Did you all see?
The amaryllis is bloomed. This is my most satisfying creation. Take this person to my laboratory. I shall treat him privately later, Xu Xiling commanded, pulling the delicate dagger from his thigh and casting it to the floor, departing without a backward glance. This was a high-end private hospital. As both the son of a shareholder and a world-renowned medical expert, Xu Xiling knew the staff would adeptly handle the patient's identity and other concerns without his further worry. Xu Xiling experienced a series of stabbing pains in his leg, yet his heart surged with excitement. The occupant of bed No. 6 must be a semi-finished product that escaped from another laboratory. It was unclear why it had been sent to their hospital, but it undoubtedly warranted investigation. Encountering 2 exceptional research subjects in a single day was indeed a privilege. Xu Xin trailed behind Xu Xiling, frowning as he urged, "There is no need to be reckless at such a time. Tend to your wounds." Xu Xiling dismissed the trivial injury, relishing the thrill of bloodshed.
Leave me be.
He suddenly halted, arching an eyebrow at the figure behind him. The young master, accustomed to clean dealings in the business world, has likely never encountered such raw brutality. Are you not frightened? Xu Xin, who had only just been stabbed the day prior, fell into silence. A peculiar thought crossing his mind. Were the men of the Xu family destined to be stabbed? Xu Xiling did not anticipate a response from Xu Xin. He tossed a room key card to him, saying, "Here, my appearance today is not suitable for meeting Mo. Consider it a favor. Remember to bring her home." With that, Xu Xiling strode directly to his laboratory. Upon arriving at the hotel, Xu Xin learned from the front desk that Xu Mo had checked out half an hour earlier and had left in a car. His expression darkened. This unreliable sister of his Shirley hadn't he gone searching for Jean Beiming again? Had she? What kind of potion had Jean Beiming administered to make her so willing to repeatedly abandon their family's choices? His suspicion proved correct. Xu Mo would not remain obediently in the hotel. After confirming that both her brothers had departed, she had called Jean Beiming, claiming that she had been sent away from the family banquet and was now alone in the hotel. Jean Beiming, instantly distressed, made no excuses and summoned a driver to fetch Xu Mo. Not wishing to return home, they went together to the Jean residence. Jean Beiming's parents took a liking to Xu Mo as well, personally inquiring after her well-being for a considerable time before encouraging the 2 young people to engage in further conversation, repeatedly inviting her to stay the night at the Jean house. Xu Mo feigned reluctance, but ultimately acquiesced. She needed to demonstrate her position in Jean Beiming's heart. Securing this union would grant her a voice within the Xu family. At the Xu family villa, Xu Xunqing had retired early for the night, utterly exhausted from a day filled with turmoil. Several attempts to take a nap had been thwarted, and now she was on the verge of fainting from fatigue. The moonlight streamed through the wide-open window, casting a serene glow upon her slumbering visage. Had Xu Xunqing woken at that moment, she would have discovered a man standing at the foot of her bed. However, she was lost in deep sleep, and the man observed her peaceful face for a moment before a satisfied smile crept across his lips. He produced a cloth from his clothing and gently placed it over Xu Xunqing's face. After 2 minutes, he lifted the cloth, crumpled it carelessly, and discarded it in the trash before hoisting the now unconscious Xu Xunqing out through the window. Living on the ground floor certainly made the task considerably easier. In her dreams, Xu Xunqing felt as though she were on an unsteady boat, tossed by storms, drifting endlessly upon turbulent seas. When calmness finally returned, she attempted to open her eyes, only to realize that she could not see. "Erkong, where are you, Erkong?" She closed her eyes and opened them again, but darkness enveloped her, devoid of any light. Attempting to rub her eyes, she discovered her arms bound together, rendering her immobile. Her legs were similarly restrained, and ropes encircled her waist, making escape impossible. At this point, she could confirm one thing. The good news was that her eyesight was intact. It was merely covered by a blindfold. The bad news was that she appeared to have been kidnapped. Xu Xuanqing coughed softly, clearing her throat as she tentatively called out. Is anyone there? Hello? Silence enveloped her, save for the faint echo of her own voice reverberating in the room. She surmised that she was likely in a small space, given the echoing emptiness surrounding her. However, there must have been a reason for her abduction, so she pressed on. Hello, I have money. No, my family is quite wealthy. If you require ransom, I can provide my family's contact information. She continued, I understand now. I will never again target Xu Mo. I will avoid her in the Xu family from now on and absolutely will not compete for her resources. Or perhaps you desire my identity. I can relinquish it. I have no strong desire to return to the upper class, truly. Yet, Xu Xuanqing's voice grew hoarse and no reply came, as if she were utterly alone in this place. She could only cease her futile struggles and internally scream, Ah, is the heavens conspiring against me?
Who has kidnapped me?
After all my efforts to complete tasks and earn 20 more days of life, am I to have it cut short in an instant? Please, is there anyone? Woe is me, I am in such dire straits. Help me, save me. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the Jin residence, Jin Zhao, having indulged in red wine, had fallen asleep in a rocking chair, rubbing his temples. What a racket! It's the dead of night. What is the matter with that young lady? Chapter 37. The Brother Who Enjoys Thrills. Xu Xuanqing, flopping about like a salted fish, quickly deduced that this was a professional method for binding large crabs, far beyond her capabilities to escape. But she remained unperturbed. She possessed something far more advanced. Xu Xuanqing called out to the system in her mind, System. Your host is about to meet her demise. The system remained unresponsive. Undeterred, she pressed on, Hey, system, considering I have completed so many tasks over the past few days, might I receive some tangible stacking rewards? Others can spend 648 on a game and receive extra surprises. I cannot be expected to labor without living. The system emitted a few crackling sounds, seemingly malfunctioning. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the task. The target, Xu Luoxue, has been rescued, the danger has been averted, and you are rewarded with 4 additional days of life, 40,000 yuan in funds, and a special item, an indestructible lighter. Would you like to view the item description now? Xu Xuanqing's eyes sparkled beneath her black blindfold. She had known that seeking assistance was often more fruitful than relying solely on oneself. At critical moments, the system proved to be quite useful. She recalled several previous task items that she had not yet had the chance to examine. As she was bound here, with little else to do, she decided to investigate them all at once. Casually flipping through her inventory, Xu Xuanqing quickly realized that this system was anything but ordinary. The dog-beating stick not only inflicted severe injuries upon the target but also caused them to bark like a dog. What a peculiar inclination. The forgetfulness water rendered the drinker devoid of intelligence and emotion for an hour, akin to a breeding ground for zombies. The elastic rope, when bound to one's leg, transformed the wearer into a human spring, granting phenomenal jumping abilities. Truly, a dream tool for any long jumper. Xu Xuanqing felt her head spinning as she examined the indestructible lighter she had just received. When opened, its flame remained unfazed by the wind, fluctuating in size with her breath. Although this particular feature was strange, at least it was a useful item. Xu Xuanqing, not one to be picky, twisted her bound hands slightly and retrieved a lighter from her spatial pocket, beginning to breathe gently on it. Due to the obscurity of her surroundings, she struggled to accurately position the lighter against the ropes that confined her, inadvertently scorching herself several times before managing to ignite something else. Time slipped by in a blur, and fatigue began to set in. At last, the ropes around her hands exhibited a slight looseness. Outside the control room, Xu Xiling sat with an air of casual interest, legs crossed, as she observed Xu Xuanqing's performance on the large screen. Such sturdy ropes, employing them for games might spark interest, but using them to bind me feels somewhat insulting, does it not? I wonder what time it is now. I'm starting to feel a bit peckish. If I manage to escape today, I shall indulge in a proper meal, including a portion for little Jasmine. Oh well, I'm tired. Dying isn't the worst option either. Despite the night vision of the camera, Xu Xiling remained oblivious to the lighter in Xu Xuanqing's hand, finding her amusing as she remained composed in such perilous circumstances, exuding an air of confidence. The detection apparatus above Xu Xuanqing's had continued its operation, and the data displayed on another screen remained stable, with only a slight increase in frequency when she contemplated her thoughts. She was no different from anyone else. even less intense than the fluctuations observed in Lab 6. The ropes are finally loosening. Remarkable. I deserve a brief respite. Let me guess who my captor is. Never mind. I can't be bothered to guess. I'll just randomly curse one lucky audience member. Xu Xiling, you bastard. Xu Xiling. He initiated the automatic recording of abnormal data, then rose gracefully, washed his hands meticulously, and opened the observation room door. Xu Xuanqing's hands were blistered from the heat, and she couldn't help but reminisce about Xu Luoxua. The ointment gifted to her at the banquet had proven remarkably effective, cooling her neck and alleviating the pain. Surely it would work wonders on the blisters as well. Yet, uncertainty loomed over whether she could ever return. Xu Xuanqing sighed quietly, mentally paying homage to deities from both Eastern and Western realms, beseeching divine intervention, before resolutely continuing to ignite the lighter, determined to fully untie her hands and devise an escape plan. However, just as she sensed the ropes might finally yield, a faint sound reached her ears from an oblique direction. It appeared someone had entered. Instinctively, Xu Xuanqing concealed the lighter, aware that any evidence could be misconstrued. In the darkness, the soft footfalls approached, halting at a distance perilously close to her. Xu Xuanqing tentatively called out, "Hello? Is there something you wish to discuss?" No response followed. What is this? Even a mouse squeaks when discovered. Could this person be mute? Nevertheless, Xu Xuanqing dared not act rashly and cautiously added, "If you need anything, feel free to speak. I will comply with what I can. Engaging in this little darkroom bondage play would tarnish our reputations." Confirmed. It's that Xu Xiling. A strong scent of disinfectant. I thought he was trying to appear sophisticated. Is this truly just a ploy for revenge against little Jasmine? With her identity unveiled, Xu Xiling ceased to silence, responding with a light chuckle. "Hello, sister." Xu Xuanqing, seizing the moment, theatrically exclaimed, "My dear second brother, my beloved second brother, have you come to rescue me?" Her performance was exaggerated. "I can't see."
Can you help me?
Wearing a blindfold for too long is detrimental to my vision. It's hardly friendly to my Casilon big eyes. I wish to see where I am and how it is so empty. Xu Xiling, confident in the positioning of his laboratory, had deliberately confined Xu Xuanqing in the innermost chamber to avoid any chance encounters with her family that might overhear her thoughts. He reached out and lifted the blindfold from Xu Xuanqing's eyes, saying, "Brother wishes to engage in some private conversation. I find you quite intriguing." Tears welled in Xu Xuanqing's eyes from the sudden brightness, and she turned her head, closing her eyes momentarily until she adjusted to the room's illumination before lifting her gaze once more. "TSK," Xu Xiling pinched her chin between two fingers, as if admiring a work of art. "What a splendid visage. I can scarcely bring myself to harm you." Releasing her, he produced a small golden knife, its blade gleaming ominously. Xu Xiling let the back of the knife glide slowly across Xu Xuanqing's face, pausing for a few moments on the angry red marks on her neck before allowing it to descend toward her collarbone. Leaning closer, he whispered in her ear, "Sister, I adore thrilling experiences. Do provide me with a reaction one to you." No sooner had he finished speaking than Xu Xuanqing felt a sharp pain in her shoulder, the knife's tip having pierced her skin. "Stimulate your ancestors for generations." Perverted Fiend. Chapter 38. He descended from the sky. Yet, he would never have anticipated that he had unwittingly set a flag for himself, leading to an encounter with his son in such an unusual manner. Approaching the target location, he heard a cacophony of sounds ahead, resembling a fierce battle. Originally striding purposefully, Luota immediately slowed, taking refuge in the shadow of a mushroom as he continued forward. Upon learning that Qiu Shaoza had arrived in Yanjing, Jia Heshuan hastened to the station, fully aware that while Qiu Shaoza was familiar with the city, he feared encountering some ill-fated individuals. Lin Yun bellowed, channeling all his strength into a devastating blow with the Sword of Heaven, targeting the already severely wounded Cloud Emperor. Moreover, the Red Dragon Gang had always been well received by the residents of the Eastern District. In the eyes of the public, organized crime was synonymous with malevolence. Yet the Red Dragon Gang was not such a group. They protected the residents of the Eastern District without ever demanding protection fees, and even offered them assistance, earning the people's goodwill. Time flowed, without regard for the concept of duration, his muscular form radiating a power so potent it could shatter the realm of thunder with a single strike. These levels were already known to Lei Li, who had reached them, but his concern lay with the realms beyond the extreme divine level. "Everyone's poetry is commendable. Let us now compose verses inspired by objects," the proposer suggested. A terrifying surge of energy erupted, causing Xunqing and the others to wear solemn expressions, their hearts filled with dread. The individual before them, even in such circumstances, wielded such formidable power, truly astounding. As for me, I cannot say. I only know that recently there has been much chatter in the martial world, claiming that the sword of the Son of Heaven is about to emerge, capturing everyone's attention, by Qian Nua remarked. Startled, I hastily pulled a mirror from my storage ring. And lo and behold, I found an unexpected lip print on my neck. The Lian golden bell remained unscathed. I was taken aback. The force of a single punch was astonishing, capable of shattering mountains and stones. Upon hearing those words, we all instinctively nodded in unison. Tianzhan hesitated momentarily before also acquiescing. Indeed, the searing heat emanating from the entrance surged forth like an uncontrollable tide. At that moment, I felt my throat parched, as if flames were about to erupt from within. With this thought, Chu Yi's heart raced, nearly overwhelming him with excitement. The time to absorb had finally arrived. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Han Tianzhao rushed in, followed closely by Han Tianxu, whose expression mirrored the gravity of the situation. He turned, delivering a powerful punch, which was deftly evaded by the Earth Lord, who retaliated with a strike of his own. Yin Fong remained silent, prompting me to inquire with Luo Lin regarding any news about Tianzhan. He replied in a tone tinged with helplessness and a wry smile that there had been none. It seemed he had vanished without a trace. Congratulations, Mr. Xu. Coral sneered inwardly, perceiving everything as mere illusion and smoke. He had unwittingly fallen into a trap. A frigid voice called out from behind, causing me to pause momentarily. Yet I chose to disregard it and continued onward. Just as I took my first step, I heard a furious shout from behind me. Uncle Fu glanced at the list and noticed that everything on it was available, nodding in agreement. You were indeed correct. Ever since I shed my shame, life has become considerably easier, Yi Qiu remarked nonchalantly. The ever-expanding arms around me grasped the murky, viscous darkness, and in its roar, which stirred the void into tumultuous waves. This darkness was frantically smeared upon a singular glimmer of silver, reminiscent of something utterly terrifying. This is precisely why we must retreat. In the realm of Wangyue Jianghu, all bosses possess an anger system. Typically, a boss's rage will erupt when their health dips below 20%, plunging them into a frenzy. The traffic officer, who had previously been all politeness, now wore a blank expression, uttering a terse command before turning away and murmuring something into his shoulder communicator. As Zhao Si exited the opulent suite of the Zhaixing Tower, a chorus of carefree laughter erupted behind him. Su Luai released MOU to the bridal chamber and then engaged in casual conversation with a few individuals at the table. Zhao Si raised a bowl of wine and a toast to his brothers, encouraging them to enjoy their meal and drink well, while instructing Qian Weijia to discreetly mobilize personnel to search for Li Shishir at Wudong Mountain. Regrettably, the original dragon head formation was far too rudimentary. Even with Fong Tianyou's subsequent modifications, it remained based on the original design. After the recent significant absorption of the Earth's energy, it would require several years before it could be utilized on a large scale again. Each competition felt like a grand festival, regardless of which god-tier streamer was broadcasting. They would always yield the time for competition. If they were unable to do so, they could only accept the bitter consequence of dwindling popularity. Suddenly, an unexpected incident halted the Jade Emperor in his tracks, sensing his celestial powers being obstructed, his speed diminishing as a towering pagoda descended from above. Hu Sijio waved his hand dismissively, saying, "What is there to be surprised about? I suspect at least 5 or 6 more groups will arrive tonight." Very well. Yi Si mused quietly, gazing at the Jiangnan landscape for a considerable time, her eyes dark, resolute, and unyielding. She thought that perhaps it was precisely individuals with such unwavering gazes who possessed a strength far beyond that of ordinary beings. After the old man in white finished speaking, he strode away with great determination. Lin Tian's eyes glinted coldly. "Ladies and gentlemen, does anyone harbor dissent? If not, let us adjourn." Chapter 39. You jump, I jump. Su Xuanqing waved her hand once more, wishing to transfer all the torment and anguish she had endured today back to this individual. Yet, her wrist was gently grasped by a large hand, and in that moment, her negative emotions ebbed away like a receding tide. A familiar male voice urged her. "If we don't run now, the bodyguards will catch up." Su Xuanqing, adaptable in her responses, delivered a swift kick to Su Xiling before straightening up. Gazing at the newcomer as if she had come back to life, Run, Brother Chow. Once we escape today, I will properly thank you. Jin Chao had followed Su Xuanqing's phone's location to arrive here. Initially, he was merely testing the waters. Yet, he was astonished to find that someone had indeed kept their phone in their pocket even while asleep, greatly hastening his search. After all, kidnappers at midnight would not typically conduct body searches, leaving an oversight. He was awakened by Su Xuanqing's inner voice. At first, he thought she was merely dreaming aloud. But as he listened more intently, he realized she had been abducted. Naturally, it was only a matter of time before someone as extraordinary as her would be coveted. However, he never anticipated that the one behind her kidnapping would be Su Xiling, nor that in such a brief period, she would be so severely tormented. He had arrived too late, allowing her to suffer. But we cannot leave now, Jin Chao said, supporting Su Xuanqing's waist delicately as she was battered and bruised. Particularly at her wrists and ankles, the bodyguards were closing in. Su Xiling had already succumbed to unconsciousness, posing no threat to them, yet the footsteps outside grew ever closer. The head of the bodyguards, passing by the window, spotted the man who had just infiltrated the room and his boss, for whom he was being handsomely compensated, lay sprawled on the floor. Damn it! This scoundrel has barged into the boss's home to snatch his woman? What man could tolerate this? The head of the bodyguards waved his hand, signaling his comrades to leap through the window. However, they found themselves stuck in the opening. Su Xuanqing silently observed the floundering bodyguards and cautiously suggested, "Perhaps we could use the door?" Jin Chao also perceived the situation, likely due to the advanced equipment here. Su Xiling had engaged simple-minded bodyguards to avoid detection by the astute. Simplicity can indeed be an advantage. He glanced at the wound on Su Xuanqing's ankle and inquired, "With a gentlemanly demeanor, can you run?" "You jump, I jump." Su Xuanqing offered him unwavering support, then gracefully leaped into his embrace. "Run, brother, I believe in your capabilities." "I can barely hold on." Jin Chao felt as though he had caught a feather, light as air and devoid of weight. This feather, once as translucent as glass, was now marred with cracks. Through the fissures, he perceived her injuries, which seemed to whisper in agony. "Ouch, ouch, ouch, it hurts." "But those pecs are real." "Touch, touch, touch." "Those abs are impressive too. A quick feel won't attract attention, right? I'm practically an injured soldier." Today's outcome is my good fortune." Jin Chao's vehicle was parked not far from the base. He had anticipated a fierce battle, yet surprisingly, the bodyguards had rushed to rescue her and did not pursue. The person in his arms had fallen silent, her face pale, eyes tightly shut, finally revealing a pained expression. He could hardly comprehend how such a person, despite her severe injuries, could still muster a smile. Jin Chao gently placed the bloodied Su Xuanqing on the back seat, draping his jacket over her. The sky began to lighten, sunlight streaming through the car window, illuminating Su Xuanqing's serene face as she furrowed her brow. Su family. Early in the morning, Butler Zhang awoke, pondering that since there were so few people at home, he ought to wake Miss Xuanqing early so she could join the master and mistress for breakfast, thereby leaving a good impression. However, after knocking several times on the door, there was no response from within, as if no one were present. Had Miss Su Xuanqing exhausted herself yesterday? How could she be sleeping so soundly? Butler Zhang scratched the back of his head, perplexed, before turning to leave. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait another half an hour before returning. Just as he was about to depart, he noticed an open window, and beneath it, a pink slipper lay abandoned at the base of the wall. TSK, who possesses such a lack of morals to carelessly toss aside a slipper. Butler Zhang shook his head and took a few steps forward, only to come to an abrupt halt. This is disastrous, utterly catastrophic. Mr. and Mrs. Su awoke to find their world shattered. Just yesterday, they had confided in the family about their daughter's extraordinary nature, and now, she had been abducted in the dead of night. Is this a sign of moral decay or a distortion of humanity? Indeed, one can guard against the night, but one cannot guard against the treachery of those within their own home. Mr. and Mrs. Su sat alongside several relatives who had remained after last night's gathering, all unable to accept this grim reality. The butler had gone to review the surveillance footage. Truth would soon be unveiled. Mr. Su's expression was grave, his piercing gaze sweeping over the gathered relatives. If he were to discover who had kidnapped his child, retribution would surely follow. "Here it comes." The butler rushed into the room, clutching the freshly copied surveillance footage, his demeanor frantic, nearly tripping over the threshold. Mrs. Su, observing his distress, anxiously inquired, "Did you see it? Who is it?" Indeed, The butler had seen it all while copying the footage alongside the security personnel, yet he dared not articulate the truth clearly. Instead, he vaguely replied, "Well, I did see something, but it was unclear. Appeared to be a young man. Damn, a lecherous brute." Mrs. Xu was on the verge of madness. She had known that her daughter's exquisite appearance last night would lead to trouble. It might not be a brute. Butler Zhang nearly bowed to the floor, extending the USB drive toward them. "Perhaps it would be best for you to see for yourselves." Mr. Xu remained serious, and the surrounding relatives looked on anxiously, their eyes fixed on the screen. It was the footage from the camera behind the nanny's room. When the video was sped up, it wasn't too long before they saw a man in a trench coat climbing through the window. Initially, the first relative to arrive had not clearly seen the figure, merely expressing indignation. How brazen! To dare kidnap the eldest daughter of the Xu family, he must be taught a lesson. Mrs. Xu's complexion shifted. It was too late to call for a halt now. She gripped the armrest of her chair tightly, praying that she had misjudged the situation. However, no mother could mistake her own child. The man entered the room and soon exited through the window once more, this time cradling a sleeping figure, none other than Xunqing herself. As he strode away, the side camera captured his face clearly. It was Xu Xiling, the second young master of the Xu family. The relatives fell into a stunned silence. How would they explain this blunder? Mrs. Xu forced a smile. Her tone strained as she said, this must be a prank by Xiaoling and Xunqing. After all, they are siblings." Even as she spoke, she felt a twinge of guilt. Everyone was not blind, and the tension at last night's banquet had been unmistakable. To provoke and then abduct someone in the dead of night, was this not an act of vengeance? Chapter 40, staying at the Jean residence for 2 days. The Xu family found themselves in a state of turmoil, completely disoriented. In a small villa on the outskirts of the city, the chaos appeared rather appealing. "Let's sample it." Jin Zhao opened the food container he had brought and placed it on Xunqing's bedside, adjusting the drip rate of the 4 hanging above her. Xunqing had awakened. After a few hours of rest, she felt considerably better. Though her body still ached, it was evident that she had received treatment and medication. She had just been pondering her time spent with Jin Zhao before losing consciousness when she saw him approaching with a food box. "Thank you, Brother Zhao." Xunqing watched as he set up a small table for her and lifted the lid of the container. The aroma of vegetable porridge filled the air, making her stomach grumble with hunger. Impatiently, she scooped a large spoonful and stuffed it into her mouth. Jin Zhao reached out, but it was too late. She was already burning her tongue, tears welling in her eyes, with a mouthful of porridge caught awkwardly like a charming little hamster. "Slow down, it's hot." Jin Zhao fanned the porridge, trying to cool it down. "You say it's too late, brother. However, as you are my savior, I shall never hold any grievances against you for life. How might I delicately inquire who administered the medication to my wounds and changed my clothes?" Xunqing struggled to swallow the porridge, her eyes darting toward Jin Zhao. As he fanned the air, he replied, "Rest assured, I am not the one who changed your clothes. It was me, little sister." Before Jin Zhao could finish, a woman's boisterous voice rang from the doorway. A stunning woman with a voluptuous figure and cascading curls entered, her smile alluring. "You are the first woman Brother Zhao has brought to me. I haven't seen him this attentive to anyone in a long time." Beautiful lady, come closer." "Sister, kill me. I used to think having a double chin was desirable for this feeling. I feel that having my savior here is somewhat redundant. Could it be possible that my savior is actually my sister?" Xunqing stared at the radiant woman, her expression devoid of emotion. Jin Zhao, on the other hand, froze in place, suddenly feeling a pang of insecurity about his own appearance. During the rescue at midnight, she had declared him the most handsome man in the world, praising his physique. Was he so easily replaceable? Both were lost in their thoughts, but to Qin Dai, it conveyed an entirely different meaning. She deliberately draped her arm over Jin Zhao's shoulder, blowing gently at his neck and casting sultry glances at Xunqing. "Little sister, are you feeling jealous? After all, my relationship with Brother Zhao is indeed extraordinary." Xunqing met Qin Dai's gaze, blinking innocently, feeling a tinge of grievance. "Sister, I am indeed feeling jealous. Why do you only cling to brother, and not to me? Is it because I am not good enough, and do I not please you?" Jin Zhao remarked. He seemed somewhat superfluous here. Qin Dai stood there in shock, then realized that the dynamics between the two appeared rather peculiar. Taking a step back to question Jin Zhao, "Brother Zhao, is this not your little girlfriend?" Jin Zhao shrugged. "No, she isn't." Xunqing met Qin Dai's puzzled gaze and shyly smiled. "Sister, I am single, and I am not very familiar with Brother Zhao. We are merely acquaintances. Compared to Brother Zhao's insignificant sister status, I would much prefer to be your dog, sister. I see you treating this place like a guest house. Qin settled into a nearby chair, her cheapao slightly parted to allow her to cross her legs comfortably. The little girl is mostly fine, just some superficial wounds. I have prepared the medication. You can apply it yourself when you return. Don't waste my resources here. She could not hear Xunqing's inner thoughts but felt increasingly uneasy under the girl's peculiar gaze. Jin Zhao listened to Xunqing's inner thoughts and realized that he had indeed come to the wrong place. Stop it, senior sister. This is Xunqing, the biological daughter that the Xu family has recently acknowledged. I happened to pass by and saw her being kidnapped and mistreated, so I rescued her. When he first arrived, the situation was rather urgent, and they hadn't exchanged many words before he attended to Xunqing's injuries. After speaking, he turned to introduce Xunqing. This is Qin Dai, my senior sister, an exceptionally skilled surgeon. No wonder I was brought here. It turns out it was indeed my sister who saved my life. The pain from my wounds has vanished in an instant. How wonderful. At last, the domineering CEO's family doctor isn't a handsome man. It seems that only by having more senior sisters can we truly capture their hearts. What should I say in my self-introduction to win over my sister's heart in one go? Xunqing's eyes sparkled as she looked at Qin Dai. Sister, She hesitated for a long moment, unsure of what to say, and finally blurted out, May I have your contact information? If my wound reopens in the future, I will surely think of you. Qin Dai burst into hearty laughter, waving her hand dismissively. No need for that. If your wound reopens, just find a Zhao. I'm very busy and have no time. Xunqing watched Qin Dai's retreating figure with a hint of disappointment, when suddenly, the stuttering system emitted a sound, detected a romantic infatuation, name, Qin Dai, danger level 6. Would you like to read the romantic details now and initiate a rescue mission? By the time Qin Dai had vanished through the door, Xunqing immediately turned to Jin Zhao and asked, Is Sister Qin married? Jin Zhao raised an eyebrow. Why? Are you planning to steal her away? He found it amusing how infatuated this girl was. What was so captivating about Qin Dai that she was so enchanted after just one meeting? Heavens, my sister is actually married at a young age. Although she claims it was for love, it's all a lie. The man renowned for pampering his wife is merely seeking a substitute, treating my sister as another person. This is terrifying. Next week, the original flame returns, and they will not only rekindle their old feelings, but also compel my sister to accept their relationship, forcing her into an emotionless marriage of convenience. Damn that scoundrel. Cheating and claiming that he never truly loved her, as if engaging in substitute literature is justified. Jin Zhao's brow furrowed slightly as he absorbed Xunqing's thoughts. Qin Dai was the daughter of his mentor, married for 5 years, and they were known as a model couple. With a delightful 4-year-old daughter, how could they encounter such a dilemma? Will I still be able to see Sister Qin? Xunqing asked anxiously. A week isn't a long time. I must find a way to save Qin Dai, after all. She was the one who treated my wounds. Jin Zhao pondered for a moment, calculating the days. All right. You can stay with me at the Jin residence for a couple of days. In 3 days, I need to visit my mentor's home, and I will take you with me then. Chapter 41. The Infatuated Mind. Do Imo chose the timing of his resignation with careful precision. At this moment, the court was already under the control of the Mongols and the Simu people, while the Han ministers had nearly become vassals. Moreover, Ahima had gained the emperor's increased trust. Hearing their taunts one after another, if they did not leave now, Zhou Xingyu might lose his temper and take matters into his own hands. Money talks. Haven't you heard that before? Feng Xiaoqing chuckled as he spoke to Wang Weilong. Assistance to other tribes in battle was a rare occurrence, mostly limited to closely knit cities, and on the Kepler continent, the three-eyed clan was divided into several alliances, all agreements among major cities, evolving into several expansive territorial divisions. At this juncture, due to overwhelming anger, Mei Yu unexpectedly transformed into a bloodthirsty Mary. At this moment, Wu Shaogang was no longer particularly concerned about the progress of the battle. His attention gradually shifted to the livelihood of the local populace, which was unavoidable given the abject poverty he had observed along the way, marked not only by a scarcity of people but also vast tracts of uncultivated land. From the perspective of the divine realm, although the Biluo Divine Kingdom had made 3 attempts showcasing its elite forces, it did not represent their true foundation. If the Celestial Court was determined to win, It would not be an easy feat. Her form shifted from an exquisitely ornate armored figure into a grotesque conglomerate composed of countless metallic tumors, evoking a deep-seated revulsion. Without hesitation, the transformed Eve leaped down from the void, pursuing Vic with fervor. He had a striking appearance, handsome and refined, the epitome of a dashing young man. Yet he bore a leg ailment, as if a flawless beauty had been marred by a scar, leaving a sense of imperfection. The previous day, at the hour of Shin, the Mongol army had unexpectedly intensified their offensive, catching the station soldiers off guard, nearly allowing the Mongols to breach the city walls. It would be better to encounter villains or venomous snakes and beasts. At least that would ease my teacher's worries. Zhang Mingyu remarked without turning back. If he couldn't consume it, then everything would be for naught, and all his previous hard work would be wasted. Thus, Luo Fuxing needed to add another layer of assurance. Is the swift wind still unresponsive? Hua Yan tentatively inquired, yet there was still no reaction from the swift wind. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes gazed tenderly at Zhang Mingyu as he devoured wontons. Watching him eat heartily filled her with an indescribable contentment. Lucan suddenly felt that he had been deceived. These two were likely envious of Nadishuan's jade sculptor and designer. And now they had lured him and Aunt Tian here for this matter.
Stop.
The two bodyguards at the door saw Zhang Mingyu striding towards the private room's entrance and immediately extended their hands, speaking coldly. Lucan opened the first cardboard box before him, revealing 7 or 8 items, with a bamboo incense tube at the top. Upon seeing Hua Yan return the sword to its sheath, the sense of crisis dissipated, and her bristled fur lay back down. Forget it. Let's leave it to fate. Whether we meet is a matter of destiny. Perhaps whether we cross paths depends on fate. Unfortunately, the good times were short-lived. Over a decade later, the country was rife with corruption, and the term stinking old nine was far from a compliment, making it impossible for the inkstone factory to continue operating. Darling, please don't hurt me. Even if you will never hold a place in your heart for me, even if my shadow will never linger in your eyes. As long as you are by my side, that is enough for me. At the moment she turned away, he despaired and said, in the distance, amidst the cheers mingled with the sound of firecrackers, Jiang Yanning felt a knot tighten in his heart. The results were out. The glimmer of hope in her eyes dimmed instantly as she shifted her gaze away from him, tightening her embrace around him. The true form of the Wudao Kuang Tian was neither a terrifying flesh-and-blood entity nor an enigmatic divine or demonic body, but merely a vague humanoid figure composed of dense blood energy, obscuring any clear features. Everyone's concerns were evidently unwarranted. In the face of the bandit's sudden attack, Yi Tian's lips curled into a faint smile. Aside from Muyu, Su Yuyang genuinely could not think of anyone among his acquaintances who might possess the address of Ling Miao's hometown. Hearing this, the demon human was visibly moved. Yet a great favor need not be spoken of. He could only bow deeply to Xiaoyang. The merman race is renowned for its tears, which are precious spirit-gathering treasures, though most people are unaware of their whereabouts. However, surely the Spider King is not ignorant? The local rough has a name. Is that doctor truly capable? Still somewhat skeptical, Wang Jingxi furrowed her brow and inquired. They had all taken Wang Jingyi to see the finest doctors in America, who concurred that her treatment was now optimal. Fengji arrived to inform the two that they could leave. Yanli stretched languidly and glanced at the sky outside, the glaring sunlight causing her eyes to ache slightly. At this moment, Yushi finally felt at ease. Indeed, in every field, there are masters to be found. And it was impossible for Yu Qin to excel in every endeavor. Princess Feng Ro's hair was disheveled, her attire stained with blades of grass, and she limped as she ran, rendering her quite pitiable. However, in the realm of the god of combat, Chen Fuyun surprisingly grasped the essence of the 8 extremes fist. And through relentless monster hunting and leveling up, he internalized the most fearsome of its 8 techniques, the Yan Wang San Xian. The Audi behind us surged forward, its tires screeching as it slammed to a halt. Yet, this maneuver allowed the pursuing Audi to be left in the dust, as the rogue accelerated once more. The car roaring ahead. The repaired nails began to pierce the skin of her arm, but in that moment, she showed no mercy, and Suja felt no pain either. Chapter 42. Has Uncle returned with his entourage? Stay right here, and do not move. I will go investigate and return shortly. Yi Lingchen instructed the group before stealthily advancing ahead. Like an immense net, it swiftly enveloped a vast expanse of void spanning millions of miles. The boundless emptiness rife with sword energy, completely ensnaring the approaching Wei Jianqing and the other 3 semi-star monarchs. Despite Yi Lingchen's feelings of helplessness, He could discern from Tang Wu's gaze that the underlying truth was no fabrication. The news of Su Ying's sudden disappearance, initially concealed from everyone, had inevitably spread after several fruitless days of searching. Upon hearing Qing Wu's footsteps at the door, he stifled his anger and weariness to greet her, only to be met by a wave of alcohol-laden air. It was she, Nan Gongmeng, whom Dong Fan recognized as well. Zhua Haiyue's traversal of the 100 levels of the 3-star tower had undoubtedly granted her immense renown. Unable to comprehend the contents, Yi Lingchen mused that anything stored in a secret chamber must be exceedingly precious, and thus he collected them all into his spatial pocket. He deftly controlled 10 kitchen knives, launching them at the fleet-footed zombies leaping from a young man, while he maneuvered around these undead to reach the youth's side. As she was washing up, Bo heard the sound of water and leaped onto the sink, pawing at Qing Wu's hands to offer him water to drink. At that moment, Zhenemo, seated in the driver's seat, had his mouth agape but swallowed his words back down. These spirits clearly lacked any sense of conscience. Though intimidated by their relic in Yun Chujiao's grasp, they still dared to approach her. Now, his approval rating had shattered previous presidential records, yet by tomorrow, it would likely plummet to the lowest in history. Just as Yun Chujiao felt a slight sense of relief, a wave of urgency and anxiety surged through her consciousness. The Duke, who was entirely inept at navigating such matters, could only awkwardly extend goodwill toward Enlioli. Father, mother, if I truly terminate this pregnancy, I fear I shall never find happiness again in this lifetime, Jiao Yu said solemnly. Blair, that incident has transpired. Do not overthink it. If you wish to pursue another female, you are free to do so, Tang Lele remarked after a moment of contemplation. Staring into Dongfang Ningyu's clear and resolute eyes, Qi found himself at a loss for words. In the southern part of the city, aside from the splendid mountain villa, numerous bars and nightclubs thrived, all nestled in the lower river district, bustling with life throughout the night. This couple had truly troubled the priests, for it was clear they were at odds. Yet one remained carefree while the other laughed and spoke, leaving the priests unsure how to intervene. The first was a priest's dual-handed healing staff, suitable for both a druid and a priest, which was bestowed upon the third concubine. Instantly, countless soldiers knelt in unison, their collective shout resonating through the heavens. Qin Yun was bewildered, asking what was the matter, but Nan Gongche remained tight-lipped, leading her quietly to the main hall. Dongfang Nancheng impatiently raised her head, and upon seeing the gruesome wounds on Xunfei, a chill coursed through her chest. In his moment of panic, he noticed a river ahead. His spirit was drawn into that stream, and his memories began to fade. Facing the lightning, the young bald man spotted Feng Wuming and the others. After uttering a Buddhist chant, he breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing they did not perceive him as a threat. He had long sought a living person to comprehend this world. After resting through the night and the following day, Ding Chen's stamina had significantly recovered. Thus, he decided against following the road and instead chose to traverse directly through the mountains, cutting the distance considerably. Upon reaching level 5, Zhenlang could learn the 3rd-tier Bloodlight and Dragon Fury techniques, along with a 2nd-tier passive magic critical hit, only to discover that he was running short on skill points. Without considering additional free skill points, a level 5 player was limited to 5 ordinary skill points, necessitating careful budgeting. You vile girl. You have ruined our plans. Now you think you can escape? Roared Xiao Yunlong in fury. Therefore, in the entire Northwest War Zone, if one aspired for their child to achieve success, they had no choice but to enlist them in the military. There was no alternative path. Brother Hong Lei had his turn next, while Chao Ping simply found a chair to rest in, and the cameraman settled behind him, continuing to capture footage with a GoPro. No wonder the young master had been so relentless. Rest assured, this catfish spirit had violated heavenly laws, usurping the river goddess position and preying upon innocent children. Once, sister, and I deliver it to the demon capture office, it shall surely meet with a fate of annihilation. The sister did not hold back, stating plainly. Yuning's eyes gradually turned a deep crimson, a thought causing a black lotus to bloom upon her brow, a faint aura of darkness swirling around her figure, complemented by a sinister smile that was truly chilling.
Who was this young man?
How could he command such respect from the leaders of local tyrants? It was solely due to his exalted status as the current junior master of the Enyang Wuji sect, the direct disciple of the foremost human power overseas, the master of the Wuji Palace. Now, with some spare change, despite the high property prices, he could afford a reasonably good house. The Empress's expression of concern gradually solidified. With a flick of her sleeve, she exclaimed, Beijing. After all these years, Your rebellious nature remains unchanged. How foolish of me. She self-deprecatingly nodded. Indeed. I am quite foolish to have believed you would change. With another flick of her sleeve, she turned and departed. A disciple of the evil king sect, proficient in marksmanship, severed the throat of a blood demon sect disciple and then noticed Ouyang Jingtian, who was wreaking havoc in the arena, as if spotting prey, boasting loudly. If an ordinary swordsman could leave their soul lingering in the world for centuries, even reappearing after the resurrection of an ancient demon, it was indeed remarkable. Outside the inverted world, Ruo Hua hurriedly arrived at Duoshu Mountain, intending to meet the Emperor of Fengdu, but was intercepted by Xin Tu, who informed her that the Emperor was away on a pilgrimage and would return in a few days. All of this was keenly observed by Jialing, who valued her dignity. This scenario resembled neither a blind date nor a typical outing, and certainly not sibling-like, rendering the atmosphere exceedingly awkward. Chapter 43. The Guzheng has come to life. Do you have any objections? Su Xuanqing observed Su Mo's expression, which was akin to encountering a ghost, and felt as though she were gazing into a mirror. Isn't this Jin Chao's residence? How come Su Mo is here as well? The 7 members of the Shrek 7 Monsters reserve team were not in a much better situation when the explosion occurred. They were positioned at the rear of the group, with much of the force being absorbed by the senior students in front of them, resulting in only minor injuries. Bai Bai Dong realized that continuing the fight would only lead to defeat, a realization she came to when Tang San engaged both Xiaoyu and Hulaina. At this juncture, they were at the edge of the Dao Trace, where, at a certain distance, some Dao realm presences would emerge, though none were familiar to the group. For the time being, they were all focused on comprehending the Dao Trace, leading to a state of peaceful coexistence.
What?
That scoundrel and that wild man caused Jiang Tao's demise, yet they still dare to covet our inheritance? A man from the Hong family, in his 50s, exclaimed. Bo Xinyan cast a half-smile at Fu Lingxiao, thinking to himself how much more difficult it was to deceive mortals now than in the past. Within the realm of the Imperial Court and Celestial Palace, there existed a teleportation array directly leading to Suizhu, which was considerably safer than traversing multiple Eastern Emperor demon domains or utilizing teleportation arrays within the Eastern Emperor's territory. For a professional athlete, taking a 2-year hiatus from football was undoubtedly catastrophic, particularly for a young player with limited match experience. The youth concealed his face behind a mask. In contrast to the 3 who had spoken earlier, his physique appeared notably more slender, yet the muscular contours of his arms, exposed beneath his short sleeves, exuded an aura of both competence and strength. Now that he was part of the research team, he had specific research tasks to complete. Yet he felt entitled to critique the developmental plans of others. Did he truly believe himself a special envoy, capable of making arbitrary comments? On what basis should they heed his opinions, and what position did he hold to voice such matters? For instance, following the competition, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing returned to the Star Luo Empire to vie for the crown prince position, while Ning Rongrong returned to her sect, taking Oscar along. Ma Hongjun roamed far and wide, and the remaining teachers returned to the Heaven Do Empire, with Shrek Academy officially bestowed with the title of Royal Academy. Had it not been for Chu Fifan's appearance, Shui Rura might have received not a grain of divine rice. However, now she had gained 5,000 grains, yet still felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Shouldn't Chu Fifan have been more courteous and given her all the divine rice? Ultimately, he regained his composure, hesitating over whether to purchase the Qianhen dagger, a weapon with which he had a profound affinity. Though the protagonist of this iteration at the Purple Forbidden Peak had changed, this did not serve as a justification for the gambling den to renege on its wagers. After all, Xie Feihong had made it clear when he sent someone to place the bet that the wager was on Yi Guqing's demise, particularly with Yu Ji's involvement. If the head of Yu Ji were to step out, it would lend an air of dignity to the affair. When it came to physical contests, Feng Zhang held a great deal of confidence, believing that even if he could not defeat Chu Fifan with a single strike, safeguarding himself was a certainty, and he would at least shatter the opponent's record of repelling foes. Las Vegas, often dubbed the wedding capital, was home to numerous chapels near the registration office, allowing couples to find a minister at any time to officiate their nuptials. Merely being able to move one's legs was insufficient to inspire such admiration in Machu. During the Spring Festival, he had seen far more challenging performances, such as the contortionist acts, without ever displaying such enthusiasm. The inquiries he posed delved into matters of considerable secrecy. Should anyone dare to question Sun Ruoyu about the techniques he practiced or any special skills he possessed, Sun Ruoyu would perceive it as a flagrant provocation.
Chapter 44. Mujiking.
Su Xuanqing cast a sidelong glance at Jean Hua and the others at the dining table. Their expressions were nothing short of spectacular. This is the hallmark of a true big shot. Even under one roof, one can still be so audacious. It's truly exhilarating. Witnessing her son's rare display of happiness brought immense joy to her as a mother. You are beautiful, well-behaved, and intelligent. Surely, many boys must be pursuing you at university, am I right? Su Zihuan explained with a smile. The figure approached, towering nearly 2 meters. With a bare upper body and clad only in shorts. The exposed skin bore scales resembling those of a fish, glistening under the sunlight like the sharp blade of a sword. Upon entering, he overheard the two exchanging laughter, reminiscent of long-lost friends. Yet I stood there bewildered, gazing at the old ghost of the Miao family, unable to comprehend his motivations for such actions. Thus, my task was to widen my eyes and observe him intently. Those guards similarly caught in the gusts were swept away, unable to fire their weapons as their AK-47s were whisked into the wind. Boss, I wish to purchase this book. How much is it? Li Jiji presented the art book to the proprietor. As Lei Yu and the others began to withdraw, Liang Yi suddenly received an email from Lan Siki. Upon meticulously reading through it, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Should you manage this matter well, I shall accompany you for a few more days in Xijing City and will exert myself even more in the evenings, ensuring you feel utterly euphoric. Hua Tiancheng said with a mischievous smile. Previously, she could scoff and show disdain, yet now she could do no such thing, only feeling an overwhelming sense of shock, inferiority, and defeat. Just as Mou was about to erupt in anger, a soft, ethereal voice resonated from within the ship, breaking the silence. The closed curtains parted on their own, revealing a figure emerging while cradling a guqin, delicate as jade, swaying like a fragile willow in the tempestuous sea winds. The sky was painted a rosy hue, with more than 10 colossal yellow satellites suspended at the horizon. They were the moons of Mike's star. Then let us live with all our might. Death has come, and it has come in its strange and grotesque manner. Jiang Xie had not anticipated that Pu Ji would suddenly strike him, causing him to panic. A casual blow from someone at the 8th or 9th level of the Golden Core would be manageable. After all, it wouldn't be fatal. ISNT there an artifact spirit from the 5 Elements Hall? Won't I consult it? Old Dong rolled his eyes in exasperation. If he wished, under the premise of sufficient destructive factors, he could easily recreate more Annihilation Legions to join the fray. Mu Feng took a deep breath and said, "Let me carry you." As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Feng stepped beside the young master, crouched down, and shifted the young master onto his back. The young master was light, allowing Mu Feng to walk with relative ease. With the radio cut off, Ziluo's expression turned serious. At that moment, a total of 15 squads were participating in this support mission. The squads of Yamaguchi and Yoshida had originally been responsible for border patrol and were the 2 closest support forces to Shua Town. Chun Shao witnessed this scene with a smile, clapping his hands, which radiated an overwhelming aura of Buddha, enveloping the figures of Sha Qingquan and the others. As he reached the transmission head, he spotted 2 enemies carrying boxes onto the deck, extracting rocket-propelled grenades to rest upon their shoulders. When Yang Guodong relayed the information he had gathered from the scouts, Zhu Yuxiao and Wei Zhongxian remained silent. Chapter 45, The Spring Bamboo Noble Academy. He is doing well. Jin Chao ceased his actions, rising to place the comic book back into the safe, turning his back on Su Xuanqing to collect his emotions. From childhood, I could discern how deeply he loved my mother, often recounting tales of their past, which in turn made him affectionate toward me. Yet, time has passed so long that those memories are nearly faded. His father had passed away 9 years ago. That year, he had just embarked on his journey abroad for studies, and upon his return, the first thing he encountered was a video of the aftermath of the accident. His father lay silently in the coffin, his body seemingly assembled from fragments. Su Xuanqing gazed at his silhouette, a wave of compassion unfurling from the depths of her heart. Surely Zhao Ge must be heartbroken, yet he has managed to care for himself impeccably. After gathering more narrative fragments, I am determined to unearth the truth about Aunt Mu for him. But the atmosphere is so heavy right now, what could I say to lighten it? Su Xuanqing summoned all her emotional intelligence, filtering through potential topics in her mind. However, before she could speak, a bright, youthful voice rang out from downstairs. "Brother Zhao, are you home? I'm back." A new character unlocked? Why hadn't I heard about Zhao Ge having a sister before? Jin Zhao waved from the window to the girl below and turned to Su Xuanqing to explain. "This little sister of mine was found near the amusement park by my father. She had been living in the old house until I returned to the country these past few days. So that was the case. Xu Xuanqing vaguely recalled a character in the narrative who met an unfortunate fate. Could this be Jin Zhao's sister? The sound of footsteps echoed in the hallway as Jin Zhao opened the door, and a small figure clad in pink darted straight into his embrace. Xu Xuanqing turned her gaze towards the door and beheld a girl who appeared to be around 10, her hair styled into 2 playful buns, looking utterly adorable. Jin Zhao helped her remove her backpack and guided her towards the sofa. It was only then that the little girl noticed the presence of another person in her brother's room, and her demeanor shifted to one of caution. Xu Xuanqing rose, smiling warmly at her. "Hello, I'm your brother's friend. My name is Xu Xuanqing." The little girl's eyes narrowed with suspicion. "You're Xu? What is your relation to Suemo?" What a challenging question to answer. An adversary, Xu Xuanqing replied decisively, knowing that even a moment's hesitation would be a disservice to Suemo. However, the little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really, sister? That means you're my good sister now." Xu Xuanqing, Is such good fortune possible? I thought children who frequently visited would also be swayed by Suemo. As expected, a child raised by Zhao Ge is bound to possess impeccable values and insights. Jin Zhao watched the two with a mix of exasperation. Managing one was already a headache, and now 2 children were colliding together? He playfully ruffled his sister's hair and formally introduced her. "This is my sister, Jin Qing. She's in 5th grade. Hey, stinky brother. Why are you telling her what grade I'm in? That is so uncool." Jin Qing protested, flailing her arms. "So this is Jin Qing, sharing the same character as Aunt Mu. It seems Uncle Jin indeed harbors deep affection. What an adorable little bundle. Truly a charming addition to life." A detection indicated a budding romantic interest. Named Jin Qing, danger level 7. Would you like to retrieve romantic details now and initiate a rescue mission? Wait, what? How could such a young child have a romantic interest order? Xu Xuanqing's hand froze mid-action, as this was the second instance today she had been taken aback by the system. Sensing her sudden stiffness, Jin Zhao inquired, "What's wrong?" Xu Xuanqing forced a smile and casually asked, "Little Qing, how are you finding school? Are the teachers nice to you?" Upon realizing Xu Xuanqing was interested in her school life, Jin Qing excitedly began to recount her experiences. Yet, Xu Xuanqing's mind was far from tranquil. She was intently reviewing the romantic data provided by the system, her anger escalating with each revelation. This is supposedly an elite academy? Taking pictures of young girls without consent and inappropriately touching children. How can they even call themselves educators? Next semester, this scoundrel will be teaching Jin Qing's class. Isn't that a disaster waiting to happen? No way. Every child is the future of our nation. How can they be tarnished by such a person? I'm furious. Utterly furious. Xu Xuanqing seethed, while Jin Zhao's expression mirrored her gravity. He had invested in sending Jin Qing to the elite academy hoping for a better educational environment, never anticipating such a situation. Jin Qing was his bottom line. His only family. He would not allow anything to happen to her. Xu Xuanqing realized this matter could not be delayed. While Jin Qing went to her room to fetch her Lego, she pulled Jin Zhao aside. "I had a friend who worked part-time at your sister's school. He mentioned a teacher named Luo Feng whose character is questionable. Have you heard of him?" Jin Zhao nodded. "I think I've heard of that teacher. Let me look into it." Xu Xuanqing promptly affirmed, "You'd better investigate thoroughly. We can't let little Qing suffer any grievances." Jin Zhao took out his phone and dialed a number. "Check into Luo Feng at Chunju Elite Academy and send me the information as soon as possible." What the heck? It's summer, yet there's still a Chunju? I never noticed that name before. As expected, the connections of a big shot are incredibly useful. Just one call can get anything checked. It seems there are quite a few victims. Luo Feng has a wall of photos showcasing the children he has targeted. How disgusting. The two sat on the sofa, each reflecting on the gravity of the situation. Within 2 minutes, Jin Zhao's phone buzzed. He retrieved the device and read a text, aligning it with Xu Xuanqing's thoughts. Luo Feng indeed seems suspicious. He appears to be engaging in some questionable activities at the school, but no one has investigated him for no reason, so he has managed to evade scrutiny. Xu Xuanqing, seeking to simplify matters, asked, "Did your sources uncover any crucial evidence?" Jin Zhao shook his head, eager to hear Xu Xuanqing's perspective. Xu Xuanqing had her own plans. Her system conducted indiscriminate order checks. If she went to the elite academy, would all the children who had or were about to encounter Luo Feng's inappropriate advances also have orders? If so, completing this single task would ensure her longevity.
Indeed.
Saving a life is worth more than building 7 pagodas. This is a tangible manifestation of the blessings one receives from doing good deeds. Shall we visit little Qing's school together? Xu Xuanqing devised a brilliant plan. Relying on others never felt secure. It was best to uncover the truth ourselves, thus resolving this matter entirely. Jin Zhao nodded. All right, I'll call the driver. Xu Xuanqing halted his movement, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. No need for a driver. Let us disguise ourselves first. Chapter 46. The Dreaded Sweetness. Jin Zhao, apprehensive that Xu Xuanqing might request some bizarre attire, firmly opposed. We can go to the school openly. Parents are allowed to visit at any time. Please, even the police know to go undercover when investigating. Why would you expose yourself? If we stand beside Luo Feng, do you think he'd willingly hand over evidence? As expected, this young master's thinking is limited. It seems I must be the one to save this operation. Xu Xuanqing patted Jin Zhao's shoulder with an air of pretentious wisdom, declaring, in this regard, I am an expert. You can trust my judgment. Jin Zhao longed to acquiesce, yet he could not. Silently, he extracted a small red badge from his pocket. I am a party member. Xu Xuanqing exclaimed, am I truly so untrustworthy? Are you invoking the authority of the party to pressure me? She retracted her foot, which had precariously ventured into the murky waters of legality, and asserted with righteous indignation, do you take me for someone who would engage in unlawful activities? My heart, too, beats red in allegiance to the sun. The two reached a tenuous consensus, assuring Jin Qing that they would personally escort her to class that afternoon. Upon hearing this, Jin Qing was overjoyed and invited Xu Xuanqing to join her at the school amusement park afterward. This invitation was met with an unequivocal refusal from Xu Xuanqing, for their intent was purely to escort, devoid of ulterior motives. The pair stood by the doorway, watching as Jin Qing flitted into the woods like a fledgling bird, before stealthily making their way towards the security booth. Throughout their journey, Xu Xuanqing frequently pressed her hands against her head, as the low, persistent beeping of her order detection device echoed incessantly. It appeared that numerous children at the school had either already been victimized by Luo Feng or were on the verge of being so. Today, they must eradicate this menace to society. At the security booth, 2 affable guards greeted them with eager nods and bows, promptly ushering them inside. The plumper of the two beamed. It's just an inspection by the leaders. Why must we don the security uniforms? It feels rather embarrassing. Xu Xuanqing cleared her throat, maintaining a facade of seriousness. Our superiors have high hopes for Chunju, which is why this is a covert inspection. Aside from the 2 of you, even the principal is unaware of this operation. The lean guard gasped in delight, covering his mouth and whispering, then leader, will we truly receive a pay raise after this inspection? Certainly, Xu Xuanqing replied, tapping the table with a gesture reminiscent of authority. This undercover visit is merely to take a couple of photographs to reassure our superiors, after which everyone will be rewarded. You have all worked hard over the years. The plump and lean guards exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they eagerly offered their assistance. Xu Xuanqing handed a larger security uniform to Jin Zhao, gesturing for him to change. Time to don your new attire, Officer Jin. In order to preserve the integrity of Jin Zhao's status as a party member, Xu Xuanqing had abandoned the idea of stealing surveillance footage. After all, locating such footage would be quite challenging. The school is vast. And Luo Feng was no fool. He would certainly evade the cameras when preying on the children. It was far more prudent for them to infiltrate directly, gathering evidence in plain sight. Jin Zhao, holding the security uniform, surveyed the cramped room and asked, shall we change here together? Xu Xuanqing thought to herself, what is this guy thinking? Is there another option? Time is of the essence. We cannot afford any delays. She insisted. I'm not averse, but how do I respond? No, brother, I cannot do this. She mentally rehearsed the scenario as both she and Jin Zhao shuddered at the thought. I trust that Brother Zhao is a good person. Let us stand back to back. You want to turn around, right?
Xunqing smiled warmly.
Jin Zhao, of course, was not the type to feign virtue. He nodded and turned away first. However, Xu Xuanqing was no saint. She remained facing him, as any sensible girl would prioritize her own safety. Thus, she watched as Jin Zhao changed, which seemed entirely justifiable. Jin Zhao possessed an enviable physique, yet Xu Xuanqing had never witnessed him in a state of undress. The security uniform consisted of 2 pieces. As Jin Zhao removed his suit jacket and shirt, the chiseled lines of his back muscles became apparent, and the sheer strength of his arms was a sight to behold. Goodness gracious. What a divine gift. Brother, you're killing me, she exclaimed inwardly. The male models I encountered while working in the golden splendor of yesteryear couldn't compare to this physique. I wonder how much one must earn to encounter such a specimen as Brother Xu. Control yourself, Xunqing. You cannot let this cause a nosebleed. Hearing the outburst from behind him, Jin Zhao slowly closed his eyes. He knew better than to trust Xunqing's words about turning away. She had not turned at all. His muscles tensed, the freshly discarded clothing still draped over his arm, and without warning, he pivoted to face her, pinning Xunqing against the wall behind her. Xunqing gasped in surprise. Party mother. There's a rogue in the crowd. Is it possible my silence has betrayed me? Jin Zhao, his body radiating heat, leaned in so closely that his cheek nearly brushed against Xunqing's. With deep-set eyes and a low voice, he murmured, "Didn't we agree to turn away?" Xunqing reached for her partially open blouse, but as they were too close, she inadvertently grazed his abs and chest multiple times. Heaven bear witness. She had not intended to touch him. Jin Zhao trembled slightly, realizing he was the one losing composure. Flustered, he stood up and covered Xunqing's dazzling gaze with his hand. "No more looking. Turn away." Obediently, she complied, her mind racing with thoughts of Jin Zhao's ear, flushed as if it might bleed, and the intoxicating scent of mint in his breath. This man was irresistibly sweet. Xunqing, undeterred by the recent interlude, cheerfully donned her security uniform. In contrast, Jin Zhao felt somewhat awkward, his gaze towards Xunqing imbued with an unspeakable sentiment. The two greeted the waiting guards outside with confidence and made their grand entrance into the school. By now, students were engaged in their lessons, and the air was filled with the sounds of learning. Xunqing stood beneath the teaching building, retrieving the class schedule she had just acquired. Luo Feng's 5th grade math class will end in 10 minutes. Let us position ourselves at the classroom door, she instructed. Jin Zhao, fully trusting her leadership in this operation, affirmed his readiness to follow her directives. The teachers at Chunju Academy were renowned educators, which was one of the primary reasons parents felt secure investing in their children's education here. Consequently, the teachers received excellent compensation, with most enjoying individual offices. Xunqing and Jin Zhao waited for approximately 10 minutes by the 5th grade window. Shortly after the dismissal bell rang, they spotted a square-faced, upright male teacher exiting the classroom, followed closely by a small girl who kept her head bowed. Exchanging glances, they split up. Jin Zhao trailed behind Luo Feng, while Xunqing stationed herself at the window of Luo Feng's office, lying in wait. As anticipated, Luo Feng exploited the pretext of reprimanding students to lure the child into his office, where he proceeded to engage in inappropriate conduct, subsequently threatening her to keep silent about the incident. The already anxious child, having been victimized, would likely interpret the teacher's actions as mere discipline, suppressing any instinct to resist. Xunqing activated her phone's recording function, capturing video evidence of Luo Feng's advances on the young girl. This vile creature. How dare he extend his hand there? It seems this child is not experiencing this for the first time. She audaciously states, "Teacher, I was wrong. I will undress." How can the seedlings of our nation be subjected to such degradation? Listening to Xunqing's inner thoughts, Jin Zhao stood at the door, unable to see the situation inside, yet he was aware that Luo Feng was about to take advantage of the little girl. He adhered to the plan they had previously discussed, knocking on the door to interrupt Luo Feng's actions. Chapter 47. The law is all-encompassing. Inside the office, Luo Feng was assisting the little girl in removing her clothing when he suddenly heard the knocking from outside, causing his hands to tremble momentarily. Clearing his throat, his voice somewhat hoarse, he asked, "Who is it? What do you want?" At the door, Jin Zhao lowered his voice. "Teacher Luo. Director Tan says he needs to see you. Please come over." Understood, came the impatient reply from within the office. Regretfully, he instructed the little girl to dress herself, offering a few casual words of admonition before exiting the office. Jin Zhao had already reached the corner of the staircase. He waited until Luo Feng left the office before seeking out Xunqing. Xunqing displayed the video on her phone to Jin Zhao. The footage was exceptionally clear, yet there was only one recording which could lead some parents to disregard it. Jin Zhao comprehended her intent, and the two proceeded to record 4 or 5 segments of Luo Feng's actions using different methods and from various locations. Each time, they interrupted Luo Feng at crucial moments, allowing viewers to discern his intentions clearly while safeguarding the little girls who had been targeted that day. Luo Feng was seething with anger, Yet he believed he had concealed his actions well enough to avoid detection, attributing the interruptions to mere mischief. Xu Xuanqing and Jin Zhao successfully accomplished their mission for the day, returning to the security booth to change back into their regular clothes, and generously rewarding the two security guards with special bonuses before heading to the entrance to pick up Xunqing from school. As a prestigious academy, the entrance of Chunju was lined with luxury vehicles, creating a scene reminiscent of a bustling market. It was rare for parents to personally collect their children. Most were attended to by stewards or nannies. It was no wonder that feedback from parents had been sparse. Observing the rows of stewards standing nearby, Xu Xuanqing whispered to Jin Zhao, expressing her disdain for their focus on profit over the mental and physical well-being of the children, allowing such beasts to roam free. Jin Zhao nodded in agreement, feeling a tingling sensation near his ear as the scent of the shower gel he had used lingered on her. Xiaoqing. Over here. Xu Xuanqing spotted Xunqing's group and jumped up to wave at her. Suddenly, the fragrant aroma dissipated for Jin Zhao as he glanced at Xunqing's group. Noting that they were not in the 5th grade, why was the second group emerging so early? He resolved to provide feedback to the principal next time, suggesting that older students be dismissed later for better order. The three of them, resembling a happy family, bought an array of snacks at the school gate and returned to the Jin household with cheerful spirits. Xu Xuanqing and Jin Zhao collaborated to organize the videos they had recorded earlier, extracting only the critical segments before proceeding to disseminate them widely. Indeed, they had also obtained contact information for the children's parents from the security guards, intended for notifying parents when their children were unaccompanied. Naturally, this information belonged to the stewards and nannies, as parents seldom provided their own numbers. However, the stewards and nannies sufficed. Xu Xuanqing took charge of drafting the message, while Jin Zhao arranged for his contacts to set up virtual numbers, packaging the message and video for distribution. After sending, he included a small virus to prevent them from deleting the video unilaterally. That night, Beijing was shrouded in an ominous atmosphere. Numerous stewards and nannies received the video. Even if they could not discern its authenticity, they dared not conceal it and immediately informed the children's parents. While the parents were devoted to their careers, they still loved their children. Upon discovering that such a beastly teacher existed within their child's school, an uproar ensued. The influence of Chunju in Beijing was undeniable. And as news spread, the entire community rallied to the school, with several prominent figures personally applying pressure. Xu Xuanqing and Jin Zhao heard of these developments. They took a day off for Xunqing, treating her to a day of fun at the amusement park, deliberately avoiding the commotion. If they were recognized by the security guards or Luophone, it would not bode well. Even at the amusement park, Xu Xuanqing remained attentive to the situation at school, knowing that the incident involving Chunju could not be suppressed. Luophone was summoned for apologies and had his teaching credentials revoked on the spot before being taken into custody. The police searched his office and room for evidence, uncovering a plethora of incriminating materials he had retained. With so many influential figures involved, it seemed unlikely that Luophone would ever emerge from prison again, and he deserved every bit of it. Seated in the car returning to the Jin residence, Xu Xuanqing listened to the series of task completion notifications in her mind, feeling for the first time that the system was not excessively bothersome. This time, she had gained over a year's worth of lifespan and a monetary reward exceeding 3 million. Yet, what brought her the most joy was the sight of over 100 items in her system space, filling her with immense satisfaction. She had indeed become somewhat of a prodigy, albeit with peculiar and occasionally trivial items that might prove useful at any moment. 3 days swiftly passed. Xu Xuanqing and Su Momo had met several times, both surprised that the other had not yet left the Jin household. Su Momo had heard that the Su family was actively searching for Xu Xuanqing, yet it seemed Jin Zhao was keeping it a secret, as no one had informed the Su family of Xu Xuanqing's whereabouts. She was puzzled by the urgency of the Su family's search, suspecting that Xu Xuanqing must have offended them. Otherwise, why would she avoid being found? After coming to this realization, Su Momo directly called Su Mu. Su Mu was already aware of Xu Xuanqing's situation at the Jin household, recalling their first meeting when Jin Zhao had presented the family heirloom jade ring to Xu Xuanqing. She felt that their relationship was unusual. Now that Su Momo was seeking out Jin Baoming while Xu Xuanqing was pursuing Jin Zhao, the implication was quite evident. Momo, your call brings me great joy. When will you return home? In contrast to her concern for Xu Xuanqing, Su Mu was more eager to have Su Momo back, her tone markedly urgent. Su Momo bit her lip. She and Jin Baoming were inseparable at present, and she wished to directly propose marriage before returning to the Xu family. However, she could not afford to rupture ties with the Xu family just yet, nor could she outright refuse Xu Mu, so she hesitantly replied, "In a couple of days. I will return when Sister Xunqing comes back, all right?" After finishing her sentence, she hesitated and added, "Sister Xunqing is only just stepping into high society. It is only natural for her to be enchanted by a man like Jin Zhao. However, she is still a member of our Xu family, and it seems rather inappropriate for her to openly pursue Jin Zhao, doesn't it, mother?" Xu Mu furrowed her brow at Xu Momo's words. In truth, they had little desire to bring Xu Xunqing back, as they had yet to locate Xu Xiling. Xu Xiyuan was responsible for investigating Jin Baoming's affairs, and they were already stretched thin managing the company while worrying about Xu Momo's romantic entanglements. They simply lacked the energy to tend to an additional person. Nonetheless, Xu Momo was correct. After all, Xu Xunqing was still a member of the Xu family, and her prolonged stay at the Jin household was indeed inappropriate. As thoughts of family members urging for a meeting with Xu Xunqing filled her mind, Xu Mu gritted her teeth and responded, "Very well, in a couple of days. I will go to the Jin family with your elder brother to bring you sisters back. Tell Xunqing to enjoy herself for a few days before returning." Xu Momo obediently agreed, as if there were no conflicts between her and Xu Mu. However, once the call ended, her smile vanished instantly. Informing Xu Xunqing in advance? Not a chance. She intended to catch Xu Xunqing off guard and expose her to embarrassment in front of both the Jin and Xu families. Nevertheless, Xu Xunqing had no time to ponder over Xu Momo's petty schemes. She was thoroughly enjoying herself these days, having completely cast aside any thoughts of the Xu family or Xu Momo. Changing into a resplendent sapphire blue dress, she twirled around for Jin Zhao, cheerfully inquiring, "Zhao Ge, what do you think of me wearing this to Sister Qindai's house?" Chapter 48. Bringing a little girlfriend along? Jin Zhao's gaze followed her radiant smile, and he deemed his assessment fair. "Beautiful, this dress befits you." Xu Xunqing had grown accustomed to Jin Zhao's serious manner of complimenting, and she too found the dress quite pleasing. Its simple yet elegant design was perfect for such a casual gathering. Jin Zhao selected a sapphire blue tie to match and adjusted the ring hanging around her neck before they left the Jin residence, one behind the other. Seated on the sofa, Xu Momo watched their departing figures, nearly crushing the cup in her hand. If she wasn't mistaken, Xu Xunqing's dress was the limited edition released by BN this autumn, featuring 3 unique styles, each one singularly exquisite. Such priceless items were something Jin Baoming could only hope to acquire, yet Xu Xunqing was already wearing one? As Xu Xunqing stepped out, she cast a puzzled glance back. "How strange. I haven't provoked this little jasmine flower these past 2 days, have I? Why is she looking at me with such predatory eyes? Not satiated enough, perhaps. To transform into a cannibal? Never mind. I'm about to see Sister Qindai. I can't let someone like that affect my mood." Jin Zhao observed the rapid succession of expressions on Xu Xunqing's face, finding her utterly adorable. Together, they ventured into the serene bamboo grove on the outskirts, where Jin Zhao kindly informed her, "The teacher has retired and resides here, enjoying a comfortable life away from the bustling city."
Xunqing not dead.
Recalling that Qin Zhen was renowned for his business acumen, Jin Baoming had sought Qin Zhen's endorsement for his company multiple times without success, and it was only through Jin Zhao's intervention that they managed to secure Qin Zhen's assistance. It was evident that Qin Zhen held his student in high regard.
"Ah,
"You truly managed to bring the young lady here." Qindai's voice preceded her arrival, her laughter bright and inviting as she emerged to greet the two. Dressed in a white silk qipao adorned with bamboo leaf embroidery, she harmonized beautifully with the bamboo grove's ambience. Xu Xunqing politely offered the tea leaves she had brought, sweetly stating, "Sister, this is a gift from me and Zhao Ge for the elder." Then, with a beaming smile, she presented another bag. "This is an outfit I chose for you. It should suit you splendidly. Thank you for saving me the other day." Qindai graciously accepted the gifts, raising an eyebrow with a smile. "You two go on in. Everyone is already inside." "Oh, my sister smells so delightful. Sister is so beautiful, sister. Take my breath away. I must find a way to sit beside her. Her looks and figure are simply irresistible. I also need to figure out how to inform sister about that scoundrel. It's infuriating." Jin Zhao gently turned Xu Xunqing's head away, his tone somewhat exasperated. "Come on. We shouldn't keep the teachers waiting." As they stepped into the hall, hearty laughter greeted them. Upon seeing Jin Zhao, Qin Zhen's eyes lit up as he remarked, "Jin Zhao has arrived? How rare, bringing a little girlfriend to meet the teacher this year. His voice was so resonant that Su Xuanqing could hardly pretend not to hear. So, Xiaogo has never brought anyone to dinner before. This is a bit awkward. How can I explain that I'm merely here to enjoy a meal and perhaps catch a glimpse of the beautiful sister? Pondering this, Su Xuanqing greeted Qin Zhen and his wife, intending to clarify her status as not being Jin Zhao's girlfriend, but her words were preempted. Teacher. It's been 2 years since we last met. Your health seems as robust as ever. Jin Zhao deftly sidestepped the topic, neither affirming nor denying it, as he guided Su Xuanqing to sit down, introducing her to his teacher's wife, Chu Yan. Su Xuanqing exchanged polite nods with him before quickly turning her gaze away. Humph. He looks all respectable, yet he's a scoundrel. Deceiving beautiful women? Absolutely unforgivable. Today is the day for my righteous self to take action. She silently vowed. Only to see Qin Dai sitting next to Chu Yan, their eyes locked in an affectionate gaze, as though they were the perfect match. Were it not for the fact that the details of their romance had not gone awry, Su Xuanqing would scarcely believe that such a seemingly compatible pair had a husband who regarded his wife as a mere stand-in. The dinner table was a genuine family gathering, with Qin Zhen and his wife treating Jin Zhao as their own son, extending the same warmth towards Su Xuanqing. Qin Dai and Chu Yan displayed a sweetness akin to that of newlyweds, leading Su Xuanqing to question her own perceptions. Jin Zhao sensed Su Xuanqing's concern regarding Qin Dai, trusting her judgment, yet they lacked tangible evidence at this moment. He could only serve her more food, ensuring that while she protected others, she also nourished herself. As the meal drew to a close, Su Xuanqing felt a mix of disappointment and relief. Perhaps the system had malfunctioned this time? Sister Qin Dai and her husband truly loved each other, and she need not rely on this task for her own survival. Yet, in the next moment, she heard Chu Yan's phone ring. His previously gentle smile faltered as he glanced at the screen, his expression abruptly stiffening. Here it comes, the legendary white moonlight is calling. If you're a man, hang up. Does the so-called white moonlight, who has been absent for years, hold more significance than this harmonious family? Well, a scoundrel is a scoundrel. He truly answered the call. Chu Yan picked up the phone, offered an explanation to everyone, and stepped out to take the call. The windowsill was conveniently positioned directly across from Su Xuanqing, who raised her eyes to observe Chu Yan, noticing his clenched fist, a manifestation of his inner turmoil. Yet, he ultimately made his choice. After hanging up, Chu Yan returned to the dining table, apologetically stating, I have to step out for an urgent matter at the company. Zhao, Miss Su, we shall meet again next time. Qin Dai stood to adjust his tie, watching him depart in haste. Su Xuanqing lost her appetite and leaned closer to Qin Dai, whispering, Sister Qin Dai, I wish to step out to buy something. Could you accompany me? Qin Dai gazed towards the door, where Chu Yan's figure had already vanished. It wasn't until Su Xuanqing repeated her request that she snapped back to reality. Her smile still radiant. Of course, are you heading to the airport? Su Xuanqing was momentarily taken aback. Huh? How does Sister Qin Dai know? Is it a guess or what? Could it be that she had known everything all along, patiently awaiting this moment? I hope my sister is lucid. That ought to spare her some heartache. Jin Zhao turned to the Qin couple and said, I will escort senior sister and Xuanqing over. Next time, I shall come to dine with you and teacher. Qin Zhen waved his hand dismissively, as he typically did not concern himself with the trivial matters of these youngsters. The three of them settled into the car, while Su Xuanqing glanced at Qin Dai, hesitating to speak. Qin Dai, however, momentarily shed her facade before Qin Zhen, her stunning visage betraying an unmistakable weariness. She rubbed her forehead, her brows furrowed, and after a prolonged silence, finally spoke. I have known for some time. I do not regret loving Chu Yan, but I shall never accept betrayal. Chapter 49. Everything is for the best. Su Xuanqing was the epitome of altruism during her elementary school years, aiding elderly ladies across the street in middle school and in high school. She once chased down a police officer for 2 blocks after finding 10 yuan on the roadside. In university, she rescued numerous stray animals from the campus. You are talking nonsense. Zheng Daohuang fumed, yet was perplexed by how Yi Bufan discerned the issue with the wine despite his efforts to conceal it. Jiang Yangtianjian arrived at Chang Qingchuan's doorstep in the evening, only to find the door locked from the outside. The guards, mistaking her for an inspector, approached to greet her. If she were to claim that the compensation amount she suggested was too meager, the outcome was obvious even to one with limited foresight. Beneath the seemingly melodious tones of the zither lay a hidden malice. A moment's inattention could lead one to be ensnared by its enchanting sound. resulting in madness at best and immediate demise at worst. This dilemma troubled not only me but also all beings within the spirit realm. In truth, it was the ordinary populace who were most beset by concern. Regrettably, they often regarded this matter as mere gossip over tea, and given their station, they would likely remain oblivious to the existence of the spirit world throughout their lives. Perhaps it was Mu Lin's profound sense of alienation within such a vast family that underscored her feelings. Shortstory promptly made public the theory of malevolent spirits, and only then did people genuinely believe in their existence. In light of this, I shall not intrude further. Until we meet again, I trust that you will honor your promise to return the dagger to me. With that, Xu Yuheng bowed slightly and turned to leave. Alice, glancing at the pursuing Dong Benyingji through the rearview mirror, felt her expression darken. She looked at Li Xiaoyao, her words caught in her throat. It was best not to sow discord among the ranks at this moment, especially given by Xiaolong's astonishing behavior. It is my fault. Please do not blame Qiulan, Your Highness, Su Rui said, gazing at the hand he had feigned nonchalance in grasping. The third, naturally, was the marshal. As one of the supreme rulers of the entire starry realm, he was eager to bring this war to a swift conclusion. Once, he had confidently vowed to capture her heart, to deceive her, then lead her astray and abandon her without remorse. Individuals who dared to venture forth alone often possessed a measure of strength, which was why, during these recent days, few had dared to cast their sights upon her. I have checked. There are no leads. It is said that on that fateful day, the heavens themselves shattered, and the land of the Xiao family was struck by lightning, cleaving a depth of 3 feet. However, after the storm subsided and we returned to the scene, there were no clues to be found. It was as though no one had witnessed it. One subordinate whispered. With Uncle Chen present, do you still harbor doubts? Xiao Mohan chuckled softly, tightening his embrace around her, his tall frame looming over her. Su Qingji had always been by Su Qingfang's side, remaining silent and observant, never voicing her thoughts on any matter. Help! Gu Miaoding cried, struggling to rise, her body bruised as she crawled up the stairs. At that moment, someone inside the banquet hall heard her cries for help and burst through the door. The eldest brother of the Li family was quite satisfied with Emperor Li Xuanzong. He was a wise ruler. Since he had claimed not to trouble himself with their affairs, he would undoubtedly refrain from meddling in the matters of the loyal prince's residence. Though dealing with the Empress Dowager was proving to be more complicated, the interior was exquisitely adorned, reminiscent of a wealthy household. Though she had never seen what a true wealthy abode looked like, relying instead on depictions from television and online media for reference. Upon arriving at school, the trio quickly drew attention. Their striking appearances were further accentuated by the fact that Purple Butterfly was visiting for the first time, prompting many curious gazes in their direction. Just then, a clear and piercing eagle's cry resonated, casting a shadow from the sky that enveloped a portion of the ground. Chapter 50. Perhaps it would be best to arrange an engagement between Jin Zhao and Xunqing. The individuals lost in thought at the entrance were abruptly interrupted by the blaring of a loudspeaker, shattering years of longing and halting their public display of affection. Su Xunqing crouched down, striving to diminish her presence. Performing good deeds anonymously, I truly am a genius. This way, Chu Yan and his beloved can abandon their secretive escapades and soar boldly. With your scandalous news and unfiltered airport photos, the world shall soon know of your legendary tale. Su Xunqing observed as the pair glanced around in a panic, all the onlookers at the airport fixated on them, leading to their hasty retreat. Once their figures vanished from sight, she bounced off to find Jin Zhao and Qin Dai, gleefully taking credit. What do you think? Wasn't my little exposé brilliant? Soon, everyone will be aware, robbing them of their secret affairs joy. Qin Dai appeared unfazed, even offering her compliments. Impressive. What cleverness resides within that little head of yours? Seeing that Qin Dai displayed no particular reaction, Su Xunqing quietly exhaled in relief. The absence of a completion prompt indicated that this matter was far from resolved. There was a chance Chu Yan might pursue her further. Nevertheless, the revelation of his infidelity had compromised his standing. The three successfully executed their airport operation, and Su Xunqing joyfully obtained Qin Dai's contact information, delightedly planning to delve into the romantic details provided by the system to assist her beautiful sister. From this point forward, it would be up to Qin Dai. Neither children nor assets would she relinquish. Su Xunqing and Jin Zhao first escorted Qin Dai home before returning to the Jin residence. As they exited the parking garage, they noticed something amiss. A new vehicle occupied the space. Jin Zhao looked meaningfully at Su Xunqing. She too recognized it. Wasn't that the car her father frequently used? It seems the Xu family has finally come looking for us. They must be here to apprehend Xu Momo. It matters not whether I am home or not. They wouldn't come specifically for me. Do I run, or do I stay now? Xu Xunqing pondered in front of the car before seeking Jin Zhao's opinion. Do you truly wish to return home? A glimmer of amusement flashed in Jin Zhao's eyes. Staying away is fine. Shall we go for wontons instead? Just as Xu Xunqing was about to agree to Jin Zhao's suggestion and make a quick escape, she heard Xu Xiyuan's voice. Young Master Zhao. You haven't just been treating my sister to wontons, have you? He-s coming. He-s coming. He-s approaching, with his domineering quotes. What do you mean, my sister? What's wrong with wontons? How dare you lot from the Xu family speak of my brother Zhao? Had it not been for brother Zhao's timely intervention, I would have perished at Xu Xiling's hands. Why not investigate what your dear second brother has been up to? Xu Xunqing silently berated him in her heart, but maintained a neutral expression. Though she harbored thoughts of returning to the Xu family for the sake of revenge, she would not offer them any semblance of cordiality. With a nonchalant tone, she remarked, What's the matter? I enjoy eating wontons. Do you have an objection? Xu Xiyuan's previously imposing demeanor deflated, as if a dam had burst. They were aware that Xu Xiling had likely abducted Xu Xunqing to avenge Mo. Yet none of them pondered how Xu Xunqing had managed to escape, or what she had endured during that time. Despite knowing she was in the wrong, Xu Xiyuan spoke with a brusque tone. Xunqing, your family has been searching for you. When you go in, speak with your father and mother properly, so they need not worry any longer. Huh, was all Xu Xunqing said to convey her feelings. If she could not eat wontons, then she would see what distasteful things they had to say. Ignoring the formidable presence of Xu Xiyuan, she turned to Jin Zhao behind her and said, Let us go back and see what kind of animal show we have at home. Jin Zhao circumvented Xu Xiyuan and walked alongside Xu Xunqing, his support evident. Xu Xiyuan observed as the two did not wait for him, leaving him no choice but to follow. As the eldest brother, he naturally could not stoop to quarreling with such children. Xu father and Xu mother were seated in the Jin family's living room, sipping tea. Alongside Jin Hua and his wife, with the obedient Xu Mo and the exceptionally poised Jin Beiming nearby. Pfft, they just want to pick up Xu Mo. Yet they concoct so many excuses. I'm merely an afterthought. However, living in the Jin family for so long is indeed unreasonable. It's time I bought my own place, hee. But wait, I forgot I can't afford one at all. Upon entering the living room, Xu Xunqing was met with a scene of familial harmony. As everyone turned their gaze towards her, she offered a smile and sweetly addressed Xu mother, Aunt Gao. Has Xu Xiling returned? Xu mother's smile faltered, suddenly recalling that they had allowed Xu Xunqing to address her informally earlier, and now it felt as if they had regressed to a prior state. No, it was even worse than when Xu Xunqing first returned to the Xu family, for back then she still held some hope for them, whereas now only hostility remained. Xu mother awkwardly rose, looking at Xu Xunqing. Xunqing, please do not be willful. Your mother has come specifically to bring you home. Seeing the evident rift between Xu Xunqing and the Xu family, Xu Mo hurriedly interjected, Sister Xunqing, if there are any issues, you can resolve them at home. Being here only worries Mom and Dad. Who dares to lecture me? Just because you've been dishing out sarcasm these past few days, now you're pretending to care? Xu Xunqing swiftly adjusted her stance and reiterated. Sister Mo, if there are any issues, you should resolve them at home. Being here only worries Mom and Dad. Xu Mo's smile momentarily froze as she discreetly kicked Jin Beiming under the table. Jin Beiming, catching the cue, exchanged glances with his father. Still just children. Let us sit, Jin Hua cheerfully suggested as he poured tea for everyone. There's no rush to discuss whether to go home or not. Since old friends are here, let us first deliberate on the marriage of the two children. Everything else can be discussed later. Xu Hua and the others were taken aback by Jin Hua's sudden proposal but remained resolute. Mo is still young. We wish to keep her for a few more years. Let us postpone the engagement for now. There's no hurry. Noticing the shift in conversation, Xu Xunqing pulled Jin Zhao into a corner to sit down and began to indulge in the drama. TSK, the Xu family isn't anxious, but Jin Beiming certainly is. There are less than 10 months until the experiment begins, right? Little Mo willingly accompanies him to the experiment. How will they interpret the data then? This marriage was arranged by the old man, and our families have been close for generations. The children have a good relationship. It seems inappropriate for you to suddenly backtrack, Jin Hua said leisurely, as if in negotiation, yet he invoked the old man's name. Xu father and Xu mother. Hearing Xu Xuanqing's sentiments, were even less likely to agree. However, the situation had reached a critical point, and it needed resolution.
Xu Jinghua.
Glancing towards Xu Xuanqing in the corner, contemplated a clever idea, and after some thought, proposed, the old man only arranged a betrothal between our families without designating to whom. I now see that Jin Zhao and my Xuanqing make a fine match. Why don't we assign this engagement to them? That would put our minds at ease. Chapter 51. Xuanqing, lend a hand. Xu Xuanqing dropped the sunflower seeds in her hand, scattering them across the floor. Wait, I'm merely a spectator. Why am I being drawn into this? She planned to return home and invite her best friend to her birthday party, hoping to demonstrate that she was thriving. The recent revelation left Yang Chaoran feeling as though his mind was insufficient to grasp the situation. What exactly was happening? A different short figure, with lighter coloration and a slender, attractive appearance, wielded a longbow as it ventured into the forest. It was a sizable creature. Just look at its teeth. Remarkably large and powerful, capable of crushing bones. Zhang Qiruwei pointed to a wound and remarked. Frankly, the series of bizarre occurrences had led Jiang Yi to question himself. Wondering if he had misjudged, pondering if the supreme being truly still existed. Otherwise, it was difficult to explain Chen Luoyang's miraculous rise. This brief moment sufficed for me. As his dagger once again lunged toward me in the same trajectory, I swiftly countered, deftly gripping the blade and flicking it upwards. Upon hearing Su Qingya's playful words, Yang Chaoran felt his entire being soften, his blood rushing to a certain place, yearning to appear before Su Qingya immediately. Shao Kursen and the others were momentarily stunned. Their expressions blank as they stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered. Yet it was futile. Every time they spoke of her, she would respond, only to turn around and act as if nothing were amiss when running towards us. Meanwhile, those who received the news were engaged in fervent discussions in the live chat. People from all corners of the nation eagerly anticipating Yi Tian's press conference, with a streaming platform for the event brimming with spectators. The burly man declared, fists clenched tightly, a deep yellow energy enveloping his hands, as if he were poised to strike at any moment. It was a mountain of toys and warriors. A voice resonated, and Lao Kai turned to see who it was, as even seated, the giant Heirding occupied a significant portion of his field of vision. The footsteps of the group echoed crisply in the expansive space, where the left side had transformed into a garden, now overgrown with weeds. Xiang Yangxi was eager to depart. Upon seeing Si Zijin request her assistance, she promptly scurried away. The fire spirit tree was said to have been born from a drop of the fire god's blood during the mythological era, though that was likely a fabrication. His ambition to conquer the southern dynasty was even more inflated than that of his father, Nuer Hachi. After inheriting the position of Khan with the wild boar skin, he set forth a strategy to conquer the southern dynasty, beginning with Korea, then Mongolia, eliminating the Ming dynasty's left and right arms before assaulting Beijing. These 4 mutated rats were the very ones that once slept beside the Rat King, each larger than a house cat, their glossy black fur gleaming, sharp teeth bared. Their eyes now red as they pursued their prey. This creature had thrown Xunqing into chaos, and as a member of Xunqing, he naturally harbored no fondness for the mysterious individual. Even after Huaziyu had finished singing, the crowd remained ensconced in an exquisite tranquility, unable to extricate themselves from its embrace. What should have been a simple question left Tang Yaotian momentarily taken aback. He opened his mouth to respond but hesitated, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Despite having witnessed this scenario several times, he found that the details he had once firmly grasped now appeared to blur and fade. Did you not receive an invitation to my wedding? Shueli queried, perplexed. Given the camaraderie among their fellow disciples, it was inconceivable that Jin Zimo, who seemed indifferent to social hierarchies, would fail to extend an invitation to Su Jing for such a significant life event. Chapter 52. The elder brother, sister-in-law, and nephew. Regardless of the assistance offered, I cannot be ensnared in this, she lamented. How am I to pursue romantic endeavors or indulge in my penchant for handsome models thereafter? Su Xuanqing felt this situation exceeded her willingness to assist. Noticing the gaze directed at her from across the room, she lowered her voice and remarked, It's not that I lack the desire to help, I simply lack the means. Su Momo and Jean Beiming are a match made in heaven. What business do we have meddling in this? I concede that I occasionally covet your beauty, but I am not so foolish as to allow myself to be shackled here. Even if you offered me 5 million, along with a luxury car and mansion, I would merely consider it. Su Xuanqing shook her head repeatedly, mentally scoffing. It was impossible. No one could truly understand her. She was far better suited to completing her tasks in solitude, relishing the joy of unacknowledged rewards. Jin Zhao's gaze fell upon the jade ring she perpetually wore, and he began to play the emotional card. True friends provide cover for one another. I will not infringe upon your freedom. This is merely a nominal engagement, easily annulled. In a discreet moment, he slipped a card into Su Xuanqing's palm, his eyes sparkling like a puppy's. Take this. It contains 6 million. From now on, all expenditures at any of my family's establishments will be on the house. Is there anything else you desire? Su Xuanqing was momentarily stunned. Surely this cannot be real? Aren't we merely two minor characters? Why does this feel so promising? Could it be that I am the true protagonist? This is increasingly diverging from the aloof mogul portrayed in earlier rumors. Do the wealthy not regard their wealth as anything substantial? No, such windfalls do not simply fall from the sky. I shall not acquiesce. Su Xuanqing returned the card. Her eyes, now wary. You haven't been helping me with ulterior motives, have you? Is there a profit to be gained? Jin Zhao looked at the black card in his hand, his expression wounded. So this is how you perceive me? That's fine. I can contend with the Jin family alone. With or without your support. Su Xuanqing's resolve faltered, for he had indeed treated her with kindness these past days. Moreover, he is my savior. Her brother appeared pitiable, on the verge of tears. Unbeknownst to them, Jin Qing had returned, observing the two with innocent curiosity. Sister Xuanqing, have you been bullying my brother? Su Xuanqing quickly waved her hands in protest. I have not. I did not. Please do not say such things. What sort of big shot is pretending to be a little crybaby? How about we? Seeing Su Xuanqing's demeanor soften, Jin Zhao seized the opportunity. Taking her hand and addressing the onlookers. Xuanqing and I have come to a mutual agreement. We can proceed with the engagement. I would appreciate everyone's assistance with the details. Su Xuanqing's hand was suddenly enveloped in warmth, and she instinctively attempted to withdraw, only to find her grip tightened. Jin Zhao gently squeezed her palm, signaling her to remain still, drawing them closer together. Oh my, is my heart racing? Could it be my own heartbeat? One cannot blame me for wavering. He has provided so much. After all, it is merely a contractual engagement. Whether it culminates in marriage remains uncertain. Even if I were to vanish, my new identity would pose no issue. Gradually, Su Xuanqing calmed her thoughts and reciprocated Jin Zhao's grasp, internally accepting this gentleman's agreement. Su's parents observed the pair. Although merely a temporary arrangement, relief washed over their faces. This arrangement not only distanced Su Momo from the perilous Jin Beiming, but also preserved the alliance with the Jin family. Furthermore, Jin Zhao's value far surpassed that of Jin Beiming, ensuring Su Xuanqing remained a fortuitous asset. It was undeniably a wise bargain. Jin Hua and Jin Beiming were equally satisfied, as their future plans would proceed smoothly. Only Su Xian and Su Momo remained furrowed in concern, though they refrained from voicing any further objections. Su Xian did not regard this as a prudent course of action. It was evident that Su Xuanqing's dependence on Jin Zhao exceeded her ties to the Su family. An ominous sign. Su Momo, meanwhile, felt a twinge of resentment. Since discovering Su Xuanqing's existence, she had been confident that the latter could not usurp her position within the Su family in the short term. Nevertheless, she remained cautious, resolved to pursue a career in the entertainment industry. With her looks and lineage, leveraging the Su family's resources would surely yield substantial rewards in a few years. In that scenario, fame and fortune would be hers, regardless of whether they were by blood. The Su family would be compelled to remain bound to her. Thus, when Jin Beiming suggested arranging a major production for her in the entertainment realm, allowing her to break into the industry while mending relations with her brothers, Su Momo readily agreed. In this light, postponing the engagement seemed inconsequential. After all, their relationship did not require the constraints of a contract. This way, they would enjoy greater freedom. Su Xuanqing glanced around, bewildered. What had just transpired? Hadn't everyone been opposed just moments ago? Why had their stances shifted so dramatically? Now unanimously endorsing the engagement? Did they sign some sort of human trafficking agreement behind my back? Yet, the importance lies not in the engagement, but in my imminent return to the Su family. Thinking about it is somewhat nauseating. Who knows if Su Silly is waiting for me with a knife at home? After all, he might have lost his ability to bear children. Su Mother's expression shifted abruptly. They had not been in contact with Su Silly for many days. She had not anticipated such a turn of events concerning her son. Any lingering guilt she had felt towards Su Xuanqing vanished entirely. How dare she harm their son? You will return to the Xu family with us immediately. Xu mother attempted to maintain her composure, determined to inquire about the situation. Before the engagement, you two should refrain from meeting. Xu Xuanqing sensed the change in Xu mother's demeanor and promptly countered, "That's fine. I will return with you, but I shall not engage." Xu mother, a few days prior, when she had just returned with someone, her demeanor had hardly been so defiant. Jin Zhao stepped forward, positioning Xu Xuanqing protectively behind him. "Xuanqing should remain at the Jin family home. We can cultivate our relationship." Xu Xuanqing peeked out, playfully making a face at Xu Momo. Xu Momo, infuriated, turned away, refusing to look at her. Faced with no alternative, Xu father and Xu mother reluctantly escorted Xu Momo away, leaving Xu Xuanqing still at the Jin residence. In any case, after the engagement is finalized, she must return, and as long as she remains unscathed, she can provide an explanation. After all, even if she is wed, she possesses only the Xu family as her backing. Once the members of the Xu family had departed, Xu Xuanqing felt as if she had just emerged from a battle that inflicted 1,000 wounds upon the enemy while causing herself considerable harm. Damage had indeed been sustained. Surely, she could not leave empty-handed? Xu Xuanqing had initially intended to ascend the staircase, but upon seeing the faces of Jin Beiming and Jin Hua, a mischievous thought crossed her mind, prompting her to address Jin Hua. "Elder brother and sister-in-law, my dear nephew was unable to successfully engage. Surely you do not hold me accountable?" Chapter 53. An Apology to Your Aunt. Before Jin Beiming could retract his smile, he was met with Xu Xuanqing's audacious remarks. His support for the couple's engagement was driven by personal gain, but that did not imply his acceptance of a woman audacious enough to address his parents as elder brother and sister-in-law. What audacity! He had yet to avenge the grievances against his girlfriend, and in this moment, he nearly forgot the decorum of the occasion, ready to unleash his ire. Apologize. The cold gaze of Jin Zhao swept over, causing Jin Beiming to instantly regain his composure, shivering under the weight of his uncle's stare. Could it be that this uncle harbored genuine feelings for Xu Xuanqing? However, once the arrow is loosed, there is no turning back. Jin Beiming had always been compelled to bow his head before Jin Zhao, and now he must face the consequences of his reckless words. He could only cast a desperate glance towards his father. Jin Hua, with a genial smile, as if nothing had transpired, turned to Jin Zhao. "Beiming is still quite young. Let us not stoop to the level of a child."
Xunqing?
"If you say so, then I shall not feel tired at all. Being younger,
Is it?
this is a topic I am well versed in." Jin Beiming, has your tongue been coated with filth? Why do your words carry such an unpleasant odor? Xu Xuanqing disdainfully waved her hand before her nose, her performance exaggeratedly theatrical. Seeing both father and son gazing at her, Xu Xuanqing innocently hid behind Jin Zhao. "What's wrong? I'm merely a child. Do you intend to hold a child accountable? After all, even Jin Beiming is merely a year older than I." Jin Hua found himself at a loss for words. He had no desire to engage with such a woman, as it would diminish his stature. Conversely, Jin Beiming was increasingly incensed, yet he understood that any words he uttered now would be inappropriate, and he could only contain his anger. Why do you all regard me with such disdain? Do you think that residing in the Jin family means I must watch your every expression? Do you not consider who it is that protects me? You think you are the only ones with voices? You think you can just jabber on?" Xu Xuanqing surveyed the two with an air of arrogance, her scoff revealing her stance. One should not be overly presumptuous, lest they encounter an unfortunate end, after which it would be too late for regrets. Jin Hua cautioned in a tone that hinted at a warning. As Xu Xuanqing prepared to retort, she was gently tugged back by Jin Zhao. His clear voice rang out in front of her. "It appears that both my elder brother and nephew do not extend a warm welcome to my fiancé and me. Perhaps we should take our leave." A profound silence enveloped the room. Ultimately, it was Jin Hua who shattered the uncomfortable atmosphere, addressing Jin Beiming. "Apologize to your aunt." Jin Beiming cast a look of utter humiliation towards Xu Xuanqing, who beamed at him, seemingly mocking his plight. Xu Xuanqing, however, noted a tension in Jin Beiming's clenched fists and felt a pang of surprise. "I truly wonder what leverage Zhao possesses to keep these two in line. While I may not be able to offer timely assistance, I certainly excel at throwing fuel on the fire. 1, 2, 3, right? No need. If apologies were effective, we would not require the police. A mere hollow word is worth less than a bow in my direction." The voices of Jin Beiming and Xu Xuanqing rose in unison, but Xu Xuanqing's voice resounded louder, drowning out Jean Beiming's muffled response. This moment served as a brutal humiliation. Having delivered her remarks, Xu Xuanqing sought to escape. Tugging at Jin Zhao's sleeve, "I'm feeling disheartened. Let us return to our room." Jin Zhao's smile bore a hint of indulgence. "Very well, let us depart." Disregarding the expressions of the father-son duo, the two ascended the stairs without a backward glance. Once upstairs, Jin Zhao turned to cast a glance back at Jin Hua. His gaze filled with the disdain of one in a superior position. Xu Xuanqing, akin to a victorious general, bounded into the room with exuberance. After Jin Zhao closed the door, she began, "Zhao Ge, our engagement is merely a gentleman's agreement born of necessity. You should boldly pursue your true love. Should you find yourself enamored with another woman, I shall gracefully withdraw and extend my blessings." Her declaration was fervent, her voice resolute, yet her heart beat erratically. But what if Zhao Ji's fate is to remain alone, harboring unrequited feelings? Jin Zhao merely gazed at her, silent. After a lengthy pause, he sighed softly. "Do you not trust me, Xunqing?"
Xunqing.
"What brings this about?" She was utterly perplexed, having said nothing to warrant such a response. Jin Zhao lowered his gaze, muttering, "I have no one I admire, nor do I intend to utilize you. Our relationship is one of amicable collaboration, requiring no sacrifices on your part." Xu Xuanqing failed to discern his underlying sentiments, believing her words had struck a sensitive chord within him, and promptly assured him, "Rest assured, I shall refrain from mentioning it again." Thus, they coexisted in mutual understanding, residing in adjacent rooms. That night, Xu Xuanqing lay upon the soft expanse of her bed, feeling as if her life was gradually veering into a dreamlike state. How was it that she found herself engaged before she had even acclimated to the grandeur of the high society or deciphered the intricacies of her circumstances? Though the engagement was a facade, it nonetheless stirred a peculiar sensation within her heart. That night, she dreamt a rather unsettling dream. In her dream, she donned a white wedding gown, standing within a grand estate, uncertain if a wedding was imminent. To her dismay, the figure approaching her was none other than that repulsive Jean Beiming. Fear gripped her, prompting her to turn and flee. Yet, before long, she found herself at the edge of a precipice, surrounded by individuals tugging at her wedding gown, attempting to suspend her over a gnarled tree at the cliff's edge. She spotted Jean Beiming grinning maliciously as he charged towards her. Desperate to cry out for him to stop, her voice betrayed her, offering no sound. Just as Jean Beiming reached her, Jin Zhao appeared out of nowhere. With all his might, Jin Zhao sprinted to the cliff's edge, extending his hand to pull her up. But something seemed to push him from behind. Xu Xuanqing dangled perilously over the edge, her eyes misty as she watched Jin Zhao plummet into the abyss, while the faceless figures above hoisted her up, cheering in triumph.
"No, Zhao."
In her dream, she cried out toward the chasm below, the intensity of her emotions jolting her awake, gasping for breath. Xu Xuanqing felt drenched in sweat, her body clammy, yet her racing heart refused to slow. Why did the scenes from my dream feel so vivid, as if they had transpired before? I must warn Zhao to steer clear of perilous cliffs in the future. So terrifying. In the adjacent room, Jin Zhao leaned against the headboard, eyes closed, attempting to steady his racing heart. He dreamt of the same scene, a cliff, a demon, a person intent on pushing her down, and himself, powerless to intervene as he watched it all unfold. Chapter 54. I am Sun Qing's fiancé. Xu Xuanqing felt that the peculiar dreams she had been experiencing were merely a product of the pressure exerted by the system's tasks. After all, now that she was in the free Jin household, she could survive for another year, and it was high time she reclaimed some semblance of her own life. Having planned her day ahead, she cheerfully stepped out. Meanwhile, Jin Zhao was already waiting at her doorstep. "Breakfast is ready downstairs. Shall we go eat together?" Xu Xuanqing peeked out, pleasantly surprised to find that the unfortunate father and son of the Jin family were absent. Indeed, Jin Zhao led her downstairs, for they had enterprises to squander. Xu Xuanqing stuffed a water-fried bun into her mouth, fanning herself as it burned her tongue. Jin Zhao placed a glass of milk beside her. "Take your time eating. Do you have any plans for today?" After savoring the delicious crab roe bun, Xu Xuanqing gulped down a hefty mouthful of milk before responding, "I do have a few things to attend to." "Brother Zhao, don't you have numerous enterprises to manage? Shouldn't you check on the company? After spending so many days with me, is this what a successful CEO ought to be doing?"
"Goodness.
I hope I don't become a femme fatale that disrupts Brother Zhao's career prospects. Or perhaps he just returned to the country, and his career hasn't truly commenced yet, with no company to oversee?" Jin Zhao, unwilling to entertain Su Xuanqing's unfounded thoughts any longer, followed her line of reasoning, aware that he was on the verge of becoming a pitiable figure facing bankruptcy. There are many capable people at the company. I pay their salaries, he remarked, casting a smile at Su Xuanqing. They are more than capable and do not require my oversight, so I am more interested in your plans. Su Xuanqing blinked in confusion, her gaze growing increasingly perplexed. What do you mean? Are the people at the company all capable, and I'm the only one who requires supervision? Is this what it means to have a paternalistic mindset? But today, I'm meeting friends who are merely laborers. It doesn't seem appropriate to bring along the young master CEO. Jin Zhao sipped his soup and stated, wherever you go, I shall accompany you. It will also provide some protection. Su Xuanqing immediately wilted. Indeed, although she had only returned a few days prior, she still had enemies lurking outside. She cautiously inquired, I'm going to meet some old friends in the old city. Would you mind? Your friends must be charming individuals just like you, Jin Zhao said, wiping his mouth and offering her a reassuring glance. Of course, I would like to meet them and conveniently investigate the development issues in the old city.
Xunqing sighed.
All right, a mogul's mindset sees opportunity everywhere. She decided to forego any pretense, continuing to eat as she spoke. Well then, let's set off once I finish eating. You should change into something more comfortable. Wearing a suit may draw too much attention. However, Jin Zhao truly had no suitable attire. And after rummaging through the wardrobe with Su Xuanqing for quite some time, they finally unearthed a somewhat wrinkled shirt that had been buried at the bottom. Despite its disheveled appearance, the shirt fit Jin Zhao remarkably well and exuded an air of sophistication. Su Xuanqing chose to abandon her concerns, realizing that someone with Jin Zhao's charm and demeanor would look distinguished even in rags. Once they were ready, they stepped outside, and Su Xuanqing stopped Jin Zhao, who was headed toward the garage, stating seriously, we can't drive into the old city. The roads are too narrow. We need to find another mode of transportation. 3 minutes later, they found themselves aboard a rickety bus. Su Xuanqing sheepishly explained, we only need to ride this bus for a short distance. We'll have to transfer at the final stop. Jin Zhao, who had not experienced such a lifestyle before, curiously asked, transfer to what? The subway? Su Xuanqing scratched her head. To shared bicycles. Jin Zhao had yet to ride such an adorable little electric bike, but the principle was similar, and he quickly adapted. However, for Su Xuanqing, the adjustment proved somewhat challenging. Upon arriving in the old city, Su Xuanqing felt as if she had plunged into a sea of vibrant life. Her spirit invigorated. As she navigated through the streets, she greeted various passersby, creating a lively atmosphere. Auntie, you're setting up shop so early today? The oranges look fresh. Where have you been these past few days, Xiaoqing? I saved some grapes for you. Remember to come pick them up. Wow, Wang Ge, your new hairstyle is handsome. Did you get it done at Xiao Tao's? Be careful riding your bike. Come over to Wang Ji's house later for some pork knuckles.
Grandpa.
Are you still pondering over that chess game? You can't see well, so why not wear your glasses? Xiaoqing's back? Can you help me with the TV at Grandpa's house later? It's not working. Jin Zhao, listening to Su Xuanqing's cheerful exchanges, couldn't help but be captivated by her vivacity. He felt the road was too short, as he had barely begun to learn about Su Xuanqing's past life before they arrived at their destination. Su Xuanqing parked her bike at the nearest docking station and turned around, beaming as she introduced Jin Zhao. That repair shop up ahead is where I often gather with my friends. It might be a bit messy, but it's definitely clean. Well, it should be clean. As Su Xuanqing entered, a cloud of dust caught her off guard, causing her to stumble. She waved her hand in disdain and yelled inside.
Huan Soya, Ding Luya.
Is anyone there? What are you shouting for? A frustrated male voice echoed from upstairs, followed by the sound of footsteps descending. Some people still know how to come back, vanishing for a week and still need help with a call? As the man spoke, he paused upon seeing the person standing beside Su Xuanqing. Su Xuanqing smiled brightly and introduced Jin Zhao. This is Huang Ge, who has always taken care of me. He usually fixes cars and lends money. He's a good person. Over there is Zhao Jia, who runs a hair salon, and Lu Jia, who does nails.
Ding hey.
Dinge, stop playing and come down. Dinge is a gaming coach with exceptional skills. She introduced all her friends in turn, and Jin Zhao nodded at each of them. Yet, the group remained unimpressed. Huang Feng scrutinized Jin Zhao for some time before finally directing a questioning gaze at Su Xuanqing. Qing, we have a club for the wealthy here. After being gone for a few days, why did you bring back a rich man? Have you lost interest in us? Su Xuanqing knew they were tough on the outside but soft on the inside. She casually pulled out a couple of chairs and attempted to introduce. Oh, this is my brother Zhao, he's. What would be the most fitting description? A lifesaver? That one do. I can't let everyone worry. My elder brother? Even less so. Huang Ge and the others are always fighting over the position of my elder brother. Su Xuanqing struggled with her words, all the while gathering the group's attention, eager to hear her explanation. Unexpectedly, in the midst of her dilemma, Jin Zhao spoke up. Hello everyone, I am Xuanqing's fiancé. Chapter 55, A Collaborative Effort. With that one declaration, all eyes were drawn irresistibly to Jin Zhao. Su Xuanqing, still grappling with how to label him. It's fake. It's fake. It's fake. She sprang up, attempting to cover Jin Zhao's mouth, but then recalled that she had yet to wash her hands. So she lowered her voice and said, We agreed this was just a performance. There's no need for acting here. Why do you still insist on saying that? Jin Zhao leaned in, mimicking her, and whispered in her ear, It's best to keep it under wraps. Don't let others know it's a ruse. Or it could lead to complications. The proximity of the two and their covert exchange piqued the curiosity of the others. Could it be that Su Xuanqing had truly gone off to get engaged during her disappearance these past few days? Su Xuanqing found herself at a loss for words. She didn't want to deceive her friends, yet the situation was indeed delicate and difficult to articulate. A notification pinged in her mind, detected a romantic fixation. Subject name Huang Feng, danger level 5. Would you like to retrieve details of the romance now and initiate a rescue mission? Before she could conjure a more plausible excuse, the system's announcement jolted her back to reality. Su Xuanqing's urgency to return stemmed from a desire to ascertain whether her friends faced any pressing issues needing resolution. After all, this so-called romantic fixation system had become her portable alarm, proving both economical and remarkably effective. Seizing a moment when the others were engaged in light banter with Jin Zhao, Su Xuanqing hastily checked Huang Feng's romantic details. At first glance, it appeared to be a trivial matter. Upon closer inspection, however, she gasped, Fraud? This is serious. Goodness. Did Brother Huang, a moneylender, just get swindled out of his entire fortune? And is he now borrowing from friends? Thinking he has found a girlfriend, only to realize she is a fellow con artist. A particularly unscrupulous one at that. While Brother Huang prepares for rings and weddings, she is arranging for hospital admission and crafting her deceitful scripts. 3 months, what kind of sorcery is this? If Brother Huang dares to ask me for money, I'll smack him silly. Su Xuanqing fumed as she perused the details, just as Huang Feng, usually straightforward, hesitantly spoke up. Xiaoqing, I shouldn't be asking you this, but the situation is urgent. Could I borrow some money from you? Any amount would suffice.
Su Xunqing tiếp lít.
The fire is already blazing. The others turned their eyes toward her, having gleaned the nature of her and Jin Zhao's identities from their earlier exchange. Although they felt a certain distance from the affluent elite, knowing Su Xuanqing had returned to her family and was living the life of a wealthy heiress brought them joy. They believed in her unwavering nature, thus instinctively looking to her for assistance in their current predicament. Su Xuanqing inhaled deeply. Is this what you all think? Do you all know Huang Feng's girlfriend? Huang Feng felt a twinge of discomfort at her not even addressing him as brother anymore. But he quickly seized on the inconsistency. Xiaoqing, how did you know I have a girlfriend? He recalled he hadn't informed her yet. Although they had been dating for nearly 3 months, he intended to stabilize things before sharing the news, which he had only mentioned to the others during a recent barbecue. And at that time, Su Xuanqing had already vanished. Don't concern yourself with how I know, Su Xuanqing replied firmly. I need to meet the person in question to fully understand the situation. Zhao Lily, sensing the tension between them, quickly interjected. Xiaoqing, don't think Brother Huang is deceiving anyone. We've met a Qin. She is a wonderful girl. Just unfortunate to have been diagnosed with cancer at such a young age. She is still trying to con money even in the late stages of cancer. What a remarkable girl indeed. Refusing hospitalization or treatment, she is just hanging on at home. If she can deceive you, it's clear you haven't suffered enough hardships yet. Where have my once smart friends gone? They seem bewitched all of a sudden. Su Xuanqing refrained from directly voicing her concerns to avoid hurting her friends, silently critiquing the situation while pondering a viable solution. Suddenly, an idea struck her. I'm not unwilling to help, but as you know, I've just returned home and am still finding my footing, so I can't produce that much money. However, Su Xuanqing glanced at Jin Zhao. I wonder if Brother Zhao can pick up on my intention and play along, suggesting he has wealth and connections to cure cancer. That might be a stretch, but it could be effective. Jin Zhao seamlessly grasped Su Xuanqing's thoughts and cleared his throat to respond. Xuanqing might be a bit financially constrained, but if necessary, I can provide some emergency assistance. I have connections with renowned international doctors who may be able to treat cancer. We can arrange for a transfer to a specialized hospital for an examination. Goodness, is Brother Zhao reading my mind? No, is he some kind of celestial being? How could he decipher my thoughts just from my gaze?
I'm enchanted.
Su Xuanqing gazed at Jin Zhao with starry eyes, showing her admiration. Huang Feng, however, was no longer focused on Su Xuanqing. He stood up in shock, stammering, "Really? Is it true, Brother Zhao? Can cancer in the late stages really be treated?" "Ha, whatever you say, I'll believe it. I might as well sell you health products in a few years. Actually, selling them now might work too. It seems the driver from the Huang family doesn't recognize you, or you'd have been cleaned out by now." Su Xuanqing rolled her eyes discreetly, stifling her laughter. She had to hold it together. Of course, medical advancements abroad were fairly developed. Jin Zhao lied without flinching, his collaboration flawless. Yet, I must assess her current condition. Ideally, the patient should possess a positive mental state and a will to survive. Huang Feng was eager to grasp Jin Zhao's hand, as if he had found a savior. Great, great. I'll take you right now, Brother Zhao. She's resting at home, but her will to live is certainly strong. The others expressed their delight for him, having genuine feelings for the girl. If she could be saved, that would be the best outcome. Jin Zhao nodded slightly, glancing at Su Xuanqing, seemingly seeking her approval. Huang Feng suddenly remembered that Su Xuanqing had brought him along, feeling a bit awkward. "Xiao Qing, you don't mind?"
Do you?
Su Xuanqing scoffed. "Oh, so you remember I exist, Boss Huang? If not, you can go without me. I didn't mean it that way. A Qin is genuinely a good person. You'll like her when you meet her," Huang Feng quickly assured, his earlier imposing demeanor evaporating, leaving only a love-struck fool in its wake. Su Xuanqing rose, linking arms with Jin Zhao, and addressed Huang Feng. "Lead the way. I'm keen to see just how wonderful a person can charm my brother Huang so thoroughly." Huang Feng, no longer vexed, chuckled sheepishly and stepped out ahead. Chapter 56. Humanitarian Concern. A Qin's residence wasn't too far from the repair shop. The group set out with great enthusiasm, having been tipped off in advance. And a Qin was prepared for their arrival. Huang Feng led everyone up to the 6th floor, adjusting his appearance before knocking on the door. The one who answered was a Qin's mother, a weary woman in her 50s, her eyes sunken and tired. She quickly scanned the group, allowing her gaze to linger momentarily on Su Xuanqing and Jin Zhao before awkwardly wiping her hands on her clothing and greeting them. "Oh, Xiao Huang, you're here." She brought a friend along, and in truth, Akin had been feeling significantly better over the past couple of days. However, it was still unwise to overwhelm her with too many visitors at once, lest the noise become intolerable. A look of discomfort crossed her face, and the few familiar faces present understood her current state and hesitated to speak. Yet, Su Xuanqing preemptively interrupted them. "Hello, Auntie, I am Su Xuanqing, a friend of Huang Ge. We heard about Akin's situation and came to offer our assistance. I hope we are not imposing too much?" Huang Feng immediately turned to her, anxious that she might leave with Jin Zhao. Observing Huang Feng's demeanor, Akin's mother recognized that these two individuals were not to be trifled with. Furthermore, she had heard of Su Xuanqing's name upon moving in. After all, she was known as the dominator of this street. A weak voice emanated from within the room. "Mom, is Feng here? Why isn't he coming in?" Upon hearing his girlfriend's voice, Huang Feng quickly beckoned everyone inside. He placed the milk and fruit he was carrying at Akin's bedside and inquired with concern, "How have you been feeling these past few days? Are you any better?" Su Xuanqing stood at the doorway, casting a cold gaze upon the woman lying in bed. Is this facade not a touch too clumsy? The makeup on her lips is nearly gone. Can no one see through it? Moreover, the 4 drip isn't even moving. Is this all merely a prop without an ounce of realism? I had intended to approach this more delicately, but it seems we're dealing with a charlatan who cannot even act properly. If she does not confess herself, I might have to deliver a shock from a high-tech system. Perhaps I should first close the door and allow Zhao Ge to intimidate them a bit. Su Xuanqing had prepared the appropriate props, but still wished to commence with a humanitarian approach. She nudged Jin Zhao at the waist and whispered, "Shall we do it again, Zhao Ge?" Jin Zhao was more than willing to indulge his little fiancé in this frightful role-playing game, and he obliged. "Hello. May I take a look at the hospital's test results?" The woman in the bed was momentarily taken aback, but Huang Feng reacted swiftly. Deftly retrieving the test results from the bedside drawer, "Zhao Ge, Please take a look. Is there still a chance? He handed the crumpled papers to Jin Zhao and then turned to Akin, explaining, Akin, this is Zhao Ge. He knows experts abroad who claim to have treatments for cancer and is willing to cover the surgery costs up front. Let him take you to a large hospital for further examination. Akin and her mother exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. Akin weakly replied, Phone. You know I don't want to go through this ordeal anymore. Besides, Dr. Liu from the second hospital already said that 3 million is enough for a cure. So there's no need to trouble anyone else. How absurd. Does 3 million cure your melancholy, Huang Feng? If such a lowbrow scam can ensnare Huang Feng, it is indeed my failure for not equipping them with an anti-fraud app. Su Xunqing stepped forward, squeezing past the heartbroken Huang Feng to grasp Akin's icy hand. Akin. You might not be aware, but that Dr. Liu from the second hospital has been arrested for fraud. Akin's south hand froze in place. Akin's mother immediately interjected, Young lady. You mustn't speak recklessly. We just had an examination yesterday. Su Xunqing wore a broad smile. He was apprehended just this morning. He might soon expose his accomplices. And we may yet have salvation. Huang Feng discerned that Su Xunqing was deceiving them, but as a longtime friend, he knew she was not one to speak frivolously. So he played along. Indeed, that doctor is no good. You should accompany Zhao Ge to consult the overseas specialists. Akin and her mother were now in a state of alarm, eager to ascertain the truth about Dr. Liu. What about the foreign experts? Feng, could you be falling for a scam? Akin fretted, wishing only for them to depart quickly. I feel unwell and wish to rest. Please come back in a few days. Akin's mother hastily urged them to leave. Akin needs her rest. You've seen her, Huang. So let us go. You need not worry about her treatment. How intriguing. Are they concocting a new excuse to extort money or planning to flee? If Huang Feng remains oblivious to the situation, I can only surmise that his mind has been devoured by a dog, and he is beyond rescue. As it turned out, Huang Feng's intellect had not been entirely consumed. He sensed the palpable tension from their refusal and altered demeanor, frowning as he asked, Akin, your health is paramount. Why are you unwilling to seek treatment? Akin turned away, refusing to answer his question. Su Xunqing, unable to follow the developments of this matter daily, resolved to settle it today once and for all. She retrieved a bottle of spray from her space, spritzing the air and the bed, explaining, This is an air freshener. It purifies the negative energy in the room. Though the others found it somewhat abrupt, they refrained from commenting. Ensuring the spray touched Akin's skin, she then posed her question, Akin, why are you feigning illness? Her inquiry elicited immediate reactions, especially from Akin's mother, who rushed forward to shove Su Xunqing, only to be intercepted by Jin Zhao. Tears streamed down Akin's face as she attempted to justify herself. I merely wanted to swindle some money. I've done this everywhere. And once I've drained this fool Huang Feng, I would stop. After uttering this, she disregarded the 4-needle, desperately covering her mouth. What on earth was happening? She hadn't intended to say such things. Why had her true feelings slipped out? Praise technology. The Truth Serum Spray is exceedingly effective, and I shall certainly use it again, hee. Indeed, this method proves to be highly efficient. Alas, one can only utilize it once a month. But it is well worth it. Su Xunqing silently lauded the system, which, feeling a tad bashful, secretly added some high-level props to her task completion rewards. Thereafter, she would need only to observe the unfolding drama. Su Xunqing retreated to Jin Zhao's side, leaning against the wall and watching Akin, now terrified and sitting upright in bed, along with her mother, who was eager to explain yet had inadvertently revealed everything. Huang Feng's eyes reddened, his voice hoarse. Lu Meiqin, have I not treated you well? I would buy you anything you desired, yet you still seek to ruin me completely? Akin shook her head while uncontrollably uttering even more venomous words. It is precisely because you treat me well that I chose you, this fool. The earlier tests were merely assessments of compliance, and you passed with flying colors. Who else could I deceive if not you? Chapter 57. Entertainment Headlines. Huang Feng felt as though the sky had collapsed upon him. He believed he had encountered a love that transcended life and death, only to find this was the outcome. Meanwhile, Zhao Jie and Lu Jie exchanged glances, utterly astonished. They had never perceived that the previously gentle and kind Akin harbored such a sinister nature. Su Xunqing tugged at Jin Zhao. The matter is resolved. Let them untangle their emotional entanglements themselves. We should take our leave now. The two quietly exited the room, followed by Zhao Jie and Lu Jie, leaving space for Huang Feng and Akin, mother and daughter. However, Su Xunqing did not stray far. She crouched at the entrance of Akin's home, raising her phone and signaling to her friends, "I've called the police. They'll be here shortly to take them away." Aside from the funds Huang Feng was in the process of gathering, the mother-daughter duo had already swindled him out of several 100,000 yuan, well above the threshold for filing a case. Zhao Jie and Lu Jie shared a sense of disbelief. Had it not been for Su Xuanqing's return, they would all have fallen victim to this deception. Before long, the group heard the blaring of police sirens from downstairs. Su Xuanqing brushed the dust off her clothes and declared, "All right, it's time for us to leave." Sister Zhao and Sister Lu hurriedly followed suit. As ordinary citizens, they held a deep-seated apprehension towards the police. The group returned to the repair shop, where Brother Ding, sensing the peculiar atmosphere among them, poked his head out from his phone amidst his busy schedule, inquiring, "What is going on? Where's Fingzi? Is Akin in serious trouble again?" Sister Zhao sighed and recounted the recent events to Brother Ding, who nearly dropped his phone in shock. Are they really con artists? Ding turned off his game. Scrolling through news articles while lamenting, someone had warned Fingzi, but he didn't listen and ended up getting beaten up. We were so focused on supporting Fingzi that we didn't even consider why they would slander Akin. The group shared a collective sense of regret until the conversation shifted back to Su Xuanqing. Sister Lu, curious, asked Xiaoqing, "How can you be so certain that Akin is indeed a fraud?" Su Xuanqing, of course, couldn't he reveal her mission or the system, responded earnestly. "I've achieved a perfect score on the Youth University Learning platform and represented our Greenwater Street in a campaign against fraud apps. Such schemes are immediately recognizable." The others gazed at her with admiration, but Brother Ding's expression shifted. He glanced at his phone, then back at Su Xuanqing and Jin Zhao, repeatedly checking before hesitantly lifting his phone screen to ask, Is this you two in the news?" Su Xuanqing paused her boast, looking at the phone hovering near her face. Upon seeing it, her demeanor soured. The entertainment section's headline was emblazoned with an exaggerated title, Jin Family's International Tycoon Engaged to Su Family's True Heiress, sparks of instant attraction between the two. Su Xuanqing thought, what? I haven't even entered the entertainment circle, and I'm already making headlines? Who released such scandalous news? Is there no law anymore? The article featured a clear photograph from the recent reunion banquet, showcasing Su Xuanqing's unfiltered image alongside Jin Zhao's side profile in a suit. The two appeared quite the match. Brother Ding scrolled through the news, exclaiming, "Incredible, Xiaoqing. When I heard your introduction, I thought you were just from a wealthy family. I didn't realize you hailed from a top-tier aristocracy. You've hit the jackpot." Su Xuanqing felt speechless, simply wanting to know how much it would cost to retract the news. They've published my photo online. How can I ever escape now? Am I destined to be trapped? The comment section is already filled with haters. What if I go out and get pelted with rotten eggs? She fretted.
No.
We must have Zhao Ge find a way to resolve this. Gathering her thoughts, she clutched onto her reliable lifeline. Zhao Ge, this is unacceptable. It severely tarnishes your image. How will you date other girls in the future? Primarily, how can I even interact with other men openly? The onlookers, intrigued, exchanged glances. Has the aristocracy reached a point where one can have both a wife and a mistress? Jin Zhao, exasperated, gestured with his eyes. I'm already engaged. What further romance is there to discuss? Su Xuanqing suddenly realized her slip of tongue and could only sulkily put down her phone, attempting to reconcile her thoughts. Sister Zhao, however, remained optimistic, suggesting, Xiaoqing, it's a pity you're not pursuing a career in entertainment. You're young, beautiful, and come from a good family. Your fiancé is handsome, wealthy, and well-connected, a perfect leading lady in the entertainment industry. Su Xuanqing vehemently rejected the notion. I've told you to stop reading so many novels. Su Xuanqing, would rather starve or leap from here than enter the entertainment circle. That world is notoriously treacherous. Wouldn't I just be playing into their hands? Surviving is already a challenge. I can't voluntarily seek my own demise. Her gaze was resolute, her tone unwavering, exuding a spirit of defiance against death. Sister Zhao expressed disappointment, but Sister Lu concurred. The entertainment industry appears glamorous from the outside, but it's rife with filth. Our Xiaoqing is so innocent and straightforward. If she were to enter, she'd likely be silenced. Su Xuanqing retorted, what? You're implying I'm all brawn and no brains? She placed her hands on her hips, indignant at such a portrayal before Jin Zhao. Jin Zhao, with a faint smile, interjected, don't worry. You don't need to uphold any image with me. The others exchanged knowing glances, revealing their delight in the unfolding drama. Xu Xuanqing passionately joined in on the conversation, lamenting the recent absurdities in the entertainment industry, expressing her vehement rejection of it, and was ready to take her leave. However, the next moment, the system's abrupt mechanical voice shattered her resolve. Congratulations, host. You have activated the main quest. Enter the entertainment industry alongside the female lead, Su Momo. Refusal will incur a penalty of -500 days of life. Accepting will expand the range of your rewards. Please make your choice. Xu Xuanqing felt as if the sky had fallen. With barely 380 days of life remaining, a deduction of 500 days felt akin to being summoned to the underworld for a final destination. Though she voiced a choice, it was essentially an ultimatum. Her frustration filled the repair shop. Noticing her troubled expression, Jin Zhao inquired with concern, "What's wrong? Xunqing? Is something the matter?" Xu Xuanqing forced a smile, revealing an expression that hovered between laughter and tears. "It's nothing. I was merely reflecting on my brief existence and thought that if I could shine in the entertainment industry, it wouldn't be such a bad experience." Chapter 58. Her Past. Xu Xuanqing departed the repair shop in a spectral demeanor. She subtly hinted that perhaps the entertainment industry wasn't as dire as it seemed, and if the right opportunity arose, she might consider trying her hand at it. This thought floated through the astonished gazes of her companions as she drifted away. Jin Zhao, catching up to Xu Xuanqing, who seemed intent on heading into traffic, offered his unwavering support. "You can pursue whatever you desire. It's all right. It is a concern. It's very much a concern. This isn't about what I want. It's about something compelling me. Damn Su Momo. I almost forgot. She was the one who forcibly dragged me into the entertainment industry, becoming the target of widespread criticism. I'm genuinely developing PTSD over the entertainment industry. Everyone only sees Su Momo's kind and charming side. When will anyone recognize my inner self?" Xu Xuanqing gazed skyward, wishing for divine guidance. The heavens seemed to favor her, as dark clouds quickly gathered overhead, preparing to unleash rain. She promptly reined in her thoughts. After all, there was still some time before Su Momo entered the industry, and she could plan her approach. She certainly wouldn't endure the same fate as in the story. "Let us go. We have another destination to reach." Xu Xuanqing, ever carefree, decided to leave future worries for another day, knowing there were other matters to attend to today. Seeing Xu Xuanqing's spirits lifted, Jin Zhao ceased to dwell on the previous topic. He would be more vigilant in clearing the obstacles from her path in the future. Xu Xuanqing did not ride her bicycle this time. Instead, she strolled along the street with Jin Chao, enjoying a bowl of noodles before meandering leisurely towards their destination. They had not walked for long when Jin Chao began to feel that the area was becoming increasingly remote. Soon nestled between the fields, he spotted a spacious, independent courtyard accompanied by a multi-storied building. Above the black iron gate hung a hand-painted wooden sign that read, "Spring Women's Welfare Institute." Upon arriving here, Xu Xuanqing's spirits visibly lifted. She pointed to the sign overhead, proudly proclaiming, "I personally crafted this sign and sealed it with glue to ensure the letters wouldn't wash away." Jin Chao gazed up, examining the slightly crooked characters. Each stroke appeared endearingly vibrant, brimming with life, much like the impression Xu Xuanqing left on him, unorthodox and exuberant. A few children were playing with the railing at the entrance, and upon noticing the two figures outside, one of them hurried inside to fetch an adult. Two slightly older children peeked shyly at them before sending a representative forward. "Hello. Are you Sister Xunqing?" Xu Xuanqing, delighted, knelt to meet the little girl's gaze and presented her with a lollipop she had purchased earlier. "Yes."
How do you know me?
She hadn't been around when this group of children had arrived. The girl, though a bit bashful after receiving the candy, replied boldly, "I've seen her photo on Director Mama's desk, and she often tells us stories about you." Xu Xuanqing's smile widened, almost uncontrollable, as she playfully asked, "I hope they aren't just the mischievous tales?" The girl nodded and shook her head. "Some are, but many are not. Director Mama says you are the best and bravest girl, and we should follow our hearts like you." Xu Xuanqing looked at her with a little adult-esque demeanor, her eyes suddenly moist with emotion. She could vividly imagine the director standing at the podium, her tone both exasperated and proud as she recounted Xu Xuanqing's childhood antics while secretly seeking to praise herself. "Qing girl, is that you returning?" A familiar voice approached, and a woman in a black coat hurried over, exuding warmth and surprise. "Why did you come back today, without a word?" Xu Xuanqing turned her face away, blinking back tears, and replied in her usual tone of complaint, "What's the matter? Must I report to you before coming home? Hey, you little rascal. The director's wrinkled face broke into a smile as she stepped forward, attempting to grasp Xu Xuanqing's hand, but hesitated, fearing to soil her child's immaculate attire. Xu Xuanqing noticed this gesture and took the initiative to grasp the director's hand, leading her inside. I've recently moved, and I might not be able to return every 2 months, so I wanted to come see you while I had the chance. The director beamed with joy, patting her hand. As long as you're doing well, that's all that matters. Whether you come back or not is inconsequential. Her gaze shifted towards the handsome young man beside Xu Xuanqing, inquiring, "Where did you find this charming fellow? He looks quite dashing and seems well matched with you." Xu Xuanqing truly laughed this time. No wonder she asked my mother. She thinks I look splendid no matter what. She even dares to think Jin Chao is a decent match for me. If he hears this, he might be flustered. She covered her mouth, following the director's lead. I brought back a fiancé. How surprising. The director gasped in shock and turned to look at Jin Chao. Listening to their conversation, Jin Chao understood that this was someone very important to Xu Xuanqing. If she had brought him here, he must be considered family. "Hello, Auntie, I am Jin Chao," he greeted, placing the fruits and meat Xu Xuanqing had bought earlier beside the door, his demeanor refined and polite. "I apologize for taking so long to visit you." Xu Xuanqing blinked, casting him a glance, tempted to tease him but ultimately refraining. What does taking so long mean? It sounds as if we've been together for ages. We haven't even been together. We've only known each other for 3 to 5 days. Isn't that misleading? Men are indeed clumsy in their words, adept at making vague promises, tisk. The director, however, was quite pleased. Having nurtured Xu Xuanqing from a small child to a university graduate, she cherished her dearly, lacking her own children. The girls she adopted at the Welfare Institute were all like her children, with Xu Xuanqing being her favorite among them. These years, after completing her studies, Xu Xuanqing had been working outside, sending money home periodically, which caused the director to worry about her being alone and vulnerable.
Now,
with a seemingly cultured young man by her side, it was indeed a pleasant surprise. Observing the items Xu Xuanqing had brought, the director smiled with delight but scolded gently. "I told you not to bring anything. You barely make enough to cover your own expenses. You should save up for some new clothes instead. The government supports us well." Xu Xuanqing chose not to argue. The local government was indeed benevolent, providing substantial support to the Welfare Institute. However, the continuous influx of abandoned children at their doorstep was a sweet burden for the director, often leading to financial strain. Seeing the director head into the kitchen with the items, Xu Xuanqing smiled at Jin Chao. "I grew up here. It's quite large and filled with many delightful secret spots. Would you like me to show you around?" Chapter 59, The Little Fish Extinction Device. Jin Chao readily agreed. He felt that Xu Xuanqing now appeared truly alive, a notion that, in turn, invigorated him. Xu Xuanqing led Jin Chao to the cornfield at the back, reminiscing with a laugh. "My mother said I was abandoned in this very cornfield as a baby. She was here to water the plants when she spotted a floating child, which startled her." Jin Chao surveyed the lush cornfield before him, almost envisioning a helpless infant cast aside upon the earth. "And this became my territory." Xu Xuanqing found 2 large stones suitable for sitting, dusted them off, and plopped down, gazing at the clear sky, marveling. "You have no idea how many naughty children I dragged to this cornfield to discipline." Jin Chao, captivated by her smile, could not help but laugh. This was a life he had never encountered, one filled with freedom and joy. What he had perceived as hardship was, for Xu Xuanqing, her most cherished treasure. After a moment, Xu Xuanqing ventured to a nearby stream, catching a half-bucket of small fish before cheerfully calling out to Jin Chao, "I'll fry these little fish for you this afternoon. It's my specialty." "Sounds great," Jin Chao promptly replied, always adept at providing emotional support. Nearby, a little girl surrounded them in protest. "Sister, you can't. Mama said we must let these fish grow before eating them. They're too small, it would be wasteful." Xu Xuanqing, hands on her hips, retorted with playful defiance. "I don't care. There are plenty more in the river. What is wrong with me having a little? Besides, it's for the big brother. Not for me." "You're lying. The big brother hasn't he said a word?" The girl with twin ponytails shouted, pointing at the wooden bucket in her hands. "You always eat half a bucket when you come, and the fish in the river never get a chance to grow." Xu Xuanqing bent down, making faces at her. "So what should we do?" Sister possesses a hearty appetite. Should she forego the small fish, she would resort to devouring little girls, leaving you all little time to grow up. At this, The little girls scattered in fright, while only Su Xuanqing remained, laughing heartily as if she were a victorious general. Jin Chao assisted her in carrying the bucket, accompanying her as they waded through the river, traversed the cornfields, and made their way to the kitchen, where the earthy stove crackled with flames. Inside, the headmistress, upon seeing Su Xuanqing, lamented, "How many times must I implore you to cease tormenting those small fish? Every time you visit the river, it drains the children's spirits, and they are beginning to harbor grievances." Su Xuanqing, undeterred, retorted, "So what? I love to eat." With a firm resolve, she set the bucket aside, rolled up her sleeves, and commenced preparing the ingredients. "I even brought back some meat. Those were traded for fish. The small fish from our river are simply the most delectable, unmatched by anything outside." Jin Chao positioned himself on a small stool opposite her, declaring, "I shall assist you." "No need. Why not take a stroll outside instead?" Su Xuanqing finally acknowledged that she had brought Jin Chao along, but in merely half an hour. He had already sullied the garments befitting a young master. What a faux pas! I was so engrossed in my own amusement that I forgot he is a scion of a prominent family. To have a young master perched on a stool beside me, filleting small fish. If this were to reach the news, I would surely be in dire straits. Yet, Chao is quite amiable. He took me for wontons and willingly stepped into the kitchen with me. A truly good person. Su Xuanqing felt quite content with Jin Chao, regarding him as a genuine friend from the depths of her heart. As he handed her small fish, he explained, "I am not the type of young master who shies away from work. Feel free to instruct me." Su Xuanqing reciprocated his camaraderie, wishing to avoid any semblance of formality, though her thoughts wandered elsewhere. "This assertion is amusing. Upon our first encounter, you were the epitome of aloofness." A couple of apologies have Jin Beiming standing at attention, silently shedding tears in the dead of night. Yet, such a person is far more relatable than those exalted figures of the past. Oh dear. Is this a hint of domesticity I detect? Shaking her head, Su Xuanqing banished her untimely musings, focusing intently on the ingredients before her. Meanwhile, Jin Chao's downcast eyes sparkled with joy. In the days spent with Su Xuanqing, he experienced more happiness than in all his previous 20 years combined. If given the choice, he would wish to live this way indefinitely, unperturbed by the sordid affairs of his family and social circles. No one could match Su Xuanqing's innocence. With deft movements, Su Xuanqing prepared the meal, having assisted the headmistress in cooking since her elementary school days. Now, as she crafted her signature dish, it came effortlessly. The small fish, encased in a golden, crispy batter, exuded an aroma that tantalized the senses. Sprinkling her homemade chili powder, she picked the topmost fish and playfully fed it to Jin Chao, exclaiming, "Quick, taste and tell me how it is." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, begging for praise. Observing this exchange, the headmistress stood to interject, but was met with the sight of Jin Chao lowering his head to bite the fish from Su Xuanqing's hand, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he savored the morsel and affirmed, "Delicious. This is the best fried fish I have ever tasted." He spoke no falsehood. Su Xuanqing's face lit up with joy, and she quickly took a bite herself, cheeks puffed as she declared, "Delicious. My culinary skills remain intact." Watching their delightful interaction, the headmistress settled down, reassured. Her child had grown, now surrounded by those who could understand and protect her. What a joy it was. Su Xuanqing and Jin Chao, the two young adults, brought the remaining dishes to the outdoor table, where the little ones had already organized themselves, sitting neatly at the table, looking utterly adorable. They took their places beside the headmistress, happily enjoying their meal with the less-than-perfect bowls and utensils they had brought. Su Xuanqing had tasted many delights at both the Su and Jin households, yet it was here that she savored food imbued with genuine affection. After the meal, the children lined up, dutifully carrying their bowls to the kitchen. The older kids washed their dishes while the younger ones wiped down the tables, creating a harmonious and orderly atmosphere, their laughter echoing far and wide. Su Xuanqing, however, led the headmistress into her former small room, where she pressed a card into her hands, saying, "Mother, I recently found my biological parents. They are quite wealthy, and I am living well. You can use the money on this card to treat the little sisters to something nice. Winter is approaching. Perhaps buy them warm clothing and blankets." The headmistress, as if confronted with a hot potato, immediately pushed the card back, hands clasped behind her back. "I do not want money. You will need funds for yourself upon returning home. Keep it safe. Do not squander it, my dear." The headmistress's expression betrayed not joy but a hint of worry. You have only just returned. Be prudent. Even if they offer you money, it is wise to save it for future needs. Xunqing anticipated this reaction and refrained from disclosing the amount on the card. She reiterated, they treat me well, truly. You need not worry. Moreover, I will earn my own money. This amount is not significant to me, but you still have the little sisters to care for. The headmistress remained steadfast in her refusal, her concern for Xunqing's current situation intensifying upon learning of her affluent family background. She feared her child might suffer some indignity. Xunqing gently leaned against the headmistress's increasingly stooped frame, displaying a trusting demeanor. Mother, I have grown and can protect myself. No one can bully me. I know you have grown, the headmistress replied, her heart swelling with pride as she glanced at the tall figure by the door. Satisfied that her daughter had found a commendable partner, Xunqing did not wish to persistently deny her relationship. Perhaps this would alleviate some of the headmistress's concerns. Standing at the door, Jin Chao listened to their conversation, the faint smile on his face betraying his amusement. Ultimately, when the headmistress was distracted, Xunqing discreetly slipped the card beneath her pillow. Inside was a reward of 1 million from the system. She had no need for such a sum. But the welfare center certainly required renovations. As they departed the welfare center, they left behind some snacks for the children, receiving a plethora of charming gifts in return: drawings, woven rabbits, and clay figurines, each a token of affection from the little girls. Xunqing also packed the remaining small fish into a bag, intending to take them home as delightful treats. On the way back, she added Jin Chao to a WeChat group with Huang Go and Zhao Jia, requesting they keep an eye on the welfare center situation and communicate any matters within the group. By the time they returned to the Jin residence, night had fallen. The study upstairs glowed with light, likely indicating that Jin Hua and Jin Beiming were hard at work. Xunqing placed her treasures in her temporarily assigned small bedroom. Sitting cross-legged on the carpet, propping her chin on her hand as she gazed at Jin Chao across from her. Has today been too overwhelming for him? I feel guilty for dragging him into this day of adventure.
Xunqing justified herself internally.
Only for Jin Chao to speak first. I had a wonderful time today. Your friends are quite delightful. Really? Xunqing felt similarly. Yet she restrained her pride and humbly remarked, my life has always been like this. It may seem vibrant and colorful, but in reality, it is fraught with hardship due to poverty. It is not merely a facade of happiness. I find that particularly admirable, Jin Chao replied, his tone deliberate, as if every word was uttered to affirm her sentiment. I envy you, for I have few friends. He lied without a hint of embarrassment, having severed ties with all his former acquaintances. Xunqing was indeed deceived. I always said that the wealthy are often quite lonely, she mused. Though you possess boundless wealth, you have sacrificed your joy. How infuriating! Why does that sentiment evoke a pang of sorrow within me? Casting aside her distractions, Xunqing reached out to pat Jin Chao's solid arm, saying, poor thing, do not worry. From now on, my friends and I will be your friends. Jin Chao nodded, readily embracing this new identity of poor thing, showing no sign of discomfort. It was well-deserved. After exchanging a few more words, they each retreated to their own rooms. Xunqing nestled against her bed's headboard, clutching her stuffed toy, and sighed as she recalled the system task she had received that day. Help! How am I supposed to enter the entertainment industry? Should I force my way in? Perhaps I could rob a talent scout on the street and threaten to burn all his business cards if he won't let me in. What a dreadful world. Aside from presenting me with challenges, what else does it have to offer? Frustrated, she tugged at the toy's ear and released it, her gaze landing on the rabbit's crimson eyes, momentarily reminding her of Su Momo. Yes, Su Momo. Since the plot revolves around following Su Momo, why not simply accompany her? I will find out which production she is involved with, or what variety show she is participating in, and tag along.
Xunqing wept wearily,
recalling the storyline she had previously seen, where Su Momo had initially accepted a low-budget fantasy drama, garnering immense attention with her stunning looks. In the narrative, Xunqing found Su Momo displeasing and abruptly infiltrated the crew, becoming the malicious second female lead, adding to her own scenes and slapping Su Momo multiple times in a fight sequence. Unbeknownst to her, fans of Su Momo captured the entire ordeal and uploaded it online. Consequently, Xunqing became the target of widespread online disdain, inadvertently solidifying Su Momo's position. What a thoroughly satisfying conspiracy. How could the character I portray be so foolish? Su Xuanqing lamented internally, pondering what sort of author would craft such a mindless character for her. However, this time, she not only understood the plot but was also prepared. Even though the butterfly effect had altered many storylines, the show's success was still assured. Su Xuanqing conceived a brilliant idea. Since she now possessed both status and wealth, why not invest directly in the production? Why endure the hardships of becoming an actress? She was not Su Momo, who had an innate talent for acting. A dreamless night passed. The following day, Su Xuanqing awoke early and intercepted Jin Chao, who had just returned from his morning run. He wore a black tank top, showcasing his well-defined muscles, causing Su Xuanqing, who had yet to eat breakfast, to feel a pang of hunger. What a hefty chocolate croissant. It looks delectable. I crave it. Enough of that. Let's get to business. Why am I so distracted by those muscles? Su Xuanqing forcibly averted her gaze and quickly expressed a request. Brother Chao, I wish to get in touch with graduating students from the directing department at the Central Academy of Drama. Do you have any means to facilitate this? She was merely hoping to stumble upon someone at the school, as utilizing connections would be more advantageous. Jin Chao wiped the sweat from his neck with a towel and nodded, saying, Sure, I'll send you their contact information on WeChat shortly.
Wow.
This man is truly charming. So accommodating. If I don't rein in my feelings, I might just fall in love. There's hope for my life. Great. Thank you, Brother Chao. Su Xuanqing's eyes sparkled as she eagerly handed him a glass of milk, saying, Here, please enjoy. I'll be stepping out for a bit today. Is that all right? Having overheard her contemplations the previous night, Jin Chao was aware that she aimed to enter the entertainment industry by investing in a graduating student's final project. Thus, he had already instructed his secretary to gather all pertinent information. He never contemplated what would happen if Su Xuanqing failed to seek his assistance. He was merely prepared in case she needed help. Sure, go ahead. I have some matters to attend to at the company today. Jin Chao nodded. Having arranged for the driver to escort Su Xuanqing, he could always hear her thoughts, and the bodyguard lurking in the shadows would ensure her safety, preventing any recurrence of past incidents. Meanwhile, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Chapter 61. Encountering True Love. Su Xuanqing ascended the stairs, and soon received 2 documents on her phone. One contained the details of all the graduating students from the directing program, including information about their final projects. The other included everyone's contact information, appearing clear and reliable. As expected of Brother Chao, what a dependable individual. I could marry him.
Su Xunqing mused joyfully,
While the man in the shower merely smiled to himself. One should not place all their eggs in one basket. Su Xuanqing located the contact information for the director of the fantasy drama and perused her classmates' works, discovering several hidden gems. She noted a passionate campus drama and a suspenseful thriller, preparing to audition for both. After all, securing just one successful project would recoup her investment. And even failure would serve as valuable experience. Confident in her years of reading novels and watching television, she believed she would not falter. Once prepared, Su Xuanqing dialed the director's number. A soft-spoken girl answered, polite and courteous. Upon learning that Su Xuanqing was interested in investing in her project, she promptly agreed to meet. They arranged to convene at a milk tea shop outside the school. Once the driver dropped Su Xuanqing off, he parked across the street, keeping watch. Su Xuanqing understood that this was Jin Chao's way of ensuring her safety, and she accepted the gesture without complaint. However, upon entering the milk tea shop, she found no sign of the girl. Dialing the number again, she heard the ringtone behind her. Turning around, she spotted a cute girl with glasses awkwardly seated at a table. Upon noticing Su Xuanqing, the girl quickly stood up, stammering, hello? Are you Miss Su? I am Lin Yuan, the creator of the script for Nine Heaven's Dragon Song. The girl stumbled over her words, yet Su Xuanqing's attention was only partially focused on her. Beside Lin Yuan sat a fellow university student, while Su Xuanqing's mind echoed with the system's announcement. Detected a romantic mindset, named Lin Yuan, Danger Level 5. Shall we now access the details of the romance and initiate the rescue mission? Su Xuanqing briefly perused the romantic details pertaining to Lin Yuan, discovering that she was indeed a rare case of genuine romantic obsession, albeit one that had been manipulated into such a state. Lin Yuan's boyfriend, a classmate, initially pursued her, recognizing her considerable talent, but subsequently subjected her to relentless suppression, making her believe that only her boyfriend cared for her and that she possessed no abilities of her own, thus compelling her to heed his commands. No wonder Lin Yuan starred in a drama that garnered immense popularity, yet the director remained obscure and unrecognized. It became evident that her boyfriend had seized the opportunity brought forth by the show's success, usurping the director's credit and replacing the name with his own. To add insult to injury, he even coerced Lin Yuanyuan into becoming a homemaker while he floundered in his own endeavors, taking out his frustrations on her.
Bah.
What a despicable man. Xu Xuanqing remained standing, observing Lin Yuanyuan's boyfriend as he confidently rose to introduce himself. Hello, Sister Xu, I am Kai Cheng. Lin Yuanyuan's boyfriend and her collaborator. Together, we completed the creation of the script, which is why I am here with her today. Kai Cheng was evidently well-groomed for the occasion, adorned in new clothes, sporting a carefully styled haircut, and emanating the scent of cologne. Xu Xuanqing disregarded his outstretched hand, ordering a milk tea instead and taking a seat opposite them, articulating her terms. I shall invest in only one individual. The director's name can bear but one name. Both Lin Yuanyuan and Kai Cheng were taken aback by Xu Xuanqing's forthright declaration. They exchanged a glance before Kai Cheng spoke up. Sister Xu, while we are two individuals, we require only a singular investment, which will not encumber you with excess demands. Xu Xuanqing adopted an air of authority. Reclining in her chair with a smile, I have calculated that the director's name can only be one. This will ensure my success. You may deliberate on this matter. Both Kai Cheng and Lin Yuanyuan displayed expressions of discomfort. Xu Xuanqing stood and moved to place her order, allowing them ample time to confer. Although she already suspected the outcome, she wished to afford Lin Yuanyuan an opportunity to grasp the situation. 5 minutes later, Xu Xuanqing resumed her seat, inquiring, have you reached a consensus? Kai Cheng glanced at Lin Yuanyuan, his expression one of reluctance as he began. Sister Xu, this script was a collaborative effort, and we both hold it dear. However, we do not wish to forfeit this opportunity, so we discussed it and agreed that my name will be credited as the director, while Yuanyuan will co-direct during the filming. Does that work for you? Xu Xuanqing's smile broadened, nearly erupting into laughter. It became evident that silence often invites amusement. She turned her gaze to Lin Yuanyuan, who kept her head bowed, seemingly resigned to the decision. Xu Xuanqing queried, Lin Yuanyuan, is this your stance as well? Upon hearing her name, Lin Yuanyuan timidly lifted her head, her voice barely audible. Yes, it is. This drama, which you alone crafted, is a grand and ambitious work. Surely, you harbor a sense of discontent? Xu Xuanqing gently placed the script they had brought onto the table, her gaze piercing as she scrutinized Lin Yuanyuan. Why then? Would you choose to become a mere puppet within your own narrative, surrendering your agency to another, and not live for yourself? Lin Yuanyuan clenched her jaw, her head drooping further, rendered speechless. During the broadcast, only Kai Cheng's name will grace the screen, while you toil within the production as an unpaid laborer. Are you truly willing to accept this? Xu Xuanqing longed to rouse her from this stupor, yet their relationship did not afford her that liberty. Kai Cheng, perceiving Xu Xuanqing's demeanor, interjected, Sister Xu, Lin Yuanyuan's character is such. Please do not be angry. I will persuade her.
Xunqing in got Kai Cheng.
Focusing solely on Lin Yuanyuan, I am willing to invest in this drama, but the director's name must solely reflect Lin Yuanyuan. Kai Cheng, taken aback by Xu Xuanqing's stubbornness, immediately stood. That is unacceptable, Sister Xu. We have already reached an agreement. Your stance is rather unfair. He believed that Xu Xuanqing had approached them with a keen interest in the script's potential, thus locking down her conditions. Throughout, Lin Yuanyuan remained silent, her head bowed, as if resigned to her fate. Xu Xuanqing, seeing no hint of rebellion in her, lost interest. She had no intention of engaging in charity, nor would she squander her resources to elevate a man who merely reaped the rewards of another's labor. With a firm grip on the 2 cups of milk tea she had just purchased, she made her way toward the exit. Chapter 62. Each has their own fortune. Xu Xuanqing anticipated an attempt to retain her but was unprepared for Kai Cheng to block her path, his demeanor turning aggressive. What is this? Are you attempting to coerce me? With 2 glaring eyes and an open mouth, you aim to capture whoever you can. Is that it? What do you mean by this? Xu Xuanqing reinstated her smile, leaning back against the chair while directing her gaze at Lin Yuanyuan. Is this your idea, you 2 lovebirds? No investment, no departure? The more she disregarded Kai Cheng, the more his rage intensified. After all, his entire reliance lay on Lin Yuanyuan's talent. Lin Yuanyuan, startled by Xu Xuanqing's inquiry, cast a fearful glance at Kai Cheng. She finally stood, her lips moving without producing sound. There's no hope. This is truly hopeless. Kai Cheng, Satisfied with Lin Yuanyuan's demeanor, advanced towards Su Xuanqing, donning a facade of polite insincerity. Sister Su, we are all students here, and we value every investment. There is no need to abandon this over a few disagreements. Is there not a way for us to sit down and discuss this? Su Xuanqing, disinterested in further discourse, turned her attention toward the door, lazily calling out, Chao Ge, I require assistance. Instantly, two bodyguards clad in black burst through the door, swiftly subduing Kai Cheng amidst the startled gasps of the patrons. Their movements were rapid and precise. Kai Cheng's face was forcefully pressed against the table, contorted in a grotesque manner. The owner of the milk tea shop, familiar with Kai Cheng, had previously feigned ignorance, but upon witnessing his predicament, rushed forward, exclaiming, Oh dear. Lady, let us discuss this calmly. Such actions are rather inappropriate. We live in a society governed by law. Only then did Su Xuanqing finally glance at Kai Cheng. Did you think that securing investment for a script was akin to collecting protection fees at the school gate? At over 20 years of age, you are hardly a child anymore. It's high time you matured. The future awaits you, bright and promising. Even in the face of adversity, Kai Cheng glared at Su Xuanqing in futile defiance, only to be pressed down more firmly. Su Xuanqing had no desire to engage further with such individuals. She gathered her belongings and exited the establishment. The bodyguards issued a few threats to Kai Cheng before releasing him and pursuing Su Xuanqing outside. They had originally been tasked by Jin Chao to discreetly protect Su Xuanqing, with specific instructions to remain inconspicuous so as not to incite the young mistress's ire. How, then, did their presence become known? The bodyguards were perplexed and dared not inquire further, choosing instead to retreat into the shadows once more. As Su Xuanqing approached the car parked across the street, she was suddenly called out to. Turning around, she was surprised to see Lin Yuanyuan rushing towards her, her face flushed and her gaze cast downward, as if she dared not meet Su Xuanqing's eyes. Su Xuanqing assumed Lin Yuanyuan had come to apologize on behalf of Kai Cheng, but was taken aback when Lin Yuanyuan stammered, Miss Su, why do you insist on this proposal? She referred to Su Xuanqing's demand to solely invest in Lin Yuanyuan's directorial project. Su Xuanqing regarded her with a gentle smile and asked, Are you truly content to live a life so controlled? To relinquish your work to another, allowing him to bask in the glory and reap the financial rewards, while you remain at home, bearing children and fading into obscurity. This is the reality of your existence, and I do not seek to intimidate you. The individual before her perhaps understood their situation, yet remained unwilling to step out of the confines of their comfort. Su Xuanqing was not a do-gooder. Her tone remained calm as she continued, I wish to open the cage for you, but you have declined.
So be it.
Each person must bear their own fortune. Lin Yuanyuan's head drooped further, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Thank you, Miss Su, for your kindness. I apologize on behalf of Kai Cheng. Even if my name is not included, I will wholeheartedly devote myself to the project. No need, Su Xuanqing interjected, cutting through her persistent ramblings. She opened the car door and said coolly, Opportunities do not present themselves repeatedly, and I am not a philanthropist. While the work is important, people are paramount. Your submission will only embolden him, and he will not cherish the script. With that, she raised the car window, turning her gaze away from Lin Yuanyuan's expression. She aspired to assist as many young women as possible, yet recognized that not everyone is deserving of salvation in this world. Being subjected to manipulation was certainly not Lin Yuanyuan's fault, but when a hand was offered to pull her from the depths, she remained ensnared in her familiar surroundings, unwilling to resist. This suggested that her wounds were not yet severe. When she had endured enough suffering, she would emerge, after all. Someone capable of crafting such an enchanting script could not be considered foolish. Su Xuanqing glanced at the script in her hands, regretfully setting it aside. Having consumed nearly half of her milk tea, she found the flavor delightful and instructed the driver to halt the vehicle, waiting for the bodyguards trailing behind. How wonderful! That young master Jin Chao has likely never tasted milk tea. I must introduce him to this delightful treat of the common folk. Life may be a struggle, but milk tea should be savored sweetly. Oh dear, I forgot to adjust the sweetness. He should like it full sugar, right? Su Xuanqing felt a twinge of guilt at having neglected to modify the sweetness. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, reasoning that if milk tea is not sweet, what joy is there in life? The window was tapped twice and she lowered it, smiling at the bodyguard outside. Big brother, could you take this milk tea to Brother Chao for me? The stern-faced bodyguard seemed taken aback by such an absurd request, hesitating for a few seconds before responding. Miss Su, our duty is to ensure your safety. We cannot leave your side indiscriminately. Su Xuanqing had anticipated this response and replied firmly, but there are two of you, aren't there? One can go, while the other remains to protect me in the car. Besides, I intend to stay here and review some materials, not venture elsewhere. After a moment's deliberation, the bodyguard took out his radio, exchanged a few words, and upon receiving approval, accepted the milk tea and departed. Another bodyguard swiftly approached and took the seat beside her. Su Xuanqing understood that this was all Jin Chao's goodwill, and she had grown accustomed to such care. Feeling no discomfort in it, I could cry, in this wealthy family, who besides Brother Chao treats me like a child. Time to review my plan B. I hope it won't let me down this time. Su Xuanqing motivated herself before diving back into the materials provided by Jin Chao. The fantasy drama had hit a snag, and she needed to swiftly find a suitable replacement script. The information Jin Chao had shared was quite detailed, even including scores for the graduation projects. She focused on the 3 scripts, honing in on the fantasy storyline. As she cross-referenced them, she discovered that the fantasy drama was merely second in line. The other suspense drama she had shortlisted the previous night boasted the highest scores and popularity. She couldn't fathom why this drama had seemingly vanished from the narrative. Perhaps it was simply too highly anticipated, leading to its downfall. Chapter 63. The Moment of Exceptional Opportunity. Su Xuanqing could not decipher the reasons behind it, so she wasted no time and called the creator of the suspense drama directly. On the other end, a young man's voice answered. Upon hearing Su Xuanqing's interest and investment, he initially erupted with excitement, but then hesitated, faltering in his response. Oh no. Have I been too slow, and has someone else snatched it up? Is it inappropriate to seize an opportunity? Never mind, let's first inquire about the situation. If he can come, it must mean the deal isn't finalized. Though Su Xuanqing was met with reluctance, she managed to arrange a meeting with him at a nearby cake shop at the school gate. Those who could be lured away were not true walls. They were fated to be elsewhere. The young man's name was Josh, and he appeared clean-cut, his jeans faded from washing, and he sat somewhat uneasily across from her. Su Xuanqing ordered him a small dessert as well, and then asked, "It was inconvenient to discuss on the phone earlier, but I genuinely admire your script. Are you facing any difficulties?" A flicker of hurt passed through Josh's eyes before he resolutely replied, "I apologize, but I truly want to accept your investment offer. However, my script has already been bought out by someone else." Su Xuanqing was taken aback. Once a script is bought out, it loses its connection to the original creator, becoming something that can be altered at will. It is rare for someone to so carelessly discard their hard work, unless she gathered her thoughts and inquired, "Josh, did they offer you a high price?" A hint of embarrassment crossed Josh's face as he confessed. "I only learned last week that my father had been swindled by a fraudulent organization, leaving us unable to pay my tuition. Just then Tianyu Media approached me, offering to pay a flat sum of 50,000, so I Su Xuanqing understood. But 50,000 was far too little. This was a first-place opportunity that came once a year. Merely the hype alone would garner substantial attention. No wonder the narrative bore no trace of this drama. It had evidently been altered to failure. Oh dear, I find myself harboring some rather unethical thoughts. They're only willing to pay, but they haven't actually done so, right? The choices in life are numerous. This is not me taking advantage, but rather providing an opportunity for the young man. Su Xuanqing gazed at Josh, her eyes alight with curiosity as she posed the burning question. "So, have you signed the contract? Has the money been transferred to you yet?" Her fervent gaze was so intense that it left Josh momentarily dazed. He shook his head, responding, "The contract has indeed not been signed yet, but I have given them my word, and it would be inappropriate to backtrack." Su Xuanqing extended her 5 fingers, enticingly declaring, 500,000. I am willing to invest 500,000, granting you full rights to your work. My investment is in you as a person, and all I require is a notification of the process." She was acutely aware that 500,000 was hardly sufficient, likely insufficient even for the initial preparations. However, it was evident that Josh did not comprehend these intricacies. Upon hearing the sudden escalation of the monetary offer and the ownership of his creation, he felt an intense stir of desire. Yet, he wavered for only a moment before resolutely declining, "Thank you very much for your appreciation, Su. However, having made a promise, I cannot retract it. If I write further scripts in the future, I hope we can collaborate again." Su Xuanqing felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet she deeply admired Josh's sincerity, prompting her to refrain from pressing the matter further. She gestured towards the small cake before them, smiling, "All right, let us simply enjoy this meal." I wish your script great success, and should you have any promising works in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Josh exhaled in relief, gratefully taking down Xu Xuanqing's contact information. Just as they each took a bite, Josh's phone rang. He glanced apologetically at Xu Xuanqing before rising to answer the call at the door. Xu Xuanqing absent-mindedly scooped at the small cake on her plate, her ears perked up, eavesdropping on the conversation outside. At first, Josh's voice was barely audible, but soon it grew louder. What? This is not what we agreed upon. It is inappropriate. Xu Xuanqing listened intently for a while, but could only capture fragmented phrases, ultimately conceding defeat. Before long, Josh returned to his seat, his face ashen. Xu Xuanqing cast a sidelong glance at him, having no intention of breaking the silence. Yet Josh spoke up. Xu, Tianyu Media just contacted me unexpectedly, stating that my script failed the second round of reviews, and the collaboration has been cancelled. His tone was laden with hurt. This maneuver by Tianyu felt like a direct assault on his righteous spirit. Maintaining an impassive demeanor while consuming her cake, Xu Xuanqing replied in a nonchalant tone. Oh,
Is that so?
Internally, however, she was screaming with exhilaration, having run a mental marathon of joy. How splendid! It's a company lacking vision. We are saved. Thank you. Heavens, for this opportunity. I shall seize it with both hands. The young lad is still too naive, though he is in his senior year. He remains an innocent student, unaware of the world's harsh realities. Meanwhile, standing in the office of Tianyu's president, Jean Chao gently sipped his tea, nodding slightly at the person across from him. Pleasure doing business with you. Josh felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him, unsure of how to position his limbs. He had just firmly rejected an offer, and now he found himself needing to express a desire for investment once more, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yet, he realized he had to choose between pride and financial necessity. Recalling his family's predicament, his father in debt, his mother unwell, his sister studying, and his own ineptitude, he set aside his pride and, gritting his teeth, inquired, Xu, may I ask if your proposed investment still stands? All terms are negotiable. Absolutely. The terms remain unchanged. Let us sign the contract now. To his surprise, Xu Xuanqing was remarkably forthright, producing a contract she had prepared in advance and sliding it toward him. Do you have any friends-in-law? Have them review the contract to ensure there are no issues. I would not want you to feel I have deceived you post-signature. Josh was genuinely taken aback by Xu Xuanqing's decisiveness, having anticipated a more protracted process. He hastily took the document and began perusing it. As he read, he felt a surge of gratitude. Although he was not well-versed in intricate legal clauses, it was evident to any discerning eye that the contract was extraordinarily favorable to him, safeguarding his creative freedom. As a soon-to-be graduate, who does not harbor dreams for the future, upon completing his review, he promptly produced a pen, declaring no need. I can sign it right now. With that, he affixed his name to both copies of the contract, his gaze towards Xu Xuanqing brimming with hope and fervor for the future. Xu Xuanqing shook her head, recognizing the impulsiveness and passion of youth. Luckily, being a good person herself, she had no intention of exploiting Josh, otherwise, it would have been a disaster. She collected the contract before her. Assuming her role as the employer, each of us shall retain a copy of the contract. If you discover any issues upon review, feel free to reach out to me. The funds will be transferred to your account this afternoon. Resolve your family matters swiftly, and prepare to commence work. Josh's respect for Xu Xuanqing gradually grew as he attentively absorbed her subsequent arrangements, nodding in agreement. Although this is your debut work, my expectations are high. We must compete with others in the same time frame and secure victory. Xu Xuanqing chose not to directly mention Lin Yuanyuan's project, not wanting to create any discomfort for the young man regarding his classmates. She emphasized, however, that money must yield results. Should additional funds be necessary, they could be requested. But mediocrity was unacceptable. Seeing Xu Xuanqing's earnest dedication to his work moved Josh deeply, prompting him to silently vow to achieve results worthy of her faith. Yet, he was no fool. He understood that the so-called contemporaries were likely his classmates. Nevertheless, he felt unperturbed. Xu Xuanqing continued discussing script ideas and casting concepts with Josh, unexpectedly discovering that their thoughts aligned in numerous aspects, confirming him as a worthy collaborator. Josh, inspired, assured her that he would promptly attend to his family matters and soon immerse himself in the project, refining the film's details and officially embarking on the endeavor. Xu Xuanqing observed the vibrant young man envisioning the future, her heart brimming with aspirations for financial success. They engaged in a delightful exchange, devising uncomplicated preemptive solutions for the challenges they could foresee. Josh is truly remarkable, with innovative ideas and a strong capacity to absorb feedback. He incorporates my suggestions seamlessly. If we launch in the summer of next year, I should be able to bid farewell to this high society life, quietly retreating to earn my keep, hee.
Indeed.
One must rely on oneself. My recent indulgences alongside Chao nearly rendered me unproductive. Xunqing felt a warm glow within, realizing that the right work could indeed bring joy. She was thoroughly pleased with the outcome of her outing. While Lin Yuanyuan's fantasy drama remained her primary objective, she believed this suspenseful project with Josh held far greater potential than the other two. She even began to confidently muse that the previous success of the fantasy genre might have been due to her lack of investment in suspense. After leaving the cake shop, the two parted ways. Josh, invigorated by their discussion, resolved to return home to elaborate on details, drafting a timeline and project proposal.
Meanwhile,
Xunqing climbed into her familiar vehicle. However, instead of instructing the driver to head back immediately, she rubbed her temples, muttering to herself, why does it feel like I'm forgetting something? After pondering for a while without clarity, she decided to let it go, reminding herself that her objectives for the day had been accomplished. Just as the car was about to pull away, a frantic knock echoed against the window. Xunqing rolled down the car window and was greeted by the sight of a breathless young woman standing outside, clearly having just sprinted over, struggling to articulate a complete sentence. However, words were unnecessary. Xunqing's system had already begun to relay information in her mind, detected a lovesick individual named Rinchichi, with a danger level of 4. Would you like to retrieve the romantic details now and commence the rescue mission? Upon hearing this name, Xunqing couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. How could she have forgotten something so crucial? Last night, she had shortlisted 3 scripts, and apart from the 2 she had just discussed, there was a passionate campus drama directed by none other than Rinchichi. Heavens above! Could it be that I am the chosen heroine of this world? I encountered Joshua but was intercepted, and now, having forgotten about Rinchichi, she has come seeking me. It appears that my fate in the entertainment industry is destined to be one of great abundance. Moreover, this industry is fraught with complexities and scandals, tailor-made for me to thrive and profit, one job yielding 2 incomes. What bliss! As Xunqing indulged in her daydreams, she did not forget to address the person outside. Is there something you need? Would you like to get in and discuss? Yes. Rinchichi finally caught her breath, but felt it was somewhat impolite, so she opened the car door and introduced herself. Hello, I am Rinchichi, a recent graduate from the directing department of the Drama Academy. I would like to recommend a script I have written. Xunqing nodded, gesturing for her to take a seat. Once inside, Rinchichi glanced at the driver and bodyguard in the front seat, her voice dropping to a whisper. Sister Qing, could you ask the gentleman in the front to step out for a moment? I have something I wish to discuss with you privately. Xunqing's demeanor shifted to one of caution as she regarded the driver and bodyguard. Why do you call me Sister Qing? I only invited you into the car. I haven't disclosed any personal information. A flicker of panic crossed Rinchichi's eyes as she quickly clarified, I'm Lin Yuanyuan's roommate. I heard someone was coming to speak with her about investment, so I inquired about your name and chased after you. Xunqing believed her words. Yet she remained wary of this stranger. After all, she had only recently been resurrected and had experienced targeting and kidnapping, witnessing violence firsthand. Her sense of security was at its peak. Just say what you need to say. I won't interfere with them. And they won't be getting out of the car, Xunqing stated bluntly. What if they exited, and in this confined space, Rinchichi pulled out a knife? How would she defend herself? Rinchichi, surprised by Xunqing's caution, bit her lip but pressed on. Sister Qing, this is my original campus script. Youth is just a word. I wonder if you might be interested? Xunqing had actually perused the script's synopsis earlier. It exuded a youthful essence that resonated with her. She accepted the script Rinchichi offered, perusing its contents with a distracted mind as she simultaneously accessed the romantic details from her system. As expected, the system never disappointed her. Rinchichi's story was indeed quite explosive. In the original plot, Rinchichi had secured her own funding. However, due to a low budget and a shortage of actors, when a supporting actress abruptly left mid-shoot, it became difficult to find a suitable replacement. Consequently, she decided to take on the role herself. After the drama aired, her portrayal garnered positive attention, leading her to consider a transition into acting. Unfortunately, shortly after signing with the company, she was coerced into compromising situations, and her resistance resulted in her becoming a mere plaything, ultimately ruining her life. Xu Xuanqing sighed. Such occurrences in the entertainment industry seemed almost commonplace. While some individuals pursued shortcuts and resorted to unscrupulous means, a greater number, like Rin Qiqi, were forced into invisible quagmires. I will prepare diligently. I have previous experience from working on sets. I hope Sister Qing will give it serious consideration, Ren Qiqi added, sensing Xu Xuanqing's distracted demeanor as she clutched the script. This was her only lifeline, and she needed to seize it. Chapter 65. The Dual Fate of Reborn Souls. Xu Xuanqing listened to Ren Qiqi's resolute words and emerged from the depths of her system's revelations. This child truly has a heart. Look at what she has been driven to. The wretched entertainment industry, if I can save one, it will be worth it. At least she has potential. In contrast to Lin Yuanyuan's character, who was aware of the futility yet wished to endure a lifetime of suffering, Xu Xuanqing admired Ren Qiqi's bravery in fighting for herself. Was this not also a form of self-rescue? Xu Xuanqing closed the script and, with unwavering directness, inquired, "How much investment do you seek?" Ren Qiqi was taken aback, as Xu Xuanqing either remained silent or delivered strikingly blunt remarks. It took her a moment to process before she stammered, "Sister Qing, I don't want money or investment. You can decide how to produce the script, but I need assistance." Xu Xuanqing instinctively took a step back, widening the distance between them. This is not right. Something feels off. Opportunities like this don't just fall from the sky, especially not when they are almost being stuffed into my mouth. Ren Qiqi, sensing Xu Xuanqing's silence, felt her face flush and her breath quicken. It seemed she finally steeled herself, closing her eyes and exclaiming, "I want a benefactor. Sister Qing, would you be willing?"
Xunqing.
Help.
Encounter davallado.
And a beautiful one at that. Perhaps I misunderstood. The girl is willingly engaging in these arrangements. I shouldn't meddle. Xu Xuanqing adopted a serious demeanor, signaling to the driver, "Quickly, drive to the hospital. Let us get her a neurological evaluation." Ren Qiqi felt on the verge of tears. "Sister Qing, that's not what I meant. I just wanted to know if you could look out for me in the future. I have some secrets I can't share." Xu Xuanqing was perplexed. Given Ren Qiqi's age and her moderately well-off family background, what kind of overwhelming secret could she possibly harbor? Moreover, if it were truly a secret that couldn't be disclosed, how could she dare to offer help? What if it involved hiding a body after committing murder? Just then, she realized that her understanding of Ren Qiqi's romantic details was far from complete. There were still several pages of revelations to uncover. Xu Xuanqing hurriedly glanced through, only to discover that Ren Qiqi was not just entangled in one scandal but was, in fact, a rare double-edged fate. Besides being coerced, Ren Qiqi was also one of the future experimental subjects of Jean Beiming. Jean Beiming was notorious for employing such methods, personally taking charge or grooming certain men to use love as bait to lure naive girls into a nightmarish experiment. Ren Qiqi, believing the gentle reassurances offered at a drinking party were a lifeline, had unknowingly stepped deeper into the mire. Xu Xuanqing began to empathize with Ren Qiqi's forthcoming tribulations. Wait. Forthcoming? Why was she so agitated and eager for protection now? Xu Xuanqing was convinced that Ren Qiqi must indeed harbor secrets that were better left unspoken. Determined to uncover the truth, she addressed the bodyguard and driver, "You two step out of the car. Allow me to speak with her privately for a moment." The bodyguard immediately expressed his refusal, saying, "Miss Xu, it's not possible. Our orders are to ensure your safety." However, Xu Xuanqing was eager to uncover the truth, suggesting, "What if you stand by the car while I keep the window and door closed? Would that be acceptable?" Ren Qiqi nodded vigorously, her eyes pleading. The bodyguard and driver exchanged glances and reluctantly agreed, each stationed on either side of the vehicle. Xu Xuanqing turned to Ren Qiqi, her gaze filled with curiosity. "Now can we speak? What secrets do you harbor?" Ren Qiqi clenched her fists, seemingly summoning all her strength as she lowered her voice. "I may encounter some difficulties in the future, all within the scope of Sister Qing's capabilities. When the time comes, Sister Qing can lend me a hand." Xu Xuanqing recognized her caution and understood her reasoning. Yet, from her own perspective, as the chosen protector, she felt entitled to know what troubles might arise. After all, who would bear the burden of another's uncertainties based solely on vague insinuations? Xu Xuanqing joked, "Are you starting to predict the future? What if you plan to rob a bank? Would you expect me to clean up the mess? I cannot agree to such ambiguous terms." At her words, Ren Qiqi lowered her head, caught in a dilemma. With graduation approaching, She did not intend to abandon her aspirations in the entertainment industry. However, contemplating the potential for a painful existence once more, she resolved to seize the opportunity and take a gamble. This may seem absurd, but I assure you, every word I utter henceforth is the truth. Ren Qiqi mustered her courage and asked, Sister Qing, do you believe in reincarnation? Xu Xuanqing felt no tremors within her heart, instead experiencing an emotion akin to, as expected. Excellent, we have the elements of a novel, a system, and reincarnation all in one. What comes next? I boldly predict that a revival of spiritual energy will allow me to cultivate immortality. Or perhaps awakening an ancient bloodline to initiate an interstellar war plan would be thrilling as well. Xu Xuanqing's mind was a chaotic tangle of thoughts. Ever since she accepted the notion that she existed within a narrative and had bound herself to a peculiar system, she found herself no longer surprised by anything. Indeed, it was not long before she encountered a reincarnated individual. Yet, she chose to conceal her awareness, feigning disbelief. Little sister, have you read too many novels?
Ain't Kiki.
Witnessing Xu Xuanqing's reaction, felt a wave of relief wash over her. It was precisely what she had anticipated. She quickly clarified, it's true. Before my reincarnation, I met Sister Qing. In my past life, you extended your hand to help me during my darkest hours, and for that, I have always been grateful. I sought you out because I knew you were a good person. Xu Xuanqing gleaned a few insights, but had no recollection of the narrative Ren Qiqi described. The storyline presented to her by the system primarily focused on the female antagonist's perspective, where she was perpetually entangled with the leads, and the details did not delve deeply enough into the daily occurrences to capture her character's minor rescues. Xu Xuanqing believed half of Ren Qiqi's tale, yet maintained a facade of skepticism. What evidence do you have for your claims? What if they are mere fabrications? Having revealed her initial card, Ren Qiqi found it easier to continue speaking. After all, during her days of reincarnation, these thoughts had been bottled up inside her, and she had no one among her friends to confide in. She had even attempted to persuade her roommate, Lin Yuanyuan, only to be scolded by Kai Cheng at the school gate. In my past life, Sister Qing, you acted in my roommate Lin Yuanyuan's drama as the second female lead. However, due to conflicts with the protagonist, Su Momo, you were subjected to widespread online harassment. In Chapter 66, Tasting the Capitalist Salt, Ren Qiqi recounted Xu Xuanqing's life trajectory based on her memories. Then she spoke of her own experience. I have great confidence in the quality of this campus drama. However, my previous life was fraught with setbacks, and I was almost victimized by unscrupulous companies, which almost led to me being coerced into compromising situations, and even worse, some individuals had ulterior motives. Her voice trailed off, her complexion pale as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Yet, Xu Xuanqing understood. What Ren Qiqi described resonated closely with the romantic intricacies of the narrative. As for why she refrained from mentioning Jean Beiming's experiments, it was likely due to her recollection of Xu Xuanqing's relentless pursuit of him in her previous life, making her hesitant to take that risk. If the current Xu Xuanqing had already developed feelings for Jean Beiming, wouldn't Ren Qiqi merely be delivering herself as a pawn? Xu Xuanqing had already come to believe most of what Ren Qiqi said. As a character destined to be a sacrificial pawn in the narrative, she naturally felt some compassion for other characters in similar predicaments. The idea of a pawn alliance seemed appealing. However, she did not wish to reveal her own position, so she feigned reluctance. Though I am skeptical about the concept of reincarnation, I find your script intriguing. You may present your requests, she hastily added, but they must be reasonable. I cannot act as a financial backer. I still want to find my own financier. Ren Qiqi observed Xu Xuanqing's relaxation and felt a surge of relief, akin to a deflated balloon. She was aware that Xu Xuanqing's future was not particularly bright, but since they stood on opposing sides of fate from Su Momo and Jean Beiming, they could strive together. Ren Qiqi had already formulated her desires and boldly declared, Sister Qing, after I graduate and finish filming this drama, may I become your agent? Though she had some talent in directing, the risks were considerable, and the anxiety of her past life coupled with 2 lifetimes of memories rendered her unable to craft a complete story. It was wiser to choose a field with which she was more familiar. Xu Xuanqing had not anticipated such a request. After a moment of contemplation, she acquiesced. Certainly. Prepare yourself in advance, and we shall discuss this further. As for this drama, we will take our time to prepare. Before you, we need to shoot another one. Ren Qiqi was somewhat taken aback. Although she had bravely stepped forward to request investment, altering a portion of her destiny, Xu Xuanqing's actions were entirely different from before. She was initiating investment at such an early stage. Though Rin Qiqi felt puzzled, she recalled that in her previous life, she and Su Xuanqing had only crossed paths briefly and had little interaction, leading her to assume that Su Xuanqing had been involved in many unseen endeavors behind the public eye. Finally at ease, Rin Qiqi reflected that she had not slept soundly during the past half-month of her reincarnation. Su Xuanqing watched her silhouette fade away at the school gate before signaling the driver to proceed. Today had been overwhelmingly fruitful, although she had not achieved her primary objective. The remaining surprises had far exceeded her expectations. Returning to the Jin residence, Su Xuanqing was greeted by a man in a trench coat, his features sharp yet softening upon seeing her. Back already? Are you tired today? Jin Zhao naturally reached out to ruffle her fluffy hair. Su Xuanqing presented the takeout cake to him, her spirit buoyant. Not at all. I've been drinking milk tea and eating cake. How could I be tired? Jin Zhao accompanied her inside. Yes, the milk tea you brought me is delightful. Isn't it delightful? Exclaimed Su Xuanqing, elated upon receiving a commendation from a client. Let's celebrate with a drink next time. The living room was bathed in a warm glow, and with Jinhua's family having retreated to their rooms post-dinner, Su Xuanqing felt an even greater sense of joy at the absence of any unpleasant company. Ascending the stairs together, they arrived at Su Xuanqing's bedroom, which had transformed into their secret haven. Jin Zhao opened the charming cherry-shaped cake that Su Xuanqing had brought back. As he savored its sweetness, he inquired, "How was your day? Did everything go smoothly?" Su Xuanqing, her eyes alight with excitement, eagerly recounted her day's adventures, discreetly omitting any mention of Rin Qiqi's resurrection. Jin Zhao maintained a gentle smile throughout. He had gleaned the entirety of her experiences from her earlier musings, but relished the sight of her vibrant demeanor, as though all weariness could be healed in her presence. After Su Xuanqing regaled him with her thrilling day, Jin Zhao had nearly finished the small cake. Parched? She grabbed a nearby can of cola and took a hearty gulp, feeling refreshed. Curiously, she asked Jin Zhao, "Brother Zhao, what work did you do today? If it's inconvenient, feel free to skip it, I understand." Jin Zhao regarded her, his tone unassuming. "Oh, it was nothing much, just the acquisition of an entertainment company." Su Xuanqing's mind raced. Did I just imagine that? Surely, it was just a figment of my imagination. How could Brother Zhao, a corporate magnate, casually declare such a daunting feat? Acquiring a company so nonchalantly makes what I shared earlier seem like mere child's play. Help! Striving to suppress her disdain for capitalists, Su Xuanqing forced a smile. Aha, an acquisition? That sounds excellent. Jin Zhao continued, "You mentioned wanting to enter the entertainment industry, right? You could directly sign your team under my Green Wild Entertainment. What do you think?" Su Xuanqing's head was filled with tiny question marks. Could it be that Brother Zhao acquired an entertainment company for my sake? Goodness, have I truly become this self-absorbed? Green Wild Entertainment seems to have a promising future, having produced several hits. Surely, it's for profit, right? Jin Zhao spoke leisurely. The upper management of Green Wild Entertainment has undergone a reshuffle. It's an opportune time for talent. The two new directors you signed today show great potential, and I have high hopes for them. Initially lost in her thoughts, Su Xuanqing felt reassured by his words. Yes. Those two young talents are indeed impressive. Jin Zhao, a man of action, casually placed the contract on the table and asked, "Would you like to have a professional review it?" Su Xuanqing shook her head, flipping through a few pages before her eyes widened. Wait, Brother Zhao. Won't this contract lead to losses for you? The contract was evidently tailored for her, outlining roles for actors, screenwriters, and crew, with the crucial detail that any losses would be borne by the company, while she would receive 80% of the profits. Jin Zhao playfully tapped the table with his fingers. When have you ever seen a capitalist engage in a losing deal? That's a valid point. Well then, Su Xuanqing shall relish the taste of this capitalist's fortunes, hee. With a joyful heart, Su Xuanqing signed the contract, entirely forgetting her previous thoughts of navigating the entertainment industry as an escape from the wealthy elite. Jin Zhao, witnessing her signature, stood to leave. If you have any plans moving forward, feel free to report them to me. I'm here to assist. Su Xuanqing felt the thrill of privilege wash over her as she stood at attention, saluting, "Yes, President. Hooray. Wealth and prosperity are just around the corner. Life is filled with promise." Chapter 67. To live is to work. As Jin Zhao exited her room, Su Xuanqing peeked out to bid farewell to her boss. Just as she intended to close the door after he entered the adjacent room, she locked eyes with Jin Beiming, who had just appeared in the hallway. She hurriedly slammed the door shut, feeling it prudent to lock it for safety. What a stroke of bad luck. This is truly unfortunate. Opening the notebook that Jin Zhao had gifted her, Su Xuanqing began fervently typing on her keyboard, ignited with passion as she prepared her project proposal. Meanwhile, Jin Beiming's expression darkened upon witnessing the two of them. For the past few days, he and Jin Hua had been working late into the night. He was perplexed by Su Xiyuan's uncanny ability to nearly trace their laboratory's location, forcing him and Jin Hua to exhaustively search for a new site. Relocating their equipment and specimens while engaging in a cat-and-mouse game with Su Xiyuan to erase all traces of their activities. With Su Xiyuan's relentless pursuit, time was of the essence. They needed to swiftly ensnare Su Momo's willing cooperation to ensure the continuation of their final experiment. As the moon crept above the treetops, casting a clandestine glow on the slumbering and restless inhabitants of the villa, Su Xuanqing enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep, having not experienced any nightmares since that one dreadful occasion. This week, she and Jin Zhao were engrossed in their respective careers, sharing breakfast in the mornings before each delved into their tasks until evening. Together with Ren Qiqi and Xiao Shi, Su Xuanqing organized a script reading group, diligently refining the script, making revisions to any clumsy or flagged sections. Both Xiao Shi and Ren Qiqi exhibited commendable professionalism, particularly Ren Qiqi, whose experiences across 2 lifetimes provided her with invaluable insights into the intricacies of the production. With the assistance of several seasoned screenwriters sent over by Jin Zhao, the trio demonstrated visible progress. Su Xuanqing, not being a professional in this field, contributed by posing questions from an audience's perspective, ensuring that no detail went unnoticed, while also serving as their enthusiastic cheerleader. The boss's praise filled the room with buoyancy. However, her compliments were not arbitrary. Even as a layperson, she could discern that the script was indeed becoming increasingly captivating. By the end of the week, Xiao Shi presented her with a final draft, and both he and Ren Qiqi successfully transitioned to full-time positions. Having signed a confidentiality agreement with Green Wild Entertainment under Su Xuanqing's leadership. Seated in a cafe, Su Xuanqing stirred her coffee, sweetened with double the sugar, while discussing their timeline. We need to finalize a schedule for school commitments so we can stagger our work hours. This month, we will distribute the script synopsis and prepare to publicly recruit actors. Once we reach a sufficient number of applicants, we can commence the selection process next month. This had been their prearranged discussion, and both Xiao Shi and Ren Qiqi were brimming with excitement. Beginning the casting process signified that their script was entering the public eye, garnering anticipation and scrutiny. This suspenseful drama would mark their inaugural step into the entertainment industry. While they planned to embark on Ren Qiqi's campus drama following the completion of this project, Xiao Shi brimmed with confidence. As a low-budget web series, I genuinely believe this script holds great promise. No, we are not merely a low-budget web series. Su Xuanqing pushed the contract she had just secured from Green Wild Entertainment forward. We are a key project set for promotion next year, yet to be publicly announced by Green Wild Entertainment. Josh and Ren Qiqi were both in disbelief. Josh, however, maintained a certain level of trust in Su Xuanqing, viewing her as the absolute authority akin to the head of Green Wild Entertainment. In contrast, Ren Qiqi was genuinely perplexed. Despite having lived once before, she found herself unable to reconcile any information. During this period in her past life, Green Wild Entertainment was mired in a tax scandal, languishing for nearly 3 years before regaining its footing. This time around, however, it had quietly resolved its significant troubles and even formed a partnership with Su Xuanqing. Yet, these unforeseen changes were indeed fortuitous. She wouldn't be foolish enough to ruminate on them, instead burying her questions deep within and joining in the applause with everyone else. Su Xuanqing believed that this project, akin to a fantasy epic, would undoubtedly succeed as long as the casting was appropriate. However, considering the system's exasperating demands, she opted to carve out a role that required little more than good looks and no acting skills. I shall portray the character of Aura. When the time comes to join the cast, you both must behave naturally. The fact that I am an investor in this production must remain confidential. Naturally, Josh and Ren Qiqi had no objections and immediately agreed. Upon seeing Su Xuanqing take on the role of Aura, Ren Qiqi suddenly recalled the entanglements Su Xuanqing had with Su Momo in the entertainment industry during her previous life. With a hint of hesitation, she spoke up. Sister Qing, my roommate Lin Yuanyuan's drama has also secured new investment and completed its casting. It seems they are set to begin filming soon, with a projected release next summer. Su Xuanqing nodded. She was already aware of this matter, as Su Xiyuan had lavishly purchased a script for Su Momo, and such news was unlikely to remain concealed. Though Su Momo was merely a newcomer, the male lead they had chosen was a young actor with commendable skills and charm, allowing him to emerge prominently in this production and ultimately earn the title of Best Actor, albeit as Su Momo's devoted admirer. This time, however, Xu Xuanqing vowed not to be foolish enough to play a supporting role merely to complement Su Momo. She intended to become a formidable force, a driving power behind the project she invested in, ensuring its triumph over others, thus reaping both fame and fortune. What of Su Momo's rise to prominence based on her looks? Without this representative work to her name, even with continued push, she would find it challenging to soar to great heights in a short span. After their meeting concluded earlier than usual, Xu Xuanqing relished a rare return to the Jin family before nightfall. Ever since investing in the script, she had been leaving for work daily, feeling an immense sense of fulfillment, almost falling in love with the notion of employment. Before being bound to the system and entering the affluent circle, Xu Xuanqing had indeed been working. Initially, she had ventured into self-media, becoming a moderately successful beauty blogger. However, after her account was inexplicably suspended, she transitioned to an MCN company as an emotional host. Yet, the stringent rules in the streaming room were disheartening. A single joke could cost her 200, while a single insult could result in a 300 deduction. After a day's streaming, Xu Xuanqing found herself in debt to the company for 3,000. Fortunately, the company, showing some humanity, transferred her to a behind-the-scenes voice room, where she merely needed to extol the virtues of the main host. However, after adding him on WeChat, she mockingly commented on his wig's lack of luster on social media, resulting in her complete dismissal from that position. Truly, fate has a sense of humor, and life is unpredictable. Fortunately, just a day after her dismissal, she found herself embroiled in a scandal while gossiping, which led to her binding with the system and entering the Xu family. What a seamless transition that was. Indeed, as long as one is alive, opportunities will continuously arise. Chapter 68. The Perfect Gown, Mastered. Initially, under the system's coercion, Xu Xuanqing had harbored a strong aversion to the idea of entering the entertainment industry. After all, her prior exposure had only revealed negative reviews, leading her to believe that she would have to ingratiate herself with others to survive. Yet now, she found joy in her situation and began to sense the allure of creation. Indeed, one often perceives a situation through the lens of others' portrayals. In the narrative, my struggles in the industry primarily stemmed from encountering Su Momo at the outset. This time, I am well prepared. Perhaps it is time to surprise Su Momo. Xu Xuanqing was already beginning to look forward to her new life in the entertainment industry, even if it included the shadows of some unpleasant individuals. Of course, this newfound happiness was largely due to Jin Zhao, who had crafted an environment for her that required no concern over past affairs. Thus, it is essential to align oneself with the right allies. Each day spent with Brother Zhao replenishes my energy. Feeling delighted and grateful towards the super-capitalist Jin Zhao, Xu Xuanqing completed her evening routine and settled on the carpet to peruse the latest entertainment news. Before long, the distinctive knock of Jin Zhao echoed outside the door. Xu Xuanqing set her phone down, realizing she shouldn't overthink matters. It seemed as though he possessed an uncanny ability to appear whenever she thought of him. Jin Zhao entered, pushing a clothing rack, and upon opening the door, he turned to her, saying, "Come and try on the gown you'll wear tomorrow. You've been quite busy these past few days, so we had to wait until now." Xu Xuanqing stood by the door, watching him bring in the gown, still somewhat taken aback. "Why are you suddenly preparing a gown for me? Is there an important event tomorrow?" "Surely. I'm not expected to walk the red carpet before officially entering the industry. I'm not prepared for that." "Indeed," Jin Zhao replied, settling onto the nearby sofa with a smile. "Did you forget what tomorrow is? It's our engagement day, and the Xu family seems to place great importance on it. Expect many guests, so it's only fitting for my fiancée to look her best."
Shocked?
Young maiden unexpectedly engaged. What secrets lie beneath? Isn't time passing too swiftly?
No.
I haven't had enough fun yet. Does this engagement mean I'll be returning to the Xu family? It's been ages since I last saw those unfortunate souls. I wonder if they are still alive. Strangely enough, I do miss them a bit. Despite her inner turmoil and sarcastic thoughts, Xu Xuanqing didn't forget to flatter her boss. Her face lit up with surprise and feigned joy. "Oh my, really? So, we're getting engaged tomorrow? I've been looking forward to it. The gown you've prepared for me is absolutely stunning. I adore it." In recent days, she had been testing the waters at the fringes of the entertainment circle, studying numerous promising scripts and acting classes, confident that her acting skills had improved tremendously. Jin Zhao, observing her performance, found it utterly unwatchable. However, he remained unperturbed and simply urged her, "I'll wait here for you. Go try it on." Xu Xuanqing hurriedly slipped into the fitting room with her gown, finally taking a moment to appreciate its design. The silver-white fabric shimmered across her shoulders and waist, and upon closer inspection, it was composed of tiny diamonds, refracting light in a dazzling display. The lower portion featured a delicate white tulle overlay atop a fringed hem, creating an ethereal effect. The gown was adorned with lifelike crystal butterflies, each meticulously crafted from flawless diamonds, appearing as though they might take flight at any moment. Xu Xuanqing felt that this formal dress resembled a wedding gown. Albeit lacking its grandeur, it allowed for graceful movement, exuding an ethereal beauty. Her fingertips glided down the fabric, and she found herself utterly enamored. However, when she began to don the dress, her spirits plummeted. Alas! I've been indulging in milk tea and hot pot with university students daily. While my youth has indeed returned, so has my little belly. Indeed. The foremost requirement for aspiring actresses is to shed weight. How lamentable that I did not comprehend this sooner. Breathe in, breathe out. Xu Xuanqing, you can do it. You are magnificent. This petite gown, you've got this. With a determined effort to pull in her stomach, she miraculously managed to zip up the dress. Yet, judging by her strained appearance, it was evident that she would forego late-night snacks and perhaps even breakfast the following day. Xu Xuanqing felt a wave of despair wash over her, but considering how splendidly she looked in the dress, she resolved to maintain her composure and stepped out with renewed vigor. Outside, Jin Zhao was ready, but was nonetheless taken aback by Xu Xuanqing's beauty. Her eyes sparkled with an enchanting light, and the shimmering white fabric enveloped her like a celestial being descended to earth to bestow blessings upon humanity. Noticing Jin Zhao's silence, Xu Xuanqing tugged at the delicate waist of a gown, feeling somewhat exasperated. Is it unflattering? Had I known the engagement would come so swiftly, I should have managed my weight better. It's beautiful, Jin Zhao replied, having stood up at some point to gently arrange her hair, his fingers brushing against her soft skin, igniting a tantalizing warmth. Xu Xuanqing felt a shiver run down her spine, as if struck by an electric current. I haven't done anything. Could I truly be jolted by the system? One often stumbles in familiar territory. Why am I perpetually ensnared by the same allure? She shook her hair, attempting to dismiss his touch, and voiced her concerns. But I suspect Su Momo will also wear a white gown. We won't end up in a fashion clash, will we? After all, she is the chosen heroine. White for me signifies despair, while for her, it symbolizes pure fortune. Perhaps I should refrain from serving as her benchmark. Xu Xuanqing's worries were unfounded, yet Jin Zhao's demeanor remained resolute. No need to fret, you shall not encounter anyone in the same dress. This gown was a creation inspired by the first time Jin Zhao laid eyes on Xu Xuanqing, sketched during a restless night. On that day, she resembled a butterfly poised to take flight, unable to conceal her brilliance. After their engagement was confirmed, he recalled the sketch, refining the details before sending it, along with her photographs, to a long-reclusive artisan who hurriedly crafted the singular piece. His gaze fixed on Xu Xuanqing, unwavering. Your temperament is perfectly suited for it. You look absolutely stunning. This was the second time Xu Xuanqing had heard Jin Zhao mention her temperament, prompting her curiosity. What kind of temperament do I possess? Last time you said I suited a forest green gown, which feels entirely different from this one. Chapter 69, The True Jester. Jin Zhao held an answer in his heart but chose to keep it veiled, merely smiling at Xu Xuanqing. Why can't you just speak plainly? Why this incessant electric gaze? Or is this merely a pretext, a lack of eloquence necessitating the mention of temperament? Xu Xuanqing's mind wandered. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Jin Zhao's intense stare, she diverted her attention to the dress, realizing that it indeed conformed to her form. After a while, she became accustomed to the sensation, no longer feeling constricted. It fit her perfectly, and she anticipated looking even more exquisite the following day. Jin Zhao's gaze shifted from profound contemplation to one of admiration. Feeling satisfied, Xu Xuanqing returned to the dressing room to remove the gown. The dress, when worn, was far more enchanting than simply hanging on a rack. It possessed a remarkable dimensionality. Jin Zhao leaned against the doorframe, stifling the urge to ruffle her hair as she emerged in her charming pajamas. He spoke softly, "Get some rest, good night, see you tomorrow." Xu Xuanqing waved at him habitually, bidding him good night. Their nightly exchanges of goodnight had become a cherished ritual. In preparation for the momentous occasion, Xu Xuanqing devoted the evening to her skincare routine, even applying a face mask before finally climbing into bed. That night, countless individuals found themselves restless. The Xu and Jin families had discreetly circulated news of the impending engagement, making waves within elite circles, and invitations were sent out far and wide. Numerous media outlets, catching wind of the event, sought details regarding the time and venue to secure first-hand accounts. This was a rare public event in the realm of high society, a union that promised explosive headlines. Meanwhile, Su Momo eagerly awaited this day. She believed that with her own grace and beauty, a mere touch of embellishment would render Xu Xuanqing, the rustic girl, unable to hold her head high during the engagement banquet. Thus, she had pre-ordered this year's newest limited edition gown, a breathtaking pure white dress adorned with scattered diamonds. From a distance, it appeared understated and pure, yet under the spotlight, it commanded attention as the undeniable centerpiece. Su Momo's appearance alone evoked instant affection. Should she choose to portray a character of higher elegance unjustly overshadowed by another, it would be more than adequate. Furthermore, she had discreetly reached out to several media contacts she had encountered since entering the circle, offering them exclusive information and securing articles in advance. Su Momo planned to leverage the sympathy garnered from her portrayal of a genuine heiress oppressed to the point of resorting to acting for income, hoping to cultivate a compelling narrative that would endear her to the public. On the day of the ceremony, she arrived early at the estate where the engagement was to take place, alongside numerous relatives from both the Jin and Su families. After checking her makeup, she cheerfully approached familiar cousins and siblings. However, to her astonishment, those who usually flocked to her side now recoiled as if she were a harbinger of misfortune. Hastily distancing themselves, Su Momo stood in place, bewildered as a void formed around her, leaving her isolated. Her expression darkened. What had caused such a sudden shift in their behavior? Shouldn't they have greeted her warmly and complimented her appearance as they typically did? Watching her acquaintances hasten away, she found herself at a loss. Yet, she was not one to concede defeat easily. Scanning the area, she spotted a solitary cousin beneath a cherry blossom tree, engrossed in taking selfies. With a swift change of demeanor, she approached with a bright smile. The cousin, caught off guard by the sudden intrusion into her frame, could only manage a strained greeting. "Sister Momo, you arrived quite early." Upon observing that the individual before her had no intention of departing directly, Su Momo finally exhaled a sigh of relief, feigning familiarity as she entwined her arm with her cousin's. "You're quite early as well. Did you still find pleasure in the handbag I gifted you last time?" "Oh, it's lovely," her cousin replied, her gaze darting around as if fearful of being seen by those nearby. Noticing Su Momo's persistent hold, she lowered her voice, saying, "Sister Momo, it's not that we intentionally distanced ourselves from you. It's just that Xu Xuanqing knows far too much, and we must appease her, otherwise life will become quite unbearable." Her words tumbled out in a rapid, muddled rush, and upon catching sight of a large gathering in the distance, she swiftly extricated herself from Su Momo's grasp, calling out as she hurried away, "I have other matters to attend to, Sister Momo. We shall converse another time." She fled with such haste that Su Momo barely had time to process the moment before her cousin's silhouette melded into the throng of relatives. Nevertheless, she had gleaned some information. Frustrated, Su Momo stomped her foot. What did it mean that Xu Xuanqing knew too much? Had Xu Xuanqing spoken ill of her? No. She suddenly recalled her cousin's words about needing to placate Xu Xuanqing. What could that possibly imply? Su Momo found herself in a quandary. Yet others were unwilling to divulge the truth, leaving her with the certainty that Xu Xuanqing had orchestrated her current predicament. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to seek the truth, striding purposefully towards the gathering of relatives. However, before she could draw near, she was taken aback to find that this assembly of relatives behaved just like the previous group of sisters. Upon her approach, they scattered in avoidance, their gazes towards her laden with discomfort. It was one thing for the younger ones to be swayed, but why did even the uncles and aunts adopt such a demeanor? Did they not feel any shame? Su Momo scrutinized her attire. Her makeup was impeccable, her dress flawless, and her hairstyle meticulously crafted. If the members of the Xu and Jin families had fallen under Xu Xuanqing's spell, then her only recourse was to focus on the other affluent attendees present. As she pondered her strategy, a voice called out from behind, "Xuanqing is here." She scoffed, curling her lip in disdain. Xu Xuanqing had barely been at the Xu residence for any length of time, yet sycophants were already rushing to curry favor with her. The warmth of that greeting was indeed excessive. Was it not merely due to her status as a scion of the Xu family? After all, no one truly cherished a woman from such humble beginnings. With a perfectly crafted smile, Su Momo intended to position herself beside Su Xunqing, utilizing her radiance and poise to overshadow her rival. Yet, before she could extricate herself from her daydream, she was stunned to witness the very relatives who had previously shunned her now flocking to Su Xunqing, forming an impenetrable barrier around her. Su Momo was already simmering with anger, and just as she contemplated her next move, someone hurriedly brushed past her, inadvertently shoving her aside and completely displacing her from the path. She glared at the throng of people, then back at the chilly reception she faced, her frustration reaching a boiling point. This was the treatment she deserved. To her astonishment, the wretched Su Xunqing had evidently been busy orchestrating things behind the scenes during her absence from the Su household. It seemed that while the days appeared tranquil, they were, in fact, rife with scheming, all under the auspices of Jin Zhao, effectively usurping the fruits of her labor over the years. Su Momo felt a wave of anger rise in her chest, her vision blurring momentarily. Yet she refused to concede defeat or remain in a place that would only serve to provide amusement for others. With indignation, she turned and stormed away. Meanwhile, Su Xunqing was equally taken aback by the early arrival of so many guests, both familiar and unfamiliar, their enthusiasm nearly overwhelming her composure. She managed to smile as she greeted these relatives, eager to follow Jin Zhao into the lounge to await the commencement of the ceremony. However, as Su Xunqing turned, she caught sight of Su Momo's contorted face and the hostile glare that seemed to bore through her. What is going on? After all this time apart, does little Momo still harbor such animosity towards me? I haven't done anything recently. Surely the Su family hasn't forbidden her from getting engaged. And she's blaming me for it? This is unjust. What does this have to do with me? I desire freedom, not marriage. Why is she so spiteful? Shaking her head, Su Xunqing maneuvered through the crowd with Jin Zhao, both making their way towards a lounge. The relatives around them parted, their expressions inscrutable. Indeed, their earlier retreat from Su Momo had proven prudent, even if it wasn't to appease Su Xunqing. One ought not to engage with individuals who present one face while concealing another. One could never know when they might be betrayed or knifed in the back. Meanwhile, Jin Zhao cast a casual glance at Su Momo's retreating figure, his expression devoid of the warmth Su Xunqing was accustomed to, instead radiating an unmistakable indifference, even a hint of coldness. As soon as Su Xunqing closed the door to the lounge, her smile stiffened. A lengthy ceremony awaited her, requiring her continued charm. She could not afford to expend all her energy prematurely. Inside the lounge, Su Luoxue and Qin Dai had been waiting with eager anticipation. Upon seeing the male lead so busy yet personally escorting the female lead, their faces lit up with smiles. Su Xunqing felt a surge of delight upon encountering these two familiar and cherished friends. She had not expected Jin Zhao to be so thoughtful. Indeed, Brother Zhao is my little support, always considering my needs. Seeing these two beautiful sisters lifts my spirits immensely. I feel invigorated for the day ahead. However, the once cheerful Qin Dai suddenly froze upon hearing Su Xunqing's voice, her expression morphing into one of confusion. Had she truly just heard what she thought she had? Su Xunqing hadn't spoken aloud, had she? How could words resonate so directly in her mind? Qin Dai, usually quite generous, revealed a rare glimpse of caution as she inquired, Xunqing, what did you just say? Overjoyed, Su Xunqing, oblivious to Qin Dai's unease, simply repeated, I said Sister Luoxue looks even more beautiful, truly a blessing for our entertainment circle. Now, convinced, Qin Dai realized she had indeed heard words that should not have reached her ears. Sister Qin Dai is lovely as well. Hee. Today feels entirely different from before. Your dazed expression is quite endearing. Qin Dai was genuinely watching Su Xunqing as she drank, her lips sealed. Could it be that these words were nothing more than her inner thoughts? Seeking confirmation, she glanced at Jin Zhao, only to find him feigning ignorance, his expression inscrutable. In contrast, Su Luoxue's smile appeared authentic, as if she had caught the essence of Su Xunqing's inner exclamations and praises. Qin Dai recalled that during her last encounter with Su Xunqing, everything had seemed perfectly normal. She had never before heard such inner musings from her. While the reason remained a mystery, one thing was certain. The exuberant Su Xunqing was entirely unaware that her innermost thoughts were audible to those around her. Noticing the three women standing there like statues, their expressions somewhat peculiar, Su Xuanqing felt a twinge of curiosity and asked, "Sisters, what is the matter? Is there something awry? Why so suddenly serious? I hope you haven't noticed my little belly. It is often said that one must forego breakfast. Yet Brother Chow insists on tempting me with soup dumplings. Well, it seems I have brought this upon myself. Never mind, I shall bow to my sisters first. They are so beautiful, and it would be a grave error to cause them to frown." In her heart, Su Xuanqing felt like a humble servant, rising to adjust the hem of her skirt. Su Luoxue, believing she was genuinely about to bow, quickly stepped forward to support her, chiding, "Today, you are the protagonist. So sit properly and refrain from entertaining any unnecessary thoughts." Su Xuanqing tilted her head slightly. "Huh? I am not thinking of anything at all. Clearly, it is you who gazes at me with such peculiar eyes." Yet she refrained from saying it outright, instead smiling sweetly. "All right, I shall heed my sisters." She bore the demeanor of someone possessed by Jia Baoyu. Qin Dai was now convinced that Su Luoxue could indeed hear her, and given Su Xuanqing's countenance, it was likely not the first time she had heard such sentiments. She quickly pieced together the situation. Thus, the sudden warmth displayed by the Su family members outside towards Su Xuanqing was attributable to this phenomenon? How intriguing. Su Xuanqing herself remained oblivious to her peculiar ability to have her thoughts overheard. Consequently, she was unaware that the so-called system's rewards, which manifested as golden fingers, expanded to encompass those who could hear her inner musings. Initially, only a few members of the Su family could hear her, but it evolved to include all relatives connected to the Su family at level 2, and now, at level 3, it extended to the entire affluent circle. Her golden finger had indeed broadened, which could be considered advantageous for Su Xuanqing, as it entailed sacrificing her private thoughts for the benefit of the world. The system believed that even if Su Xuanqing eventually discovered this and questioned it, it possessed justifiable reasoning. Naturally, Su Momo was not considered part of the elite circle. Hence, she was excluded from this phenomenon. What is our agenda for later? Should we align our plans in advance? Su Xuanqing felt somewhat apprehensive about such grand occasions. The last recognition ceremony was a disaster. This engagement must not meet the same fate. After all, with so many people present, they could potentially become resources for my foray into the entertainment industry. I mustn't offend anyone. I cannot afford to. Jin Chao, overhearing her apprehensions, gently seated her on a specially prepared small sofa, assuring her, "There is no set agenda. When the time arrives, the senior sister and Miss Su will escort you out. Just follow their lead, and leave the rest to me." Chapter 71. Magic Defeats Magic. Su Xuanqing always felt reassured by Jin Chao's arrangements, and upon hearing this, she quickly relaxed. With Brother Chow here, everything will proceed smoothly and no unexpected incidents will arise. Of course, unless I am considered an unexpected incident. Jin Chao's phone incessantly buzzed. In preparation for today's ceremony, he had also contributed to designing segments suitable for Su Xuanqing and had invited numerous guests to witness the occasion. Consequently, he still needed to personally oversee several final details. Observing his busyness, Su Xuanqing promptly said, "Brother Chow, if you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. I shall remain here with my sisters." "It is no trouble at all. If Brother Chow doesn't leave, how can I cozy up to my sisters? After all, once the ceremony concludes, I shall publicly be someone else's fiancé, and I must maintain a semblance of Brother Chow's dignity when interacting with them. Oh, I wish to savor my last moments of bliss." Su Xuanqing feigned sincerity while inwardly lamenting her reluctance to confront reality. Jin Chao indeed had pressing matters to attend to, which was why he had arranged for 2 individuals to accompany her to prevent any unwarranted provocations. Although it was quite difficult to bully Su Xuanqing in any case. "I shall take my leave now. See you shortly," Jin Chao stated. Su Xuanqing waved goodbye with a smile, reluctantly withdrawing her gaze only after he had departed. Su Luoxue, relieved by Jin Chao's exit, let out a small sigh of relief. His reputation was quite formidable, and his presence was undeniably imposing. She had only seen him in high-end venues before, always exuding an icy demeanor, as if he only revealed his softer side in Su Xuanqing's company. Qin Dai, having known Jin Chao for a long time, had never witnessed such tenderness directed at anyone else. She teased, "I never imagined Jin Chao would capture your heart so swiftly. I have never seen him exhibit such gentleness before." Su Xuanqing, feeling somewhat awkward, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "I can't just say we're merely collaborators without any genuine feelings, can I?" That would be too hurtful to Brother Chao. How perplexing. Now that it has come to this, perhaps it would be best to take a contrarian approach and openly display affection instead. Defeating magic with magic. Xu Xuanqing came to this realization and immediately donned what she considered a bashful demeanor. Oh dear, sister, please do not say such things. It makes me blush.
Qin Dai.
Having overheard her inner monologue and now witnessing her feigned shyness, sincerely advised, your current acting skills, should you wish to enter the entertainment industry, would be akin to riding a cannon across a river. It appears highly destructive, yet it will undoubtedly fizzle out at the outset. Xu Xuanqing. How infuriating. If one must insult, they should not wield such gentle barbs. The most vexing part was that she genuinely desired to enter the entertainment industry. Sob. Xu Xuanqing resolved to abandon any theatrics related to motions, as they did not suit her. As an AAA-level gossip enthusiast, she was far more interested in the developments of previous scandals and curiously inquired, Sister Luoxue, have you resolved that matter from last time? Upon hearing her inquiry, Xu Luoxue's smile broadened. Yes, that hideout has been raided by the police, and the villains have been brought to justice. There are no lingering issues now, and I do not plan to recruit new talent for the time being. I have also accepted a promising acting variety show. Xu Xuanqing was genuinely happy for her. Such an outstanding sister should not be burdened by strange grievances for life. Upon hearing about Xu Luoxue's new show, Xu Xuanqing recalled her own projects and, with keen interest, remarked, Sister Luoxue, I have recently invested in 2 dramas preparing to. She briefly outlined her filming concepts and upcoming release plans, immediately earning comprehensive praise from Xu Luoxue. I find it quite commendable. In Xu Luoxue's gaze, alongside the gratitude previously expressed, there now resided a glimmer of admiration. Since you wish to enter the entertainment industry, would you like me to guide you? Over the years, I have garnered a fair amount of connections.
Su Xunqing Hu Di Dan Decalin.
No need, Sister Luoxue. I am just getting started and don't require a star of your caliber for promotion yet. I'll familiarize myself with the rules of the game first, and when I have more mature scripts, I will invite you to star. Alright, but if you need anything, do be sure to let me know. Xu Luoxue would not pressure Xu Xuanqing to accept her goodwill. Striving for success through one's own efforts was, of course, commendable. Nevertheless, she would keep a close watch on Xu Xuanqing's works, looking out for her adorable younger sister from behind the scenes. How delightful. I knew following Sister Ingho would not lead me astray. Now I can consider myself someone within the circle, walking with newfound confidence, hee. In the future, I will ensure that those little friends produce a phenomenal script, achieving mutual success, and elevate Sister Luoxue's career to greater heights. Forever loving my beautiful sister. In her heart, Xu Xuanqing spun and shouted, while the 2 individuals beside her could not help but chuckle, utterly charmed by her adorableness. After inquiring about Xu Luoxue's recent developments, Xu Xuanqing's gaze began to wander, intentionally or not, towards Qin Dai. Would it be too forward to directly ask Sister Qin Dai about her divorce and the progress of dealing with that scoundrel? But I am so curious about the scoundrel's current situation. Is he still clinging to Sister Qin Dai, and how far along is the divorce process? Should I ask, or should I refrain? Qin Dai sensed the turmoil within Xu Xuanqing. She herself did not feel particularly averse to the matter. If love existed, they would be together, and if it did not, they would part ways. She did not consider divorce to be a source of shame. Qin Dai took the initiative to speak. I have recently gathered all the evidence and am proceeding with the divorce process. However, the paperwork is quite complex, and the other party is not very cooperative, so progress has been somewhat sluggish. But I am not short on time, nor will I compromise. She no longer bore the name of Chu Yan. It was not that she could not utter it, but rather that she no longer cared. The person who had accompanied her throughout her youth, who had basked in her fervent love for years, had finally amassed enough disappointment to let go. Xu Xuanqing understood the answer Qin Dai provided. After all, this couple in the storyline also traversed a path of deep, tormenting love. Chu Yan and Jin Beiming were good brothers, and after a tumultuous entanglement with his white moonlight, he realized that Qin Dai had been the one who treated him the best. Thus, after the divorce, he returned to pursue his wife in a fiery manner. In the narrative, Qin Dai forgave his past transgressions, and the 2 managed a forced happy ending. However, now that Qin Dai had awakened, the conclusion would undoubtedly differ. And Chu Yan would be reluctantly forced to let go, which he surely would not welcome. It seemed he had prematurely initiated the so-called fiery aftermath. If Sister Qin Dai were truly swayed by that scoundrel Chu Yan and consented to not divorce, she would undoubtedly suffer terribly in the future. Fortunately, My sister is clear-headed and will not be deceived by the scoundrel again. Xu Xuanqing was immensely pleased with Qin Dai's determination and promptly encouraged her. Sister, you must remain steadfast in your choice. A person does not suddenly become rotten. When you discover a hint of decay on the surface, the interior must already be in disarray. Chapter 72. To give her the best of everything within my capabilities.
Qin Dai listened intently.
Her smile unwavering as she regarded Xu Xuanqing. She was indeed capable of both cherishing and letting go. Rest assured, I have no intention of reconciling. I find his current behavior utterly disgusting, and in the years to come, I will only feel revulsion when I think back on it. Xu Xuanqing felt a wave of relief. Indeed, a beautiful woman must remain independent, and the scoundrel was destined to meet his end. After exchanging their respective stories, their gazes playfully settled upon Xu Xuanqing. Xu Luoxue in the entertainment industry could only yearn for love. If there were any romantic entanglements, she would undoubtedly be the first to sever them, prioritizing her career. Yet that did not mean she was devoid of envy for others' happiness. Seeing Xu Xuanqing in her currently protected state, Xu Luoxue could not help but exclaim, Xuanqing, you've only returned to the Xu family for half a month. And now you're already getting engaged. What a surprise. Xu Xuanqing feigned shyness and smiled. Don't say you all, I never expected it myself. How did engagement come about? I only heard that wealthy families are all about contractual marriages, and now I find myself in this situation. But if we're putting on a show, we might as well do it thoroughly. We shouldn't cause trouble for Brother Zhao. She endeavored to portray the image of being in love, beginning to weave a fanciful tale. Perhaps it was love at first sight. After all, he is extraordinarily handsome, and I am breathtakingly beautiful. We are simply too well matched. If we do not end up together, even Yama would wake in the middle of the night, lamenting his lack of effort. Qin Dai and Xu Luoxue were not fools. They could discern the underlying truth in Xu Xuanqing's heart. Nevertheless, even if Xu Xuanqing was merely acting, Jin Zhao's demeanor towards her was undeniably genuine, devoid of any semblance of pretense, evident to any discerning eye. Qin Dai cherished Xu Xuanqing and hoped her seemingly aloof yet warm-hearted junior could soon find her own happiness. She gently nudged, I can see that Jin Zhao genuinely likes you. I have never witnessed him display such a tender smile in front of anyone else. Not even my father. Of course, this is also because you are so endearing. Anyone who sees you cannot help but be fond of you. That may not necessarily be true. Every member of the Xu family seems to want me dead. The Jin family trio has not treated me kindly either. However, Brother Zhao indeed shows me more gentleness than towards others. Perhaps it is a form of targeted assistance. Xu Xuanqing recalled her first encounter with Jin Zhao, when he was merely supporting Jin Beiming but appeared as a mere automaton. His face bore little expression, his speech was polite, yet an underlying coldness permeated his demeanor. He neither fawned over the elders of the Xu family nor cast a glance at Xu Momo, even refraining from defending Jin Beiming, serving instead as an excellent backdrop. Yet, beneath that exterior lay a truly gentle soul. Xu Xuanqing remembered how Jin Zhao had rescued her from captivity and offered her refuge in the Jin household. As they strolled towards a small wonton shop, encountering traffic lights, Jin Zhao instinctively shielded her. Those small gestures left ripples in her heart. That may not necessarily be the case. When Sister Qin Dai first met me, she rejected my request for contact information. Xu Xuanqing momentarily lost her train of thought before hastily redirecting the conversation back to Qin Dai. Qin Dai, sitting beside her, was well aware that she was being used as a shield, and she retorted without hesitation. At that time, you were a bloody mess, chattering incessantly. Anyone would find it a headache. Whoa, I knew sister despised me. Fortunately, I have always been relentless in pursuing beautiful sisters. Ultimately, it was my persistence and charm that won her over. Hee. Xu Luoxue found Xu Xuanqing's musings utterly adorable, covering her mouth as she stifled a laugh. But her gaze fell upon a small mark at Xu Xuanqing's waist, peeking out from her gown. Oh, is that the mark of Master Yunli? Leaning closer to Xu Xuanqing's slender waist, Xu Luoxue confirmed she indeed spotted an inconspicuous cloud near the zipper, unmistakably the mark of Master Yunli. But hadn't he the master long since retreated from the public eye? The last time I walked the red carpet, I tried to pull strings to commission a gown from the master, only to be turned down. Xu Xuanqing, puzzled, inquired, who is Master Yunli? She had never heard that name before, and it seemed absent from the narrative. Master Yunli is a renowned designer celebrated both domestically and internationally. Her creations are few, yet each is of collectible caliber. The pieces that circulate externally are all her own designs, meticulously hand-stitched, Xu Luoxue excitedly elaborated. Qindai, following Xu Luoxue's gaze, spotted the subtle pattern and confirmed. Indeed, however, Master Yunli has indeed entered a semi-retired state. It must have been Jin Zhao who sought her to create this gown. Though I wonder what price he paid. Xu Luoxue exclaimed in awe. No wonder it possesses such an exquisite quality. The embroidery is so lifelike. I thought it was a new release from a brand I had yet to encounter. This is undoubtedly a one-of-a-kind piece. And it is unlikely anyone will have the opportunity to request the master to emerge again. Xunqing, listening to their conversation, finally understood that Master Yunli was the very designer who had crafted the first gown by a Chinese designer to win a global fashion design competition's gold medal, a figure who had propelled Chinese fashion onto the world stage. She is a legendary figure in the realm of fashion design, now in her 70s. This year, she has finally grasped the reason behind Jin Zhao's unwavering assertion last night that he would never wear the same outfit as her. Although their union is merely a formality, he has nonetheless endeavored to provide her with the finest of everything without uttering a single word. He took her to savor the wontons that evoke childhood memories, accompanied her to meet friends and her mother, the dean, and even acquired an entertainment company when she aspired to venture into the entertainment industry. Now, he has gifted her a unique and exquisite gown that is unparalleled in the world. The tiny seed buried deep within Su Imomo's heart seems to have sprouted tender green shoots, quietly breaking through the soil, joyfully announcing its growth and existence. A warm current flows through her, nurturing the seed and infusing it with vitality. Yet it is merely a ceremonial engagement. Why is he doing this? In the lounge, the three of them engage in harmonious conversation, discussing topics that belong to young women. Meanwhile, Su Mo wanders the estate, encountering one obstacle after another. She has always been the center of attention, yet she has never felt so stifled. Both the Su and Jin families seem to avoid her, and other members of the elite society assume she bears some fault, joining in her isolation. After being rebuffed by a male relative of the Jin family who had previously shown her interest, she stands before a flower bed, taking deep breaths and viciously pinching a chrysanthemum to vent her frustration. A security guard passing by witnesses the scene and approaches her with a stern expression, exclaiming, "Whose young lady is so lacking in awareness? Today is a joyous occasion. Why destroy innocent chrysanthemums?" He threatens her with a fine of 500 yuan. Su Mo is tempted to inquire where this guard comes from and whether he realizes who she is. She is the future mistress of the Jin family. Not only is this estate hers, but the Jin family will also one day belong to her. Indeed, she is not someone without a significant background. Just as she regains her composure, her pride reasserts itself as she raises her chin defiantly, proclaiming, "I am Su Mo." The guard remains expressionless. "I said, I am Su Mo." The guard frowns. "What's the matter? Can't you hear me? I am Su Mo." The guard realizes that this woman is not inclined to pay the fine. Having encountered many pretentious individuals, he prepares to grab her by the collar and toss her out of the estate.
Xu Montag.
Taken aback that her name alone has not deterred this insolent guard from touching the gown she has ordered for millions, screams, "Stop. Is it money you want? I'll give it to you, just don't touch me." The guard, seeing her defiance, disdainfully pulls out a QR code, muttering, "If you had said so earlier, there would have been no need for this nonsense. No wonder your family has no chrysanthemums, resorting to stealing from our garden." Fuming, Su Mo transfers 500 yuan and turns to leave the flower bed area. So, what if she is isolated? So, what if she has to start over? Su Mo has not lived in this environment for just a day. She has long seen through the coldness of the elite. Yet, she believes that when the time comes for her to reap the rewards, they will all return seeking her favor, and she will not even spare them a glance. One day, she will stand atop the pinnacle, forcing all who have humiliated her to grovel at her feet. As Su Mo indulges in her inner narrative of a triumphant comeback, she suddenly feels a tap on her back. Startled, she turns around to find a remarkably familiar face. The pent-up grievances surge forth, and tears uncontrollably stream down her cheeks. Standing before her is Su Si-che, the youngest brother of the Su family, who has just turned 18. Su Si-che had not anticipated that a playful jest would elicit tears from his sister. As they often engaged in such playful banter, he hurriedly retrieved some tissues from his pocket, anxiously attempting to comfort her. "Sister, what's wrong? I didn't mean to scare you. I was just teasing you. Please don't cry." The more he speaks, the more distraught Su Mo becomes. leaving him flustered and unsure of how to act. Ultimately, she says nothing and buries her face in Su Si-che's embrace, her tears flowing like an endless spring, revealing the depth of her sorrow. In truth, Su Mo was not as devastated as she appeared. However, upon seeing Su Si-che treat her as he always did, she was suddenly reminded of the grievances she had endured in recent days. Her parents had increasingly sidelined her, relinquishing her engagement to Xunqing. Her eldest brother merely encouraged her to understand the family better and to bond with Xunqing, showing no comprehension of her pain. Her second brother, who claimed he would help her, had inexplicably vanished without a trace. The attitudes of the Xu and Jin family members towards her today had compounded all her emotions, culminating in this moment of release. Su Si-che's heart ached for her. He disregarded everything else, leading Su Mo to a secluded spot where he allowed her to sit on a stone bench while he squatted down to gently dab her tears away. As the youngest son of the Xu family, he faced strictness from his elder brothers, but his sister had always treated him with kindness and supported his racing dreams. This time, he had left for an overseas racing competition to defy his parents, not wanting a sister tied to blood relations. As the youngest participant, 18-year-old Su Si-che had clinched the championship. He returned with the certificate to prove to his family that he was not worthless, primarily to show his sister that her support had not been misplaced and that he was indeed capable.
Yet,
Su Si-che had never imagined that someone would bully his gentle and kind sister to this extent. As Su Mo gradually stopped crying, he asked, "Heartbroken sister, what happened? Who bullied you? Tell me, and I will seek vengeance." But Su Mo merely shook her head, unwilling to utter a word. After much coaxing, she finally recounted how Su Xunqing and her family had treated her upon returning, subtly tarnishing Su Xunqing's reputation, claiming she had schemed to ruin her engagement, leading to this engagement ceremony with Jin Zhao. Upon finishing, her eyes were red-rimmed, her voice laced with sorrow. "Ah Che, I share this not to complain, but because I feel wronged. I know you care for me deeply, but they are not entirely at fault.
please do not cause trouble for them."
Su Si-che felt a surge of anger within him. What do you mean they are not at fault? How dare they bully you while I am away? I will not let any of them get away with this.
Seeing Su Si-che's reaction,
Su Mo lowered her head, a flicker of satisfaction curling the corners of her mouth. She knew her younger brother had a fiery temper and would not seek clarification or endure any injustice. "Sister, I have an idea."
Xu Si-che,
who had been silent moments before, was now deep in thought, contemplating how best to punish Su Xunqing. Suddenly struck by a brilliant idea, he excitedly suggested to Su Momo, "After all, I am a race car driver. How about I drive and knock her down to relieve some of your frustration?" Su Momo retorted, "Why would she seek assistance from someone with such a lack of intelligence? It's simply a waste of time." Nevertheless, she felt somewhat grateful to have someone on her side, even if he was a bit dim-witted. "Silly brother, I don't need you to resort to such measures for my sake."
taking a deep breath,
Su Momo made an effort to display a gentle smile reminiscent of the past and swiftly changed the subject. "I can't always rely on you guys. I'm planning to venture into the entertainment industry. I recently landed a variety show featuring wealthy siblings. Would Ah Che be willing to accompany me?"
Su Si-chao,
With no other competitions on his schedule, readily agreed upon hearing her words. The two of them walked together towards the venue, and Su Momo finally felt she was not alone. The hall was already filled with guests and media, with only 5 minutes to go before the ceremony, which was scheduled to start at 9:19 as arranged by the Jin family. Su Xuanqing was being fussed over by Qin Dai and Su Luoxue, nervously checking her makeup and attire for any flaws. Initially anxious due to the presence of numerous celebrities and journalists, Su Xuanqing felt a wave of relaxation wash over her upon seeing the composed but tense expressions on the faces of the experienced Qin Dai and Su Luoxue. "Let us welcome the engaged couple of the day, Jin Chao and Su Xuanqing." Thunderous applause erupted from the front, and Su Xuanqing exchanged a glance with Jin Chao across from her. Encouraged by her friends, she boldly ascended the stage alone. Dressed in a shimmering silver suit adorned with a crystal butterfly resting on his shoulder, Jin Chao's outfit surprisingly mirrored Su Xuanqing's attire, resembling a couple's ensemble. "Stay calm. It's just an engagement. I can handle this." Su Xuanqing steadied her breath, attempting to dispel her nerves through random thoughts as she took measured steps towards Jin Chao. Meanwhile, the audience fell into an eerie silence. The gathering included not only the Su family's relatives, but also numerous guests from the Jin family and other affluent circles. all perplexed by the unexpected sound emanating from the stage. As they began to realize the gravity of the situation, murmurs of curiosity spread through the crowd. So many people here, yet thankfully no one seems to be watching me. Is there some gossip unfolding? Speaking of gossip, my head is pounding. The wealthy have so much gossip. Let me see if there's anything intriguing, hee. Xunqing found herself inundated with an overwhelming influx of system-generated tasks. With so many trivial missions, she dismissed the ordinary ones and focused on the most sensational. Just as Xunqing began to delve into the details of romantic entanglements, her family grew increasingly anxious. Here she comes, carrying their future with her. Yet, Xunqing lingered too long in her exploration, prompting her observant family members to scrutinize the reactions of those around them. Upon noticing the odd responses, their hearts sank. Wasn't this the same reaction they had when they first heard Xunqing's innermost thoughts? Xunqing exchanged glances with his wife, who immediately feigned surprise. Asking a nearby lady from the Han family, "Did you hear something strange just now?" Han Yi, equally bewildered, instinctively replied, "You heard it too? It sounds like someone is speaking on stage." Such conversations unfolded throughout the estate, and the Xu family became convinced that Xunqing's thoughts had radiated across the elite circles. If others could witness Xunqing's value, wouldn't that leave the Xu family with nothing to gain? The family cast furious glances at Xu Yingyuan and his wife, blaming them for preventing Xunqing from making an appearance sooner. The spectators were preoccupied with their own thoughts, neglecting to focus on the two newcomers on stage. Xunqing stood face to face with Jin Chao as the officiant concluded the lengthy preamble and announced, "The engagement ceremony officially commences. May the couple deliver their speeches." Jin Chao took the microphone, kneeling on one knee as he presented a prepared ring. "Xunqing, I wish to offer you a promise. Will you walk this path with me?" Understanding the intricacies of their circumstances, Xunqing realized that she had only just reconnected with the Xu family, while Jin Chao had lost his parents. Both were targets within their families, striving to carve out their own destinies. Even if this engagement was merely a contractual alliance, they still stood united against the storms of life. In that moment, Xunqing thought of nothing else. She simply gazed into Jin Chao's eyes and caught a hint of nervousness reflected back at her. With a gentle smile, she extended her hand. "This is my fortune. Together we shall face whatever storms may come." The audience finally reacted, erupting into applause, creating an atmosphere of vivacity in the estate. Yet, among the claps, only a small fraction was genuinely in celebration of the couple. The majority masked their own ulterior motives. These two individuals were anything but ordinary. And now that they were bound together, their alliance could prove advantageous for anyone involved. Xunqing and Jin Chao stood on the stage, a couple that seemed destined for greatness. Typically, an engagement ceremony is simple, involving speeches from elders followed by the exchange of tokens of affection. However, this event was orchestrated entirely by Jin Chao, who omitted the elders' speeches. Consequently, those who genuinely cared for the couple were absent, eliminating the need for any insincere expressions of sentiment. After exchanging tokens, the couple stepped down from the stage, having prepared additional entertainment to enliven the proceedings. Seated together at a round table, Xunqing felt the weight of the surrounding gazes, which made it difficult for her to relax. She straightened her posture, reminding herself, "I cannot disgrace Master Yun Li's outfit. I must maintain my composure today, no matter what." Meanwhile, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Master Yun Li? Hadn't he long since retired? How could he possibly create a gown for someone so newly recognized? This only reinforced the notion that Xunqing was indeed exceptional. Many guests, sitting in prime positions, finally spotted the mark of Master Yun Li on Xunqing's waist, elevating their estimation of her worth. Xunqing took a sip of the juice Jin Chao had handed her, moistening her lips as her attention turned to the performance on stage. While appearing engaged and serious, her mind began to wander into the realm of gossip. The system has finally ceased its onslaught. Too many people have come today. So, let us start with the most perilous gossip. The Xu family held their breath, silently praying that this most dangerous piece of gossip would not involve them. The first time the affluent individuals heard the whispers of their hearts, they exchanged bewildered glances, pondering the nature of this perilous revelation. What could be the most dangerous gossip? Have the watermelons ripened yet? Xunqing perused the details of the romantic entanglement, her heart swelling with a surge of national pride, then tilted her head slightly to feign interest in others, while in truth, her gaze remained fixed on the subjects in question. "Oh my goodness, this is shocking beyond measure. Where is Han Zui seated?" I must see what manner of audacity allows one to be so shameless. Indeed, he possesses an appearance that suggests he could commit any crime at any moment. As the crowd followed Xu Xuanqing's gaze to the back row where Hanzui sat, their expressions grew increasingly peculiar. Meanwhile, Hanzi felt a jolt of anxiety within him. He harbored a secret that he hoped would remain undiscovered. After 7 years of concealment, he believed it was unlikely to be revealed now. Beside him, Su Xin noticed that his closest friend was breathing rapidly and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "My sister possesses a certain aptitude, primarily for resolving our troubles, so do not fear. Perhaps she can aid you in navigating this crisis." Though they were best friends, Su Xin refrained from divulging his own scandal, opting instead to offer comfort. Yet, Hanzi was unable to absorb his friend's words. As Su Xuanqing's voice rang out once more. "So, his real name is Huchong. Indeed, it lacks elegance. No wonder he sought to usurp another's life." Chapter 75. The moment of performance has arrived. Hanzi's face drained of color in an instant. He yearned to flee, yet felt as though he were anchored to his seat, as the voice continued unabated. "TSK, this Huchong saw Hanzi's face during a program interview and became obsessed, undergoing countless cosmetic procedures until he bore a striking resemblance to Hanzui. He then stalked Hanzi's movements, eventually leading him to the mountains. Heavens! He imprisoned Hanzui for 7 years in the mountains, offering him scant sustenance only when he divulged a fragment of his life. What a twisted case of identity theft. Must it be taken to such extremes?" In the back row, Huchong trembled uncontrollably, desperate to escape, only to be restrained by Su Xin. Su Xin's eyes were ablaze with fury as he glared at Huchong. "You deceived us for 7 years? You imprisoned the true Zui?" His gaze shifted to the stunned faces of Hanzi's parents. It appears that uncle and aunt are blissfully unaware. Huchong attempted to rebut, but Su Xuanqing's subsequent revelations drained him of all strength and retorts. Imprisoning the rightful owner and using his life to threaten his wife, claiming he would kill her husband if she did not comply. "My sister is so pitiable, having been in love with Hanzui for 8 long years, only to find her husband replaced upon marriage, forced to endure unspeakable horrors to save her beloved's life. Such barbaric behavior, a fate deserving of 1,000 cuts. Yet, my sister has retained evidence, though she has lacked the opportunity to escape the Han household." Hanzi's parents stared in shock at their once silent daughter-in-law, now weeping silently, her tears cascading like pearls fallen from a broken string. It dawned on them that she had endured this torment all along, and they had cruelly pressured her into childbirth. How inhumane they were! How shall we convey this to the Han family? Their son has revealed all he could, and time is running out. Huchong has not summoned anyone to feed him for 3 days, intent on starving him to death and completely usurping his identity. Cursed be this villain. How can such a wretch continue to thrive in this world, tarnishing my engagement ceremony? Su Xuanqing, having absorbed this revolting tale, felt her head spin, her eyes darting back repeatedly towards Huchong, wishing to slay him with her gaze. Meanwhile, her sister sat beside her, eyes vacant, seemingly moved to tears by the dramatic unfolding on stage. Su Xin found it hard to accept the reality of the situation. No wonder, he had sensed something amiss with his best friend years ago, and the once inseparable pair had become increasingly elusive. He had thought their relationship was faltering, even discreetly advising his sister-in-law during a high-society gathering to be more accommodating, for Hanzi loved her deeply. By that time, his sister-in-law must have already recognized something was off, yet he foolishly remained oblivious. Others in the affluent circle cast curious glances at the Han family section. After years of witnessing all manner of absurdities, they had never encountered such a heartless and preposterous tale. Strangely enough, although Su Xuanqing had merely contemplated the situation internally without presenting tangible proof, they all believed her, accepting her words as truth. Su Xuanqing cautiously flipped to the final page, discovering yet another revelation, her eyes widening in alarm. It includes an address, revealing that Hanzui is imprisoned in the basement of a villager named Hu in Pingyuan village. This family is Huchong's cousin, and Huchong has been using Han family's wealth to support them while simultaneously compelling them to torment Hanzui. No wonder the danger level is rated 9. If Hanzui is not rescued within 3 days, he will perish. This cannot stand. I must inform the Han family. Saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda of 7 levels. Having digested this nauseating gossip, Su Xuanqing abruptly rose to her feet. The onlookers, having paused their own gossip, shifted their attention to her. Jin Zhao, seated beside her, grasped her hand gently, inquiring with concern, "Are you feeling a bit suffocated? Would you like to step outside for some fresh air?" Xu Xuanqing nodded in affirmation. Hanzi's seat was conveniently located by the door, so her exit would inevitably lead her past him. Meanwhile, Hu Chong had longed to escape, believing his identity hidden until now, even if the woman beside him suspected something. She remained unaware of the true whereabouts of Hanzoi. He often took pleasure in sending her photographs of Hanzoi, battered and bruised, relishing the sight of her forced to submit to him, weeping as she bore his children, all while he reveled in his malevolence. But now, with his location exposed, he instinctively sought to flee. Aware of the Han family's considerable influence, he had shifted substantial assets abroad over the years. Once he escaped the country, he would be free as a bird. Yet, Su Xin and Han's father held him firmly in place, rendering him immobile. As Hu Chong watched Su Xuanqing approach, panic began to set in. He hissed in a low voice, "If you want Hanzoi to live, you best let me go, otherwise my cousin will be unable to contact me and will kill him." Han's father hesitated, loosening his grip slightly, but Su Xin tightened his hold. "We possess all the evidence. We can send someone to apprehend your cousin's family immediately. Even now you dare to threaten us?" Su Xuanqing observed the back row, sensing something amiss. Why is this unfortunate brother holding Hu Chong down? Has he finally realized that his friend has been impersonated? After all, the two of them had played with fire in their youth, and though he might have forgotten the details, the scar he had inadvertently left on Hanzoi's arm had never faded, their bond once touted as a testament of friendship. Now that the scar has vanished, even the dimmest wit would begin to harbor doubts. Su Xuanqing mused internally as she observed Su Xin rolling up Hu Chong's sleeves. Although the arm may lack smoothness, the scar at the wrist is indeed absent. Su Siyuan, recognizing this as an opportunity, immediately shouted at him, "Brute! My brother bears a scar on his arm. Who are you to impersonate the eldest son of the Han family?" His voice was resounding, and the surrounding aristocrats could finally abandon their discreet observations, turning openly to witness the confrontation. Han Chong struggled briefly, but Su Siyuan's grip was too strong for him to escape. Meanwhile, Hanzi's wife, witnessing this scene, felt a glimmer of hope for her husband's rescue. The tormentor who had plagued her for 7 long years was finally caught, unable to contain herself. She slapped him across the face, tears streaming down her cheeks as she cried, "Return my Zay brother to me. Return him." Su Xuanqing had just reached the doorway when she beheld this spectacle, a pang of sorrow washing over her. At last, my sister has risen in defiance. The villain must be brought to justice. Now is the moment to showcase my acting skills as Nyogola Xuanqing. She adjusted her facial expression, feigning terror as she recoiled into Jin Zhao's embrace, exclaiming, "Oh my, is this really Brother Han? I once encountered someone in Pinyuan village who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Could it be that he is a long-lost twin of the Han family?" Chapter 76. Shrimp should remember to strike at the heart. The moment Su Xuanqing spoke, she immediately provided everyone present with an opportunity. Finally, they could observe Su Xuanqing without reservation. Yet, as they witnessed her exaggerated performance, a sense of conflict arose among them. Faced with such a remarkable individual and such poor acting, should they betray their conscience with praise, or maintain their integrity and refrain from doing so? The recently crowned Best Actress, Su Luoxue, covered her face, feeling that Su Xuanqing's aspirations of entering the entertainment industry were still a distant dream. Seeing that she had enlivened the situation and drawn everyone's attention, Hu Chong found no chance to escape. She then turned to the weary woman beside her and asked, "Sister-in-law, are you certain that the man before you is your husband?" Mrs. Han was on the verge of tears, yet she resolutely shook her head, declaring, "He is not. He has long ceased to be." Hu Chong turned to Mrs. Han, his eyes filled with hatred. "I look just like him, and I treated you well. Never minding that you are a discarded woman. What right do you have to refuse me?" Mrs. Han recoiled slightly, memories of Hu Chong's torment flashing vividly in her mind. But now, she no longer wished to endure. She rolled up her sleeves and pant legs, revealing the mottled scars on her skin, and spoke through gritted teeth. "I discovered long ago that he is not A's, but he would periodically show me A's photos and videos. If I ever acted against his wishes, he would take his revenge on A's." The crowd looked on with compassion, unable to bear the sight of her wounds, yet Mrs. Han managed to smile. "Each time he beat A's, he would boast to me, and I would inflict a wound upon myself. In the past, I shared both joy and sorrow with A's. Now, It is only fitting that I share in the suffering as well. Look at the marks on my body, and you will understand how much A's has suffered. His pain surpasses mine 100-fold. Mr. Han's trembling hand rested upon Mrs. Han's arm, his expression one of deep sorrow. Foolish child, why must you hurt yourself? Listening to Mrs. Han's heart-wrenching words, Huchong let out a low growl like a mad beast, wishing to strike her. However, Su Siyuan firmly restrained Huchong, leaving him no opportunity to break free. Mr. and Mrs. Han, realizing the extent of their biological son's suffering and the misplaced love they had lavished upon such a beast, glared at him with loathing. Mr. Han shook with rage, his voice venomous. It would not be unjust to flay you alive. What have you done to our son all these years? Huchong, knowing he could not escape today, and having lived a life of indulgence, had nothing more to say. He no longer bowed his head. Instead, he laughed exaggeratedly. Yes, every time you gave me pocket money, I used your money to pay someone to beat your son. How does that feel? Are you enraged? Mrs. Han collapsed into a chair, clutching her chest as if unable to process the reality. Huchong continued, your son's fate is a result of your own making. Why should he enjoy a life of luxury while I toil in the fields? I refuse to accept this. Look at me now. I have changed my life through my own efforts. Su Xunqing could no longer bear to listen. I intended to come and alert the Han family. Yet this man has exposed himself before I even made a move. The aristocrats are too genteel. They cannot even muster a proper insult. It is quite tragic. She stepped forward, standing before Huchong, striking directly. Indeed, you have altered your life, but your remaining days will be spent in prison. Your parents will spend their twilight years repaying your debts, and your cousin's family, as your accomplices, will accompany you within those walls. Your Hu family will be mocked for generations, unable to hold public office, and as for your so-called son. Su Xunqing turned her gaze to the pale-faced Mrs. Han, gently asking, this child is not yet 3 months old. What will you do? Mrs. Han lifted her head resolutely. I will terminate this pregnancy. I shall not allow the spawn of such a beast to remain in this world. She had never wished to bear such a man's child, since becoming pregnant. She had contemplated death daily, yet Huchong had threatened her with Hanze's life, forcing her to carry this child. The onlookers felt that Su Xunqing's words carried little weight. What did public office mean to them? They had never cared. As for the child, children were born recklessly in wealthy families. 1 or 2 were inconsequential. However, Huchong's expression darkened further, and he began thrashing about as if he might break free, shouting, you shameless woman! Who gives you the right to kill my child? Who gives you the authority to decide the fate of my family? Su Xunqing pulled Mrs. Han and Mr. Han away from Huchong's reach, smiling slightly. You have killed your own child. You have sealed your family's fate. Indeed, the desire for public office is ingrained in one's bones. Huchong resorted to such acts precisely because he could not secure a position. The loss of lineage and legacy is more painful than death itself. Your suffering has only just begun. There will be more torment to come. Transitioning from extravagance to frugality is a challenge. The Hu family, once content farming, could have lived a joyous life, but these 7 years of indulgence have ruined them. Their lives are now forfeit. Ah! Stop speaking. Be silent. Huchong's eyes burned with rage as he struggled violently. Jin Zhao gently embraced Su Xunqing, pulling her behind him. Su Xunqing, wishing to avoid the sight of the deranged Huchong, turned to Mr. and Mrs. Han, calmly stating, now that you know the truth, further confrontation with such a person is meaningless. It would be wiser to seek out the real brother Han sooner rather than later. As for this man, Mr. Han's eyes glinted with fervor. He has harmed A's for 7 years. We must take him away. That will not do, Su Xunqing replied gently yet firmly. I have already contacted the police. They will arrive shortly. We are all law-abiding citizens. We must trust in the state. Indeed, one cannot merely feign sophistication. It is the end for you. Forgetting that they were surrounded by a throng of media reporters, one could not allow them to report on a high-profile kidnapping. It was imperative to let the police handle the matter. After all, there were connections within the force, and apprehending Huchong would be a mere trifle. Su Xunqing exchanged a knowing glance with Jin Zhao. Who on earth invented the concept of formal attire? There are no pockets to accommodate a mobile phone. She pondered whether Brother Zhao would be quick enough to assist in contacting the authorities. Jin Zhao retrieved his phone. Hello, is this the police station? We're at Huahai Manor. Their collaboration was seamless, and amidst the crowd's indignation and gossip, they managed to share a moment of camaraderie. Upon grasping Su Xunqing's rationale, Mr. and Mrs. Han finally comprehended the gravity of the situation, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Miss Xu, your foresight is commendable. We certainly trust the police. We shall leave this matter in their capable hands. Chapter 77. A Touch of Madness, 40 Insanity. Xunqing felt a sense of relief upon realizing that the Han family was relatively amicable. They are reasonable people. They will surely rescue Brother Han. The onlookers shifted their attention, for the Han family was notoriously known for their unscrupulousness and lack of reason. Although the Han family found themselves in a distressing predicament today, many could not help but shout at Xunqing, the Han family is indeed a group of unreasonable villains. The police soon arrived at the scene, escorting Chong to the squad car amidst the flurry of camera flashes. The Han family members hurriedly departed, needing to rush to Pingyuan village to locate their son. Before leaving, Mrs. Han bowed deeply to Xunqing, saying, "Thank you, Miss Xu. Without your intervention, we would have been unable to apprehend this scoundrel. You shall henceforth be regarded as a benefactor to the Han family. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Xunqing waved her hands dismissively. "I hardly did anything at all. It was Su Xian who restrained him, and it was Mrs. Han who exposed him. I merely offered a few words once the situation was resolved." She felt that this gratitude was undeserved and somewhat disingenuous. Meanwhile, other members of high society began to cast eager glances in her direction. How could her contributions be seen as lacking merit? Xunqing had an uncanny ability to discern the hidden truths within people, and she could even pinpoint the location where Hanzi was detained. She was undeniably astute. It was no wonder the Xu family kept such a vigilant watch over her. They had stumbled upon an invaluable asset, with Chong taken away by the police. The Han family embarked on their quest to find their son. The songs and dances on the engagement ceremony stage gradually faded away, and the guests lost their appetite for the feast, gathering around Xunqing to assert their presence. "Hello, Miss Xu. I am Yi Wu from the Yi family. My father is an old friend of yours. Do come visit us at Uncle's house sometime." "Xunqing, my name is Song Jiji. I feel an extraordinary connection with you. May I have your contact information? My family owns a whole block of shops on Donghua Street. We could shop together without spending a dime."
Xunqing.
"I am your second aunt's cousin's daughter's elementary school classmate. Don't you think we share a marvelous bond?" Xunqing gazed at the suddenly warm crowd surrounding her, utterly perplexed.
Ah, so many people.
Am I showing a certain expression of surprise? What is happening? Are they astounded by my earlier performance? Should I now say, "Everyone, please form a line for autographs and photographs. Shake hands on one side, and for contact information, there will be a fee." She smiled like a well-programmed automaton, her mind in chaos, yet maintaining her composure. "Wonderful, marvelous, splendid." A circle of elite individuals exclaimed, "Could you be any more insincere?" While the atmosphere buzzed with excitement, those who did not join the throng stood out starkly. Su Mo and Xunqing observed from a distance, their expressions cold as they regarded the gathering crowd. "Mind your own business," Su Mo whispered, audible only to her brother. She resented Xunqing's fortune. They had even swapped identities in the past. Yet now she was being reclaimed by the Xu family. Was blood relation truly that paramount? So significant that even members of other prominent families sought to curry her favor? All that had once belonged to her seemed to have been seized by Xunqing, who now possessed even more than she did. Su Mo felt her teeth grind in frustration. Had it not been for Xunqing, she would have approached when her brother made his move. The gratitude of the Han family and the attention of the crowd would rightfully have been hers, not Xunqing's. Xunqing shared her bewilderment. Youthful and spirited, he had encountered many peculiarities in life. Although he had heard Xunqing's inner thoughts, he fundamentally disbelieved them. Moreover, he perceived his sister's demeanor as oblivious to the truth. Xunqing prided himself on his intellect, convinced he had unraveled the mystery. He had every reason to suspect that Xunqing was orchestrating this elaborate ruse against his sister. Surely, she must be consumed with jealousy, devising such bizarre schemes to deceive others. What bewildered Xunqing the most was that his elder brother, who prided himself on his integrity and was typically stern with the family, had chosen to assist Xunqing in this charade. No wonder Sister Mo had been so distressed upon seeing him today. She must have been bullied by them. Xunqing believed he was the sole rational individual amidst this sea of oblivion, determined to awaken everyone from their stupor. He glanced at Su Mo, his gaze resolute. "Sister, do not worry. I understand my mission has commenced. I will take care of everything from here."
Xu Montag?
What was it that she should not worry about? She could hardly feel reassured when looking at her foolish brother. A sense of foreboding washed over her as she attempted to intervene, but he was already leaping onto the stage where the performance had taken place. Xu Xiqing seized the nearby microphone, testing its sound quality before raising his voice to command the audience's attention. Hey, are you all devoid of common sense? You dare to heed the words of this person from some remote village, fearing you might end up in a similarly dismal fate? The lively gathering fell into a stunned silence, all eyes fixed on the young man on stage. What dismal fate? To be beautiful, charming, and have a fiancé worth millions? To foresee the future and enjoy longevity? How enviable a predicament that sounded. The sentiments of the crowd were unanimous, while Xu Xuanqing remained oblivious to their thoughts. She herself breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, I can finally breathe again. This brother of mine is quite the entertainer. He took to the stage to alleviate my pressure. What a delightful fellow. I must remember to reward him with extra bananas after the banquet. Could someone pass me some sunflower seeds? I wish to sit down and watch the spectacle unfold. Xu Xuanqing quietly maneuvered herself to a nearby stool to sit down. Jin Zhao, ever by her side, extended his long, broad palm toward her, revealing a handful of sunflower seeds. Xu Xuanqing felt that this man was increasingly attuned to her thoughts. After graciously accepting the sunflower seeds, she began to watch the people on stage with great enthusiasm. Xu Xiqing, noticing that no one was paying attention to Xu Xuanqing anymore, smugly declared, "Some people have read too many comics and believe themselves to be superhumans, attempting to deceive everyone with some phony sounds and language. Yet, you all have genuinely fallen for it. Perhaps the Han family was merely coordinating." He was convinced that his argument was particularly insightful, and that the audience must be experiencing a revelation. However, he was met only with looks of incredulity and Xu Xuanqing's loud chirping like a cricket. Is this person mad? Slightly mad, perhaps, but not excessively so. Around 40 mad. Chapter 78. Has she become the darling of the group? As a prominent family, they should have ample educational resources. How can they be so uncultured? What does phony sound even mean, young man? Moreover, is that even coherent? Who could possibly conspire with the police? Wouldn't that just be handing the police department their performance metrics?
Xunqing,
professionally enjoying the spectacle and casually critiquing it in her mind, was entirely unfazed by the remarks. She chose not to ponder Xu Xiqing's words. When a child launched a typical nonsensical attack, she simply treated it as surfing the internet, indulging in abstract musings and smiled, feeling rejuvenated. The others in attendance were also enveloped in a blanket of silence, rendered speechless. They were astute individuals, capable of discerning the good from the evil in people. And they had no qualms about accepting the phenomenon of hearing one's inner voice. They merely cast sympathetic glances towards Xu's father, wondering how such a delightful family could have produced such a creature. Xu Yingyuan was equally exasperated. The family was already chaotic enough, without these children stirring up trouble every couple of days, showing no regard for the family's reputation, and bringing them to shame. He hastily called out, "You little rascal, stop embarrassing yourself and come down here this instant." Xu Xiqing, however, remained utterly unfazed by his father's admonitions. If he were the type to listen, he wouldn't have run abroad to compete just to spite Xu Yingyuan. Witnessing his father's reaction only emboldened him further. Clutching the microphone, he darted around the venue to evade his father, exclaiming vehemently, "Now that the engagement is settled, Xu Xuanqing, you can leave our Xu family. You are not welcome here." Ouch! That hurts. Our Xu family only has one princess, and that is my sister Xu Momo. You are unworthy. Despite being struck by an unidentified flying object, Xu Xiqing stumbled but refused to relinquish his tirade. "Bodyguards,
seize him."
Xu Yingyuan, unable to catch up, realized this wasn't merely a squabble at home. He wouldn't normally need to personally intervene to discipline a wayward child, but he stopped to shout, "You ungrateful wretch, halt this instant." Xu Xiqing was swiftly apprehended by professional bodyguards, yet he did not miss the chance to proclaim, "Our Xu family does not require a second sister." Xu Xuanqing, you leave, go now. Xu Xuanqing, nearly poked in the forehead, shifted slightly, cracking the sunflower seeds. Caramel-flavored sunflower seeds, oh my, they are delightful, bring me more. Today's conclusion to the ceremony was splendid, the performance is captivating, and animals exhibit such intelligence. However, I won't tip since I lack funds. Perhaps I should make my exit? See if any other family might take me in. Minimal lodging, minimal food, blissfully carefree. Other affluent onlookers perked up at these words. What? Such a delightful opportunity. They could take home the mascot Xu Xuanqing for free? They could scarcely contain their eagerness to express gratitude to Xu Xiqing. The proactive Qin Dai immediately spoke up. Xunqing, our family could use another child. Why not become my father's goddaughter? We could be like real sisters.
Hey,
Don't steal her away. Qin family girl. Yu Wu, who had introduced himself to Xu Xiqing earlier, quickly interjected, Little Xu. You seem remarkably familiar to me. Could it be that you are actually the biological daughter of our Yi family? Xu Xiqing's lips parted slightly. Sunflower seed shells tumbling to the ground. How wonderful, a human trafficking aristocrat. There's no saving us now. How did I suddenly become part of this gossip? Though the Xu family is indeed something else, these people are quite entertaining. What kind of sordid affairs might other families have? Just looking at your lists gives me a headache. I wouldn't dare wade into murky waters. The other noble families shivered at the implication of such sordid affairs. Could someone please clarify? They were frightened. Xu's parents were incensed to see others openly attempting to undermine them right before their eyes. Exchanging glances, Xu's mother and father hurried to stabilize Xu Xiqing. Xiqing, your brother has just returned and isn't accustomed to this. He is still young and lacks understanding. So please don't hold it against him. Xu Xiqing smiled gently at Jean Beiming. Last I heard of this youthful age matter, it was from my dear nephew. Jean Beiming thought. Is he also going to be dragged into this? He began to fathom why his cold-hearted uncle had taken an interest in this woman upon returning home. Perhaps she was already aware of her unique abilities. The ability to externalize one's inner voice was indeed remarkable, were it not for their current research focus. Not to mention their inability to contend with Jing Zhao, he might have attempted to seize Xu Xiqing for his own amusement. Xu's father, seeking to assert his authority and not coddle the youngest son, aimed to maintain Xu Xiqing's presence in the unfolding situation. He seized the rod handed to him by the butler and, while waving it at the bodyguards holding Xu Xiqing, chastised, Xu Xiqing, you ungrateful child. You spend your days goofing off abroad. Look at what you've become. Is this how you treat your own sister? I'll teach you a lesson. Xu Xiqing, agile as a monkey, having endured beating since childhood, evaded his father's blows with ease. Now, dodging his father's stick was child's play. Xu Xiqing leapt around the venue, seizing the opportunity to retort. What sister? I only have one sister, and she is worth far more than you. Xu's father felt a pang of anger in his liver. The Xu family had been contemplating ways to keep Xu Xiqing, but with Xu Xiqing's abduction and Xu Xiqing's outrageous declarations, their credibility had plummeted to negative numbers. If they truly allowed someone to whisk Xu Xiqing away, the Xu family would become the laughingstock of the entire capital, typically embroiled in intrigue. The Xu family united in an uncommon display of solidarity, each contributing to finally trip Xu Xiqing. Xu's father delivered 2 solid blows to Xu Xiqing, his voice devoid of any semblance of tenderness. Wow. Indeed, father and son fighting side by side. The best performances come from familial bonds. Just a few days ago, he was indifferent to me, and now he seems to be something unreachable. Is this the benefit of an engagement? Where's the spirit? Where's the pride? Why merely talk about it instead of taking action to transfer funds? It seems he doesn't love me enough after all. Xu Xiqing observed her father's actions, shaking her head disapprovingly. This was merely a performance for outsiders, feigning concern for her while simultaneously pursuing their own gains. Xu's mother remained at Xu Xiqing's side, and upon hearing her thoughts, immediately pulled out her phone and unhesitatingly made a transfer. The notification tone from Xu Xiqing's mobile phone resonated clearly from the background. China Bank has credited 5 million yuan. Please be wary of transfer fraud. The account has been locked. For fund circulation, please bring your ID and relevant documents to the counter. Xu Xiqing, damn those telecom fraudsters. Chapter 79. Both eyes witnessed it all. A profound silence enveloped the room as Xu's mother nervously chuckled. I just transferred you a bit of pocket money. The housekeeper can handle the bank matters later. Xu Xiqing smiled faintly. Thank you, Aunt Gao. You are truly a kind-hearted person. Surely no one can discern my sarcasm, right? During the engagement ceremony, was the transfer intended for my ears alone, or was it meant for everyone present? The grandeur of high society is merely a performance. Back in the orphanage, the sisters would discreetly slip me candies. Xu's mother turned crimson, while Xu Sichel, who had just been reprimanded, was still whimpering. She could only comply and say, Xiqing, we are family. Why call me auntie so formally? Your parents have already educated your brother. You can just relax at home. I'm quite at ease, Xu Xiqing retorted. It's natural for them to look down on me, considering I find the Xu family to be a collection of misfortunes. I fear that if I linger in your home, the others will become uneasy. Perhaps I should take my leave? Su's father, mother, and Xu Siyuan grew tense at her words. The others around them were also stirring, each extending an olive branch. On the ground, Su Sichel squirmed and shouted, "Get lost. Do you think you can have a better life after leaving? You just can't part with the Su family." Su Momo grasped the situation. Su Xuanqing's recent union had elevated her status within the upper echelons of society. If she wished to gain sufficient benefits from the Su family before marrying Jin Beiming, she would have to align herself with the prevailing circumstances. Suppressing her disgust, Su Momo stepped forward. "Sister, don't hold it against our brother. It's my fault. He simply wanted to defend me, which led to this misunderstanding." "Oh? Defend what?" Su Xuanqing gazed at Su Momo's face, brimming with contrition. Her gaze drifting down to her opulent gown. Changing the subject, she remarked, "How could I possibly be angry? That dress of yours is truly stunning. It must have cost several hundred yuan, right? Unlike me, who has no idea what price tag is attached to the gown that Brother Chao gifted me. Isn't this just a performance of green tea? Who hasn't watched a few episodes of Temptation of going home in their childhood?" Su Momo nearly lost her footing. This wretch. How dare she use my gown to humiliate me? She had overheard the discussions earlier. Although Su Xuanqing's dress appeared understated, it was indeed crafted by the master of Yunli. She had initially aimed to overshadow others with her high-end ensemble, only to find her starry gown rendered somewhat mundane in comparison to Su Xuanqing's diamond-studded butterfly attire. Yet she couldn't lose her composure. Forcing a smile, she replied, "Of course, I cannot compare to you, who has the Jin family to rely upon. I can only depend on my own efforts to purchase the clothes I like." A flash of inspiration struck her mind, and she raised her voice. "So I've been preparing to enter the entertainment industry these days. I've currently secured a role in a drama called Nine Heavens Dragon Chant and will be appearing on a variety show next month. I hope sister will support me." While she spoke of her sister's support, her eyes furtively darted towards the cameras behind her, hoping for some free publicity from the media. "Do you want me to get you an annual VIP subscription? Are you really using my engagement ceremony as your promotional tool? Just a mere entertainment industry. And you think you're something special?" Su Xuanqing was all smiles, ready to mock Su Momo a few times, but the rest of the onlookers were quick to interject. Chun Hame, a young lady from the Chen family, who had always been at odds with Su Momo, stepped forward with a sneer. "Oh, Su Momo, you've truly risen. So we are all your stepping stones now, hoping to leverage our influence to enter the entertainment world? How dare you enter such a sordid place? You're truly embarrassing the elders present." Su Momo never expected someone to be so brazenly disrespectful. After all, no matter the circumstance, she was still recognized as a daughter of the Su family. How could Xunhame dare to speak to her this way? Maintaining her innocent and pure persona, Su Momo frowned slightly, her face reflecting dismay. "Hame, how can you say that about the entertainment industry? Every job is noble, and there is no distinction between high and low." Su Xuanqing, seeing someone else take the stage, relished the opportunity to remain idle, musing, "Oh dear. It seems that the upper class holds a strong aversion to the entertainment industry. Should I also enter the entertainment industry, only to be looked down upon? Perhaps I should just state my intentions outright to avoid anyone later accusing me of bringing shame upon myself. A preemptive strike might be prudent." Chun Hame. She was regretting her hasty words, lamenting her impulsiveness. Why did she have to be so quick to criticize Su Momo? It was indeed a mistake to mock the entertainment industry. Yet Chun Hame was quick to recover, immediately adding, "Who says the entertainment industry is bad? It's absolutely wonderful. There is a bright future there. It's merely you, Su Momo, who is the problem. One rotten apple spoils the barrel. If the entertainment industry has you, then it's truly doomed." Su Momo could no longer maintain her smile. Unable to endure, she stepped forward to slap Chun Hame, only to have her evade the blow. Smack. Chun Hame, possessing a fiery temperament, retaliated instantly, landing a solid slap on Su Momo's face. Su Siyuan, witnessing the altercation, rushed over to shield Su Momo, angrily rebuking. "Chun Hame, it's one thing to argue, but isn't it excessive to resort to violence?" Su Xuanqing interjected languidly. "It was my sister who made the first move. I saw it all with both my eyes." Chun Hame immediately nodded, standing beside Su Xuanqing, warmly exclaiming, "Exactly. Thank you, Xuanqing. You're so kind. I'm so frightened. It seems everyone is in a rather peculiar state. Just moments ago, you weren't acting frightened at all when you charged in." "Indeed. The world is a vast mental asylum. What on earth is happening? It's strange, This is supposed to be a banquet, yet with so many dishes on the table. No one is eating, they're all here to watch a monkey show. The monkey Xu Sichel struggled a bit more but remained restrained by his relatives, his mouth covered by an unknown hand. Xu Xiyuan wished to impart some wisdom to Xu Xuanqing but ultimately held his tongue, merely stating coldly, "You and Momo are both daughters of the Xu family. You ought to support one another and not forget your roots." With that, he escorted the swollen-faced Xu Momo from the estate. Xu's father, noticing this, promptly signaled the butler to take Xu Sichel, this audacious child, back for confinement. Such behavior was utterly unacceptable. Creating a spectacle at such a significant event drained the already meager familial affection Xu Xuanqing had for them. As the farce concluded, the other noble families, though entertained, did not take it to heart. They were more intrigued by the information Xu Xuanqing had inadvertently revealed. Chapter 80. The bonds of high society. Xu Xuanqing had clearly expressed her desire to enter the entertainment industry. The affluent families, possessing entertainment companies and abundant resources, immediately sprang into action, with those who had not yet ventured into this domain contemplating ways to invest heavily. Whispers of discussion began, as they pondered how to subtly entice Xu Xuanqing, luring her onto their proverbial pirate ship. Into their camp, where mutual assistance could elevate their families to new heights. Little did Xu Xuanqing know that even before she had officially entered the circle, a world of wealth awaited her. As she observed the unfortunate siblings being escorted away, the gazes of those around her brimmed with benevolence, leading her to believe that this world was indeed a marvelous place. These people seem quite kind. They are all willing to assist me, a newcomer. Could this be what they call the benefits of being a newcomer? Surely, the system's vague golden finger equates to an increase in goodwill? Thank you, system. I've finally done something good, which will facilitate my future tasks.
Hee.
The crowd, overhearing her last two sentences punctuated by crackling static, speculated curiously about what private thoughts Xu Xuanqing might have conceived, which they ought not to hear. They felt an urgent need to win her heart swiftly, ensuring she would lower her defenses against them. Thus, a new wave of people eagerly surged forward. Some young women and elders gathered beside Xu Xuanqing, bestowing her blessings for a fortunate union while subtly inquiring about her future ambitions. Meanwhile, another group took a different approach, surrounding Jin Zhao with flattery, their words laced with envy, convinced that the Jin family was destined for renewed glory. The entire gathering was rife with individuals eager to curry favor with Xu Xuanqing and the united in their unspoken intent to marginalize the Xu family. Xu's parents could not conceal their murderous glares upon witnessing this scene. Had they not been the ones to retrieve Xu Xuanqing, these people would never have had the chance to encounter her. Now, they audaciously sought to dispose of her once they had milked her worth. How infuriating. The rest of the Xu family harbored deep resentment towards Xu Yingyuan and his wife. From the moment they had recognized Xu Xuanqing as family, they had been eager to exploit her, but Xu Yingyuan had perpetually delayed, insisting they wait, and now they found themselves in this predicament. The once exclusive family resources had transformed into a communal asset, fiercely contested by all. As the engagement banquet reluctantly drew to a close amidst the throng surrounding Xu Xuanqing, only the Xu family and their guests remained in high spirits. In the meantime, Xu Momo and Xu Xichao, having been whisked away, faced the rare wrath of their parents. Xu's father, regarding his disappointing children, coldly inquired, "Do you understand your mistakes?" Xu Momo hung her head in silence, while Xu Xichao, defiantly raising his chin, retorted, "What did we do wrong? You may favor the new and disdain the old, but now you confine us, restricting our freedom. This is unlawful. Am I breaking any laws by disciplining my son?" Xu's father, his patience worn thin, lashed out with a whip across Xu Xichao's back, exclaiming, "Are you truly so oblivious to Xu Xuanqing's importance to our family? You are of age now. It's time to open your eyes." Xu Xichao, however, remained incorrigible, growing louder with every word. As the father and son exchanged heated insults, Xu's mother, usually indulgent, stood silently by, momentarily neglecting Xu Momo, who felt a chill of despair wash over her. She had intended to stage a performance of her own, but the indifference of those around her, who could not even spare her a glance, crushed her spirit. Sitting despondently in the corner of a small room, she felt as if she existed on a different plane from the three individuals before her, their voices and actions shrouded in a fog. How could this be? What power did Xu Xuanqing possess? Was it merely due to this union? Xu Momo sensed an oddity permeating recent events, yet the truth eluded her grasp. A voice within her continually whispered that things should not be this way. Xu Xuanqing was merely a foil to highlight her brilliance. She, Xu Momo, should be the one in the limelight. Meanwhile, Su's father, realizing he could not educate Su Xichao without suffering further distress, turned to leave with Su's mother. After shutting the door, he glowered at the bodyguards outside, commanding, "Lock them up for 3 days and nights. Feed them twice daily, just enough to keep them alive. Should anyone dare to secretly provide them with luxuries or assist in their escape, they will no longer find employment here." The 4 guards stood at attention, their demeanor resolute. Inside the room, Su Xichao, overhearing his father's instructions, vented his frustrations, striking at the air as if it were an adversary. After expelling his anger, he noticed Su Momo huddled in the corner, trembling, and promptly suppressed his irritation to console her gently. Su Momo heard his voice, faint yet present, but she lacked the will to listen. Forcing a smile, she curled up tighter, relishing the profound solitude. Meanwhile, at Huahai Manor, the guests lingered, not departing, yet tacitly refraining from interrupting the young couple stepping out hand in hand. Su Xuanqing and Jin Zhao wandered aimlessly through the estate. After hearing Su Momo's remarks to the media, Su Xuanqing's ambition soared. Curiosity piqued, she asked Jin Zhao, "Brother Zhao, do you know what variety show Su Momo will be participating in?" In the narrative, Su Momo had skyrocketed to fame after filming a fantasy drama and subsequently joined reality shows scripted for her to showcase her face. As the newly appointed head of an entertainment company, Jin Zhao was well-informed and calmly replied, "It's a lifestyle experience show currently in development, aimed at highlighting the sibling dynamics within affluent families. They intend to invite well-known wealthy siblings to participate in live recordings." Su Xuanqing instantly grasped the concept. The production team must have been inspired by the sensationalism surrounding wealthy siblings feuding over inheritance and sisters slapping each other in competition for men, prompting them to boldly launch such a high-profile, unscripted show in hopes of displaying familial bonds to the audience. Indeed, when it comes to stirring the pot, one must look to the entertainment industry. Attracting affluent families surely requires significant investment. However, such a show would likely lack a script, as no one would yield to the other, allowing for authentic dramatic conflict. It sounds rather entertaining. I find myself intrigued. Su Xuanqing felt a burgeoning interest in the show, primarily because she wished to witness the unfolding drama firsthand. Eager to see how Su Momo would navigate the entertainment realm. Observing her enthusiasm, Jin Zhao kindly extended an invitation. "I too have received an invitation from the production team. Would you like to join me, Xunqing?" Chapter 81. Join me on the show, and I'll give you 5 million. Absolutely. Su Xuanqing readily agreed, but then sighed, reflecting. "I do want to participate, but I have no siblings to accompany me. What should I do?" In my eagerness to enjoy the spectacle, I overlooked this significant reality. Little Momo will surely seek her beloved brother or sister, leaving me no chance. Otherwise, teaming up with her would be delightful. Perhaps I could find someone to impersonate a sibling? If exposed, I could simply claim they were a love child. That wouldn't be unreasonable, would it? The heartfelt musings of Su Xuanqing resonated around the flower garden, and indeed, those who approached the vicinity, whether intentionally or not, heard her thoughts with crystal clarity. This included Su Xiyuan, who sought to explain the behavior of Su Momo and Su Xichao to Su Xuanqing. Upon hearing her inner voice, his first reaction was a sense of relief. It seemed Su Xuanqing still wished to participate in the variety show alongside Momo, indicating she bore no ill will. His second thought was that he was the only suitable candidate for this endeavor. With so many siblings in the family, allowing Su Xuanqing to seek out a substitute would merely present an opportunity for the watchful aristocratic families, who knew what predatory wolves or leopards would infiltrate their ranks. Thus, it was far safer for him to step in. Clearing his throat lightly, Su Xiyuan emerged from behind the flower beds, feigning an accidental encounter. "Xuanqing, Chao Xiao. Are you here admiring the flowers?"
he said.
"I was merely passing by. You may continue your enjoyment." Su Xuanqing's train of thought was abruptly interrupted, and her first instinct was to pull Jin Chao away, for such a splendid day should not be marred by ill omens. However, Su Xiyuan obstructed their path, declaring with a provocative flair, "Xuanqing, I too have received an invitation for a familial variety show, and I would like to participate with you under the guise of siblings. Would you be willing?" Su Xuanqing felt genuinely nauseated. Were it not for her aversion to the Su family, she might have been tempted to ascertain whether Su Xiyuan had suffered a bout of fever. Logically speaking, shouldn't he be engaged in a fierce argument with the other 2 male members of the Su family in the dance studio, each refusing to yield an inch as they vied for the chance to join Su Momo on the show? How had he managed to divert the issue to her? Su Xuanqing responded with resolute clarity, "I am unwilling. You should compete for the position with Su Momo instead. Humph. Perhaps you were spurned by Su Momo and thought you could find solace in joining me to protect your little Momo? What a cunning man you are. You nearly ensnared me. Fortunately, my wits prevail. Hiring a professional actor costs merely a couple of hundred a day. And for a variety show spanning just a few weeks, I can afford it. The onlookers hidden behind the flower beds were itching to burst forth and proclaim, I can do it. I am willing. They sought no remuneration, and some would even offer to subsidize her by 200,000 daily. Su Xiyuan's confident smile faltered at the corners. Since Su Xuanqing's return home, he had endured setbacks far more numerous than those encountered at work. He could not fathom what was amiss with this girl, as if she were his natural nemesis.
Yet,
listening to her inner thoughts only solidified his resolve to secure this opportunity. She was correct. Despite Su Momo's significant changes, she remained his beloved sister. If he could join Su Xuanqing on the show, he could discreetly safeguard Su Momo, truly a twofold gain. Are you not inclined to join me? Would you prefer to team up with Su Xiling instead? I am certain he would acquiesce if you were to ask.
Su Xiyuan spoke of Lao.
His words laced with a hint of threat. Jin Chao, observing from the side, narrowed his eyes, his demeanor shifting to one of displeasure, yet he refrained from interjecting, allowing Su Xuanqing to address the matter herself. After a slight threat, Su Xiyuan immediately dangled a tempting offer. If we participate together, not only can I protect you, but you won't need to spend a penny. I will allocate my share of the appearance fee to you. He was well aware of Su Xuanqing's fondness for wealth and had prepared to toss a few million her way should she continue to refuse.
Deal.
Su Xuanqing assented without hesitation, her decisiveness almost alarming. Then I shall trouble you, dear brother, to ensure the funds are transferred punctually. I trust you won't be so stingy as to deny me a few million in pocket money? A fool not to seize money. Surely the appearance fee for a high-profile variety show is not negligible? As for Su Xiling, he is as good as dead to me. Having vanished for so long, perhaps he is busy mending his lineage. Dare you employ such tactics to unsettle me? Should that occur, do not be surprised when I expose your shortcomings before the entire nation. Su Xuanqing maintained an air of calm, as though she had just concluded a high-stakes negotiation. Yet within her mind played out the most mortifying scenarios involving Su Xiyuan. Those eavesdropping from the outside felt disheartened and drifted further away, having lost a splendid opportunity. Su Xiyuan, approaching the conversation with an expectation of rejection, was taken aback yet secretly elated upon receiving her affirmative response. It was merely a few million in spending money. He could easily afford that. After all, he was the esteemed elder brother who would have the chance to accompany her on the show, incomparable to those outsiders. As for Su Xuanqing's threat of retribution, he dismissed it entirely. With a jovial demeanor, Su Xiyuan agreed to Su Xuanqing's audacious demands, promising to provide her with a black card for her unrestricted use. Having finalized this arrangement, he found the world considerably more agreeable, even taking a moment to exchange pleasantries with Jin Chao. Chao Xiao, do you intend to bring your sister along for the variety show? Jin Qing is still quite young, and we shall all ensure she is well looked after. Jin Chao had no intention of divulging his plans.
Oh?
Are you planning to take Jin Qing along? I feel such shows are not only laden with negative energy, but could also hinder a child's education. Observing the bright glimmer in Su Xuanqing's eyes, Jin Chao replied placidly, No, I intend to bring my nephew along. Su Xiyuan? Su Xuanqing. The eavesdropping crowd. Goodness, is this truly happening? The genuine heiress and her betrothed. Why on earth has the production team not invited them? Su Xuanqing was genuinely astonished and immediately pressed for clarification. Is that true? Jin Beiming approved this? Surely, he does not wish to foster a bond with Chao Xiao, does he? Is this all for little Momo? Jin Chao nodded slightly, explaining. He approached me and I acquiesced. Meanwhile, Jin Beiming, stealthily eavesdropping among the crowd, interjected, Uncle, do you have no shame? You explicitly turned me down. Yet upon hearing Su Xuanqing is participating, you instantly consent? I am the last person on earth to learn of your involvement. Jin Beiming had indeed wished to spend more time with Su Momo on the show, and his approach to Jin Chao was merely an attempt to leverage his status while nurturing their relationship. In retrospect, it did not seem like a poor decision. With the details of the variety show settled, the group emerged from the flower garden, only to find a throng of people outside, bustling as if attending a grand conference. Chapter 82. The Scoop from Su Mother. Su Xuanqing tilted her head, observing the mass of people gathered. Is there a rare breed of chrysanthemum on display here? Why else would there be such a crowd? It seems the way they look at me is rather peculiar. It must be because they adore me. While many in the crowd genuinely admired Su Xuanqing, their expressions grew increasingly strange. Her bluntness was quite disarming. Yet, everyone maintained the dignified facade of the aristocracy, refraining from any overt attempts to approach her. Most merely sought to exchange contact information in hopes of arranging a meeting with Su Xuanqing, though she declined the majority of such overtures. After all, as a chosen spectator of the drama, she also required her moments of repose. The grand gathering concluded amidst lively merriment, and the engagement between the Su and Jin families proceeded with remarkable smoothness. If we set aside the unexpected incident involving Han Sun and Su Sichao's animal performance, the high society circle is indeed rife with turbulence. Families that previously had little to no interaction with the Su family, or even had a strained relationship, have begun to subtly draw closer to them, vying for the favor of Su Yingyuan and his wife. This indirect approach seems to provide them with a greater sense of decorum than a direct engagement with Su Xuanqing. Naturally, Su Xuanqing remains oblivious to these developments as she languidly reclines in the back seat of Jin Chao's car, sighing repeatedly. Observing her demeanor, Jin Chao gently inquires, "What troubles you?" Su Xuanqing, plump and sprawled across the back seat, laments, "Returning to the Su family means being surrounded by nothing but abnormality. I sincerely hope it doesn't interfere with my work." Jin Chao reassures her, "If you wish, you can continue residing at the Jin residence, or stay at one of my other properties." Su Xuanqing merely seeks to vent her frustrations. In truth, she must return to the Su family, as the system mandates that she cannot stray too far from them. She shakes her head, striving to restore her spirits. "It's fine, really. Living at the Su residence is more convenient, especially since I need to select a filming team with the university students during the day. After all, it's just a matter of spending the night there. During the day, I'll either be out or holed up in my bedroom. There shouldn't be any further issues." She muses, "Now that I'm armed with special little props, should anyone attempt to abduct me again, they would surely meet their end." Jin Chao observes Su Xuanqing revitalizing in a mere half-minute and instinctively remarks, "Should you find yourself in danger, just call my name in your heart." Su Xuanqing, amused by Jin Chao's sudden declaration reminiscent of a romantic drama, smiles and asks, "And you would miraculously appear by my side?" "Indeed," Jin Chao replies, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Taken aback by his forthright affirmation, Su Xuanqing's cheeks flush slightly. She turns her face away, feigning ignorance of the topic. "Next time you flirt, could you perhaps file a report first? However, if danger truly arises, wouldn't it be more prudent to invoke the Buddha for protection?" Su Xuanqing shakes her head, rolling down the car window to let the breeze clear her thoughts. Jin Chao, his eyes twinkling with amusement, refrains from further explanation. Upon arriving at the Su residence, Su Xuanqing reluctantly steps out of the car, feeling a pang of nostalgia for the freedom and comfort she had enjoyed in recent days. Jin Chao lowers the window to watch her enter the villa before redirecting his gaze and instructing the driver to take him to the office. With a heart that stirs with unease, Su Xuanqing walks into the courtyard of the Su family. Butler Zhang Cheng has been waiting at the entrance. Witnessing the affectionate interaction between the young lady and her fiancé fills him with warmth. Once he sees Jin Chao's car depart, he approaches, saying, "Miss Xuanqing, welcome back. Your rooms have all been tidied up." Su Xuanqing nods. "It's the house by the nanny's quarters, right? I have no desire to stay in that main building that could very well cost me my life. It's crowded and unsafe there. I wouldn't sleep soundly. The cozy nanny's quarters are far more reassuring." Butler Zhang nods in agreement, explaining, "Not knowing where you'd prefer to stay, I had both the main building and the nanny's quarters prepared." In the flower hall, Su's parents exchange glances, each detecting a hint of confusion in the other's eyes. They acknowledge the household size, yet they wonder why Su Xuanqing would rather reside in the very quarters where she had once been kidnapped, adamantly refusing the main building. Surely, there must be some undisclosed secret lurking beneath the surface. A shiver runs down Su's parents' spines as they promptly rise to greet their daughter. As they approach Su Xuanqing, her mother dons a gentle smile. "Xuanqing, you've returned. You must be exhausted. Would you join your mother in the main building? Let us avoid any trouble in the nanny's quarters." Su Xuanqing rolls her eyes internally. As expected, upon returning to the Su family, someone is bound to stir up trouble. Is it too late to escape now? "Oh, I just remembered that Ms. Gao has a scandal that I haven't had the chance to examine. I should take a look at that." "No need. The nanny's quarters are perfectly fine. Su Xuanqing replies, half-heartedly appeasing her mother while contemplating the plethora of romantic intricacies piled up in her orders, endeavoring to sift through the details relevant to her mother. She recalls catching a fleeting glimpse of it upon her arrival at the Su residence, but due to its convoluted nature, she had forgotten to delve deeper. Now that she is back and unhurried, perhaps it is time to consider resolving the matter. Upon hearing that Su Xuanqing intends to attend to serious business, her mother promptly falls silent, refraining from further interruption. Anxious, she wonders what potential dangers might lurk nearby, tightening Su Xuanqing's brow. They had hoped to leverage Su Xuanqing's influence to extract scandals from other affluent families and thereby gain an advantageous foothold in the business realm. Little did they realize the multitude of threats that loomed over them. Once seated on the sofa, Su Xuanqing finally manages to sift through a lengthy scandal, nearly choking on her incredulity. Goodness, I had thought the main building was merely susceptible to Su Momo's schemes, but I never anticipated such outrageous circumstances. This is utterly absurd. Which other affluent family can compare to the Su family? It's practically a sieve. Su Xuanqing internally marvels, her thoughts racing as she reflects on the astonishing revelations. Meanwhile, her increasingly anxious mother cannot fathom why her daughter is not getting straight to the point. In light of such circumstances, why is she still preoccupied with her own musings? I'm frantic. At last, Su Xuanqing organizes the convoluted details in her mind, simultaneously lamenting and critiquing the situation. The vacant villa across the street is remarkably well disguised. I've passed by several times and noticed weeds sprouting from the walls. Who would have thought that someone actually resides there? The old man Wang was once involved with Ms. Gao in her youth. After their separation, they each married other people and became mere work colleagues. TSK. A pervert is indeed a pervert. Old man Wang actually lives in the neighboring vacant villa, using a telescope to spy on Mother Su's bedroom every night. Chapter 83. The Old Pervert. Old man Wang, unable to fulfill his own desires, harbors peculiar tastes, relishing in the voyeuristic observation of others' intimate moments, immersing himself in the spectacle of Mother Su's nocturnal escapades. Wow, he has recently grown dissatisfied with merely watching Mother Su through a telescope. He has taken to stalking her, intending to abduct her for a live performance, hoping to stimulate himself and see if he can elicit a response. Truly depraved. Su Xuanqing's exclamations become increasingly shocking. Mother Su's complexion pales while Father Su's countenance darkens. Hearing such revolting news is far more nauseating than the previous incident involving the secretary's drugging. Despite their villa's special transparent wall treatment, they had tested it thoroughly before and after the renovations. It is utterly baffling how their private life could be exposed to prying eyes from the outside, especially when the curtains are drawn at night. Is this even reasonable? However, Su Xuanqing has yet to accumulate a history of fabricating scandals. Each tale, though outrageous, has proven to be true. The two individuals stifled their anger, holding their breath and feigning to sip tea, while their ears were perked up attentively. This old man Wang certainly possesses some remarkable skills. 3 years ago, during the renovation of the Su family's villa, he discreetly bribed their construction team. He even invested a substantial fortune to replace the glass, which originally allowed views from the inside but concealed the interior from outside. With a transparent version that afforded clearer visibility, the farther one stood away. Goodness, the Su family typically resides in the villa, and while it appears secure from prying eyes when viewed up close, there are no actual barriers to prevent observation. During the day, Old Wang engages with Su's mother under the guise of business discussions, and at night, he pretends to reside with her, indulging in his fantasies daily. TSK, tisk.
Su Xunqing,
Upon witnessing this, was completely convinced. She mused that if this person were to channel his efforts into any other endeavor, he would have achieved success long ago. Yet he insists on pursuing this absurd fixation despite his evident ineptitude. Old Wang even fancies himself a romantic hero. His thoughts are solely consumed by this obsession. It's no wonder he has devolved into something quite deranged. If he were to fall in unrequited love, he might even resort to eliminating Su's father to ascend to power, for the most perilous places often provide the greatest sanctuary.
indeed.
One need not fear the reckless villain. Rather, it is the cunning one that poses the true threat. After digesting this information, Su Xuanqing sighed and switched off the romantic details. It was far too explicit. She dared not contemplate it further, lest her imagination conjure unsavory images that would ruin her dinner. Her sympathetic gaze drifted to the victim, Su's mother, and though she despised the Su family, she still pondered the gravity of the situation. However, She soon noticed that Sue's mother was trembling slightly as she held her teacup, prompting her to inquire, "Aunt Gao, are you all right? Are you feeling cold?" Sue's mother instinctively nodded, only to realize what Su Xuanqing had just asked and quickly shook her head. She stood to respond but found herself at a loss for words, nearly stumbling in place, saved only by Sue's father who steadied her. Sue's father, though momentarily shaken by the bizarre revelations, remained composed, his grip on his wife's arm reassuringly firm. How tragic for Sue's mother. Unaware of how many incriminating videos may have been recorded, if she refuses to comply, the repercussions could be dire. It appears that the security measures in wealthy households are far from reassuring. The main building is entirely transparent. We must devise a more effective strategy moving forward. Perhaps we should first consider persuading them to take a vacation, to leave this villa behind? Su Xuanqing contemplated her plan internally. Yet Sue's parents deemed the situation too urgent to delay any longer. "Xuanqing, you should rest properly," Sue's father instructed, his expression devoid of warmth. "Your mother is feeling unwell. I will take her home." Su Xuanqing nodded, her face a mask of sympathy as she watched them depart. Sue's parents were now entirely preoccupied, having no time to concern themselves with the still-confined Su Momo. They had initially intended to speak favorably of Su Momo in front of Su Xuanqing, hoping to foster harmony between the two daughters, which would ultimately benefit their family ties. However, their own predicament took precedence, and they needed to swiftly deal with the perverse Wang Pinpei. They could not allow him the opportunity to threaten them with such compromising material. After taking a few steps, they heard a commotion behind them and paused to listen intently. Alone in the floral hall, Su Xuanqing reveled in the vital information she had gleaned. However, this individual harbors an intense fear of cats, to the point of fainting from fright, particularly from tabbies. When my mood permits, I shall bring a couple of stray cats nearby to see if I can compel him to yield. In any case, I cannot allow this deviant to succeed. As for Sue's mother, if I can save her, I shall, for she is not devoid of redeeming qualities. Su Xuanqing sipped her floral tea, mulling over the necessity of continuous efforts. The last time the system had threatened her with a 5-year deduction in life value for failing to comply, it instilled a profound sense of urgency within her. She felt that even accumulating a century of life would not suffice to appease the system's demands. The diligent yet often criticized system grumbled, "How infuriating! Why must I bear the brunt of the upper management's expectations?" Upon hearing Su Xuanqing's significant revelations, both Sue's parents felt a flicker of hope. "Our daughter is still a good person," they thought. Despite their previous preferential treatment of her, she still wished to assist them. Yet, they could hardly wait for her to take action. As Sue's mother and father returned to the main building, before even ascending to their bedroom, they sensed an unsettling multitude of eyes watching them, making them feel profoundly uncomfortable. Sue's father gently patted Sue's mother's hand. "This situation has not yet reached its most dire point. Fear not, we shall find a solution." The bond between Sue's parents was rather mediocre, as their marriage was born from an alliance. Yet decades of familial ties and the joint raising of 4 children had forged a sense of shared fate. Thus, Sue's mother still placed considerable faith in her husband's promises and abilities. They sought out several bodyguards, instructing them to procure 4 or 5 stray tabby cats to be well fed and cared for in the back room. Tomorrow, they would seize the opportunity to strike decisively against the depraved Wang Pinpei. That night, both wished to avoid residing in the main building any longer. A change of rooms was in order. They would move tonight. After finishing her tea and enjoying the flowers, Su Xuanqing noticed the sky darkening outside and began to stroll towards her maid's quarters. However, upon arriving at the entrance, she was greeted by a flurry of activity, with numerous individuals bustling in and out, transporting items under the watchful eye of the butler. "What is happening? Are they converting my maid's quarters into a small villa? How utterly embarrassing. Wait, the items being moved in aren't for my room. They're all upstairs." Su Xuanqing sidled up to the butler, too weary to speculate, and directly inquired, "Butler, what is the meaning of this? Are we being raided or rewarded?" Chapter 84. Gif of Ling Na Bei Air Twirling. The butler, upon seeing Su Xuanqing approach, beamed with joy and exclaimed, "Miss Xuanqing, this is splendid news. The master and mistress have decided that since you have only recently returned and may not be accustomed to life here, they will move into the maid's quarters to keep you company, providing you with abundant parental love." The more he spoke, the more delighted he became, reminiscent of an ancient eunuch delivering tidings of joy. Yet, Xu Xuanqing was left utterly bewildered. What nonsense was this? Accompanying her in the maid's quarters? Showering her with parental affection? She would sooner believe that an act of divine retribution had scrambled their brains than accept such absurdity. This is a conspiracy, undoubtedly a conspiracy. They must have ulterior motives concerning me. The Xu family is terrifying. Why must they engage in such deceitful schemes daily, even invoking love as a pretext, rendering one incapable of feeling affection? In any case, I am resolutely unyielding. They shall not deceive me into becoming their scapegoat. Without uttering a word, Xu Xuanqing hastened her pace, barreling into her room, and promptly locked the door and windows, determined to feign ignorance of everything occurring outside. Tonight. No matter who knocked on her door or tapped at her window, she would not budge an inch. Xu Fu and Xu Mu were initially in their room, intending to greet Xu Xuanqing upon hearing her thoughts, hoping to cultivate an image of a warm, loving family to enhance their presence. However, as they stepped out, they were met with a resounding slam of the door. Experiencing rejection for the first time left them feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Nevertheless, their primary goal was not to approach Xu Xuanqing, so they brushed off the incident. After all, the words spoken by the steward were merely veils to conceal their intentions. Those who sought companionship were indifferent, while the one who was to be accompanied remained unresponsive. Meanwhile, Xu Xiqing, locked in the main building, erupted like a firecracker. Xiao Lu seized an opportunity to bring food to Xu Momo and Xu Xiqing, casually lamenting, "I can't fathom what the master and mistress are thinking." Not only do they refuse to release the young master and young lady, but they also move to the nanny's quarters for that woman. Isn't that just inviting ridicule? Xu Momo wore a serene expression, feeling that nothing the Xu family did could surprise her anymore. She resolved to play the role of a meek adopted daughter, relying on her relationship with Jin Baoming and her career in the entertainment industry to turn her fortunes around, no longer yearning for the Xu family's elusive and easily altered affection. However, Xu Xiqing found it much harder to accept the situation. While being beaten and confined was a regular occurrence for him, witnessing his parents' madness was unprecedented. "Xiao Lu, let me out. My parents must have been bewitched by that enchantress. I need to save them," Xu Xiqing called out urgently, hoping for someone to assist him. Although Xiao Lu wanted Xu Momo to come out quickly to avoid the disdainful glances in the manor, the 4 bodyguards surrounding them were all appointed by Xu Yuan, making it unwise for her to provoke them. She could only whisper, "Young master, young lady, the next time the master and mistress come, you should soften your stance. At least then you can get out of here and do more." "Impossible. I, Xu Xiqing, will never bow my head to them," Xu Xiqing shouted in anger, filled with youthful impulsiveness. In contrast, Xu Momo spoke calmly and without emotion. "All right, thank you for your efforts." Xiao Lu was correct. Being confined here rendered her powerless. She needed freedom to take control of her own life. Xu Xiqing was initially taken aback, then felt a surge of sympathy for his sister. "Sister, you don't have to be so strong. Your strength is already here." Xu Momo closed her eyes, choosing to ignore her foolish brother for the moment. Over at the nanny's quarters, Xu Xuanqing had finished her evening routine and changed into a comfortable nightgown. She hung the exquisite dress crafted by Master Yunli in the center of the adjacent wardrobe and noticed that, in contrast to the other luxurious garments, it emanated an aura that was truly captivating. Indeed, the master's creations possessed an unparalleled charm in both craftsmanship and design. Such a beautiful gown can only be worn once before being tucked away. That feels like such a waste. Yet there are no other occasions to wear it. What a dilemma. As Xu Xuanqing gazed dreamily at the gown, she contemplated that if she were to wear it again, it would likely be on the day she walked the red carpet. Given her acting skills, that would indeed pose a challenge. Suddenly, her phone vibrated slightly, signaling that someone was messaging her. Picking up her phone, she saw that Jin Zhao had sent her 2 messages, as if they were in sync. Z. This gown features a double-layer design. The inner layer can be worn as a low-key, everyday outfit. Z. Here's a video on how to disassemble the dress. Z. I tried it before. It's quite simple to take apart. I was too busy today to tell you. Xu Xuanqing clicked on the video, which surprisingly showed Jin Zhao recording before their engagement. In the video, his long, elegant fingers deftly maneuvered through the gown's delicate fabric, deftly unfastening hidden crystal buttons, successfully separating the dress into 2 parts. The layer adorned with diamond butterflies was set aside, leaving him with a lovely cream-colored gown intricately embroidered with subtle patterns. Oh, dear. I was so focused on watching his hands that I didn't pay attention to his technique. How ridiculous. I'll punish myself by watching it again. Su Xuanqing nestled into the sofa, replaying the video Jin Zhao had sent her several times before finally rising to attempt the disassembly on her own gown. The method proved to be as straightforward as he had indicated, and the inner dress was both comfortable and versatile enough for daily wear. Without the video, she might have struggled to find several hidden fastenings. Zhao Ge, you are my savior. Check out the picture of the dress I disassembled. Isn't it simply perfect? Su Xuanqing sent a gif of Lingna Bayer giving a thumbs up. Z. Lingna Bayer twirling gif. Z. You're the clever one. Jin Zhao had become adept at swiftly locating the desired emoticons. Naturally, he often resorted to directly using Su Xuanqing's emoticons, adding her favorite set to his collection. Su Xuanqing lay on her bed, engaging in an intense battle of gifs with Jin Zhao. Of course, she didn't emerge empty-handed, having stolen several emoticons she hadn't previously owned. It wasn't until late at night, feeling a hint of drowsiness, that Su Xuanqing sent Jin Zhao a good night emoticon and drifted into a sweet slumber. The next morning, Su Fu, Su Mu, and Su Siyuan sat at the dining table, each sporting prominent dark circles under their eyes. Only Su Xuanqing appeared vibrant and well-rested. Noticing her bright demeanor, Su Fu quietly instructed the steward to bring Su Momo and Su Xiqing to breakfast. Hoping to gauge Su Xuanqing's current feelings towards the two of them, after being released, Su Xiqing and Su Momo sat down beside the dining table. Both greeted Su Fu, Su Mu, and their elder brother politely, completely disregarding Su Xuanqing's presence and refrained from their previous antics. Su Xuanqing paid them no heed. Instead, she observed the 5 family members, all sporting dark circles, and found it somewhat amusing. What's going on with the Su family? It looks like a family of pandas. Everyone has dark circles, while I remain pristine and bright. I wonder if they've been out thieving together. Their circles are so evenly matched. Su Xuanqing quietly mocked the dark circles of those present, then picked up a beautifully presented fried egg to take a bite. However, after just one mouthful, she sensed something was amiss and promptly set the egg down to inspect it. As expected, while the front appeared golden and inviting, the back was charred black. What on earth? Has the Su family hired a new chef, or has my palate been spoiled by the Jin family? Why do they serve everything without considering the taste? This is hardly healthy. Who is it that dislikes me so much, resorting to such methods to slowly end my life? As Su Xuanqing internally complained, she began to sift through the other breakfast items laid before her. Good heavens, she exclaimed in disbelief. The pan-fried buns were surprisingly undercooked, the ham thoroughly over-fried, and the bread was so tough it seemed to mirror her heart, which had long since withered. As the barbs of criticism flew, Su Mother's expression grew increasingly grim. She had heard from the housekeeper that the impoverished would be warmed by the act of home-cooked meals, yet when it came to lunch and dinner, she simply could not manage and opted for the relatively uncomplicated breakfast, which was only achieved with the assistance of the kitchen staff. The very people in the kitchen had praised her undeniable talent. Was it truly so unpalatable? Su Mother, somewhat displeased, inquired, "Does Xuanqing find today's breakfast unappetizing?" Su Xuanqing took a couple of sips of the reasonably chilled milk and replied, "Well, it's not that it's inedible, rather it's, when it enters the mouth, one feels that. TSK, you must understand that sensation. It's not exactly bad, but it's just mediocre." Su Mother retorted, "What nonsense is that?" Undeterred, she picked up the fried egg in front of her and took a delicate bite. Ugh. The housemaid had deceived her. She had been told that a fried egg, crispy on the outside and tender within, would be delectable. Why then did it taste so horrid even when burnt? Su Mother covered her mouth, expelling the half-bite she had just taken, and sheepishly suggested, "It seems the kitchen skills are lacking today. Perhaps you should have something else." The kitchen staff, accustomed to taking the blame, shrugged it off, knowing they would intervene as needed. The servants of the Su family were the epitome of professionalism, and the kitchen staff were all seasoned veterans. They sensed impending disaster when Su Mother chose to cook, although an experienced chef was there to guide her. It was futile against the innate lack of talent, as they watched helplessly while Su Mother presented plate after plate of culinary catastrophe, compelled to applaud nonetheless. Thus, while they meticulously arranged Su Mother's food to mask its offensive nature, they quietly prepared a second breakfast. After all, if someone were to become irate, they certainly did not want to be the targets of that wrath. Su Xuanqing observed as the kitchen staff discreetly cleared the breakfast from the table, replacing it with identical sandwiches before a few of them, feeling a touch of regret. Though it was inedible, it felt like such a waste of food. All the kitchen's failures were simply being reclaimed. Indeed, the grandeur of a wealthy family extends even to the kitchen, capable of using people as experimental subjects. I wonder what kind of production they are orchestrating today. Wait a moment. Was that entire debacle just a show of force against me? A sudden realization struck Xu Xunqing. During her extended stay at the Xu residence, she had never witnessed any issues in the kitchen. Furthermore, when Xu mother claimed the kitchen skills were subpar, no one stepped forward to admit fault but immediately brought forth a second breakfast. She could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. Xu mother slowly shifted her gaze. She would not utter a word until this breakfast concluded.
Min Wille, Xu Montag.
For once, sat quietly and consumed her meal, remaining silent even when faced with the unpalatable dishes and later the sandwiches she disliked. The Xu family was not one to shy away from conversation at the dining table. Previously, Xu Mo had always been the one to entertain, receiving positive feedback from the others. Xu Siche had initially promised his sister not to act impulsively, but upon hearing Xu Xunqing's candid thoughts at the table today, and seeing their parents' apathy towards Mo while they indulged Xu Xunqing with a second breakfast, his anger flared. Yet he restrained himself, reminding himself to be obedient and not to upset his sister. Xu mother, glancing at Xu Xunqing as she ate her sandwich, asked, "How does the sandwich taste? If you like something different next time, do let me know." Xu Xunqing struggled to swallow. Puzzled, "The sandwich is quite good. It's a normal offering. Shouldn't I inform the kitchen of my preferences? What purpose would that serve? Wouldn't it just add an unnecessary step? Surely, Ms. Gao wouldn't he personally cook for me?
Ha!
I'd rather believe I'm the reincarnation of Wu Zetian than entertain such an impossibility." Xu mother longed to share with Xu Xunqing that the very dishes she had just consumed were her creations. But she refrained, fearing Xu Xunqing would accuse her of attempting to poison her. Xu Siche, witnessing the warm exchange between the two and noticing the usually silent Xu Mo, could no longer contain himself. He abruptly splashed the untouched milk in front of him across the table, bellowing, "What are you? Just a peasant from the countryside. And you dare to pick and choose at my family's table?" Xu Xunqing had already noticed Xu Siche's clenched fists. She had been waiting for the moment he would explode, though she hadn't anticipated he would wield milk as a projectile.
So Xunqing that's Wibbly.
Retrieving a transparent pot lid from her inventory, deflecting the milk back before returning the lid. Her movements were rapid, her demeanor striking. Thank goodness I was prepared. Having superpowers is always advantageous. Those who waste milk deserve to be punished. That was far too sudden. Next time, I must ensure it rebounds back onto him. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, witnessing Xu Xunqing raise her sleeve to shield herself, as milk splattered everywhere, yet not a drop touched her. Several others were not so fortunate, finding themselves splattered with milk. Xu father, seething with rage, rose from his seat, seizing Xu Siche by the scruff and delivering a stinging slap to the back of his head. "All you do is stir trouble at home. Had I known it would come to this, I should never have softened my heart to set you free. Off to your doom you go." Chapter 86, Who Moves Out? After Xu Siche and Xu Mo were released, they sat beside the dining table, greeting their father, mother, and elder brother while completely ignoring Xu Xunqing's presence. Refraining from their previous chaotic antics, Xu Xunqing paid no mind to the two of them. She merely observed the 10 dark circles under the eyes of her family of 5 and found it rather amusing. What is going on? The Xu family seems like a clan of pandas. Everyone's sporting dark circles while I remain pristine and fair. Hee hee. I wonder if they've all been out thieving together. They seem so uniformly disheveled. Xu Xunqing silently mocked the dark circles of everyone present, then picked up the seemingly appealing fried egg before her. But wait. After just one bite, she sensed something was amiss, promptly setting down the fried egg and flipping it over for inspection. As expected, while the front appeared golden and inviting, the back was charred beyond recognition. What's going on? Has the Xu family changed chefs, or has my palate become too accustomed to the Jin family's cuisine? Why is everything being served at the table? Regardless of taste, this is hardly healthy. Who harbors ill will towards me, intending to slowly eliminate me in this manner? Xu Xunqing continued to berate in her mind while scanning the other breakfast items before her. "Goodness," she exclaimed. The pan-fried buns were still somewhat raw, the ham entirely overcooked, and even the bread was hard, akin to her heart, which had withered. As the barbs of criticism continued, Xu mother's countenance darkened further. She had overheard the butler mention that the impoverished would find warmth in the act of home-cooked meals. However, when it came to lunch and dinner, she simply could not manage, opting instead for a more straightforward breakfast. With the assistance of the kitchen staff, She managed to prepare something edible. Yet, despite the praise from the kitchen staff about her evident talent, she couldn't help but wonder, was it truly that unpalatable? Mother Xu, slightly displeased, inquired, "Does Xunqing find today's breakfast lacking?" After sipping a couple of mouthfuls of relatively normal iced milk, Xunqing responded, "How should I put it? It's not that it's inedible, it's just, well, you know that feeling when you take a bite and think, You should be familiar with it. It's not bad per se, but it's just mediocre." Mother Xu retorted, "What kind of nonsense is that?" Undeterred, she picked up a fried egg from her plate and took a cautious bite.
Ugh.
The housekeeper had deceived her. She had been told that a perfectly fried egg would be tender inside and crisp outside, yet her attempt had resulted in something utterly unappetizing. Covering her mouth, she spat out the half-bite she had just taken, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she remarked, "It seems the kitchen skills are lacking today. Perhaps you should try something else." The kitchen staff, accustomed to taking the blame, were unfazed. They would naturally step in to assist. The servants of the Xu family were the most professional, and the seasoned chefs in the kitchen were well aware of the impending disaster when they witnessed Mother Xu attempting to cook. Even with an experienced chef guiding her, they could not alter the inherent limitations of her culinary talent as they watched her produce plate after plate of culinary catastrophes while they could only applaud. Thus, while they meticulously arranged Mother Xu's dishes to mask their offensiveness, they quietly prepared a second breakfast. After all, if someone were to become upset, it should not be directed at them. Xunqing observed the kitchen staff as they removed the breakfast from the table, replacing it with identical sandwiches before a few of them. It felt somewhat regretful. While the food was indeed distasteful, it seemed a waste of food to simply dispose of it. The kitchen's failed attempts were being recycled like this. Indeed, the affluent families have kitchens that operate like experimental labs. One wonders what today's fiasco would yield. Wait a moment. Was that earlier display meant to intimidate me? A sudden realization struck Xunqing. Having spent considerable time at the Xu residence, she had never seen the kitchen falter before. Moreover, when Mother Xu remarked on the kitchen's shortcomings, no one stepped forward to take responsibility. Instead, they immediately presented a second breakfast, leading her to suspect that something was amiss. Mother Xu slowly averted her gaze. She would remain silent until this breakfast concluded. Meanwhile, Xu Momo, for once, quietly consumed her meal. She did not protest the initial unpleasantness, nor did she voice her dissatisfaction when the unappealing sandwiches were served. The Xu family was not one to shy away from conversation at the dining table. Previously, Xu Momo had taken it upon herself to entertain, and the family would respond positively. Xu Xish had initially promised his sister not to act impulsively, but as he listened to Xunqing's grievances echoing around the table while their parents remained indifferent, showing no concern for Sister Momo, and instead serving Xunqing a second breakfast, his anger boiled over. Yet he restrained himself, reminding himself to be obedient and not to upset his sister. Glancing at Xunqing enjoying her sandwich, Mother Xu asked, "How does the sandwich taste? If you have any preferences for next time, do let me know." Xunqing struggled to swallow. Puzzled, "The sandwich is quite satisfactory, just an average performance. Shouldn't I inform the kitchen about what I want? What good would that do? Wouldn't it merely add an unnecessary step? Surely, Lady Gao isn't going to cook for me herself? I would rather believe I am the reincarnation of Wu Zetian than entertain such an impossible notion." Listening to Xunqing's carefree musings, Mother Xu yearned to reveal that it was indeed she who had prepared the earlier dishes. Yet she hesitated, aware that Xunqing might accuse her of attempting to poison her. Xu Xish, observing the warmth between the two women and the continued silence of Xu Momo, could no longer contain his frustration. He violently splashed the untouched milk in front of him across the table, vehemently berating, "What do you think you are? Just a mere peasant from the countryside, and you dare to pick and choose at my family's table?" Xunqing had already noticed Xu Xish's tightly clenched fists. She had been anticipating the moment he would erupt, though she had not expected him to use milk as his weapon of choice. Quick on her feet, Xunqing produced a transparent pot lid from her inventory, deftly blocking the milk from splattering on her, before retracting the lid with remarkable speed and grace. Thank goodness I was prepared. One can never have too many abilities. Those who waste milk deserve to face dire consequences. This was far too sudden. Next time, I must ensure the retaliation lands squarely on him. The onlookers were taken aback, witnessing Xunqing deftly deflect the milk, leaving her unscathed while several others bore the brunt of the splatter. Xu father, fuming, stood up and slapped Xu Xish on the back of his head, exclaiming, "All you do is cause trouble at home. Had I known it would come to this, I would have never let you out." Chapter 87. Mischief in the Entertainment Circle. Honestly, I didn't want to stay in this leaky, sieve-like place any longer. Now that I have a bit of money, opening a hotel would be quite nice. Or perhaps I could visit those eager families willing to adopt me as a goddaughter, embarking on a grand tour of the 30 affluent households. To discover their culinary offerings? The more Xunqing contemplated, the more enamored she became, tears of longing almost spilling from the corners of her eyes.
No, no, no.
The three exclamations reverberated in her ears. Su Momo, perceiving the situation, realized her position within the family had become untenable. Supporting Su Sish, she spoke up, ultimately. I am the only outsider here. I will take my leave. There is no need for my sister to say such things to drive me away. Su Xunqing, unwilling to tolerate her presence, retorted, there's a small issue. Who is driving you away? What I mean to say is, who even cares? Let me clarify. Nobody is driving you away. Among us, there are 0 individuals wishing to see you go. I've invited all those who might want you gone to a party. And the attendance is 0. So, who exactly is pushing you out? Su Momo's complexion darkened considerably. She had not anticipated such sarcasm from everyone. Nor that Su Xunqing would dare to voice it openly. Su Xunqing, unfazed, took a large gulp of water to soothe her throat. It's best not to provoke my anger. Otherwise, I might just take my baggage and leave. Let us see who truly bears the loss. Su father and Su mother. The loss would undoubtedly fall upon the Su family. Su father, unwilling to prolong this farce, decisively declared, let them go, and cut off Su Sish's allowance and living expenses. I want to see how they manage. Su Sish, with plenty of cards at his disposal and recent competition winnings, was not concerned about such threats as he turned to leave with Su Momo. As Su Momo reached the door, she glanced back one last time at Su Xunqing. Su Xunqing tilted her head, gazing directly into her eyes without flinching.
Why are you looking at me?
It's not as if I drove you away. Was it not your brother who suggested it? Did your parents consent? This has nothing to do with me, the mere bystander. Su Xunqing dismissed the matter entirely, refusing to acknowledge her underlying intention to provoke little Mo Li. The restaurant fell silent, as if the recent quarrel had been but a fleeting dream. Su's mother looked at Su Xunqing gently, saying, Xunqing, I apologize for the spectacle. They are simply spoiled by my indulgence. They harbor no ill intentions. You may rest easy here. She longed to add a caution against visiting the Jin family unnecessarily, yet hesitated. Su Xunqing had already risen, smiling brightly at her mother. I am quite at ease, but I fear you may find it distressing. This household is truly a source of constant worry. How come others from prominent families appear so composed? Oh, never mind. None of the affluent families are normal. Otherwise, they wouldn't be inundated with scandals. Su Xunqing shook her head, having already satisfied her appetite for breakfast and early gossip. With the mantra that a day's plan begins in the morning, she resolved to return to her studies. She approached her work with unwavering enthusiasm, having even procured a comprehensive ebook online titled 3,000 Questions About the Entertainment Industry to better understand the realm of entertainment. Su Xunqing decided to immerse herself in industry knowledge during the month leading up to her variety show appearance, ensuring she was well prepared to ask pertinent questions while avoiding any missteps that could lead to familial abandonment or ostracism within the industry, leaving her with nothing but ridicule. She opened the bookmarked section and began to take diligent notes. The first point advised that before entering the industry, one must seek out a venerable temple with a long-standing reputation, undergo a cleansing ritual, and humbly pray for several days. The entertainment world is rife with negativity, and one must be wary of being ensnared by enticing spirits or malevolent forces, leading to both financial and personal ruin. Su Xunqing nodded in agreement, finding the text's counsel profoundly insightful. Indeed, one must first pay homage to the divine before embarking on any venture, garnering moral fortitude to ensure a favorable public image. It was no wonder she sometimes struggled to comprehend the outlandish scandals within the entertainment realm. Such behaviors seemed beyond the grasp of ordinary mortals, often attributed to spiritual entanglements or curses. Clearly, those individuals had not encountered this treasure of a book prior to their entry into the industry, thus neglecting to seek divine guidance. Su Xunqing meticulously recorded this insight before flipping to the next page. The second point emphasized the importance of consuming seafood both before and during one's entry into the industry. Seafood is rich in protein, satiating yet not contributing to weight gain, making it ideal for female celebrities. Moreover, while indulging in seafood, one should frequently chant the name of the Dragon King, facilitating communication with the heavens. By invoking the essence of seafood, one can convey their desires to the Dragon Kings, if fortunate enough to be chosen. One may receive their protection and blessings, with the benevolent Dragon Kings even dispatching aquatic forces to pave the way for a successful entertainment career.
Xunqing not that vegan scene, at mean.
Seafood, delicious and my favorite. I shall indulge more. This piece of advice was invaluable. She was utterly enamored. The book contained over 3,000 insider tips for entering the industry, captivating Xunqing and igniting her aspirations within the entertainment world. While she diligently absorbed this arcane knowledge, Su's parents met with the owner of the vacant villa, who happened to be Su's mother's first love, Wang Pinpei. Surprised by the invitation he received yesterday afternoon, Wang Pinpei eagerly accepted, and the three convened at a private dining establishment. Su's parents feigned ignorance, discussing work matters, though both struggled to eat. During their conversation, Su's mother noted that Wang Pinpei seemed genuinely interested in her words, his gaze unabashedly roaming over her, exuding an unsettling charm. What ailment had she suffered to have such a repugnant first love? Su's mother attempted to remain composed. Were it not for their need to keep Wang Pinpei occupied for a while to prevent him from leaving, she would have been on the verge of losing her lunch. Yet, they both felt a twinge of regret. Such matters would have been better suited for Xunqing's presence. She could have lightened the atmosphere and provided insight into Wang Pinpei's thoughts, allowing for a more strategic approach. Struggling to maintain her composure, Su's mother sat restlessly, occasionally glancing at her silent phone. Suddenly, it vibrated, and she offered an apologetic smile to her companion, promptly checking the message. It was from their bodyguard, who reported that they had successfully scaled the wall into Wang Pinpei's residence and confirmed they could see Su's family villa from his window. The transparency was alarming. Upon viewing the photos sent by the bodyguard, Su's mother was horrified to see a telescope on Wang Pinpei's balcony, aimed directly at her and Su's father's bedroom. Chapter 88. Eating everything will only bring you harm. Su's mother was now so incensed that her hands trembled uncontrollably. Although she had come to terms with the situation yesterday, seeing the glaring evidence laid bare before her was overwhelming. She struggled to suppress the urge to hurl her tea at Wang Pinpei's face and quickly typed a message to the bodyguard, ensure multiple angles of documentation, and gather evidence from previous contractors regarding the renovations. Having sent the message, she regained her composure and continued with the dinner. The evidence was swiftly obtained. Wang Pinpei clearly had not anticipated that his ingenious design would be discovered, thus failing to employ any substantial concealment, making it easy for the Xu family to gather incriminating evidence against him. In the days that followed, Su's parents instructed their bodyguards to place numerous tabby cats along Wang Pinpei's regular routes, causing him to suffer nightmares and avoid leaving his home. Meanwhile, the Xu family meticulously compiled all evidence, including his business's illegal activities, and presented it to the authorities, leading to Wang Pinpei's arrest. With the Xu family's backing, the police apprehended this slightly influential deviant without hesitation. Until the moment he was handcuffed, Wang Pinpei remained oblivious to when he had been exposed. After addressing this matter, Su's parents felt a sense of relief upon witnessing Wang Pinpei's confinement and the sealing of the vacant villa. They even entertained the notion that such occurrences might become commonplace, imagining that the police department in the capital might soon be filled with individuals they had sent in. The Xu family promptly engaged a new renovation team to ensure that the villa was entirely fortified, guaranteeing that no one could see inside from any angle. However, they continued to reside in the caretaker's quarters, unable to return home due to lingering psychological trauma. Meanwhile, Xunqing had been engrossed in her studies, having thoroughly delved into 3,000 questions about the entertainment industry and various educational texts, acquiring a wealth of valuable knowledge. Recently, she had also purchased several entertainment industry novels to read as biographies, voraciously absorbing information day and night, neglecting to step outside the Xu household for days. Today, the weather was splendid, and Xunqing, for once, awoke at noon. As was her custom, she extracted her copy of Where is the Shadow Emperor's Little Wife Running Off To? And immersed herself in its pages. However, her engrossing reading was abruptly interrupted by a familiar mechanical voice echoing in her mind, announcing the completion of a task assigned by Su's mother. A large question mark materialized above Xunqing's head. This system was indeed perplexing. She had only begun to stroll her cat along Wang Pinpei's path yesterday. How could the task be accomplished so soon? Had her adorable tabby cat inadvertently confessed? Su Xuanqing recalled the recent engagement ceremony, where the Han family had suddenly rebelled, apprehending the disguised Huchong, who had maintained a charade for 7 long years, thereby aiding her in completing a significant task. Such fortuitousness. Could it be that I am, in fact, the legendary little koi of the affluent? Without me, the aristocracy would surely falter. I alone can bring prosperity, ensuring that every directive I issue is met with success. No wonder there's been an influx of visitors to the Su residence lately. They all seek to bask in my good fortune. Su Xuanqing reveled in these thoughts, her sense of self-importance swelling. Yet, she was not mistaken. She not only brought luck to the aristocracy, but also to the Su family. In the ensuing days, the once tranquil Su household transformed into a bustling hub, with countless individuals arriving daily in hopes of striking it rich. Some came to engage in conversation with Su's parents about various matters, others sought out Su Siyuan, and some even absurdly claimed they wished to study the Su family's layout in search of a similar auspicious location. Su Xuanqing remained largely unaffected. She occasionally ventured out to discuss projects with university students, spending most of her time in online meetings. When not busy, she would take refuge in the garden pavilion with a book. The only discomfort she encountered was the incessant presence of people meandering nearby, sometimes blocking her sunlight and interrupting her joyful study time. However, Su Xuanqing was particularly adept at adapting to her surroundings. When fatigue struck, she would set her book aside for a moment, casting her gaze upon the comings and goings of those nearby, indulging in the occasional snack. If she stumbled upon particularly outrageous gossip, she would seize the opportunity to engage with the individuals involved, extracting snippets of information while simultaneously expanding her network. For instance, the recent passerby had left her astounded. My goodness! The fake sister I just got to know is actually a cross-dressing master. After getting you drunk at night, she deceived you into believing she was bisexual. Did you really fall for that? Have you lost your mind? You two met in such a place. A fleeting encounter might be excusable, but to become infatuated and feel responsible, what a predicament you've landed in. Tomorrow's hot spring escapade, and she has already prepared the whole package. Brace yourself to become her pet. How absurd. Dine on something better. You're a young master of an affluent family. The onlookers were stunned into silence, their expressions betraying their astonishment as they craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the individuals involved in this scandal. The man who passed by wore a look of sheer terror. He had just begun a new relationship and approached this enigmatic figure, only to stumble upon such a monumental revelation. Not daring to linger, he hurriedly fled from the gaze of the curious crowd. With the space in front of Su Xuanqing vacated, more individuals began to cautiously pass by, yearning for her to divulge something that might help them navigate their predicament, yet fearful that she might inadvertently reveal something scandalous. However, Su Xuanqing was momentarily preoccupied with the unexpected ringing of her phone, displaying an unfamiliar number. Adhering to her principle of seizing every opportunity, she answered the call. On the other end was a man whose voice exuded an air of elegance. Hello. Is this Miss Su Xuanqing? I am Lu Qin from the Lu family. We met at your engagement banquet.
Su Xunqing ponder barifili.
Swiftly associating the voice with a familiar face. She had encountered Lu Qin in the narrative, where he had always been at odds with Jin Beiming, and had even discreetly undermined him on occasion. Nevertheless, Lu Qin had been rather amiable towards her, offering kind counsel on several occasions. Yet now, the course of events diverged drastically from the narrative she knew, and she had not interacted with Lu Qin since then. Why, then, had she received this call? Moreover, the Lu family and the Su family had always been bitter rivals. Su Xuanqing's mind whirled for a moment before she replied, Yes, this is I. May I inquire what business you have, Mr. Lu?